Chapter 3652 Hazardous Operations. Despite his concerns about people acting out because of the demand to sign their names in the open book, no incidents of any sort occurred. The dignitaries that had shown up were all smart people. They had read up on the Larkinson clan and its special technologies, and figured out that this was just part of the package. Once they completed their part of the ritual, they weren't all that bothered by the faint new spiritual connections. The solemn guardian was a noble, single-minded design spirit that produced a positive effect on people's moods. In fact, the Larkinsons had performed a careful selection in order to make sure that the different parties reacted well to the solemn guardian. The clansmen had to toss aside a lot of candidates whose personalities clashed with the duty-bound design spirit. Vase and the other Larkinsons were happy enough with those that managed to pass all of their checks. The successful conclusion of the founding ceremony pretty much proved the 30 founding members of the Open Consortium of Krakatoa all harbored goodwill towards the new collective. The members all knew that as well, so they quickly grew much friendlier towards each other. As of today, they were not only bound to each other by contract, but also by duty. So long as each of them remained a part of the Open Consortium, they were obliged to never plot against each other. After the ceremony, the dignitaries all moved to a nearby hotel lounge where they all got to know each other further. Numerous members even made private business deals on the spot when they discovered that they could be of service to each other. As anyone could imagine, the Murphy delegation was the most popular one of all. Almost any pioneering organization could use more ships, so much so that the other parties were all willing to prepay their orders. The amount of people flocking to the Murphys was so great that they were forced to draw lots in order to determine their turns. This was exactly what the Murphys wanted to see today. Promising to build starships in the future was not a big deal for them. What they truly valued was the hundreds of Mech credits pouring into their coffers right away. Although it would still be an ordeal for Murphy & Sons to restore its incomplete shipyard, at least the shipbuilding company no longer had to worry about becoming insolvent for a long time. Though the Larkinsons were the last to meet with the Murphy delegation, they had actually made a prior agreement with the shipbuilders. The first ship that would come out of the shipyard once it was repaired would belong to the Larkinson clan. The only question now was to determine what kind of ship the Larkinson clan wanted to obtain. "Have you made a decision yet, sir?" Vivian Size Projection asked. "Will you go for a new combat carrier or do you prefer a vessel that offers more utility?" Vess's Projection frowned in thought. "I don't suppose we can order a new capital ship, can we? It doesn't have to be as big as the Gorgonean." "Impossible." Chief Shipbuilder Malaya Murphy shook her head. "First, our shipyard can only build a ship that is up to 800 meters long and is not too tall or wide. Second, we will be restarting our shipbuilding operations with numerous upgrades to our shipyard as we seek to install new systems that are more easily available in Davut. This means that it is not advisable for us to work on an ambitious project." That was not pleasant news. Vase was tempted to ask whether the Larkinson clan could postpone its order until the Murphys sorted out their initial issues, but time was of the essence. He would rather obtain a new ship sooner than wait another year and get a slightly better one. If a battle broke out in the meantime, then the addition of any hull would definitely save a lot of lives. "We have enough auxiliary vessels for the moment," Vase stated. "Sure, we could always use more, but our need for carriers is much greater." "What is the highest mech capacity that you can stuff in a single combat carrier?" "The exact figure varies heavily depending on what you are willing to compromise upon." Karina Murphy answered. "If you want to maximize the carrying capacity of your vessel, then you can store 120 or even 150 mechs on an enlarged combat carrier. However, I highly advise against this course of action as the hull would simply be too weak to endure the rigors of combat. It would help if you tell us what your preferred order's mission profile should be. Is she a pure mech conveyor? Will it be utilized for stealth operations? Or do you wish for her to become a specialized ordnance carrier that can continuously resupply ammunition-hungry mechs in combat?" All of those options sounded compelling to Vase. He had been thinking about his options for an entire day, but he still couldn't make up his mind. If he had a choice, he would have picked all of the available options, but that was clearly not possible. He decided that he might as well ask for suggestions. He turned to his other advisors. "What do you guys think? Raymond, you go first." The old Larkinson didn't expect the patriarch to ask for his opinion. He had to spend a few moments to compose his thoughts. "I understand the need for additional carriers, but if you ask me, I think we are neglecting the other needs of our fleet. One of our growing constraints is our increasing lack of cargo capacity. Ever since we have entered the Red Ocean, we have managed to obtain several dozen combat carriers, but we have not acquired any notable amount of logistical ships. This has led to an imbalance in our ship composition that makes it more difficult to run a fleet than it should. We have the Spirit of Bentime, which is able to provide much more support than a dozen smaller vessels. Vase insisted. That is correct, but the ship also goes through raw materials at such a fast pace that our stockpiles run out too quickly. If we can supplement our fleet with the biggest possible cargo ship possible, we can carry significantly greater quantities of spare parts and resources. This will provide us with considerably more depth when our expedition has led us far away from Davut and any other planet where we can resupply. Aside from that, the addition of a cargo ship will also make our mining runs more lucrative. Vase genuinely became tempted to adopt Raymond's suggestion, but then he realized the flaw in this decision. Choosing to acquire a cargo vessel over a combat carrier would not help the Larkinsons out in any pitched battles. A situation might occur in the future where bringing as many mechs as possible could mean the difference between survival and annihilation. If his fleet brought more mechs than necessary, then no harm was done. If his fleet happened to bring less machines, then Vase might not be alive long enough to regret his decision. Vase looked at Raymond and sighed. I understand your decision, but I don't like our chances at the moment. There are many human and alien threats out there. I'm still set on acquiring an additional combat carrier. He shifted his gaze to Minister Sheddarin Pernus. The foreign minister came up with his own suggestion. Our fleet currently possesses numerous majestic capital ships, but the combat carriers we obtained in Vullet are mostly generic in appearance. I believe it is important to show the prestige of our clan by ordering a carrier vessel that is suited to be employed in various official functions such as meeting with the leaders of a planet. You want us to acquire a diplomatic vessel? Yes. The ship does not have to compromise her combat performance, but it would be greatly helpful if she is built for statecraft. This was a more interesting proposal. Vase already understood the importance of making a good impression on other parties in the Red Ocean. Without the services of Sheddarin and the rest of the Pernus family, his clan would have never been able to form the open consortium or gain the allegiance of the Murphy family. This sounds good. What about you, then, Vivian? You're our resident shipwright here, so you should know more about this topic than anyone else. I already have a slightly different suggestion in mind. Vivian Sai responded. One of my more recent draft designs centers around a combat carrier specialized in hazardous landing operations. What does that mean? The vessel would be designed with extra resilience in mind. However, different from an armored vessel that is mainly designed to withstand enemy bombardment, my proposed ship will come with numerous accommodations that will allow her to resist extreme environments for an extended amount of time. Think about violent planetary environments such as sandstorms, heavy radioactivity or extreme temperatures. That sounds useful, if we actually bother to land on any planets. Vase remarked. I think we will. Many of the untapped resources of the Red Ocean are trapped on planets, not all of which are friendly enough towards life. The combat carriers that we have managed to win in several tournaments are all serviceable, but none of them are tough enough to survive hostile environments. My ship can do better because her hull and structure are not only stronger than usual, but also because I intend to simply harden her various systems. This will result in fewer points of failure, which will massively increase the chances that such a vessel will survive the perils of a hostile planet. She made a lot of good points. Though Vase understood that this kind of vessel would come with a lower mech capacity than usual, his fleet would gain a unique new capability. Let's go with that, then. Work your idea out with the Murphys. Once you have come up with a plan, bring it up to me. I want to go over the full details before I approve of her construction. It will take at least 3 months for us to get our shipyard in basic working order. Malaya Murphy stated. There is no hurry to begin construction. We can spend this time refining the design. How much will this cost? Vase asked. That depends. The configuration will certainly demand additional hull plating and structural components. Given the relatively high price levels in Davut, the price may run up to 1,000 MTA credits. That was a massive amount for an upsized combat carrier. However, the capabilities that Vivian's proposal provided was worth the additional charges. That sounds acceptable. Please generate a more exact estimate. Our clan is already deep in debt, so I need to know exactly how much more we'll be in the red. The Larkinsons discussed a few other potential ship orders with the Murphys, but much of that would have to wait until every founding member of the Open Consortium had their turn. Giving them the opportunity to place a ship order was one of the attractions the Larkinsons used to lure members into the open consortium. Murphy and Sons needed to fulfill them as soon as possible in order to show that everyone involved was serious. By the way, Sheddarin, have we managed to make any progress on establishing contact with any material suppliers? The foreign minister nodded. We did. Director Kelsey Dornbos has an appointment tomorrow. Our recent publicity stunt along with the addition of Murphy and Sons has made our consortium considerably more attractive to potential trading partners. However, any talks we hold with them will take at least several weeks to conclude. Our fleet is scheduled to depart much sooner than that, so we will need to find an interim solution in order to stock up on supplies. That should not be a problem as it has become much easier for us to purchase goods through certain channels by paying above market price. Chapter 3653 Career Building. The Golden Skull Alliance was ready to depart. After a relatively brief stay in the Davut system, the Larkinson clan and its allies completed most of their business. The Open Consortium of Krakatoa officially went into operation, even though the consortium was horribly understaffed and still had to wait until its headquarters was complete. Chairwoman Kelsey was optimistic about the future. Vase met with the woman in a rented office in one of the buildings of the commercial district. The two Larkinsons discussed much of the work that the consortium needed to do in order to achieve stability. We are facing two challenges at the moment, Kelsey explained. First, we need to make sure we can retain our members. I get the feeling that many of them have much less reason to stay once Murphy and Sons delivered their ship order. They will have to wait years until they can receive another ship, and that may be too long of a wait for them. Our consortium needs to make sure that continued membership conveys other substantial benefits. That's disappointing to hear, but not surprising. The binding force on them is rather weak, after all. This is the downside of making it so easy to exit the consortium. Vase and Kelsey gained a better appreciation of long-term contracts that bound parties together more securely. They did not have to spend so much time and effort into keeping all of the members appeased. The second challenge is trying to establish a good working relationship with several major resource suppliers. She said, as I've stated earlier, the prominence we've gained along with roping in Murphy and Sons has made this job much easier. That doesn't mean we are in the clear. Our negotiating power is still weak, and only the fact that multiple companies see promise in us has made the offers more reasonable. Do you need any assistance? I need manpower, she told him. I need trusted managers to staff our offices. I need agents to track what our members are doing. I need financial wizards who can wrangle all of the money flowing in and out of our consortium. Vase grimaced for a moment. That is a difficult request. It is not. Kelsey spoke in a firm tone. I've already talked to plenty of clansmen who are currently serving aboard our fleet. You may not realize it, but there are already clansmen who have never been able to adjust to life on starships. Don't we have the Vivacious Wall for that? The Vivacious Wall is a pleasant place to live on, but she is still a ship. The skies above people's heads aren't real. There are no cities and towns aside from Dawn City and Twilight City. Even the air that people breathe isn't natural. This might not sound like a problem to you, but there are people who value their living environment more than the convenience of being able to flee hotspots. Besides, the fleet is about to head into dangerous regions, so the argument that it is safer for Larkinsons to be there is not valid. It is arguably safer for the clansmen to settle in Davut. Though Vase wanted to object to her arguments, it was difficult for him to refute her logic. Given the amount of crises the Larkinsons dealt with during the short existence of the clan, the assumption that living in a mobile fleet would keep everyone safe was false. Vase pressed his fingers against his forehead. How many Larkinsons are willing to relocate to Davut? Thousands, sir. We don't need that much, to be honest. Just a couple of hundred Larkinsons is enough to ensure a good start for the Open Consortium. If you give us your approval, we can ship them over right away. Vase felt conflicted. He did not want to split the clan. It was already enough for Kelsey and a handful of trusted assistants to settle on Davut 7 for a few years. Sending in 300 more clansmen was a much greater commitment. He would feel compelled to return and save his people if the Davut system ever came under threat. Yet, having these Larkinsons over here would truly help. Not only would the clan become more in touch with the developments in Davut, but his people would also guarantee that the Open Consortium firmly remained in his grip. There was another factor that caused him to waver. If there were clansmen who were truly unhappy about shipboard life, Vase did not want them to suffer for years on end. Maybe it was better for everyone involved if these ground lovers moved to a more comfortable environment. Fine, Vase decided. Coordinate with Chief Minister Novalon Pernis so that everything will be in order. Don't send down more than 300 clansmen. This is just a start. Thank you, sir. Your decision truly means a lot for the clansmen who can't bear to live on ships anymore. After discussing a few other business matters, they began to discuss more personal matters. This is quite a drastic shift in your career for you, he said. Do you truly want to do this? The new chairwoman nodded. I do. I previously served as the director of the Living Stars Club, but there is only so much I can do when I am a galaxy away from the LMC's main market. Aside from that, you haven't released any new commercial models in a while, so the enthusiasm among our loyal customers has begun to fade. That's my fault. We'll remedy this problem in the next design round. I don't intend to abandon the Yena star cluster. The problem right now is that we need to strengthen our forces in the short term in order to make sure that we don't get toppled. The new mech designs that we've completed and are about to complete will definitely help. You don't need to justify your decisions to me, sir. I've heard good things about our upcoming mechs. How long do you wish to stay on Davut 7 and run the Open Consortium? Are you one of those folks who prefer to keep their distance from starships, or are you treating this as a form of vacation? More of the latter than the former. Calci replied, I do wish to return to the fleet one day. Whether it will take years or decades, I hope I can pass on the chair to another capable leader so that I can take over a different and hopefully more important function. Truth to be told, I see my current responsibilities as an opportunity to accrue experience and build up my qualifications for higher office. You want to become a politician? Vase raised his eyebrow. Not necessarily. Becoming an executive is also good enough. If possible, I would like to lead the clan as one of its chief ministers one day. That's a bold ambition. He was happy to learn that she held a great ambition. Leading the clan was an honor, and becoming a chief minister of an increasingly more powerful clan would definitely be the highlight of her career. It's an uphill struggle for me, she said. I didn't attend any fancy second-class universities nor possess a lot of augmentations that would have allowed me to stand out early on. I have to spend a lot of time on supplementing my studies just so that I can shrink the gap between myself and those Pernisers that we have absorbed into our clan. Accepting my current post is one of the best ways for me to prove that I am just as capable. Her ambitions sounded trivial to Vase. Compared to all of his grand goals and ambitions, Calci's perseverance in climbing up the hierarchy was a lot smaller in scope. It didn't help that Vase was the patriarch and effective leader of the Larkinson clan since its founding. He vaguely remembered what it was like to be a nobody in the old family, but those times were long gone. I wish you luck in your endeavor. For what it's worth, I truly want to see you succeed. I can't give you any unfair advantages since everyone in the clan must abide by its rules, but that doesn't mean that it is okay for others to screw you over. If you encounter any unfair hindrance over the course of your career, you can bring it up with me and I'll sort it out. I value a fellow Cloudy Curtainer such as you over any other adopted Larkinson. Those Pernisers are highly competent at their jobs, but they often give me the impression that they think they should be in charge because they know better. They're smooth political operators, that's for sure. Calci chuckled. Once Vase made sure that Calci was well prepared for her current assignment, he ended the call after saying goodbye. He wouldn't be meeting her in person for quite some time. As his focus returned to his office aboard the Spirit of Bentime, he called over his assistant to discuss their upcoming departure. When do we leave? It will probably take around a week to buy and ship all of the goods we can obtain on short notice. The more important question is whether you have a destination in mind. Vase activated a projection that displayed a star map of Krakatoa. I've been considering that in the last few days. The local MTA Colonization Bureau offers plenty of missions for pioneers. Exploration missions are a gamble and extermination missions are distasteful. Given that we are one of the few fleets that possess a capital mining ship, I think it would be better for us to start with an ordinary mining mission. He tapped the map, causing dozens of star systems to light up in red. These are the sites where there are outstanding missions that we can accept. Most of them simply entail heading to the designated site and mining specific resources that the MTA wants for some reason. The materials requested by the MTA were usually oddities that humanity had never encountered before. They weren't necessarily special or powerful, but their properties were still different enough to make them interesting to researchers. Most of the time, the missions took place in relatively minor and less attractive star systems. This made it difficult or cumbersome for pioneering fleets to mine the resources in sufficient quantities. This gave the Larkinson clan a competitive advantage. The Andrenity had long been nothing while she formed a part of the core fleet. It was high time that Vase took advantage of her capabilities. Sounds good, boss. Do you have any preference? I don't think we should pick a mission site that is too close to the front lines of the ongoing invasion. Vase stated, we aren't ready to duke it out against lost alien fleets. While there aren't as many missions in the rear of Krakatoa, we still have a few choices. Are they worth our time, though? Gavin questioned. Probably, but I can accept that. This is the first time that we are truly venturing out in the unknown. Before this, our expeditionary fleet has always stuck to more familiar routes that threads through relatively pacified star systems. This will no longer be the case once we distance ourselves from Davut and other human colonies. It would be the start of the Golden Skull Alliance's true adventure. Vase was well aware that they could encounter anything in the wild. The most Vase could do was to pick a mission further away from the front lines so that the risk coefficient wouldn't be so high. I will inform the others to make sure that the Andrenity is well equipped for large-scale mining operations. The crew of the Andrenity had been waiting to become relevant for a long time. The mining vessel was already prepared and did not need any additional help to mine exotic materials. Before the expeditionary fleet departed from the Davut system, Vase finally received a message from a long-awaited source. Jovi, the survivalists wanted to talk with him about a matter that had lingered on for months. Welp, here I go. Make sure to hold down the fort while I'm gone, Lucky. Meow. Lucky twitched his ears in confusion. Vess's body shimmered out of existence as the MTA directly teleported him away from his ship. Chapter 3654 New Developments. The MTA teleported him to a highly advanced facility. The Mechers managed to take him away despite the fact that the spirit of Bentime was supposed to be protected against unauthorized teleportation attempts. Faye. The anti-teleportation devices were originally developed by the MTA or a lesser company. Either way, there was no way the tech could hinder the Mechers. Their grasp on technology was so great that defending against them was an exercise in futility. Vase didn't bother to spend any further thought on this issue. He was much more interested in studying his new environment. First-class multipurpose mechs lay dormant while others were being serviced by swarms of bots. Remarkably few personnel were present in what appeared to be an underground hangar bay. A few mech pilots had gathered to discuss battle tactics while a couple of mech designers were inspecting a new model that had recently been added to the mech roster. As always, Vase was impressed by the sight of the MTA's powerful machines. The Mechers understandably fielded the most powerful mechs developed by humans, but there were still differences in power within their organization. The first-class multipurpose mechs utilized by the branches in the Galactic Rim were generally a bit more basic and less extravagant. That was not the case this time. The ones utilized by the local branch were much more ready for war. Even though they were too advanced for him to glean too many details, he could tell that they were tougher, faster and more deadly in every way. It was fun to puzzle out their combat capabilities. No first-class multipurpose mech was simple, as the sheer amount of miniaturized components stuffed inside their frames allowed them to come up with lots of different solutions. Are you having fun, Jovi? Vase smiled as he turned around. I haven't heard from you in months. Where have you been all of this time? I cannot say. The young MTA journeyman replied. I've been busy while the people above me deliberated on the proposal that you presented to me during our last meeting. I take it that my little offer sparked a lot of controversy. Vase guessed. There's no other reason for you guys to stay quiet for so long. Jovi nodded. Partially, yes. The other reason why it took so long for the people above me to come to a resolution is because we were waiting for your fleet to arrive in Davut. Why? Because it would be easier for you to meet with the person who is in charge of this matter. It took a bit longer for him to clear his schedule and make a detour to Davut, but he's here now and is ready to meet with you in person. Oh, okay. How well is he inclined towards me? Vase nervously asked. He has been keeping an eye on you. I hear he has grown especially amused at your recent antics. Vase thought of his recent actions in the past weeks and months. He winced when he thought how he must have appeared to the MTA when he formed the Creation Association and held the Vulcan Symposium. He really didn't want to meet anyone important from the MTA, but there was no way to defy anyone from the association. At least Jovi was by his side. His presence and his friendly demeanor signaled that the Mechers shouldn't be too upset. They would have teleported Vase to a cell block if that was the case. Before Jovi led him to wherever he would meet this important official, the MTA journeyman first waved his arm towards all of the first-class mechs in the underground hangar bay. "What do you think when you see all of these mechs? They're powerful and expensive." Vase immediately answered, "Our clan would probably go bankrupt before we can even build a machine of their caliber. I think that any one of them can completely crush the forces at my disposal." Jovi smirked. "True, but don't underestimate your own capabilities. Your expert mechs and your unorthodox battle solutions can give anyone a surprise. I think the gap between these mechs and your own combat forces is not as exaggerated as you think." "Are you kidding me? I've seen what your supermechs can do. Back in the LRA, it only took a single squad of first-class multipurpose mechs to subdue a rogue bioaggernaut. I will admit that our advanced machines can dismantle other powerful threats, but that doesn't mean they are omnipotent." "Are you sure you are allowed to say that to me? You're making it sound as if your association is not as strong as everyone thinks." Jovi sighs. "This mindset is the exact reason why so many of my fellow colleagues in the MTA are so complacent about the threats that we face today and in the future. They believe so much in our image of superiority that they think that our first-class multipurpose mechs can sweep aside every opposition." Vase recalled that Jovi firmly aligned himself with the survivalist cause. "Ah, I see. While I can understand your worries, I don't think your mechs are that weak. We wouldn't be utilizing warships if we thought that they were strong enough. Anyway, that is a discussion for another day." They turned around and exited the hangar bay. Jovi led Vase down a couple of white-walled corridors. There was hardly any traffic. Vase saw more bots than people moving around him. It made him feel as if this place was largely deserted. "Where's all the people?" he casually asked. "Away," Jovi answered. "The Red Ocean is an active war front, after all. Many of our soldiers are trying their best to push our lines forward and complete the invasion of this dwarf galaxy." "Are we doing well?" Jovi's expression flickered. "Don't tell this to others, but the opposition is putting up a better fight as of late." "Oh, should pioneers like myself grow worried? No, we're still making progress, just not as fast as before. The aliens have fully woken up to the threat that humanity represents and have increasingly begun to coordinate their defenses. In the past, it was hard for the major races to cooperate with each other, but that is no longer the case. What is especially damning to the war effort is that the Puelmers have increased their mastery of human technology at a considerably faster rate than we initially expected. Whatever they manage to master will also fall into the hands of the other major races after a delay. The Puelmers might be a race of comical-looking flesh balls with numerous spindly limbs poking out of their bodies, but they possess the greatest technological affinity out of all of the major races." Vase frowned. "You mechers are usually good at studying others. How come you misjudge the Puelmers? Our estimates are wrong because we didn't account for the possibility of human traders going out of their way to teach the Puelmers how to master our high technology." Jovi responded in a heated tone. "What? This was an extremely shocking revelation. Who would be crazy enough to teach the enemies of humanity how to utilize more powerful tech? A lot more human fighters would get killed as a result. Do you know who is responsible? What are their motivations? I don't have any definitive answers. I'm not that high up yet to handle affairs at this level." Jovi slumped. "You have ideas, though, right? I have numerous guesses. The most likely one is that certain powerful elements of humanity are opposed to the invasion of the Red Ocean. For whatever reason, they don't want us to succeed. Could it be the first-rate superstates? No, I'm certain they are not responsible. As much as the former hegemons of humanity want to return to the old ways, they have too many reasons to support this invasion. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact have managed to claim a lot of territory in the Red Ocean. Then, could it be the dissenters within the MTA? The Dissolution faction, for example? It's possible," Jovi slowly replied. "They are one of the few humans that have access to so much high technology. I do not think the Dissolutionists are the culprits, though. They are still mechers in their own way and know too well that they would never meet a good end if these treasonous deeds are traced back to them. What happened to the Cosmopolitans in the past serves as a powerful example of how their cause will become rejected by anyone if they are driven to extremes." There was obviously a lot that Jovi wasn't able or willing to say. The association's internal politics were still frustratingly opaque to outsiders. Given that Jovi ruled out a couple of the most obvious suggestions, Vase came up with a few guesses of his own. Perhaps the remnants of the Cosmopolitans were responsible. It not only fit with their ideology, but also conformed to their historical behavior. Another likely suspect was the Five Scrolls Compact. Perhaps the insane cultists thought they could bleed and deplete the main combat forces of the Big Two by empowering the alien opposition. Vase was disappointed that anyone would turn his back on his own race like this, but there was so much internal conflict among humans that it shouldn't have been a surprise. What are the consequences of this development? There are many consequences, but I don't have the complete picture, Vase. There will be changes in the Red Ocean, that's for certain. We'll have to bring in additional warfleets from the old galaxy to hasten our conquest and give the aliens little time to apply the lessons taught by the traitors. Vase frowned. He didn't like the sound of that. Won't that weaken the Big Two's hold on the old galaxy? This looks like an obvious ploy to divert your military assets out of the Milky Way. If you can see this, so can we. Jovi replied. The galactic mech counselors are well aware of this possibility, but we must do this regardless. Besides, even if someone thinks they can take advantage of these movements, our warfleets can easily transfer back to the Milky Way on short notice. We haven't been collecting all of that phase water for nothing. The Mechers had the situation well in hand. Vase felt reassured by Hovi's confidence. It appeared that the intervention of human traders didn't change the strategic picture too much. Should you really be telling me all of this? Vase wondered. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's nice to be informed for a change, but I get the feeling that you're being way too open. It's okay. I want you to be more informed so that you are better informed of the dangers of the Red Ocean. If you ever encounter a Puelmer fleet, please don't think you stand a chance. Even a single Puelmer vessel is more than you can take, especially if the alien ship has begun to incorporate human high technology. I'll be sure to take that into account. Vase promised. Any other hazards I should know about? Be even more vigilant towards suspicious humans. While I am sure that you will encounter the traitors responsible for transferring our tech to the aliens, you may cross paths with their agents or allies. Stay vigilant and never allow yourself to be deceived into acting against what is best for humanity. I'm not that stupid. I will do my best to avoid this situation. Humanity is in a precarious situation. Our policies towards the Red Ocean will soon be adjusted. Pioneers like you will most certainly be expected to shoulder a greater burden. Vase grew nervous. That doesn't sound reassuring. I'm just a mech designer. What do you expect me to do? I came to the Red Ocean to further my design philosophy. You can do that while also contributing to humanity. That is why you are here today. Chapter 3655. Vase gained a lot of information during his visit to the MTA underground facility so far. The Mechers usually weren't forthcoming with matters of import, so he found it highly unusual that Jovi Armelon spilled so many details. He grew especially wary by the fact that the details in question did not paint the MTA and the Big Two in a good light. For as long as he remembered, the Big Two were the giants of humanity. They rose up after the end of the Age of Conquest and boldly took charge of a fractured and self-destructed society. When the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance successfully glued the near-broken pieces of humanity back together, they managed to win the enduring support of the vast majority of humans alive. Although it seemed that the Big Two had become the uncrowned rulers of the human race, Vase knew that supreme power and authority were not as impervious as they seemed. If the legitimacy of the two apex organizations ever came into question, then their hegemony of human civilization would quickly collapse like a house of cards. This was why the Big Two always maintained an unassailable reputation. The Mechers and Fleeters didn't paint themselves as invincible because they were vain. There were real strategic reasons why they needed to inspire a huge amount of awe and dread among the common population. Vase feared that the plot to arm the native alien species of the Red Ocean with advanced human tech sought to chip away at the foundation of this assumption. The chances were still low that the aliens would actually be able to drive humanity away from the Red Ocean. There was too little time for the Puelmers and so on to properly master and propagate all of the new tech. High technology was called that way for a reason, and it was not because it was easy to learn. Humanity was also so much greater than all of the native alien races of the Red Ocean combined. The dwarf galaxy was too small compared to the Milky Way. The Big Two only needed to put a moderately greater effort into their ongoing conquest to make up the difference. What truly concerned Vase was figuring out the greater scheme behind these developments. Who was responsible and what did they seek to accomplish from messing around? If this was just one of many steps to plot the downfall of the Big Two, then the culprits would definitely strike again. It took more than a simple dirty deed to permanently harm the MTA and CFA. Not only would this be bad news for Mechers and Fleeters, many other humans would bear the brunt of ensuing chaos as well. Like it or not, the Big Two was responsible for humanity's current prosperity. Though wars and internal conflicts still took place, the slaughter was more constrained. The predominant use of mechs in place of warships not only gave mech designers like Vase a huge market for their products, but also imposed hard limits on how much destruction a power could inflict. Vase learned plenty of lessons about warfare in the Age of Conquest in his youth. He did not look forward to returning to the bad old days where a single warship could casually demolish half a continent. I see you comprehend the possible consequences of what our enemies in the dark may be trying to engender. Jovi cleverly remarked as he glanced towards Vase. A part of me wants to keep you in your illusion. This should not be your business at all. Unfortunately, we don't get to choose our battles. One of the downsides of becoming one of the foremost powers of humanity is that we become the focal point of all enemies, both from within and without. Even the mighty can be felled by a swarm of ants. As Jovi continued to paint the MTA in a more vulnerable light than usual, Vase found himself accepting everything he heard. Yet Vase also began to entertain other suspicions. Jovi's story was just a bit too targeted. The man spoke all of the right words that fit with Ves's own preconceptions. Since when did MTA journeymen reduce themselves to salesmen trying to market a new product? As Vase thought about it more, he came up with a possible reason why Jovi was appealing so much to him. Were the survivalists trying to rope him deeper into their camp? It was working. Even if he knew he was being manipulated against, Vase recognized that it was in his best interest to align himself closer to the survivalists. After all, he was a human as well. He did not want to see the enemies of humanity end the current golden age. Though contemporary society had plenty of faults, all of the alternatives were worse. Vase really didn't think that the Terrans, Rubarthans or the compact cultists would do a better job in governing the human race. "We're here," Jovi stated as they stopped before an ornate silver blast door. The entrance was carved with larger-than-life images of mechs battling against rogue warships and a myriad of alien threats. "So why don't we go in?" Vase asked after they kept standing in place. "Before you enter, make sure to be on your best behavior." Jovi said, "You are about to meet someone important. Very important, so much so that he had to come here in secret to avoid attracting the wrong kind of attention." Vase grew a lot more nervous all of a sudden. "He came, just for me. Why, I'm just a mech designer. A journeyman. Don't you mechers have better things to do with your time?" The mecher gave him a pointed glance. "If I were you, I would not question the wisdom of people at this level. You will understand when you step inside, but try your best not to turn yourself into an idiot when you present yourself to him. He does not tolerate fools easily and has little patience for ambiguous statements. Be direct and succinct in your answers. You will regret it for the rest of your life if you leave a bad impression." Jovi sounded so serious about this that Vase wisely smarted up. There was definitely a big shot inside whose decisions could affect the lives of trillions of people. Vase took a few moments to rein in his irreverent behavior. He employed a few minor spiritual tricks to assume a well-behaved side of himself. Though Vase needed to be honest, there was no way that he was ready to spill all of his secrets to the MTA. He needed to be able to get away with speaking half-truths and diversions without generating suspicion. Just to be sure, he also went a step further. He silently commanded Blinky to button down his mind and suppress any unusual spiritual fluctuations. Once he made sure that he was ready to meet with whatever dignitary was waiting inside, he nodded. "I'm ready, Mr. Armelon." The blast doors slowly parted open. They moved quite slowly, as if it took a lot of effort to open a gap in the defenses of the chamber. Strangely enough, Vase could not see what was inside. A white, obscuring mist blanketed his vision. He could already tell that this strange mist not only blocked his vision, but also all manner of electronic detection. What was even more surprising to Vase was that his subtle attempt to extend his spiritual senses completely failed to yield any results. His eyes widened. The only time that happened was when he entered the Saint Kingdom of an ace pilot. Whether there was a hidden ace pilot nearby or not, Vase knew he had to be a lot more careful with his actions. Ace pilots were sharp and they could easily detect any foreign elements trying to pull something off in their domain fields. Jovi gestured towards the entrance. "I can go no further, so you will have to go forward on your own. Remember what I said and be respectful at all times. You're lucky that the great person inside doesn't care too much for proper etiquette. Just be respectful." Vase nodded. There had to be good reasons for the continual reminders. Thank you for your guidance. I hope to see you again. He passed through the blast doors and continued to stride forward as the entrance slowly sealed again. Vase had no clue what he should do next. He figured he should just keep walking forward. The only way for him to make sure that he kept walking straight forward was to use his implant to overlay a line in his vision. A minute passed as he walked. Vase wondered whether he would bump into the other side of the chamber anytime soon. How large was this place? As his patience slowly wore down, he grew increasingly more tempted to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out. Whatever game this great dignitary was playing was not amusing. Fortunately, the endless white mist finally parted a bit in front of his eyes. He observed a simple white table along with two different white chairs. There was nothing else. Vase didn't bother to overthink this scenario and simply headed over to the closest chair before sitting down. Then, he waited. Several minutes passed by as nothing happened. The white mist still obscured everything outside of his immediate environment. It made him feel as if he had entered a form of afterlife. Despite the circumstances, Vase truly tried his best to rein in his temper and frustration. If this was some sort of test, then he was determined not to make a fool of himself. Fortunately, a mech designer always had plenty of matters to think about. Vase automatically turned his attention towards the Minerva project, which was already in its final phases. The broad strokes of the expert command mech were already set. The mech designers working on the project only needed to refine their existing work before they could proceed with fabricating Commander Casella Ingvar's long-awaited battle partner. As Vase put serious thought about how he could further improve the two-stage luminaire crystal weapon wielded by the Minerva project, he received a friendly suggestion. The transformation mechanism of your weapon design is prone to jamming under hectic battle situations. You should look into reducing the points of failure of this vulnerable feature. That's a good idea. What? Vase almost soared out of his chair. He had noticed the appearance of the woman sitting on the chair on the other side of the table. The woman looked fairly ordinary at first. She wore a simple white lab coat that many researchers customarily wore. Hers was a bit unusual though. The coat featured a few subtle but strangely elegant patterns. The woman who wore it was also unusual now that Vase paid closer attention. Her presence, while subtle, made Vase feel as if he had entered a bottomless ocean. There was so much hiding inside her mind that it made him feel as if he was completely insignificant. His heart beat faster. He grew nervous as he rapidly blinked his eyes a few times. It took an embarrassingly long time for him to remember that he had seen her face before. Though he generally didn't pay attention to all of the great figures of humanity, he still read up on them. When he managed to match the woman's face to that of one of the people whose biography he read, his eyes widened to a comical size. Why didn't Jovi tell him the truth? The woman maintained an impassive face as she answered. A simple but effective form of misdirection. My current whereabouts must not be spread, hence the nature of this meeting. Vase stiffly nodded even as he became gripped with panic. The woman was not an ordinary big shot. He never expected that he would meet with someone who essentially stood at the top of hierarchy. Mr. Larkinson, the woman spoke with a calm but undeniably authoritative voice. You have successfully gained my interest. I believe you should know who I am. Correct. Yes, I am aware of your identity. Every mech designer does. You are the polymath. This was his first meeting with a star designer. Hopefully, it wouldn't be his last. Chapter 3656 Invasive Scanning. Ever since the age of mechs commenced, an uncountable amount of humans sought to become mech designers. While not all of them succeeded, an enormous amount of individuals successfully entered the mech industry over the centuries. The vast majority of them never managed to move past the novice and apprentice stage. Competition was high and the difficulty of breaking through to journeyman halted many ambitious mech designers. As their youthful energies sputtered out after years and decades of marginal progress, they usually transitioned into lesser engineering careers. Those that managed to pass all of the hurdles and become journeymen were quite few. Even less of this group managed to overcome the difficult hurdle that prevented them from realizing their design philosophy. Of the exalted masters that succeeded in fulfilling their ambitions, only an exceedingly tiny proportion of them managed to pass through whatever hurdle lay beyond. Every single master mech designer was either extremely talented, capable, lucky, hardworking, or a combination of these traits. None of them were incompetent fools who were incapable of solving complex problems. Yet despite all of their design and research prowess, only a scant amount of masters successfully advanced once again. There were so few star designers in human society that they were outliers rather than the norm. Each of them had overcome immensely difficult challenges in order to surpass the limits that hindered most humans from going any further. Their greatness was so immense that Vase generated all kinds of ideas about what star designers were like. He had met numerous master mech designers in person. Each of them still possessed human forms, but their minds and spiritualities were like burning suns. They were so spiritually potent and energetic that Vase would probably light himself on fire if he came too close. Since masters were already so powerful from a spiritual perspective, Vase imagined that star designers would definitely be so much greater. It wouldn't be a stretch to equate them as gods given all of the wonders they could design. Yet as Vase came face to face with the first star designer in his life, he became decidedly underwhelmed. Was this it? Vase could hardly sense any obvious signs of power, spiritual or otherwise. The polymath, despite her monstrous reputation and list of feats, looked like an ordinary middle-aged woman. She looked much less impressive than in any of her public appearances. Her simpler outfit along with her unassuming demeanor made her look like a boring librarian instead of the smartest and most intelligent mech designer in human space. For a moment, Vase doubted his own judgment. A star designer couldn't be this average, right? Did the MTA engage in another form of deception? Was he meeting with a clone or a remote puppet of the polymath? No, these were stupid notions. Vase recalled that she wasn't supposed to be here. Perhaps her underwhelming guise was another form of security. People with average appearances would never cause anyone to think they were star designers. Besides, there were other signs that reinforced his impressions that he was talking to the real deal. First, his intuition screamed in alarm. The woman sitting on the other side of the plain white table was both extremely powerful and posed a massive threat to his safety. Second, just because she did not generate any significant spiritual fluctuations did not mean she was ordinary. He increasingly believed that it was a function of her extremely powerful capabilities. Power alone was not scary. What truly made it fearsome was when its wielder exerted total control over it. The polymath was like a blank sheet to his passive senses. He could not pick up any details of the power she contained in her body. For now, it was best to assume that the polymath had truly appeared in the flesh. To think otherwise would no doubt end poorly for him. Jovi had continually reminded him to be respectful. As Vase slowly managed to sort out his racing thoughts, the polymath seemed content to study him in turn. Her deep blue eyes didn't appear to be augmented, but he instinctively felt that her gaze pierced straight through his body. As he humbly and respectfully looked up at her face, which was framed with black hair in a pixie cut, he briefly wondered what she did to make her skin so young and smooth despite being over 100 years old. The polymath finally resumed the conversation. Before we proceed any further, I will be performing an examination on your person. I take it that this is not a regular scan, Vase said. He was under no illusion that the MTA respected his privacy. His body and all of the articles on his body were probably scanned 1 trillion times with thousands of different sensors. Why would the polymath go out of the way to notify him about another examination? This particular examination is vastly more invasive than our more ordinary measures. You will feel great discomfort which cannot be avoided. As a fellow human and mech designer, you deserve the courtesy of a warning. Despite her friendly words, there was no doubt in his mind that she would never take no for an answer. Vase bent his head. Please proceed. The polymath did not do anything right away. Instead, she sat as she did something to increase the density of the surrounding mist. Whatever she was doing truly had to be kept a secret from others. Once she was satisfied with these measures, she looked down at one of her hands. The silver ring that adorned her finger automatically slid out and floated above the middle of the table. Though the ring looked as plain as the rest of the polymath, Vase's instincts completely went bonkers when he noticed its existence. This was not a normal silver ring. The examination will commence in 3, 2, 1. The ring suddenly exploded in power as an unidentifiable form of energy surged out of its tiny shape. The energy did not spread out. Instead, it poured straight into Vase's body, completely enveloping his entire body, mind and spirituality in an instant. Though Vase had experienced worse forms of pain, it was not that easy for him to endure this powerful sensation. The foreign energy that was coursing through body was powerful and unlike anything he had ever experienced. Strangely enough, the energy did not clash with the wuxia energy and spiritual energy that he possessed. It was as if the foreign energy existed in a different phase from the rest. Even so, The potency of it was so high that his body and mind unavoidably became scorched by the faint proximity. Dozens of seconds passed by as the energy bounced inside his body like waves trapped in a pool. This was the most invasive scan that he had ever gone through. The energy waves were so powerful and penetrating that he felt it could dig up even the tiniest particle that was out of place. Yet as Vase gradually adjusted to the scouring sensations, he slowly started to pick up a few crucial details. The energy that was coursing through his body may be unfamiliar, but it possessed a faint signature that made him feel as if he had encountered it before. He honestly couldn't recall if he had ever come in touch with this signature, but as he opened his eyes and stared at the glowing ring that was responsible for his agony, his intuition suddenly connected the dots. Shock coursed through his mind. If not for the fact that the unknown energy was already causing a lot of distress to his body, he would have grown worried about giving away his reaction. Even so, it was still difficult for him to suppress and keep his roiling emotions from fluctuating any further. How could he possibly remain in control of himself when he deduced the true nature of the silver ring? Though he didn't have any solid proof, his intuition was so certain about his judgment that it completely left out the possibility that he was wrong. If his guess was right, then the ring was actually a fragment of the metal scroll. Vase did not dare to direct his eyes towards the polymath at all. Once he recognized that he came face to face with a different fragment of the mythical metal scroll, then so much of the polymath's amazing ascent to power made sense. Master in less than 50 years. Star designer in less than 100 years. This was an inhuman rate of progress for even the most talented mech designers in existence. There was no way that the polymath could have achieved this extreme rate without a powerful advantage. Though many people puzzled why the polymath broke the mold, it made complete sense to Vase. Whether her version of Metal Scroll adopted the guise of mech designer system or not, there was no doubt in his mind that she had enlisted its aid in accelerating her progression. The polymath wasn't just a random star designer to him anymore. If his assumptions were truly right, then she was actually a holy daughter. This was an enormous piece of news that could definitely rupture human society if exposed. Did the MTA as a whole know about her possession of the metal scroll? If not, then what about the survivalists? Was the Five Scrolls Compact aware that a fragment of one of their most holiest relics was in the hands of one of their archenemies? It shouldn't be. The cultists would have stormed the gates in order to retrieve a piece of the sacred scroll. Plenty more theories formed in his mind, though he tried his best to ignore the ridiculous possibilities. In one moment, he suspected that the polymath was a high-level infiltrator whose true loyalty lay in the compact. In another moment, he figured that the polymath secretly hailed from another organization that was not with the MTA, CFA or compact. He had no proof of any of these assertions. Given the extremely delicate nature of this meeting, Vase thought it best to put them aside and focus on surviving this day first. This was because he developed another suspicion why the polymath was using her ring to scan his body. He feared that the polymath had taken a good look at his record and found a few parallels to her own accelerated progress. Vase had many other red flags in his highly unusual and eventful career that someone as smart as a star designer would never be able to miss. It would have been reasonable for her to suspect that Vase Larkinson may actually possess another lost fragment of the metal scroll. Was this the principal reason why a vaunted star designer absconded from her extremely important duties and secretly traveled all the way to the Davut system to meet with a mere journeyman mech designer? This was the only explanation that made sense. Unfortunately for the youngest and most talented star designer in existence, the invasive scanning probably wasn't returning the results she anticipated. Now that he figured all of this out, Vase deeply suspected that the polymath was looking for his piece of the metal scroll. The same mech designer system that was currently missing in action for some time. Ever since Vase completed one of his supply missions by supplying the system with Timpala steel, it told him that it would undergo an upgrade. Then, it fell silent, thereby depriving him of its many benefits. Though this was quite a frustrating condition, right now he was extremely grateful that the system had made itself scarce at the moment. Whether it had temporarily gone to another place or became so inactive that its presence became undetectable, he was certain that the mystical ring failed to find its lost brother. Though this denied Vase the opportunity to recognize the polymath as kin, it also prevented a potentially fatal outcome for himself. It was not difficult to think what might happen if the star designer fulfilled her current objective. She would have ripped the metal designer system out from Vase straight away before attempting to merge it with her fragment of the metal scroll. After that, she would immediately wipe Vase out of existence straight away because he formed a liability to the secret of what she possessed. If she was more humane or merciful than that, then she might opt to invite him to work for the MTA on a permanent basis. Perhaps she might dress her compulsion up as an honor, but Vase would never be able to get out of her thumb for the rest of life if that was the case. This was what Vase would have done if he was in her shoes. This was also why he was immensely relieved about the current circumstances. Vase was truly not a holy son at the moment. He was unable to call upon the system and even lost the system site that allowed him to call up the stats of certain objects and people. Hopefully, the system's dormancy also flushed his body of the unique biological markers that were only present in holy sons and daughters. Finally, the invasive scanning wound down. The energies left his strained body while the ring no longer radiated power. The silver jewel slowly floated back to the polymath's feminine hand and slipped back onto her finger like nothing happened. As Vase made sure to calm himself, he finally dared to glimpse at her face. Though the polymath did not exhibit any emotional fluctuations, he couldn't help but get the sense that was disappointed. Her control over her emotions was extremely good, but she was so powerful that particularly powerful mood changes were nonetheless capable of bleeding through her mental barrier. She quickly controlled herself though. In truth, Vase would have missed this little nuance if he wasn't already good at sensing people's emotions. Our scans have found no issue, the polymath said as if she had just used an ordinary multiscanner on him. We may proceed with our discussion. Vase responded with a brittle smile. I'm all ears. Chapter 3657 Happy Admission. Vase felt that he had just gone through one of the most dangerous and significant checkpoints of his life. All kinds of awful outcomes could have happened if the polymath discovered that he possessed the Mech designer system. Though Vase deeply wanted to believe in the polymath's stellar reputation and noble sentiments, he would be a fool to think that anyone could remain truly selfless. Anything that was related to the metal scroll was immensely powerful. Leaving it in the hands of a mere journeyman was a huge waste when it could do so much more in the hands of a star designer. If there was ever a boundary beyond the rank of star designer, then humanity as a whole would gain a lot more if the polymath gained a better chance of breaking through it with the help of a more complete piece of the metal scroll. This was all of the justification that the leader of the survivalists needed to rob Vase of his system and silence him in a permanent fashion. The situation hadn't come to that, though. Vase was 90% certain that the polymath's ring did not yield any fruitful results. Whatever else the ring might have detected in his body and mind were completely trivial compared to the possible presence of another metal scroll fragment. Ever since the MTA and CFA secretly rebelled from the Five Scrolls Compact, the metal scroll had broken into pieces and became lost. That was what Vase really knew about it. He did not know how many fragments existed and where they were located. Given the immense size of human space, he thought that the odds of actually encountering another fragment of the metal scroll was so statistically low that it was practically impossible for him to meet with one in his lifetime. He hadn't accounted for the possibility that another fragment holder would proactively seek him out, though. Vase maintained his nervous smile as he awaited what the polymath might say next. There was no need to disguise any of his apprehension. Any random person that had just undergone such a violent scanning process would react the same way. Showing weakness and vulnerability was natural. Vase was grateful for that as it made it easier for him to process all of his realizations. Then, the polymath spoke again. Let us drop with the pretense, Mr. Larkinson. You are a Mech designer, but that is not your sole identity. My scans have detected numerous anomalies that should not be present in normal journeyman Mech designers. Oh, had Vase failed to maintain his secret? Had he given himself away by worrying so much about his system? You are not only aware of the existence of the secret organization that is known as the Five Scrolls Compact, but you are also making use of its heritage to further your own career. The look on the polymath's face showed that she was not receptive to false denials. Vase recalled that Jovi warned him that he should never lie or make excuses about himself in front of this great personality. Though he felt highly conflicted about what he was about to say next, it was a much better alternative than admitting that he was a system holder. Yes. Vase lowered his head as he tried his best to exaggerate his defeated reaction. You are correct, Your Excellency. I don't know any details, but my mother had relations with the Compact. Over the course of my life, I have also managed to cross paths with agents and members of this cult. These encounters weren't pleasant for me. I barely survived them, One of the reasons why I was so eager to move to the Red Ocean was to get away from those deranged and murderous cultists. He revealed more to one of the most powerful individuals of human space than he had ever done before, and he felt utterly vulnerable because of it. He did not share his secrets easily, and being put in a position where he had no choice but to do so was awful. It also made him feel liberated. For too long, he had been dancing around the truth, even knowing that the MTA had kept him under observation for a long amount of time. The problem was that Vase couldn't restrain himself. Even knowing that the Simile Halifax had quietly studied him and his clan for several months, he did not stop with creating new design spirits or performing other spiritual shenanigans. Though he made a decent effort to obfuscate his actions, there was no way the MTA was stupid. Right now, one of the smartest humans in existence happened to be sitting on the other side of the table. He knew that if he didn't feed her information that conformed to her own analysis on him, she would continue to press him until he coughed up his secrets anyway. By being forthcoming on his own accord, he could at least massage the information that he exposed on his own accord. Earlier, he chose his words carefully. They put a definite separation between him and the compact. He made it clear that even if he was using some of the methods and techniques that were commonly associated with the Five Scrolls Compact, he was one of its enemies rather than its allies. The polymath expressly relaxed her posture to a tiny degree. Thank you for being honest. We have already made this conclusion since Moira Willix repeatedly came into contact with you, but it is good that you have not resorted to your usual routine of evasions. Vase helplessly chuckled. I had a feeling that it wouldn't work against someone of your caliber. You would be surprised by those who believe they can outsmart a star designer. She spoke in a bland tone that nonetheless conveyed a lot of pride and arrogance. What do you know of the compact, in brief? Not much, Vase admitted. My mother did not pass on much after she died. I used the advantages that she provided me to help my development as a mech designer. That is all I wanted, actually. I never asked to get entangled by this whole compact business. I later learned that there are supposedly 5 sacred scrolls, of which a few are lost and others have fallen into various hands. The polymath didn't look surprised at what he knew. Although this is shallow information, it is nonetheless dangerous. I trust you have not been divulging it any further. Definitely. I kept my mouth shut even though I sometimes had to make difficult decisions that do not make sense if people are not aware of the full picture. Good mindset. Letting them know about the cult will not do them any good. Maintain this discipline or bear the consequences of having a loose tongue. I will never say anything. Vase promised. The polymath scrutinized Vase for a moment. Let us move on. Now that you have admitted your connection to the compact, we need to hear what mechs mean to you. Please describe your goals and ambitions. Shouldn't the MTA know about this already? Vase didn't hesitate, though. He knew that this was another test, so he made sure to rouse his full passion. I love mechs, he began. I grew up with mechs. My entire life has revolved around mechs. Though there were times that I didn't like them, I did my best to dedicate my lives to them in my own way. Even though I really wanted to be a mech pilot like my fellow Larkinson family members, I have grown to embrace my current career path. Mechs are the alpha and the omega to my life. No goal is more important to me than achieving greatness by developing the best and strongest mechs. What of your increasingly versatile and growing psionic capabilities? The powerful woman asked. You say that you wish to dedicate yourself to designing mechs, but your activities do not entirely match up with your assertions. You have not only begun to consort with immensely powerful psionic beings, you have also invested a great amount of energy and thought with creating them by your own hand. These are impressive feats that have much greater potential than what you can ever do as a journeyman mech designer. Vase took a deep breath and placed his hand on his chest. I am a mech designer. Designing mechs is the basis of my passion and ambitions. While it is true that I have dabbled in fields that my mother has enabled me to pursue, I think it is clear that my efforts have only ever gone on to better my mech design-related work. Living mechs, glows, totems, companion spirits and so on only exist because I want to serve mech pilots better. Given the effectiveness of my mech designs and the great satisfaction of all my users, I believe that I have done a good job at that. The star designer remained silent for a moment before she slowly nodded a single time. Spoken like a true mech designer. We are greatly reassured by your statement. You may possess additional powers, but your unequivocal declaration leaves little doubt where your passion truly lies. The Five Scrolls Compact abhor mechs and do not look at them in favor. In the perspective of the cultists that you rightfully fear, mechs are a perversion of what is right. That was an interesting detail to know about. Vase already had plenty of reasons to dread and hate the Five Scrolls Compact, but this was certainly another one. He would never be able to get along with an organization that wanted to get rid of mechs. The atmosphere between them grew a little warmer. Both of them recognized each other as mech designers at heart. No matter how far they branched out over the course of their lives, they always valued their root in mech design the most. This common bond transcended much of the extreme difference in status between the two. Though Vase still reminded himself that the polymath was not to be trifled with, as long as they were on good terms with each other, it was unlikely that anything bad would happen. The polymath briefly closed her eyes. Mr. Armelon has previously enlightened you about the latest developments in the Red Ocean. What is your opinion? There's a chance that the Five Scrolls Compact are the traitors that Armelon referred to. Are they? That remains to be seen. We are still investigating. We have only recently made this discovery. Vase adopted a concerned expression. Should I be worried about the compact in the Red Ocean, Your Excellency? If the cultists have already extended their presence here, I am wondering whether I should run any further. We are keeping a greater watch over the conquered territories of the Red Ocean. The powerful woman revealed. The Milky Way is too old, complex and expansive for us to properly track the members and agents of the compact, but that is not the case here. We are controlling the rate of migration to make sure that they cannot mingle with the masses so easily. We are determined to never grant the compact a foothold in another galaxy. Since we hold the only greater Beander gates that facilitate intergalactic travel, we already hold an immense advantage. He grew more reassured when he heard this. She was completely right. While well-hidden compact agents could still sneak through in small groups, it was impossible for entire cells and more to migrate to the Red Ocean all at once. Their power base in the new frontier would always be far behind in comparison to the MTA and CFA. I am glad to hear that, Your Excellency. Without the compact chasing after my back, I can concentrate on furthering my design philosophy in relative peace. I would not relax so soon if I were you. The compact's influence is still far and wide, and there are more immediate threats in the Red Ocean. Are you referring to the major alien races? No, the polymath shook her head. I am referring to the Common Fleet Alliance. Quote. Chapter 3658 Changing Society. Vase froze and thought for a moment. Why would the polymath, one of the smartest and most powerful mech designers of human civilization, state that the CFA was an immediate threat? Ever since the invasion of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy commenced, Vase thought that the MTA was at its height. After all, with half of the Milky Way still in the hands of old enemies, why would the mechers support the opening of a completely different front? The major alien races of the Red Ocean could not possibly pose a threat to human civilization. While their phase water-derived technology granted them unique technological possibilities, their population base and resource base were wholly inadequate. Advanced technology or not, Vase did not think the native races of the Red Ocean could halt the onslaught of humanity. As the principal actors of this invasion, the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance both stood to gain huge benefits. Not only would humanity's domain expand for the first time in centuries, but they could also harvest much of the phase water that was particularly abundant in this specific corner of the cosmos. Vase suddenly jerked. Face water, he uttered. This was the key element to the greater picture. Facewater not only enabled new forms of superluminal travel, but also enhanced the travel capabilities of existing starfaring technology. The development of the superdrives that essentially combined the advantages of Red Ocean-style warp drives with Milky Way-style FTL drives absolutely revolutionized human space travel. He continued when the polymath did not say anything. This has a profound impact on the speed and reach of our starships, both in real space and in the higher dimensions. Although phase water is too scarce to be popularized at the moment, the CFA will most definitely be retrofitting their battleships and other major warships with this new tech. Once their mobility is amplified by a wide degree, their force projection capabilities will become a lot scarier. At the very least, the warfleets stationed in different star clusters won't be as isolated anymore. Their new superdrives enable them to reinforce or reposition themselves in a matter of days instead of weeks. The polymath faintly nodded. You are correct, Mr. Larkinson. The drastic changes that widespread availability of phase water has engendered has many implications for humanity. The Common Fleet Alliance benefits most of all as phase water grants much greater benefits to starships as opposed to mechs. Even if we can make our most powerful battle machines traverse the stars, it is still a relatively inefficient mode of travel and force projection. The balance of power will shift. Vase realized. Both the MTA and CFA will grow stronger after digesting the spoils of the Red Ocean, but your rival will gain most of all. This might cause the fleeters to push for concessions. He raised his head and looked into the polymath's eyes. He never thought it would be possible for him to get so close to an actual living legend, let alone hold a discussion with such a great figure. This entire meeting was still surreal to him. Pretty much every mech designer alive would become incredibly envious if they learned that a young journeyman of all people had obtained a star designer's personal attention. Of course, Vase did not have any illusions that someone as high up as the polymath actually cared about his opinions. He already figured that her primary goal was to follow up on a lead of a fragment of the metal scroll. Now that it seemed she would not be able to fulfill her dream, there wasn't much of a reason for her to stay here anymore. It would be a waste for her to leave straight away. Since Vase still held value outside the metal scroll, she might as well stick for a while longer and offer guidance. The Common Fleet Alliance will change. Humanity will also change as a result. The polymath stated, "Our association will do its best to stand in the way against any changes we deem undesirable, but if our right to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel becomes compromised, then we may not be able to block every change. If I may ask, Your Excellency, what sort of changes do the fleeters have in store?" The polymath looked away for a moment. The fleeters have always been dissatisfied with how humanity is run. In the beginning, they rightfully took possession of the warships formerly in control of human star empires. However, as the Common Fleet Alliance continues to grow more isolated and detached from human society, dangerous undercurrents have appeared. One faction advocates for the limited allowance of the use of warships by lesser human forces. It is well known that most pioneers in the Red Ocean are outmatched by alien remnant forces. Vase grew concerned. Will anyone be able to operate an armed warship? That is the stated goal of this faction. I do not have to tell you how much this measure will negatively impact the mech industry and your own prospects. We are of the opinion that humanity is not ready for the reintroduction of warships as mechs have yet to achieve parity with humanity's premier weapon platform. He agreed with her. The mech industry needed more time. The gap between mechs and warships was closing with each generation that passed, but he estimated that it would still take a lot of centuries before mechs gained a decisive advantage. From the perspective of average people such as myself, warships are considerably more convenient to use, especially in space warfare. He added his opinion. A single decently equipped destroyer can wipe out hundreds of mechs before they can even get close. Manning the warships is also a lot less complicated because there is no demand for genetic aptitude. Mechs are smaller and more flexible, but they are also fragile and less efficient in these kinds of engagements. If humans really get the chance to make use of warships, I bet there will be tons of forces that will dump most of their mechs or only reserve them for planetary occupation missions or something. A heavyweight lingered in the mist-filled air. No matter whether they were journeymen or star designers, both of them would suffer substantial setbacks if the CFA had its way. This is not the most frightening threat from the Common Fleet Alliance. The star designer ominously said, "There are fleeters that harbor more radical intentions. I shall not burden you with them, but know that while the CFA consists of fellow humans such as ourselves, they are anything but allies of human civilization. They are more akin to leeches that seek to drain our society of all of its values so that they can pursue their own ideals by themselves. It is the job of the MTA to safeguard the true human race and protect it against any threats that seek to weaken it in any fashion." Vase felt overwhelmed by what the star designer said. Her vision and concerns were so much greater and broader than his own. Though he felt concerned by what she said as well, he was not a fellow star designer who could hold his own against the polymath. His doubts must have been obvious to her because she gave him a small smile. It is never too early for mech designers to concern themselves about the future of their profession, Mr. Larkinson. Your rank and status may be low, but your capabilities are anything but. What we have learned from monitoring you and your work gives us hope that you may one day be able to contribute to the victory of mechs against warships. Vase felt flattered. It wasn't every day that a genuine star designer complimented his work. That is a highly optimistic judgment of myself, Your Excellence. He humbly bent his head. While I have great ambitions, I do not feel I have made enough accomplishments to merit your kind words. The polymath adopted an intrigued expression. There is no need for you to engage in unnecessary modesty. You are far beyond any journeyman and you know it. Your success in developing both your design philosophy and your more esoteric abilities has turned you into a unique mech designer that may very well transform our entire society. Vase floated on clouds by now. Though he was a bit frightened by the fact his attempts to downplay his capabilities failed, he did not think that the polymath had any hostile intentions at this time. The premise here is that you will be able to advance to master. Do not grow complacent. Many talented and special mech designers wished to transform our society as well. I worked and lived alongside many of them. As of now, they are still journeymen or seniors while I have long become a star designer. That was because the polymath advanced way too quickly. She wasn't even 2 centuries old. All of her old buddies should still have a lot of life left in them. Perhaps they might truly get close one day. I understand, Your Excellency. I have never rested on my laurels and I do not intend to do so anytime soon. While I am happy with the strength of my living mechs, I know that they can be so much more. What do you know about Mr. S, the individual we presume to be your benefactor? The polymath suddenly asked as she gained a sharper intensity. Vase jerked again. One moment, the polymath praised his accomplishments. The next moment, she adopted the persona of an interrogator. The switch was too abrupt and Vase was caught off guard. Though he expected the MTA to bring up Mr. S. Answer me this instant. The polymath had rapidly pushed him into a corner. Vase had to give her an answer quickly, but that left him with little time to come up with a way to maintain the fiction that he had built up in his prior talks with Master Willix. He had to strain his verbal skill more than any other time in his life. Mr. S. is an extremely skilled mech designer. He's much better than anyone else that I have ever met, though I'm not sure how well he measures up against you. From what little I have seen of his design skills, he's either an extremely skilled master or, all of this was technically true, though Vase deliberately played word games by confusing the meaning of some of his words. Though he completely believed he told the truth, what the polymath did not know was that Mr. S. stood for the mech designer system instead of an actual human being. When he appraised Mr. S's design skill, he solely based his judgment on the output of the superpublish function. Naturally, Vase did not go out of his way to expose his word games. Vase was glad that he already had practice with employing this means of deception. Would his performance be able to pass muster in front of a star designer? That was not something that he could afford to worry about at this moment. Just thinking about it might give his thoughts away, so he resolutely embraced his lies as much as possible. What is your means of contact with Mr. S? The polymath quickly asked. Can you initiate communication with him at this time? Vase did his best to look helpless as he offered her a response. I have only ever contacted him through my comm, Your Excellency. As for your request, I am afraid I cannot meet your demand. Mr. S has been out of contact with me for a while. I'm on my own, not that we have ever contacted each other too much. Anyway, I may have benefited significantly from his help and guidance in the early years of my career, but I am a journeyman now. I am wholly capable of progressing my design philosophy on my own. I do not necessarily want his help anymore. He spoke all of these words with his true conviction, which would hopefully sell the impression that he was speaking the truth. The polymath showed more emotion than before this time. She did not hide her disappointment, which was odd since she was always in control since they began their conversation. I owe a debt to Mr. S. She was freely exposed. To be more exact, I must pay back a sum of 890 million MTA credits or substantially more if we account for inflation. What? Vase was gobsmacked. Chapter 3659 Past Future Debt. Vase learned a couple of facts in a short amount of time. First, the polymath had previous dealings with Mr. S, who technically wasn't supposed to exist. Second, their relations had developed to such a degree that she somehow came to believe she had to pay back 890 million MTA credits to Mr. S. There was no need to hide his utter befuddlement at this revelation. 890 million MTA credits was an unimaginably huge sum to him. He could not imagine getting his hands on that much money in the next decade or even 5 decades. The polymath's debt was equivalent to 7,416,666 Honbach handbags. Gloriana would drown in Puelmer leather articles before she could enjoy all of them. In fact, Vase seriously doubted that Honbach employed enough craftsmen to make all of those bags in a timely manner. Even if it could, the prices would definitely fluctuate based on supply and demand. If he was able to get his hands on 890 million MTA credits, then he would instantly command the expeditionary fleet to head straight back to the nearest first-class central star node. Once he returned to one of the Big Two's public strongholds, he would instantly splurge all of that money on first-class starships and mechs. Though he wouldn't be able to gain as much as he wanted, he could at least form the nucleus of a first-class force. This would make him qualified to enter the upper zones where there were much more riches and fortune available. The upper zones was where the major alien races that had long dominated the Red Ocean truly obtained their prosperity from. The dangerous zones was where most of the phase water in this dwarf galaxy could be found. Although the danger coefficient in these places was much higher, there was no faster way for him to uplift his clan into a first-class organization. This course of action would allow him to skip decades of long and steady growth and development. Vase would not have to waste so much time playing with inferior second-class goods when he could quickly achieve parity with Jovi Armelon. As he entertained more and more fantasies about what he could do with so much money, he carefully offered the polymath a suggestion. If you want, I could hold your repayment on your behalf. When Mr. S. comes into contact again, I can transfer the funds to him straight away. Once the system finished its lengthy upgrade cycle, Vase planned to do exactly that. Naturally, there was no way that it would take a liking for human money. When the system inevitably rejected the money, Vase could make an excuse about how Mr. S. didn't need the MTA credits and just threw the sum to his pupil. This simple but ingenious plan would allow Vase to rightfully claim the 890 million MTA credits. Unfortunately for him, the polymath's expression did not show any indication that she was receptive towards his helpful proposal. I am burdened with this debt for many years. She calmly responded. I do not enjoy the fact that this small sum has been weighing on my mind for longer than is necessary, yet I will not choose convenience over what is right. I will pay him back in person when I have the opportunity to meet with him. You can pass my message on to Mr. S. I will, Your Excellency. Damn, his plan to enrich himself with an immense fortune had failed. It might be a small sum to her current self, but it was an absolute fortune to him and his clan. A star designer was not that easy to manipulate. Knowing that the polymath supposedly had relations with Mr. S. was a huge revelation to Vase. At first, it should be impossible. Vase did not recall ever meeting with the polymath. There were 3 realistic possibilities why the star designer made this claim. First, she was lying about owing a debt to Mr. S. This was the simplest and most realistic possibility. Though Vase didn't think that someone like the polymath deigned to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel. Any lies? Vase knew that she already engaged in a form of misdirection in order to keep her presence in the Davut system a secret. Perhaps this was her way of trying to persuade Vase to get into contact with Mr. S. Second, she was telling the truth, but she mistook the identity of the creditor. This was not an implausible case. Maybe the polymath hung out with someone who kept his identity a secret and subsequently guessed that this individual was Mr. S. Third, maybe her claim was literally true. The polymath truly owed a debt to Mr. S. or actually Vase. The only way that this could be true was that Vase used the system to go on another mastery experience at some point in the future. This would subsequently propel his consciousness to the past where he would somehow get into contact with a past version of the polymath. He already began to get headaches as he thought about all of the convoluted actions that he would make in the future but had already transpired in the past. If this third possibility was true, then Vase obtained a definitive answer on how the system's time travel shenanigans affected his reality. All of the mastery experiences that he would undertake in the future had already made its mark to the current timeline. Of course, this wasn't actually helpful information. He had no idea how many master experiences he would go through and how he altered the normal progression of history. All he knew was that the system would definitely return at a point in the future and that Vase would live long enough to use it at least one more time. We are related to each other, the polymath stated. What, was the polymath a Larkinson? How could she possibly make such a shocking revelation all of a sudden? Mr. S. and I are acquainted with each other. She calmly continued. I do not know how much he has taught you, but according to our standards you are qualified to be his disciple. Whether this status is official or not is of no concern. What is important is that you are one of the mech designers that is carrying on a part of his legacy. In fact, you are doing more than that. You have successfully branched out and found your own direction. Was Vase misinterpreting her earlier statement? What does this have to do with what you said earlier? Vase carefully asked. The mech design community can be a small world, especially at the top. There are not that many star designers in existence and most of us are in frequent contact with each other. We occasionally teach lessons or provide assistance to the disciples of our peers whenever it can help. Vase inwardly sighed in relief. He didn't know what he would think if he was actually blood related to the legendary polymath. Then, are you offering to provide assistance to me? He asked with a hopeful expression. As I have stated earlier, you are doing well. You do not require any further assistance. This may be why Mr. S. is not in contact with you anymore. Continued reliance on a greater authority will only distort your progression, which is not helpful to your chances of advancing to master. He became disappointed. Any form of aid from someone as powerful as a woman who could stand on an equal level to a galactic mech counselor would be of immense value. However, the polymath smiled. I do not think highly of all of the decisions that Mr. S has made. With his proven capabilities, he can be of immense service to the Mech Trade Association and humanity as a whole. He does not need to hide in the shadows and make himself elusive to the point where our best trackers have failed to find his trace. This is a troubling pattern of behavior. Whether he disagrees with our policies or not, the Mech Trade Association is diverse enough to accommodate all opinions, even those that advocate for its dissolution. Vase made a slightly risky remark. I heard from Master Vendar Patricus Bowderin that the Cosmopolitans aren't welcome in the MTA. The powerful woman sneered. This was the first time he saw so much naked contempt from the star designer. As undesirable as the Unbound Humanity faction, the Dissolution faction and even the factions aligned to the first-rate superstates may be, their hearts are ultimately in the right place. She stated, each of their members have their own visions on what will make humanity and the mech industry stronger. That is why their radical ideas are tolerated in our association. The past adherents of cosmopolitanism have proven that their ideology is not deserving of this treatment. The polymath truly did not think highly of cosmopolitanism. This made sense as she was one of the leading figures of the MTA survivalist faction, a group that was highly concerned with the survival and the continuation of the human race. The people in the past who believed that humanity should engage with their alien neighbors eventually served the interests of their inhuman masters. Even after several millennia had gone by, the hatred and ill feelings towards this group had yet to fade. Do you suspect that Mr. S. is a cosmopolitan? He is a cosmopolitan, she immediately answered as if to show there was no shadow of a doubt of her judgment. It is a great regret that a mech designer of his stature has aligned himself to a lost and discredited cause. For what it is worth, I believe he truly means well. There are still a large number of sympathetic human beings who believe that human civilization can not only exist alongside alien civilizations, but that we can also befriend or even merge with them. These romantic ideals are painfully misguided, but even the best of us have fallen for them, as evidenced by your teacher. I see. What is your stance towards cosmopolitanism? She asked. He didn't need to look in her eyes to know that she was paying careful attention to his answers. I don't know much about it, to be honest. He admitted. It's so rare that everything I've heard about it comes from a limited number of sources. While I can understand why people support it, I am realistic enough to know that humanity has long burned that bridge. We will never gain the trust of the aliens that we have attacked, and we do not even need to make these attempts. Perhaps this may be a viable way for humanity to survive during the Age of Stars, but we have become much more powerful now that we can easily take care of ourselves. Given this condition, it is logical to eliminate the sentient alien races in our vicinity in order to eliminate as many hidden dangers as possible. The polymath softened a bit and smiled. That is a proper, logical argument. I am relieved to see that you have not inherited your teacher's cosmopolitan ideals. I do not want to get kicked out of human society. I like it here. Even though I may dabble with intelligent life forms, I never want them to supplant the human race or anything. I support the MTA and don't want the good times we have to end. Unlike Joshua, who previously struggled against the idea of invading the Red Ocean, Vase had no qualms about it. He would kill 1 trillion aliens if he could profit from the act. Life was precious, but it had better be on his side. If not, he had no obligations to care about others. The polymath approved. Your views are good. I am glad to hear that you are not conflicted in any way. The longer you stay in the Red Ocean, the more it will challenge your views. Do not falter. The aliens deserve no sympathy. She really hated aliens. Chapter 3660 Revised Terms. Vase and the polymath grew significantly closer over the course of their discussion. Her acknowledgement that they were related in a professional manner, along with Vase proving that he was not a filthy alien lover, did not put them in the same camp, but they at least had more in common. He didn't know what star designers were like and never imagined that one would be so friendly and approachable. Of course, his identity and relations were a bit special, so the polymath might find it worth it to make an extra effort this time. As much as Vase wanted to keep chatting with this friendly star designer who occasionally revealed high-level news as if they were random gossip, a person of her stature didn't have all day to chat with Journeyman. "I cannot remain present here for an extended amount of time," she stated. "Let us discuss the proposal that you have initially offered to Mr. Armelon." Vase blinked for a moment. It took several seconds for him to recall how he attracted so much attention from the MTA to begin with. Several months went by since he last worked on the Fearless project. "I offered an exchange to him, yes," he carefully said. "If the MTA approves of my attempt to arm my mechs with larger and heavier luminaire crystal rifles, I agreed to contribute to the association by sharing one of my latest and most useful innovations." The polymath smiled and slightly leaned forward. "Indeed, your sense of duty is admirable, but I presume your application is not thoroughly tested as of yet, am I correct? I've used on a couple of people and they are all fine. Keddy's managed to become the first journeyman who is also a swordmaster due to the advantage that I bestowed. I am so confident in this invention that I have even applied it to myself and my immediate family. Those are reckless actions, but it appears this is your standard modus operandi." "I do not always have a choice, Your Excellency." Vase gently pushed back. "Life outside the protective umbrella of the Mech Trade Association is much more perilous. I don't have the time and luxury to take it slow. Sometimes, I am already under threat and am desperate enough to require an immediate boost of power. Many of my successful innovations have gone on to tilt the balance and allowed me to survive numerous different crises. I am not admonishing you, Mr. Larkinson. I am only making an observation. However, outside of emergency situations, it is better to control the risks to a greater degree. There are good reasons why proper research projects can take years, decades or even centuries to conclude. You should consider my words." This was quite an impactful message considering its source. The polymath was famed as a research-mad star designer. She branched out in so many different fields but still managed to generate a huge amount of successful advances in every discipline. Yet Vase did not give in to her advice. Her words may be appropriate in most cases, but he was not a nerd who holed himself up in one of the most secure research institutions in human space. He had already embarked on a grand expedition and was just about to lead his clan into untamed space. How could he possibly apply proper research methodologies when mechs and aliens were attacking him left and right? Vase wanted to move on from this topic. "Does the MTA approve of my companion spirits?" "Generally, no, and not because this invention of yours is untested," she stated. "Your qualifications as a psionic manipulator are highly dubious. The long-term consequences of your various creations are unknown. Rightfully speaking, it will take at least half a century of observation for us to obtain preliminary confidence in the safety of your companion spirits. Even then, we will never put our full trust in them if we are not able to break them down and reverse engineer their principles." This was not good news to Vase. "This is the same way you treat alien technology like luminaire crystal technology." "Indeed." The star designer nodded. "I hope you can see the parallels here. The only technology that humanity is allowed to use in a widespread manner is technology that is fully understood and replicable. Doesn't that mean that innovations like mine can still be used at a smaller scale, Your Excellency? I mean, I understand why your association holds this stance. You don't want alien technology to be used as a Trojan horse for hostile entities. However, it should be fine if we only keep companion spirits to ourselves and maybe a few other people, right?" "You are correct. We have held extensive discussions on this matter. To be honest, if Mr. Armelon himself did not indicate that he is eager to receive this augmentation, we would not allow you to apply it to any mecher. You are fortunate that he is willing to brave the risks and bear the consequences." It sounded as if Jovi truly helped Vase out this time. "I am grateful for his confidence in my work. I will not betray his trust." The polymath shook her head. "That is not enough, Mr. Larkinson. I not only need you to sign a secret contract, I also need you to make a more extensive promise to me. I do not want to leave open any possibility that you can manipulate, tamper or threaten a mech designer who may one day occupy a high position. Her concerns were understandable. If Vase truly wanted to, he could turn the companion spirit he intended to bestow to Jovi into a Trojan horse. With his spiritual engineering capabilities, he could think of several ways to accomplish this feat, hopefully without anyone growing wiser. Vase would never do that, though. Not only would he be acting against the best interests of his clients, he also didn't screw over someone he considered a friend. Jovi had helped him out numerous times, and it would be a profound betrayal if he sought to exploit the MTA journeyman. He just needed to convey his seriousness to the polymath. I promise that if I bestow a companion spirit to Mr. Jovi Armelon, I will provide what we have agreed upon and nothing more. The companion spirit will belong solely to Mr. Armelon, and I or anyone else will not possess any relations or means of spying or control with either of them. Regardless of what I can do to Jovi or his companion spirit, I will never exploit either of them to obtain confidential secrets related to the Mech Trade Association and its members in any way. He had to recite a lot more sentences which encompassed all kinds of scenarios before he was done. The polymath paid careful attention to him all this time for anything amiss. It didn't matter though, because he did not attempt to fudge his promise. Very well. The woman leaned back with a satisfied look. After this meeting, you may converse with Mr. Armelon about the details of your upcoming service. This will largely be a personal matter between yourself and him, so we will not pose any further demands with regards to the companion spirit. That sounded nice, but bestowing Jovi with his own little companion spirit was supposed to be a bribe. How could he provide such a valuable boon without getting anything in return? Your Excellency, about my heavy luminaire weapons, earlier, we briefly discussed the threat posed by the Common Fleet Alliance. She said, I did not bring it up without cause. The CFA already stands to grow stronger when it has successfully incorporated phase water technology in its battleships. If these enormous vessels are armed with luminaire crystal weapons that can be scaled to a cataclysmic level, our ace mechs and god mechs may lose their advantages that we have relied upon to hold our ground against the CFA. Oh, that did not sound so good. However, if you can truly deliver upon your promise to secure your tech with unbreakable security measures, then we may be persuaded to grant you an exemption. Really, ma'am? Vase became enthusiastic again. This was great news. He could finally resume his work on the Fearless project if the MTA no longer stood in his way. Even though the project was horribly behind compared to his other ones, at least he would have a more effective answer against expert mechs in future battles. I am not finished yet, she stated as she pinned him with a serious gaze. You must secure all of your luminaire crystal weapons with this protective safeguard, even the ones that you have already made, such as the main weapon of your Amaranto. If you cannot accomplish this task within a year, then I shall order Mr. Armelon to confiscate your clan's existing luminaire crystal weapons and seize all of your existing research files on this tech. We will also insist that you never conduct any research and development activities on any form of luminaire technology again unless you have our express authorization. This was too much. Vase almost wanted to rise from his seat. I cannot accept these terms, Your Excellency. This does not conform to my prior agreement with Master Willix. The polymath did not accept this excuse. I believe she has explicitly mentioned to you that the agreement that you are referring to is subject to change. Well, I am changing it right now. We have a much more thorough estimation of the potential of luminaire crystal technology and what it can do. The Common Fleet Alliance has shown more worrying signs as of late, so the possibility that the fleeters can exploit your tech is of much greater concern. He had no choice but to abide by these revised terms. The MTA was in charge here and everyone knew it. He bowed his head. As you say, then. I will endeavor to come up with a protective measure as soon as possible. Can you tell me how secure it will have to be? I would be able to work more effectively if I become aware of the standard that you wish to apply. The star designer paused for a second. We will approve of your security measure if I am unable to crack it. That should be an appropriate standard. Vase gulped. This was quite a huge demand. He had no idea how powerful she was, let alone her capables in the spiritual arena. Even though most mech designers were fairly inept when it came to spiritual manipulation and spiritual perception, he had a feeling that star designers were quite different from the norm. I do not have a good impression of this standard of yours. Could you give me a demonstration? It was a presumptuous request, but the polymath appeared to be in a good enough mood to assent. If that is what you wish, get ready. Please summon your companion spirit. Blinky, come out. It's safe. Vase called. Moreau, the intangible, purple star cat carefully emerged out of his head. Even though the polymath contained herself so well that not even a cat as sensitive as Blinky could figure out her depth, the companion spirit was still frightened. The polymath raised her hand and somehow exerted an effect that caused Blinky to uncontrollably fly to her hand. Vase was shocked and frightened at this seemingly casual display of power. If she could do something like this without breaking a sweat, then what could she truly do if she got serious? Moreau. Though Blinky squirmed in the polymath's grip, she did not treat him harshly. Interesting. This is an interesting specimen. I can see that it is truly a part of yourself that you have turned into another facet. I have encountered many fascinating inventions in my life. I made many of them in fact. I have never created anything comparable to this, however. Fascinating. Though Vase was glad to receive the praise of someone of her stature, he also grew worried about what she might do next. Chapter 3661 Endless Knowledge. This was the first time that Vase revealed his companion spirit to someone this powerful. This was also the first time that the polymath encountered such a unique manifestation of power. Her boundless curiosity and her research inclinations couldn't help but come forward at this time. She loosened the restraints on her immense strength and gradually began to reveal the majesty that a star designer possessed. Vase turned still as he sensed the arrival of a presence that surpassed anything he had ever encountered. Moreau. Blinky helplessly squirmed and shook in place as the cat felt a piercing glance trying to scour through his intangible body. The poor purple spiritual cat never felt so exposed in his short existence. As the polymath continued to make observations of the companion spirit's intangible makeup in her own way, she apparently made headway because her expression increasingly betrayed her thirst for more. Vase recognized that look on the polymath's face. It was similar to his own whenever he came up with a brilliant new mech concept or spiritual invention. Whenever he got into this mood, his caution and his morals melted away. Now, he sensed the same reaction from the polymath as her obsession overpowered her previous stance. Vase increasingly felt as if he was being dipped into a foreign ocean. It was like the unfolding of a saint kingdom, but different. He still recalled what it was like to enter the domain field generated by Saint Yulamerika and the Olympus Mons. The combination between Ace Pilot and Ace Mech was one of the most powerful manifestations he had ever experienced, even exceeding the strength and potency of the dark gods. The only entity that he had confronted that was more powerful than that was the Temple Protector from the Five Scrolls Compact that he and his mother had once confronted. The high-ranking cultist who came all the way from the ruined temple in the Galactic Center was truly the closest thing to an all-powerful being that he had ever had the pleasure of meeting. However, now that the polymath was slowly unveiling her own might, Vase had an inkling that the apparent holder of another fragment of the metal scroll may not be any weaker. His spiritual senses became flooded with so much power that he had to dull them in order to avoid getting burned. It already took a lot of mental reinforcement for him to retain his wits in this situation. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. The polymath commented as her eyes glowed in a blazing silver. I have examined many powerful psionic manipulators and their horrid experiments, but your invention is completely different. Only the most confident or radical researchers would ever be willing to experiment on themselves. You should be dead or mentally damaged from what you have done, but somehow you have mitigated the damage that you have done to yourself. How was she able to figure all of that out? The more she deciphered Blinky's makeup, the more Vase realized that star designers were truly in another league. Her spiritual perception and understanding of spirituality turned out to be a lot better than Master Willix and any other master mech designer that he had met. The polymath wasn't even finished. The more she wanted to learn, the more she began to expose her true self to Vase and Blinky. The air around them began to distort. Even though the space around them wasn't subjected to any storms, Vase felt as if the polymath's awe-inspiring spirituality was overriding reality just by existing. The air around the table and the chairs glowed as silver flashes of light began to dance around them. The concentration of this phenomena was a lot higher around the polymath's mind, making it seem she had turned into an enormous star. As the pressure around her grew heavier, the dots of lights began to resolve into more elaborate constructs. Symbols and formulas began to take shape. The formulas that described reality started out with simple ones such as F equals ma. However, they grew more complicated as the length and complexity of the formulas quickly exceeded his own knowledge base. More science and engineering-related phenomena appeared around the polymath. Echoes of diagrams, theoretical models, mech designs, lab machines and even traditional books sprung from the polymath's immensely powerful spirit. In fact, to call it her spirit was a great disservice to its actual form. Her true nature was vastly more powerful than the pitiful design seed that he bore in his mind. It was like a blazing sun that was not only fully activated, but fully radiated its influence beyond this chamber and beyond the Davut system through unknown channels. The polymath was like a beacon in the dark, illuminating entire galaxies and perhaps beyond with her intellectual brilliance. Knowledge was not only a means to an end to her, it was the basis of existence and the essence that sustained her existence. Though Vase tried to remain calm and rational in front of the star designer, her presence was so high and mighty that he simply couldn't stop himself from getting affected. As someone who valued knowledge highly and always sought to expand his own understanding of mechs, spirituality, life and other fields, much of what the polymath centered around resonated with his consciousness. He couldn't resist opening himself up to her domain or whatever it was called. Though he risked getting contaminated by her influence, he was quite confident in himself. He just wanted to take a peek. As he slightly lowered his defenses, he purposefully allowed himself to get affected by the polymath's vast domain. The pressure that the polymath exerted on him was a lot higher. He came into direct contact with both familiar and unfamiliar elements. It only took an instant for him to recognize that the polymath actually possessed an abundant amount of high-level metal spiritual energy. Ever since he confronted Cassandra's true self, he speculated that one of the biggest hurdles that star designers had to overcome was to convert their mech spiritual attribute into metal spiritual energy. Given how much the polymath possessed this spiritual attribute in abundance, Vase gained a lot more support for this theory. This wasn't all, though. Though the polymath's spiritual domain was so strong that Vase could only tentatively identify its strongest attributes, he was still able to sense that it contained another powerful aspect. Knowledge. No, not quite. Perhaps the polymath started out with obsessing over knowledge, but just like with her preoccupation for mechs, she had upgraded it into a higher-level spiritual attribute and principle. Vase tried his best to parse and categorize the high-level spiritual energy that the polymath possessed in abundance. Truth. This was the best word to describe what he was currently sensing. It seemed fitting considering that it had become a lot more active around Blinky. Through his connection with his own companion spirit, Vase was able to feel the polymath's incredibly powerful domain piercing deeper and deeper into Blinky's own spiritual makeup. Not even the spiritual cat's extremely complicated spiritual digestion and conversion mechanisms remained free from the scouring light of the polymath's inexhaustible curiosity. The formulas and symbols around the polymath bloomed even further as she derived a lot of insights from studying Blinky. It made Vase feel awfully exposed. Nobody wanted to be examined to such an invasive degree, but there was no way he could deny a star designer. As Vase increasingly became exposed by the polymath's powerful domain, he began to get affected by it in a different way. His mind began to revolve faster as he started figuring out new theories. His eyes widened as numerous confusing matters suddenly didn't look so insurmountable to him anymore. As the intangible symbols and formulas generated by the polymath's domain passed through his head, he even began to comprehend theories that he had never studied before. New, foreign and even forbidden knowledge that the polymath had collected over the years began to pour through his mind. He suddenly knew how to design an aquatic mech. He gained so much insight about crystals that he could immediately start designing first-class luminaire crystal rifles. He learned the principles behind both warp drive technology and FTL drive technology. He comprehended how teleportation technology worked and how to design his own teleportation device. He even understood the secret behind expert mechs. So it's like that, he had led the design of several expert mech design projects and contributed to several more. From mechs like the Dark Zephyr to the upcoming Minerva project, each of them possessed power far beyond what their parts were able to bestow. Though Vase knew enough that expert pilots and their ability to resonate with expert mechs was responsible for generating a lot of extra power, he had no clue how this worked and how he could possibly design a mech that could resonate with any mech pilot. Now he knew. The theory behind it was such a surprise that Vase tried his best to delve deeper into it while he still could. Moments like these were extremely rare, and this might be his only opportunity to learn what expert mechs represented from the perspective of arguably the smartest and most knowledgeable mech designer in existence. Yet even as he tried to pick and choose what he wanted to learn, the polymath's domain grew even stronger, causing Vase to become flooded by a tsunami of knowledge. I lost it. Where did it go? All of that interesting knowledge on crystals, superluminal travel and most importantly expert mechs made way for other pieces of scientific information. There was so much of it that Vase could hardly hang onto one theoretical framework only for it to get pushed aside by a manual on how to treat brain damage. That subsequently made way for other valuable knowledge. So much truth and understanding cycled through his mind that Vase almost couldn't take it any longer. He screamed and clutched his head as it started to get overloaded by knowledge and energy that he was not qualified to handle. Suddenly, the pressure disappeared. It faded so abruptly that it was as if the polymath simply pressed the off switch. As soon as she retracted her powerful domain, the remarkable phenomena around her person no longer dazzled the immediate area. Everything returned to calm and the white mist continued to dominate the chamber. Vase took a lot of deep breaths as he recovered from this unique and extraordinary experience. His mind was worn out and his spirit became listless due to his exertions. Much to his dismay, he recalled none of the pieces of knowledge that the polymath radiated from her domain. It's gone. It's all gone. He felt an enormous yearning in his heart to recapture all of that fantastic knowledge. If he was able to retain just 2 or 3 theories, he could easily advance his own design prowess by a huge margin. I have studied enough. The polymath interrupted silence as she returned to her restrained persona. Though your techniques are crude, the ingenuity and effectiveness of your methods are undeniable. You truly have a gift in this area. She let go of Blinky, allowing the aggrieved companion spirit to zip back to Vess's mind. Muro. Vase gazed at the polymath with an expression that contained both awe and fear. What was that, Your Excellency? She smiled as if she predicted that he would ask this question. That, Mr. Larkinson, is the culmination of my work, she answered. The members of the 5 Scrolls Compact worship mythical beings referred to as the immortal gods. The cultists believe in them because the gods must be immensely powerful in order to create the sacred scrolls. What are star designers, exactly? The polymath smiled. Many people have equated us as gods. Those who have gone through the same experience as yours have even begun to view me as the god of knowledge. Vase really couldn't blame them. What the polymath could do with her knowledge was far beyond anything he had ever seen from a mech designer. A part of him still felt the urge to prostrate before this supreme individual. All of these views are wrong. The star designer said, as much as my capabilities seem beyond you, I am still a human. The difference between the vast majority of people in our society and myself is that I am a more complete human. A more complete human. The polymath slowly nodded. I am no longer defective. Chapter 3662. The deficiency of humankind. Vase was not a religious person. He abhorred any forms of superstition. Yet at this moment, he came dangerously close to converting to a belief. The part of him that derived the most satisfaction from experiencing the polymath's incredibly exceptional domain was completely enchanted. Compared to her powerful spirituality, all of the other spiritual entities he was acquainted with were wholly inferior. The Unending One, the Superior Mother, xianxia and even Vulcan may be regarded as gods by certain groups, but to Vase they were merely pretenders to the real thing. A real god ought to be a lot closer to the polymath. He would do anything to replicate even a fraction of this domain and the endless amount of knowledge it was able to bestow. Once this meeting was over, he wanted to return to his personal workshop and build a shrine dedicated to the polymath straight away. He vigorously shook his head. What the hell was he thinking? Even if the polymath was truly the closest person to becoming a god of knowledge, it was completely out of the question for him to bow his head to any other entity. He was his own man. Vase desired to become a star designer himself one day. Though it might take a century or two, once he arrived at this height through his own efforts, he no longer had a reason to worship the polymath as if she was a deity. By that time, other people would mistake him as a god. As he successfully managed to center himself, the polymath gave him an acknowledging nod. She made it seem as if he had passed another test. Now that he thought about it, there was no need for the polymath to unfold her domain in such a dramatic fashion. She exerted such fine control over her own prowess that she could have limited the effects to studying Blinky and nothing more. Vase could only conclude that she deliberately made a show out of her power for ulterior motives. Fortunately, the polymath didn't keep him in suspense. With your knowledge, abilities and heritage, you will attract the attention of the 5 Scrolls Compact sooner or later. She said in a calm tone of voice that was so much more restrained than when she was excited. The cultists will try to capture you. If that does not work, they will attempt to tempt you instead. They will do so by promising to help you develop your powers and elevate you into a god. Do not accept these temptations. You are a mech designer, and our trajectory is no weaker than their own. Star designers such as myself are powerful in ways that you cannot imagine. What I have demonstrated to you is only a glimpse of what I am capable of. I am not even the strongest among us. There are older star designers who have made many strides. There is no limit that can halt our progress. Vase was already committed to pursuing the pinnacle of mech design, so he hardly needed the polymath's reminder to stay true to himself. Nevertheless, he appreciated the preview that she provided. He felt a lot more reassured that mech designers were not weak in the spiritual arena. Though all of the knowledge that the polymath's domain bestowed upon him had disappeared, Vase still retained the observations and insights that he made himself. He could recall his overall impression of the polymath's domain and deeply remembered its all-encompassing strength and spiritual properties. This was incredibly useful knowledge in itself. He had a much more concrete idea of what he was working towards. Even if he would inevitably develop a different domain based on his own design philosophy and spiritual attributes, he could still derive a lot of lessons from his earlier experience. This was the real gift from this little episode. Though it wouldn't be relevant for a long time, at least he was able to confirm a few theories and gain a clearer direction of what he was working towards. As Vase gradually came down from that indescribable rush, he recalled another remark that the polymath had made. There was no way that someone as smart and powerful as her would make any thoughtless remarks. There had to be more behind her earlier assertion. Your Excellency, earlier you stated that you were a human, but you also said something about not being defective anymore. Could you clarify what you mean by that? The polymath gave him an indulgent smile. You are a mech designer, not a child. You should be able to deduce the implications behind my words yourself, especially if you have heard about the related theory before. Vase quietly ran through his thoughts, which wasn't easy given all of the pressure he endured. The most immediate implication of your statement is that humans who are weaker than star designers are defective in a way. He began. They have a fault that makes them lesser than what they can be. Only by repairing their defects will they be able to attain strength akin to gods. Is that what you were trying to convey? You have captured the most essential fact, Mr. Larkinson. This theory originated from the Five Scrolls Compact. If its members haven't already enlightened you to it, they will most certainly attempt to mesmerize you with it. While you generally should not believe any theories or beliefs espoused by this forbidden group, their description of humanity as a defective species is unfortunately correct. That was quite a frank admission. Vase felt tempted to clean his ears. Did the polymath truly admit the Five Scrolls Compact was correct in one of its theories? I am surprised to hear that, Your Excellency. Why? Because you mechers always try your best to stand up for humanity. Since I was young, my teachers and everyone around me constantly emphasized that we are strong and special in our own ways. You mechers also put a lot of effort into spreading these views. To hear you accept the view that most humans are defective is disappointing. How could he not? According to this theory, Vase was also a defective human. I do not begrudge your opinion. The polymath replied, our society has indeed attempted to elevate humankind into a special race. However, if you know what is possible and become aware of truths that I cannot share today, you will find that we are defective. He did not think that the polymath was lying. He just found it difficult to embrace the glass half empty perspective that she adopted. Instead of describing most of humanity as normal, she instead demoted ordinary people into defective products. That made powerful transcendence such as herself merely normal, instead of special. So this is what mech designers and other people are trying to work towards. Vase said with emotion in his voice. We are all born weak and faulty, and the only way to fix it all is to progress up to your level. Vase felt depressed at that. He wasn't worried about himself. If a fragment holder like the polymath was able to reach star designer, then so could he. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to progress as fast, but he had numerous advantages that provided him with a lot of confidence. What he was truly worried about was his loved ones. Gloriana would probably go bonkers if he told her that she was defective. Even if he didn't, Vase was not sure that she could bridge the enormous gap that separated masters from star designers. His children were an even greater concern. He only had a daughter so far and he already loved her beyond anything else. How could he possibly accept that Aurelia would always remain lesser compared to himself? If she didn't become a mech pilot or a mech designer in the future, What pathway could she choose from that could help her repair her innate flaws step by step? You do not need to concern yourself too much about other people. The polymath advised him. What we mean by defective is mainly related to psionic power. Humans are normal in many other measures. The vast majority of humanity will not learn of this theory and shall never develop any discontent due to this matter. There is no need to enlighten the uninformed to their own faults. After hearing all of this, Vase had a pretty good idea of what aspect of humanity was supposed to be defective. The Five Scrolls Compact was obsessed with spiritual manipulation. However, most humans simply didn't have the qualifications to harness it because they lacked the spiritual potential needed to get started. If, true, humans were supposed to be a race that were all born with spiritual potential, then this version of humanity would be a lot less flawed. In fact, this could go a step further. Perhaps only humans whose potential was fully activated and ready to be harnessed by mech pilots or mech designers were truly closer to the ideal state of humanity. Vase even developed a few suspicions about himself. He started out weak but began to develop special spiritual abilities that were non-existent in other people. The ability to perceive spiritual energy ought to be one of the keys that made humans more complete. This was especially likely considering that the polymath was able to perceive spiritual energy without a problem, something that had always eluded the masters that he had met, such as Master Willix. He made a bold guess. Had his mother or the system had done something to him that repaired a part of his inherent flaws? This possibility gave him a bit of hope. There may be other ways to make humans less flawed aside from hoping that they advance to Star Designer. I understand, he eventually said as he let out a deep sigh. Due to my research interests, I have always been interested in how to facilitate breakthroughs. The insights you have given me today will help me refine my research on this topic. The polymath leaned forward. Master Willix issued you a mission related to this matter. We have tracked your efforts and see that you have not dedicated as much time and effort into performing your obligations. I have studied your companion spirit, so I know you can do more. Do not procrastinate. You must deliver results. Vase almost fainted. Why did the polymath keep making demands? She wasn't his mother. Breakthroughs are inherently unpredictable, and pushing too hard will often backfire. Vase hastily replied, I truly want to succeed in this mission, but no one has ever succeeded in it. I have already tried to make progress by designing the Enlightened Warrior variant, but it will take a lot of time for pilots to derive enough benefits from my new mech. You are afraid of attracting too much attention, she stated. It is pointless for you to deny it. Ordinarily, we do not mind entertaining your delusions, but humanity is beset by adversities. I believe you have a viable method that can trigger the breakthroughs of the 20 of the MTA mech pilots that we have originally assigned to your care. You should not hesitate to implement your ideas. Regardless of what happens, we will make certain to maintain your secret and suppress any news. Vase wanted to wince. Did she know what she was asking? I cannot promise you that I will succeed. It is also dangerous to tamper with people in this fashion. Earlier, you suggested that I should be more careful and thorough in my research. I will try my best to uphold this approach in relation to this project. You must strike a reasonable balance. The polymath nodded. The conversation was drawing to a close. Vase could already sense that the Star Designer had spoken about all of the topics that she intended to address. Though he deeply wanted her to stay so that he could learn more insights and secrets that he couldn't obtain from any other source, the polymath already indicated that she needed to return. Chapter 3663 Different Evolution Directions. After their extensive and enlightening discussion, the polymath rose up from her chair. Vase stood up as well. You are an interesting mech designer, Mr. Larkinson, she said with a smile. I have never held a discussion with a journeyman of your particular background and talents. You have shown me a novelty in the form of your companion spirit that has broadened my perspective of what is possible. I shall keep paying attention to your work and exploits going forward. Most mech designers would feel flattered when they heard that someone as powerful and accomplished as a Star Designer tracked their work. Vase was not among them, though. He was horrified to hear that he couldn't get rid of the polymath so easily. For all of her knowledge and her help, Vase did not forget that he did not see eye to eye with the MTA in many matters. These differences in deeds and opinions might land him in hot water with the MTA one day. If the polymath kept snooping on his work, how was he supposed to make any progress in his more controversial research projects? Even if the Simile Halifax finally separated from his expeditionary fleet, he would still have little confidence in his own privacy. Of course, Vase did not dare to bring up this matter to the polymath. She was still so far above him that she could get her way with her without his consent. Vase meekly smiled. I am honored by your interest. Much of my work is still rudimentary, though. I am afraid that you will be disappointed by my many fumbles and mistakes. It is of little concern. She dismissively said, my fellow star designers and I have gone through this stage in our lives. Few of us succeeded in realizing every promising idea that we have invested ourselves in. We can learn just as much from our failures if we are clever about our research approach. I see. I shall take that into account. The polymath took one last look at Vase. We shall not meet again for many years. My most trusted agents among the survivalists will remain in contact with you and convey any words I might have. For now, it is best if we maintain our distance from each other. I have collected a fair share of enemies throughout my life, and the more reprehensible of them are more than willing to harm you if they perceive you can be of assistance to me. I shall seek you out once you have advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer. We will have much to discuss once your design philosophy has achieved permanency. Goodbye, Mr. Larkinson. May humanity prosper. Goodbye, Your Excellency. May you succeed in your research. The star designer instantly shifted away. Whatever teleportation technology she utilized was much faster and quieter than the run-of-the-mill applications utilized by more plebeian mechers. Before he wondered how the hell he should make his way to the exit when the white mist obscured his vision, he suddenly felt he was being teleported himself. Soon enough, he appeared inside a familiar white corridor that was just outside the chamber he was in. Though he personally felt it was an enormous waste of energy to use a teleporter when he could have just walked his way out, at least he wasn't the one paying the bill for this transit. Vase, I see you have held a fruitful discussion with him. Jovi greeted him as he woke up from his virtual exploration or something. He still found this meeting to be surreal. Though he had gotten used to speaking with powerful individuals, he never truly expected that he could get in touch with one of the 100 known star designers alive today. If the polymath hadn't exposed him to her domain, he would have questioned whether he was meeting with the real deal. It was very fruitful indeed. Vase answered as he still tried to make sense of everything he had talked about with one of the top figures of human civilization. I learned a lot from him. He was not what I had expected. No matter who we become, we are still humans. Jovi remarked with a smile. Though there are people within our association who believe otherwise, we survivalists value our humanity and are still proud to call ourselves humans. From the moment we think of ourselves as more than the people we came from, it becomes harder for us to care about our fellow humans. History suggests that will always lead to bad outcomes. The two steadily walked back the way they came. We talked about that, Vase said. The CFA is indeed detached from general human society. Most average people only come into contact with the MTA. The CFA is usually nowhere to be seen. Heck, if I hadn't traveled beyond the borders of human space a few times, I wouldn't have met with the fleeters either. He talked about that, huh? Jovi looked thoughtful. If that is the case, then he intends for you to take a more active part in our society's development. He has good judgment, not that I have ever doubted him. Your living mech designs and your masterwork mechs show great potential. Even I am envious of what you have managed to accomplish. Vase chuckled. Hee. You have access to much greater resources and repositories of knowledge than I. You are also able to design first-class mechs that can easily crush any of my machines. What's more, that design philosophy of yours is so reality-defying that your mechs will probably be a terror to fight against once you grow older. Both of them exchanged knowing glances. Neither of them thought they were weak. Though their backgrounds and circumstances were vastly different, Vase and Jovi roughly regarded each other as equals. This made it much easier for the two journeymen to develop a sincere friendship with each other. They would have never been able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to each other as freely as now if they were too far apart. Vase felt a lot closer to the mechers today. His meeting with the legendary polymath was life-changing. Not only did he meet with one of the idols that he had always admired from a professional standpoint, he was also confident that he had gained her favor. He developed a greater urge to cooperate with the survivalists. Though he was still wary about getting too close with the MTA, the faction that he sided with was quite okay. They were probably the friendliest and most sincere members of the association that he would ever interact with. When their goal was the survival and continuation of humanity, they were willing to go through great lengths to succeed. After today, Vase also felt a greater responsibility for doing his part to safeguard humanity. Naturally, he was also aware that it was not a coincidence that he started to think this way. The polymath had steered the earlier conversation in a way that would definitely make Vase more receptive to her standpoints. Vase didn't mind, though. The opportunity to meet with and learn from the star designer was worth the price of getting indoctrinated. The nature and the future direction of humanity is one of the great ongoing discussions within our circle. Jovi spoke. We originally started out small and weak, but managed to develop a civilization that spans half of one galaxy and is getting close to conquering another galaxy, if only a shrunken one. We are still not strong enough to defend ourselves against the threats we face today and in the future. We need to strengthen ourselves further, but not all of us agree on the right way forward. Are you referring to the debate between mechs and warships? Jovi shook his head. Not quite. It is related to what you have said. Has he told you about a certain ancient cult? Yes, Vase replied. He and the polymath probably talked about a lot more than Jovi thought, but that wasn't important. That makes sense. Given your work, it would be irresponsible not to mention it. Jovi said. In short, the MTA, the CFA and the cult are the three most powerful human organizations in existence. The reason why we are split from each other is because we all pursue different ideas on how humanity should evolve. Evolve, yes, I deliberately used this word because that is exactly what they are fighting for. I believe that Master Willix should have already told you how the MTA and CFA differ from each other in this regard. What you may not know is that this picture is not complete unless you add in the cult. Vase furrowed his brows as he thought about it. He soon figured out how it might all fit together. I see, he said. If I am getting this right, the CFA and the cult both sit on opposite ends. The Fleeters value technology above all else and have relatively little faith in the strength of humans. They think they can defeat any threat as long as they construct powerful battleships equipped with the most advanced systems. They don't do that much to develop themselves, though. And what about the cult? The cultists don't seem to put a lot of emphasis on advanced technology, though that may also be because they are working in the dark. Anyway, from what little I know about the cult, they focus a lot on forcing the evolution of themselves and other humans. By specializing in biotechnology, they can truly make humans a lot more powerful than normal. All of this comes at a horrible price, though. The price was usually their sanity or a lot of innocent human lives. Jovi nodded. Your impressions of the two great groups are a bit shallow, but they are accurate enough. In our opinion, neither of their visions are promising. You can argue that the CFA's strategy is the most orthodox of all. From the beginning of our civilization, we have always relied on developing better and more powerful technology to conquer our planet, star system and more. All of this is okay as long as we fight against regular threats. However, once we begin to struggle against more unfathomable enemies, the weakness of the humans crewing all of those powerful warships may prove to be the CFA's downfall. Isn't that why the CFA is so insistent about developing more powerful ice? They can more easily compensate for the weaknesses of humanity if they succeed. That is true, but that is another discussion. Jovi waved aside the issue. The cult holds the opposite stance. I do not know much about it myself, but I am aware that it seeks to empower themselves to the point where they can fight against mechs and warships with their own bodies and mind. It sounds ludicrous. I agree, Vase. This is why the MTA is treading a middle ground compared to these two groups. We do not pursue as many extremes and we make sure that we are hedging our bets. We still depend much on technology, but we do not entrust all of our survival on massive weapons and automated systems. We also embrace the best parts of the cult in order to make sure that the people controlling our weapons never grow too weak. Though the MTA distinguished itself from its rivals by focusing on mechs, it indeed occupied the middle ground between the CFA and the cult. Vase quite liked that. The mechers were less extreme and didn't have any glaring vulnerabilities that could easily be exploited one day. It must be hard to develop in this fashion, he said. Mechs are still relatively new compared to the studies that the other two groups have conducted in their own fields of specialty. The rate of mech pilots and mech designers advancing to the higher levels are way too slim to call the MTA's current strategy a success. Jovi sighed. That is right, but we must still make an effort. If we do not, the CFA and the cult will both engineer our downfall. Chapter 3664 Solid Project. When Vase finally returned to the Spirit of Bentime, he still remained absent-minded. He had just come off a meeting with one of the most powerful mech designers of human space. In fact, the polymath was powerful, period. Her influence among both mech insiders and outsiders was massive, and even a casual innovation from her was enough to impact the lives of almost any human. Vase was envious of her influence. She was such a great figure that she could complete a lot of initiatives without fearing as much pushback from other individuals and organizations. In contrast, Vase had to pay attention to his moves and constantly make sure he did not catch too much attention. It would be really nice if I am sitting at the top of the hierarchy for a change. Meow. Lucky raised his head when he noticed that Vase had teleported back. I don't mean the clan. I mean all of human civilization. We wouldn't be embroiled in as many mundane problems if I was an actual big shot. His gem cat sprung from the table and circled around, while sniffing with his electronic nose. Lucky eventually became satisfied when he spotted that nothing was amiss aside from a slightly odd smell due to spending time in a different environment. Meow meow. That's good to hear. For a moment, I was afraid the MTA secretly implanted my body with a biological parasite that covertly tracks my thoughts and movements and discreetly transmits the collected data at certain intervals when there is lots of activity around me to disguise the outgoing signal. There's no way the mechers would stoop so low to keep track of an ordinary mech designer. Meow. Alright, enough joking around. What was I doing before I left? It was difficult for him to return to his routine duties after concluding a life-changing meeting with an actual star designer. He not only had a lot to think about, but also had to resist the urge to share the news to his wife and his fellow Larkinsons. It was pointless to tell them about his amazing meeting. Not only would they not believe in anything he claimed, he would also violate his promise to keep the meeting a secret. He felt quite frustrated about this. Though the meeting with the polymath did not go over a lot of topics, just being able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with her was an immense honor. The Golden Skull Alliance did not sit still. The expeditionary fleet had finished loading all of the goods that could be bought on short notice and quickly lined up in front of the nearest Lagrange point to transition out of the star system. Soon enough, the Larkinsons and their allies quietly left the Davut system in order to begin their true expedition through the new frontier. They did not plan to venture anywhere exciting in the first few stops. Many of the star systems closest to Davut had already been settled by a variety of colonizing powers. Many of them banded their forces together in order to patrol their surroundings and repel any pirates or alien marauders that might threaten the flow of goods passing through their territories. Human occupation became increasingly more scarce once the expeditionary fleet traveled beyond this range. This would be the point where the Golden Skull Alliance truly braved the dangers of the Krakatoa Middle Zone. In the meantime, Vase finally pushed down his excitement and focused his attention on his more immediate duties. A string of mech design projects reached completion in quick succession. Many mech pilots became excited once they learned that their mech legions had access to new options, though most of them would soon be disappointed when they heard the clan wouldn't be adding too many new machines to the mech roster. It couldn't be helped. Resources were still fairly limited and the Larkinson vessels didn't have much spare capacity left to accommodate mechs. Without adding new hulls to the fleet, there was no realistic way for the Larkinson army to begin fielding lots of stinggrippers and rigid spines. Still, the Larkinsons would rather have the completed designs on hand than not. As soon as the Larkinsons fought an arduous battle and lost a bunch of older mechs, the clan could finally replenish the losses with the new models. So this is what you can do when you truly put your efforts towards defense. Vase commented as he viewed the mech that one of the new journeymen of the Larkinson clan had fabricated by herself. When I contributed to your design, I had concerns about the lack of distinguishing features of your solid project, but now I think that it truly doesn't need anything more. Excelling at defense is already enough of a success. The medium defensive Space Knight designed for the Living Sentinels might not carry the most inspiring codename, but it definitely delivered in terms of performance. As a defense-oriented machine designed by the Larkinson clan's first defensive specialist, the solid project embodied the look of a Space Knight a lot better than the Bright Warrior. While the Bright Warrior in its heaviest and most substantial Space Knight configuration had long cemented itself as the backbone of the Larkinson army, it did not change the fact that it was still full of compromises. In order to make sure the Bright Warrior could also perform decently well in its offensive mech configurations, its base platform contained a lot of design elements that were not as robust as they could be. They had to be lighter in order to make the mech faster or more flexible. That wasn't the case with the solid project. Sarah Voikin, who led and designed much of the defensive Space Knight, did not make any compromises. The mech was never meant to be a good duelist or attacker. It was so weighed down by armor and heavy materials that its mobility was almost dreadful. When Vase looked at the machine that Sarah Voikin had just fabricated, he saw that the flight system was not as large and powerful as it could have been. The lead designer opted to use a weaker flight system model because the mech could better utilize its capacity for other priorities. As far as its defenses went, the Solid project excelled in 3 forms of protection. The most obvious one was its armor system. The Solid project carried thick layers that were especially prominent in front. Its side and rear armor layers were less impressive, but they were still thick enough to fend off a fair amount of ranged attacks. What was special about the Solid project's armor system was that it was extremely well designed. Sarah Voikin was the defensive specialist that Vase valued more than the other 3 recently joined journeymen, and she did not disappoint in this aspect. Not only did she design an armor scheme and layout that was flat-out superior to anything that Vase or Gloriana could come up with, the armor system was also where Sarah applied her design philosophy. As a result, the Solid project's resistance against kinetic attacks should be a lot higher. Sarah Voikin's specialty in physical negation not only allowed the defensive Space Knight to incur less damage when struck by solid weapons or projectiles, the mech also mitigated a part of the displacement force that typically tried to push it back. While there were many implications to this useful effect, the most relevant one was that the enemy could not easily push the Solid project out of position. The living Sentinels adopted defensive mech doctrines that did not call for a lot of movement. Their mechs merely had to stick to relative static coordinates and intercept whatever threats sought to destroy the vulnerable ships of the Larkinson fleet. Sarah's ability to weaken Newton's third law of motion was absolutely precious in the right circumstances. Whether it was preventing attacking melee mechs from disrupting the battle line to further weakening the effective damage that physical projectiles dealt, any enemy that employed physical weapons of any sort would find the Solid project mechs to be a lot more difficult to overcome. It's too bad your mech doesn't possess any enhanced defenses against heat and energy weapons. Vase remarked. A lot of forces use energy weapons in space. They're much more effective at range and they don't require ships to reserve a lot of cargo space for ammunition. Sarah acknowledged his words. My Solid project still fares better against the vast majority of melee mechs. Even those that wield penetrating weapons will find it considerably more difficult to pierce through the armor of my Space Knights. To be honest, the Solid project's ability to resist energy attacks was not poor. The mech still possessed a lot of buffer on account of its thick armor and thick frame. Laser and positron weapons would need to fire repeatedly in order to burn through all of that matter. Vase shifted his attention to the tower shield, which was the second defensive element of the Solid project. Tower shields were fairly simple in nature, but Sarah Voikin refined it as best she could by adding additional elements. The shield contained extra components that stabilized and strengthened the mech's grip on it. The design of this equipment also contained a notch. It was as if a large version of Lucky took a bite out of the side of the tower shield. I cooperated extensively with my brother Dulo to make sure his rigid spine mechs can seamlessly operate alongside my Solid project mechs. Sarah said as she saw that Vase was studying the notch. The opening is situated at shoulder height to allow the spearman mechs to wield their weapons in an overhand grip. With the right handling, the rigid spines will be able to use the notch as a fulcrum to adjust the angle of attack. The notch is carefully designed to accommodate this usage. That will certainly be handy. The result of all of this was that the living Sentinels could form a simple 2-layer line formation. The Solid projects in front could form a seamless wall with their thick and broad tower shields. The rigid spines could hover close behind the Space Knights and attack at forward targets without exposing any excessive gaps in the defensive line. Of course, this formation was a lot more effective on land than in space. The living Sentinels needed to put a lot of thought on how to arrange its mechs in order to prevent enemy forces from trying to attack this rigid formation from above or below. The capstone to the Solid project's defensive capabilities was its shield generator. A shield generator was an expensive piece of equipment, even for second-class mechs. It not only raised the cost of the Solid project but also forced the design to accommodate a lot of energy cells. This came at the expense of additional armor or other useful modules. It was worth it, though. What made the Solid project's shield generator a bit special was that it could be projected just far enough to encompass a rigid spine mech that was positioned closely to the rear. The Solid project could therefore better shield the rigid spines against incidental and concentrated attacks. What was even better was that Sarah Voikin chose to integrate a shield generator that was more effective at blocking energy attacks than physical attacks. This provided the Solid project with slightly better protection against the weapon type it was most vulnerable against. With all of these superior defensive measures, the Solid project outright blew the Bright Warrior out of the water when it came to withstanding attacks. Naturally, the Solid project was also significantly more expensive to fabricate, but the costs remained controllable. After all, the living sentinels who would soon make use of the Solid project were not elites. It was wasteful to provide them with more expensive machines when their mech pilots would incredibly find it more difficult to make the best use of their features. For that reason, the Solid project was designed to be simpler and easier to pilot than many of the other mechs utilized by the Larkinson clan. Practically any mech pilot could make decent use of this defensive Space Knight. Chapter 3665 No Space. Have you come up with a final name for the Solid project? Vase asked. Though Sarah Voikin looked tired after expending much of her energy into making the first production copy of her new design, she already thought about this matter beforehand. Since I designed this mech to cooperate with my brother's rigid spine model, I wanted my mech to reflect this relation. I couldn't come up with anything better than Rigid Wall, though. Vase scratched his head. Rigid Wall sounds simple. How many night mechs have the word wall in their name? Too much, Sarah mirthfully said. I do think that calling it a wall is appropriate for this mech. It is designed to function as one, and it is particularly effective at its job when fielded in larger numbers. He could easily imagine the sight. As long as more than 100 rigid walls got together, they could block a lot of firepower or hinder the advance of an offensive unit. Of course, space warfare made it far too easy for spaceborne mechs to maneuver around static mechs. The rigid walls therefore had to be employed and positioned in the right manner in order to leverage its defenses effectively. That either meant that the mechs had to be positioned at choke points or parked extremely close to strategic mechs or starships. The rigid walls should find a lot more use in landbound battles if the Larkinsons ever had a need to establish a presence on land. Vase didn't think those situations would happen too often, though. As Sarah Voikin admired the first mech design she completed on behalf of the Larkinson clan, she could not get around the unique features that exemplified any Larkinson mech. What do you think about my contribution to your work? Vase curiously asked. I would need to see it in action to be sure, but if I look at the results from testing the prototypes, you have definitely added extra dimensions to the rigid wall design. Indeed, the mech is alive, though that won't be as obvious at first. Our mech pilots will appreciate it, though. Those that have trained or fought with the Bright Warrior in its Space Knight configuration will be thankful for the opportunity to develop a personal relationship with a receptive mech. Its glow is also different, Sarah said. When you added it to the design, I found that it has given me and its mech pilots all of the right feelings, but doesn't do much else. I thought that optimizing the mech design would make its advantages more apparent, but I haven't noticed much of a difference. Vase turned to his fellow colleague. What did you expect from its glow, then? I thought it would give my rigid wall mechs a more concrete defensive boost by strengthening their shield generators, for example. She responded. Part of the inspiration for my rigid wall design is the shield of Samar. The glow and living properties of that expert mech are much stronger and more potent. Venerable Janzi personally explained to me how xianxia can actively cooperate with her and her mech to form a stronger energy barrier. My design philosophy isn't that exaggerated, Sarah. While it can do more with expert mechs, that is because they are built with special materials that react well to my methods, such as unending alloy. There is nothing special about the mech pilots or the construction of the rigid wall design, so there is no support for the more advanced applications of my design philosophy. The female journeyman looked disappointed. Is there any way you can change that through a future update or modification? Don't dream about it. That's not what my design philosophy is all about, he said. I focus primarily on the relationship between the mech and the mech pilot. Glows are a tool that can help the mech pilot adopt the right mentality. As one of my older glow sources, xianxia has grown to be quite powerful, but even she would find it difficult to channel a significant portion of her prodigious strength through a standard mech like your rigid walls. The only way I can do more is to design a prime mech variant that is suited to be piloted by expert candidates and expert pilots that are still waiting to receive their expert mechs. I can't do that unless I get my hands on more prime materials. Prime resonance, prime materials. Vase remembered that the second batch of journeymen that joined the Larkinson clan were still clueless about various secrets. They're not immediately relevant at this time. If you want to know more, you can look up the archival data on my prime mechs such as the Valkyrie Prime. We fought a couple of battles where they prominently showcased their capabilities. In truth, our expert mechs are also prime mechs if we go by their definitions. I usually leave the latter part out because hardly anyone notices. It was also better if the enemy didn't pay attention to this detail either. The prime mech capabilities of his first 6 expert mechs made them considerably more powerful and effective in battle than anyone could reasonably expect. Vase found it a pity that the soon-to-be-completed Minerva project did not possess the qualifications of a prime mech. He had run out of unending alloy. While he could shave off a few kilos from the shield of Samar's tower shield to free up a bit of prime material, this was not an effective solution. In order to turn the Minerva project into a mech that was capable of utilizing prime resonance in battle, he would need to provide it with a lot more prime materials. So far, Vase made no progress in this area. He already told his clan to be on the lookout for any Galanta bone, an organic exotic grown by Galanta whales, but there weren't any on the market in Vulit, Pelissa and Davut at the time. If any human forces managed to stumble upon any wild Galanta whales during this period, they either kept the spoils to themselves or sold them in more exclusive exchanges. He placed his hand on Sarah's shoulder. If we can obtain a sufficient quantity of prime materials through exploration or trade, we may one day be able to develop a variant of your rigid wall model which possesses enhanced defenses. For now, you should be content with the ordinary benefits of my methods. Don't underestimate how well the rigid wall can reinforce the mental defenses of our mech pilots. This is a vital feature that can only firm up the morale of the living Sentinel mech pilots, but also protect their minds against hostile mental influences. This was not an important feature against ordinary opponents, but if the Larkinson clan ever bumped into any dark gods or other strange opponents, the rigid wall would be a lot more useful than the bright warrior in this scenario. Sarah acknowledged his words. The rigid wall's glow also complements nicely with the glow of the rigid spine. This was yet another form of synergy between the two mechs. The Spearman mech model was governed by the Solemn Guardian, whose glow provided just as much benefit to any nearby space knights. The mech pilots assigned to the rigid walls would become filled with a sense of duty and fight back harder against heavy opposition. At the same time, xianxia was able to extend her mental protection to the rigid spines, allowing the Spearman mech pilots to fight while enduring less pressure. Vase already thought of a way to enhance this mental defense line. If he added a third mech model that carried Lufa's glow, then he could leverage its spiritual suppression capabilities to blunt any hostile spiritual attacks before they got close. The living sentinels would truly be able to excel at defending against all manner of extraordinary threats. Still, it might be better for him to reserve this capability for the battle criers. So far, the living sentinels were mainly designed to defend against mundane threats while the battle criers were supposed to become his weapon against spiritual threats. He could think about that later. Let's test your new rigid wall. The living sentinels enthusiastically tested their new defensive mech as soon as the expeditionary fleet dropped out of FTL travel. The final version of the mech design had not changed all of that much compared to its prototypes, so everyone already knew what to expect. The rigid wall model did not disappoint anyone's expectations. It did not exceed expectations either. All in all, Sarah Voikin's mostly solo project was a relatively adequate if unexciting addition to the Larkinson army. When Vase, Sarah Voikin, her brother Dulo Voikin as well Commander Casella Ingvar came together in order to discuss the disposition of the rigid wall model, the latter did not look all that happy. When an expert pilot became unhappy, everyone around the person noticed. Their force of wills pretty much broadcasted their most predominant feelings. Why the look, Commander? Vase commented. The rigid wall is a valuable addition to the Sentinel mech roster. Casella frowned. You are correct, but only if we can actually field it in large numbers. Just as with the rigid spine, it will likely take years before we add enough capacity to field at least several hundred copies of the new mechs. Do you know how frustrating it is to dangle 2 new useful mech models in front of my troops only to tell them that we don't have the space to accommodate any new units? Just this single rigid wall that you've been testing is not enough to make a difference. Everyone else frowned as well. The Larkinson fleet was still horribly short of combat carriers. While the diligent Ovenbird had already begun to produce cheap and fragile light carriers, they only added space for 20 or so mechs per hull, which was woefully inadequate. We can't do anything about it, Commander. Vase tiredly replied. All of our other mech legions are suffering from the same problem as well. Roping in Murphy and Sons should help, but we will only obtain a single oversized combat carrier for the foreseeable time. What if we preemptively scrap our oldest mechs whose performance have fallen below standards? During my tour through the mech legions, I've noticed dozens of machines that are still being used even though they have already had their best years behind them. We can replace them with newer mechs. Dulo suggested. That was a good suggestion, but Vase shook his head. Unless the damage has reached a concerning threshold, it doesn't matter if the mechs perform a bit worse. Our standards are relatively high. When we crossed over into the Red Ocean, we made sure to scrap all of the excess mechs that were already performing worse than normal. Those that we kept don't have as many problems. All of our mech technicians are well trained and properly supervised. I'm confident that they can keep our more worn mechs in a relatively good state for quite a few years. It's not worth it to scrap them right away. In the end, Commander Casella Ingvar had no choice but to go back to her living sentinels and tell them that their mech legion would not employ the rigid walls in large numbers. The same applied to the other mech designs that reached completion in around the same time. Of course, this unfortunate outcome did not apply to the remaining 2 custom mechs that Gloriana designed for Commander Melkor and Imon Ingvar. She completed and fabricated the 2 custom mechs at around the same time. When Vase visited her personal workshop to view her latest work, the clients for the custom mechs were already present. Both Melkor and Imon looked impressed at the mechs that were designed just for them. The Rifleman mech and Swordsman mech both possessed a lot of common elements that Vase had already observed from Vincent Rickland's B-Man custom mech. Chapter 3666-2. Custom mechs different from standard mechs. Custom mechs were all unique. They had to be in order to better fit the piloting styles of their intended users. As someone who specialized in this aspect, Gloriana did an extremely good job in making her 2 mechs fit their users. The Gold Beacon, formerly known as the Super Avatar Project, was Gloriana's attempt to create both a lesser and different version of the Minerva Project. She took a lot of cues from the ongoing Minerva Project but also put her own personal spin on the command mech concept. The mech immediately stood out for its gold coating and the prominent bust of the golden cat featured on its chest. Gloriana deliberately designed the custom mech to resemble an avatar of the Avatar of Myth's favorite design spirit. The basic configuration of the Gold Beacon was roughly similar to the Minerva Project. Melkor's custom mech was primarily a command mech that possessed additional processors, analytic engines and other related modules that could help the Avatar commander gain a better overview of what was happening on the battlefield. Even if he was cut off from the command center aboard one of the capital ships of the Larkinson clan, he could still do an adequate job of coordinating his troops and passing on orders by himself. In order to make sure that the Gold Beacon could stay in contact with Avatar mechs even during the most challenging battle circumstances, the mech also incorporated a decent amount of premium communication modules. The most distinctive of them was a powerful transceiver that was mounted on the rear of the Gold Beacon. 2 large telescoping antennas could poke all the way up until they extended up to twice the length of the custom mech. This was the origin of its name. When its communication functions were working at full strength, the Gold Beacon essentially turned into a powerful semi-mobile communication node. How well do these oversized transceivers work? Commander Melkor asked. They are much more reliable and able to push through jamming than any of our existing mechs. Gloriana proudly explained. Though she was exhausted due to working so many days in a row, her passion could not be denied. Naturally, Gloriana did not need to state that the Gold Beacon was still inferior to the Minerva Project in terms of communication capabilities. An expert mech would always be able to do the job better, not just because the design budget was a lot higher, but also because it obtained the support of an expert pilot. Aside from this command focus, the performance of the Gold Beacon did not actually stand out too much. If Melkor wanted to, he could truly pilot the Gold Beacon like a typical rifleman mech. The mobility of the command mech wasn't great due to all of its extra modules, but it was not horrible either. The mech also boasted a superior armor system that Gloriana had specifically chosen to control the Gold Beacon's mass. While the command mech wasn't supposed to excel at defense, it could at least survive a decapitation strike if it was caught in the open. Of course, it was always best to rely on other mechs to defend the Gold Beacon. Melkor's custom mech wasn't designed with an excessive amount of fault tolerance like Vincent Rickland's new B-Man custom mech. How well can the Gold Beacon fight against hostile mechs when it doesn't have any backup to rely upon? Imon Ingvar asked. Better than a bright warrior, but don't expect any miracles. Gloriana answered the expert candidate. There's only so much I can do to make it battle-worthy when it also has to command the avatars of myth. Some of the less important auxiliary modules are also relatively vulnerable due to their placements, so it is best not to duel any mechs if you can help it, Melkor. The Avatar commander nodded. I understand, but we don't always get to choose our battles. I've been in enough battles to know that every additional fighting machine counts. If I want to command my avatars from the rear, I would have chosen to retire from piloting mechs and command my troops from the Gorgonaean. The gold beacon is my way of always maintaining a close connection to my subordinates. Although there were many theorists who questioned the wisdom of having the commanders of mech units fight alongside the troops, this was still the preferred standard in the mech community. Melkor knew he wasn't a great legion commander. Compared to Casella Ingvar, who continually reinvigorated the living sentinels, he was merely average in comparison. Risking his life in battle and showing that he braved the same dangers and rigors of ordinary mech pilots was one of the best ways for him to maintain the respect of his men. Vase still harbored a few concerns for his blood-related cousin, though. Melkor was no longer young and his many responsibilities increasingly prevented him from practicing his piloting skills as much as before. Though Casella was able to develop both of her command and combat skills without too much setbacks, that was because she had received systematic training for this due to her former noble background. Aside from that, advancing to expert candidate and subsequently expert pilot earlier also helped a lot. The current Sentinel commander had already left Melkor far behind. Though Melkor was still an excellent mech pilot and a good commander by the standards of the old Bright Republic, the Larkinson clan had advanced far past that point. Vase already knew through the intelligence reports that he received that Melkor relied increasingly more on delegation to run his mech legion. While it was normal for any leader to delegate work, it was clear that Melkor was increasingly doing so not because he was short on time, but because he could not perform his duties himself. If he was unable to perform the job himself, how would he be able to understand all of the work being done by his subordinates? His control over the avatars would inevitably deteriorate because of the increased distance between himself and the actual situation among the rank and file. Piloting mechs was therefore one of the best but also the riskiest ways to compensate for this effect. Was it the right choice, though? A part of Vase even thought that it might be better to pressure Melkor into stepping back and letting a more talented and capable mech commander lead the avatars of myth. That would probably crush Melkor, though. Leading the avatars had turned into his life's work, and he had not yet transformed the Mech Legion into a form that was anywhere near the state he envisioned. Vase eventually decided to withhold his concerns. Melkor had made his choices and perhaps the gold beacon might be able to resolve his long-standing problems. He certainly did look happy with what Gloriana made for him. Different from the New Man project, Vase had contributed a bit of his time to design a custom Luminaire crystal rifle for the custom mech. It was nothing too fancy, but it still performed better than the more ordinary rifles utilized by other standard mechs. The gold beacon is optimized for large-scale group combat. It performs best when it fights alongside a large number of friendly mechs. Your mech is the opposite, Imon. Your Blade Chaser custom mech excels at duels. The Blade Chaser used to be known as the Champion Project for a reason. Gloriana understood Imon's desire to defeat strong individual opponents and dedicated her time and attention to design a custom swordsman mech that excelled in duels. Though she was no Kedis, Gloriana was still confident that she could. Imon a swordsman mech that did not perform worse, just differently. While the Blade Chaser was lacking in a lot of areas where Kedis could frankly do better due to her excellent knowledge of how swordsmen fought, Gloriana was much better when it came to optimizing and refining different mech systems. The result was a custom mech that not only possessed excellent fundamentals, but also fit Imon's current piloting style in an excellent way. Though it would have been better if both Gloriana and Kedis put an equal amount of effort into the Blade Chaser design, the schedule didn't allow for it. Kedis already had to invest most of her time in the two swordsman mech projects she was leading. Besides, Gloriana could be very territorial when it came to her custom mech design projects. She only brought in Kedis to design the Blade Chaser's sharp and excellent twin one-handed swords and nothing more. As the group of Larkinsons looked up at the blue and gold-coated swordsman mech, they all noticed that it possessed a glow that had only recently received a minor resurgence in the Larkinson clan. "I still can't believe you really went for Bravo," Commander Melkor commented. "Is Vincent truly the example that you should strive for, Imon?" Imon shrugged. "I've tried out all of the mechs with those other glows and none of them particularly speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to me. The Bee Man's glow is the first one that I can truly get along with." I know that not everyone has a good opinion of Vincent and his mech, but there is more to it than being manly. Bravo also stands for victory and competitiveness. Vase agreed. I think it is a fine pairing with your Blade Chaser mech. As the brother to Commander Casella Ingvar, Aimon not only felt left out, but also inferior to his much more accomplished sister. Over time, this could turn into a real problem. This was also why Gloriana agreed to prioritize the design of a custom mech for Aimon. He truly needed a change in order to regain his confidence in his own abilities. The Blade Chaser did that by giving Aimon a powerful dueling-oriented swordsman mech that could fight ferociously against many powerful mechs. The mech was essentially designed to excel in one-on-one engagements. Its sharp twin swords along with its excellent mobility and maneuvering characteristics allowed a skilled expert candidate such as Aimon to leverage clever movements to obtain a decisive advantage against other mechs piloted by expert candidates. It would have been better if Juliet was able to contribute to the mobility of the Blade Chaser, but again Gloriana was confident that she could do no worse. She had taken a decent amount of inspiration from Juliet's work on other design projects and provided the Blade Chaser design with a flight system that was highly suited for high-budget, high-quality machines. In any case, even if her work fell short in a few areas, the expensive materials and subcomponents would ensure that her custom mech would not perform too awfully in terms of mobility. With this mech, I hope to challenge myself, Aimon said as he became increasingly more impatient to try his new custom mech. It's not the Quint, but maybe that's for the best. The Blade Chaser is its own mech. Once Melkor and Aimon fully acquainted themselves with their new custom mechs, they both put their new machines to the test. In this regard, neither mechs exhibited any surprises. Both worked smoothly with much less deviations than normal. Gloriana done a thorough job in designing the two mechs and eliminated as many unstable variables as possible. Though that made the Gold Beacon and the Blade Chaser less exciting, they subsequently ranked high in stability and reliability. If neither of their mech pilots broke through, then they would be able to rely on the current configurations of the two custom mechs for many years without any significant changes. Of course, it would still be nice to upgrade them if the Larkinson clan got its hands on new technology or managed to improve its overall design level. Right now, Vase judged that the Gold Beacon's command systems and the Blade Chaser's flight system still had a lot of room for improvement. If the design department could upgrade these parts, the two custom mechs could achieve a significantly higher impact on the battlefield. All in due time, Vase shook his head. Their current strengths are enough to meet their needs. Chapter 3667 Inviolable Vase was quite content at this time. The design department already completed around half of the design projects of the current round. The other half were also close to completion. The biggest regret he had was that his fleet did not possess enough materials and mech capacity to fabricate and accommodate thousands of new mechs. The frustration grew so much that certain Larkinsons grew pretty desperate. They submitted proposals that expand the mech capacity of the Larkinson fleet in an emergency. They ranged from converting civilian vessels such as the Vivacious Wall and the Dragon's Den into temporary fleet carriers to installing external storage compartments on the hulls of every ship. Though each of these ideas were viable, there were plenty of reasons to reject them. The non-combat vessels all excelled in different roles and added a lot of extra capabilities to the Larkinson clan. Ships such as the Dissentibus could definitely be converted into a fleet carrier if Vase gave the word. However, the price was not worth it in the end. As an academy ship, the vessel did an excellent job training the next generation of Larkinson mech pilots. From the periodic reports that Vase received, the abundant amount of support provided to the Larkinson Mech Academy combined with the excellent qualities of the Chiron model had elevated the skills of the older mech cadets to an impressive level. Once the first proper batch of mech cadets graduated into full mech pilots, they could probably blow the more average mech pilots in the Larkinson army straight out of the water. If only I had enough ships to accommodate the extra mechs. After welcoming a couple of new mass production mech models and anticipating the completion of several more, Vase increasingly felt this situation was unsustainable. There were no easy ways to break this bottleneck. Options such as allowing the Larkinson army to suffer major losses or magically getting his hands on additional carrier vessels were simply not desirable or attainable. The other leaders in the Larkinson clan experienced this frustration as well. The Larkinson army had over 20,000 mech pilots among its ranks, but less than half of them were able to deploy at any time. The Mech Legions did its best to maintain everyone's readiness by rotating the pilots of different mechs. This was a pretty normal solution in many other mech forces with an excess amount of pilots, but it was not ideal in this case. Living mechs were supposed to attune themselves to single mech pilots. As the machines grew older, they complemented their designated pilots a lot better. This could easily improve the effective performance of long-standing pairs by 10, 20 or even 30%. Vase had already studied the mechs that were frequently being shared by 2 or 3 different mech pilots. While the machines in question still grew over time, they did not develop the same degree of fit and individualization that he saw in mechs such as the Shield of Samar. Though he was still certain that these living mechs would still be able to contribute more in battle, Vase ultimately figured that their potential were being squandered if they had to keep catering to several different pilots. As someone who dedicated his life to improving the synergy between mech and mech pilot, how could he tolerate all of these half-baked relationships? The Larkinson clan needed to make more substantial changes in order to do its mechs and mech pilots justice. It was for this reason that he scheduled a meeting with General Verl. Before the meeting commenced, he was looking after his daughter, who sat on his lap while hugging a mech plushie. "Goo-ah, Babu," the baby babbled as she chewed on the soft head of her toy. "Come on, you're smarter and brighter than most girls your age. You can do it, Aurelia. Just say Papa, Papa." Aurelia innocently looked up at her father's eyes and blinked. "Woo-ow." Vase wanted to palm his face. "Meow." Clixie, who was lounging at the side, looked embarrassed as well. "Blinky, can you go out and lend a hand?" Murrow, his companion spirit made an appearance, which immediately made Aurelia more excited. "Wah, hee. Mana quickly emerged from Aurelia's head and flew over to Blinky in order to cuddle and play with the larger spiritual cat. Mew. Moreau tilde Blinky licked Mana's intangible white fur, but did not forget about the job he was supposed to do. The cat concentrated for a moment before extending a spiritual connection to Aurelia. However, just as the bond reached Aurelia's mind, it bounced away. Moreau. The cat pumped extra power in the spiritual bond before driving it forward with greater strength, only to behave as if it collided against the hull of a CFA battleship. "That's odd. Woo-ah." Aurelia grew more curious as Blinky failed to penetrate her mind. Vase frowned. He never expected this to happen. He had studied Aurelia's mind once before, but these were relatively harmless sweeps that did not do anything. The last time he truly did something to Aurelia was feeding her bits of spiritual energy in order to nurture her own spiritual development. Though Vase was able to peer into his daughter's spirituality without much issue, it was a different story when he tried to extend a more substantial influence in her mind. Her external defenses didn't seem impressive, but whenever Vase tried to get in, her skin, flesh and skull prevented him from gaining any purchase. What the hell? This was abnormal. Even though Aurelia acted as if Vase had caressed her head with his hand, he originally intended to do much more. In the next few minutes, he repeatedly tried to intrude into her mind. Though his daughter was much stronger on a spiritual level than any average human, she should not be strong enough to repel his invasion. Yet not only did she do so with ease, she also thought Vase was tickling her at the moment. Hee. Aurelia cutely squirmed her body as she continued to gaze at Vase with pure adoration. She looked up at him with so much love that he couldn't bring himself to persist any further. If he continued with his actions, he was liable to hurt his daughter, and that was absolutely taboo as far as he was concerned. "Is this why your mother hasn't been able to get you to say mama?" he questioned. Wah. Woo. Both he and his wife were competing on Aurelia's first word. Given Gloriana's compulsion to be the best, she was working hard to encourage their daughter to say, "Mama," before, "Papa." He didn't put it past his wife to employ Alexandria's design network to teach Aurelia how to say mama more directly. In fact, that was exactly why he attempted to connect to Aurelia's spirit as well. He was afraid that Gloriana had already started her dastardly plan. If he didn't keep up, how could he still have a chance in this contest? Apparently, his fears turned out to be overblown. As Vase lifted up his daughter and used his spiritual senses to examine her entire body, he discovered something amazing. Her entire body had become inviolable. Passive observation worked fine, but as soon as he tried to intrude into any point of her body, her smooth baby skin turned into an impenetrable shield. This is actually amazing. It took a lot of probing and theorizing for him to gain an answer on why his daughter became so good at defending against spiritual intrusions. "It's my mother." He recalled the instance where the superior mother descended and channeled a portion of her prodigious strength in her granddaughter. Vase had always wondered what Cynthia's incarnation had actually done, and now he finally learned what she truly had in mind. Aurelia's flesh and blood had become infused with so much spiritual energy that they had become a lot more extraordinary than normal. Vase had never seen this in any other human and had long grown both hopeful and concerned about these unfamiliar changes. Now, he knew, the superior mother somehow blessed Aurelia in a way that made the baby girl strong in a special way. "You're quite amazing, you know that. He. In fact, during his probing, Vase discovered an additional defensive measure. When he probed her head instead of any other part of her body, he found that his spiritual projections weakened by a considerable margin. The reason why this happened was not due to Aurelia's spiritually enhanced flesh, but her remarkably strong spirituality. To be more precise, it was a product of one of the seed abilities that he had bestowed on her companion spirit. Vase picked up Mana and studied the intangible Persian kitty. Compared to before, he found the cat to be even more innocent and pure than usual. You activated one of your seed abilities already. Mana innocently mewed while she wagged her short tail back and forth. When Vase originally designed a companion spirit for Aurelia, he had to take her extremely weak mind and spirit into account. Back then, she was still a fetus inside Gloriana's belly, so how could she possibly accommodate a companion spirit as powerful as Blinky? Vase therefore created a highly reduced companion spirit that was supposed to rely on growth to get up to strength. In order to ensure that the companion spirit gave Aurelia plenty of choice on how to develop herself in the future, Vase did not bestow it with a single strong spiritual ability like he did with or companion spirits. Instead, he inserted 6 different ability seeds into Mana so that any of them could activate and grow according to Aurelia's needs and desires. According to his original expectations, the seeds should quietly accumulate strength and germinate a few years later. They weren't supposed to activate when Aurelia wasn't even able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel a coherent word yet. This growth rate was way too fast. And how come you activated your purification ability seed at this time? The 6 ability seeds that Vase had inserted into Mana were derived from the spiritual fragments of different sources. Life, which corresponded to the heart, came from Vase himself. Family, which corresponded to the tail, came from the golden cat. Purification, which corresponded to the brain, came from Lufa. Protection, which corresponded to the front paws, came from xianxia. Light, which corresponded to the eyes, came from the illustrious one. Duty, which corresponded to the abdomen, came from the solemn guardian. Vase had high hopes for Mana for this reason. She was a completely new sort of companion spirit from Sharpie, Blinky, Respa, Alexandria and so on. Aurelia was the first human to have a broader choice in how to develop her other self. He expected her to grow up into an energetic little girl who came up with big dreams about her future. He expected his daughter to come to him so that she could receive his guidance on what kind of career path she should try to pursue. He expected her to make up her mind and consciously work together with Mana to stimulate one of the 6 ability seeds that aligned best with her future ambitions. Instead of all of that happening, Aurelia activated one prematurely. Though there was no rule that stated that Mana could only ever unlock the potential of one ability seed, the first one was undoubtedly the most important one that would define how Aurelia lived her life. How did this happen? There could only be one viable explanation. Someone tried to intrude in her mind. Aurelia or Mana sensed this was wrong and tried to evoke whatever means they had to defend against it. This inadvertently caused Mana to activate her purification seed ability so that she could provide Aurelia with an added insurance against spiritual or mental intrusions. A part of Vase was quite happy to see this. If Aurelia retained the protection of her inviolable body and purified mind, it would be impossible for her to get brainwashed or indoctrinated. Powerful spiritual entities wouldn't be able to mess with her either. That didn't mean he was okay with this, though. He could only think of one culprit who might be responsible. Gloriana. Meow. Clixie grew alarmed. I need to have a good talk with my wife. Chapter 3668 Special Child. I told you 100 times, I did not tamper with our daughter. Gloriana grew irate as Vase threw a false accusation at her. She completely lost her mood to continue her work on optimizing the Minerva project's nearly complete design. Then how the hell did Mana feel the need to activate a mental protection ability in advance? What did Alexandria do to our girl when you tried to pull her into your design network? I did nothing. I love her as much as you do, if not more. She's too young and fragile to bear my thoughts. I would never take as many risks as you and try to overwhelm her with so many complicated thoughts and emotions. She deserves to enjoy her childhood. Aurelia sat on the floor of the design room and looked up at her parents who were arguing once again. Drool trickled down the corner of her mouth as she remained completely unaffected by the heated words exchanged by her mother and father. Goo, meow meow tilde, Clixie nudged the little girl with her head. There were better things to do than watch Vase and Gloriana bicker like an old married couple. Wah! Soon enough, Aurelia began to crawl after Clixie in an attempt to grab her tail. Several minutes later, the couple fell silent after Gloriana took the initiative to form a design network with Vase. It was pretty much impossible for her to lie when Vase obtained a direct connection to her mind, so when she said that she did not mess with their daughter's mind, he believed her this time. Okay, Vase sighed, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come up to you and accused you like this. You did nothing wrong. Mao, Alexandria hissed at Vase. The intangible red cat was offended by his mistrust. The queen cat shut down her spiritual network and floated over to Aurelia in order to keep an eye on the energetic baby. Gloriana voiced her own theory. I think the answer to what has happened is not that complicated. Think about all of the places where we brought our daughter. How many times did we bring her close to our mechs? She must have experienced the glows of every living mech in our fleet. Vase froze when he heard her words. The glows of ordinary mechs like the Bright Warriors and the Valkyrie. Redeemers are already fairly noticeable. Then there are the more powerful glows of mechs like the Quint, the Shield of Samar and our other expert mechs. Do you really think that bathing our daughter in all of these influences will not produce a reaction? He recalled all of the times that he and his wife brought Aurelia close to all of those mechs. Though he didn't keep count, it must have happened at least a couple of hundred times. Ever since she was born, Vase and Gloriana made sure that their baby was always with one of them at all times. They did not feel reassured with entrusting their only child to a nanny. Only by keeping her close would they feel at ease with the health and safety of their little girl. Since Vase and Gloriana were both mech designers and leaders in their own right, they frequently got close to various mechs whenever they passed by the hangar bays or workshops. Vase soon began to frown. There's one problem with your theory. The glows of all of our mechs are benign. While they might influence our daughter in certain ways, they are all harmless towards our fellow Larkinsons. Other children have come close to our mechs as well and nothing bad has happened to them. It is rather strange that Aurelia has made a response that is akin to an allergic reaction towards something as harmless as glows. Then what else can explain what has happened to our daughter? Gloriana frowned. Look, it's fine now. I don't see this as a demerit. Just look at how happy and healthy she is. As far as I'm concerned, I feel much more reassured that no god or deity can tamper with her mind and body anymore. She has developed her own divinity and is growing up to be more than a simple human. She had a point. Each of the 6 seed abilities that Vase had implanted in Mana were supposed to be useful. No matter which one Aurelia woke up first, she would undoubtedly become stronger than before. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am still concerned it happened at a point where Aurelia isn't able to think about her future yet. She's too young and already Mana's first evolution is already exerting a profound influence on her future development. I do not think it is as bad as you say. Gloriana said, our daughter is safer than ever and her ability doesn't even narrow her options that much. In fact, if she wants to become the next leader of the Larkinson clan, then having a pure and inviolable mind is a great advantage. She won't be unduly affected by anyone and can hold her ground against both expert pilots and proto-gods. In addition, since this enhancement is centered around her brain, I think this will be a lot of help towards her mental development. She will grow smarter and wiser than any girl of her age. Maybe she can even become as smart as the polymath. Vase couldn't stand it any longer. Gloriana's expectations for Aurelia were becoming way too exaggerated. Did she even know what she was talking about by equating her own daughter to the smartest mech designer in human space? Okay, stop, I get it. Let's rethink how we raise our daughter and make sure she doesn't get stimulated by any excessive external influences. Why? Because I don't want her growth to be distorted any further. Gloriana directed a familiar look at Vase. She adopted the expression that she always used when she thought that Vase was being an idiot. I think we should do the opposite. What? I told you that I don't see this development as a disaster. Instead, it's an opportunity. The more we expose her to different glows, the more we exercise her mental defenses. The greater her mental defenses, the more she is able to withstand strong pressure. Attacks will bounce off her mind and she will laugh in the face of hostile gods. This is a great way for our daughter to remain safe in the future. Gloriana was right. Vase might be making a fuss about nothing. No matter how Aurelia's companion spirit developed, Mana was always supposed to be her constant companion, assistant and protector. It did not sound like a bad idea to have her excel in keeping her mind pure. As long as Aurelia and Mana grew more powerful in the future, they could develop the original ability seed into a much more expansive set of abilities. Vase only needed to look at his 4 aspects of Lufa to recall how versatile the concept of purification could be. His daughter could become an absolutely remarkable woman once she fully developed her companion spirit's main strength. Eventually, they decided not to change the way they raised their daughter. In a way, her growth process was actually quite natural. Shielding her from the Larkinson clan's current environment would be a disservice to her because they would only be skewing her future growth as a result. There was no good reason for Vase and the Gloriana to do so when Aurelia's current growth path was clearly the most appropriate one for her at this time. As Vase and Gloriana finally reconciled their differences, Aurelia hardly took any notice of this. She had crawled to the corner of the design room and finally managed to catch Clixie after a vigorous chase. Meow Tilda, the Rubarthan sentinel cat, rolled onto her belly and allowed the baby to savor in her victory. Guawabugu, Clixie's shiny golden necklace soon caught Aurelia's attention again. The gem set in the center of the ornate collar especially attracted the little girl. The baby climbed over and patted the surface of the necklace with her tiny hands. Of course, before Aurelia could try to chew on the gem, Clixie gently kept the eager little girl at bay with her paws. At this time, the lustrous gem glinted a bit brighter before an invisible energy surge emerged out of it. The subtle wave of energy sought to enter into Aurelia's mind, only to get rebuffed by her defenses. Mew. As the apparently hostile energy wave stagnated, a cute white kitten appeared from Aurelia's mind. Mana quickly flew forward and sucked in the loose energy with a practiced motion. Unfortunately, the immature spiritual cat couldn't digest the energy. The most she could do was purify it, but aside from that she did not possess the digestion organs that Blinky had inherited from the Unending One. After the swallowed spiritual energy circulated inside Mana for a while, the bloated companion spirit subsequently vomited it towards the nearest friendly cat, who happened to be Clixie. Instead of returning to its original sender, the purified energy instead entered Clixie's body without her notice or awareness. Her body briefly grew brighter for an instant, but nothing else happened. Meow Tilda. At this time, Clixie's only concern was acting as a pillow for Aurelia. The baby had grown tired after the chase and dozed off into peaceful slumber. Pure love and devotion welled up in Clixie's eyes as the cat developed an even stronger bond with Aurelia. Her fluffy tail flipped from side to side as she began to purr like a motor. As for Vase, once his concerns for his daughter subsided, he returned to his original schedule. After leaving Aurelia behind in the care of his wife, he returned to his office where he accepted General Verl's call. The middle-aged Mech officer's projection soon arrived and saluted the patriarch. "What did you call me for, sir?" "I want to bounce an idea off you," Vase said. "I already told you that I'm concerned about the continued lack of space for enough mechs in our fleet." Verl did not look surprised. "You are not the only one who is concerned about that problem. We are grappling with it daily. There are too few advantages to our current state. Between mechs and mech pilots, the former will always have a higher casualty rate than the latter. It makes more sense to carry a surplus of mechs so that we always have spare machines on hand when ejected mech pilots quickly need to get back into the fight." The situation the Larkinson clan had landed in was highly unusual. If not for shedding most of their ships while letting go of none of their personnel, an odd situation like this would have never happened. "I've been thinking on how to handle this problem in the medium term," Vase said. "In the short term, I doubt we'll suffer too many problems, but if this goes on for a few years, I'm afraid our mech pilots will grow frustrated. Not only that, we won't be able to employ all of the new mech models that we are finishing in the coming weeks. We all understand that, sir. The fundamental issue that is responsible for this is our lack of mech capacity. Unless we can find additional carriers, this state will continue to persist with little change over time. We don't have to look at ships." "Pardon," Vase smiled at Verl's projection. "There are more spaces where we can park additional mechs. Planets have lots of room, for example. It's a lot cheaper and easier to build extra mech hangars on land. Space stations are also a viable alternative if we want to keep our mech units away from any planetary environments." General Verl looked shocked. Ever since Vase came up with his grand expedition, he always insisted that the clans should keep everything together in a single fleet. This was why the Larkinsons never thought about founding a colony like so many other pioneers. Had Vase suddenly changed his mind? Was he ready to plant his flag on one of the many unclaimed star systems in the Krakatoa Middle Zone? Chapter 3669 A New Haul. It's not what you think, General. I'm not starting a new colony. Oh, I still mean it when I say that I don't want our clan to become anchored to a fixed location. Vase said, our main strength must always remain with the fleet in order to protect our core. What I am actually suggesting is giving our excess mech pilots something better to do by sending them out to different locations so that they can contribute to our clan in a more meaningful way. This can range from guarding a temporary mining operation to accepting low-risk guard missions from various parties. General Verl quickly understood what Vase was trying to accomplish. As long as we have the means to produce enough mechs, this is an excellent way to relieve the pressure in the Larkinson army. If we only send out our excess mech pilots on deployment, the maximum combat strength of our fleet will not be adversely affected. The only real disadvantage that we will incur is weakening our ability to bounce back after a heavy battle. It will become harder for us to replenish any lost mech pilots if we no longer have any reserves on hand. This was a major downside that could severely affect the Larkinson clan's chances of survival if it was ever forced to fight successive battles. With the spirit of Bentime, it was relatively easy for the clan to replenish its lost mechs, especially if the Larkinsons were able to salvage their broken mechs from the battlefield. It was a lot more difficult to replace any lost mech pilots, though. The Larkinson Mech Academy was far from operating at full capacity, so it would take a considerable time to reinforce the various mech legions with thousands of new recruits. We don't have to send away all of our spare mech pilots at once. Vase stated, if we retain a level of around 20% or something, we will have sufficient depth should we ever enter a situation where we need to dip into our reserves. We can always recall any nearby Larkinson mech pilots on deployment if we need to replenish our losses more urgently. Although all of this sounded viable, there were many different issues concerning this comprehensive change in strategy. While General Verl obviously supported this change, he knew that it was not without its risks. The Red Ocean is dangerous. Though there are voices that have always opposed your plan to keep us all together, I can't deny that it has always kept us all safe. Are you truly willing to allow our clansmen on deployment to brave the dangers of the new frontier without the protection of our main fleet? This is why we need to plan out this arrangement carefully. Vase replied, for example, we should never allow our units to travel to different destinations by themselves. Their carrier vessels will just become easy prey to pioneers that eagerly want to get their hands on additional starships. We can either have them travel in larger convoys or merely drop them off at their destination directly from the main fleet. What of the risks to our smaller expeditionary forces, sir? Are you willing to allow them to brave dangers without the support of our expert mechs and our main forces? That is why we need to think about their deployments carefully. The most obvious option is to build a base somewhere in a relatively safe port system like Davut and have them guard a manufacturing plant or something. That is a decent option. General Verl said, guard duty will not provide much enrichment to our troops, though. The sort of mech pilots that we have recruited and trained are generally more ambitious and eager for battle than normal. Security duty is one of the most boring assignments a mech pilot can undertake. Guarding a relatively safe facility where the chances of getting attacked are low will definitely lead to an even greater degree of frustration than if we kept the mech pilots in our main fleet. Vase sighed. The general was right. The Larkinson clan's recruitment policies had brought in a lot of mech pilots that were quite suitable for his current strategy. He just never envisioned the need to offload his spare mech pilots by sending them out on different assignments. Their inherent personalities, the way they were raised along with how the Larkinson martial culture emphasized proactivity meant that these Larkinson mech pilots needed to perform meaningful duties in order to feel fulfilled. After all, ordinary mech pilots usually entered into active service for a number of decades. After that, the onset of age and accumulated injuries usually made it unviable for them to continue piloting mechs. Most of them had little choice but to give up the profession that they dedicated their lives to and retire. All of this meant that mech pilots only had a limited window of time to make their legacies. They were unlike mech designers who were usually able to practice their profession until old age if they were accomplished enough. There were a lot of mech pilots who did not wish to enter into different battlefields. To them, it was more than enough to guard facilities all day. However, Those kinds of risk-averse mech pilots were in short supply in the Larkinson clan. Even the living Sentinels, who were the least enthusiastic about performing risky missions, wanted to fulfill more meaningful jobs in their lives. There should be numerous suitable assignments that our mech pilots can do in more exciting circumstances. Vase said, one of the more obvious examples is helping pioneering organizations protect their initial colony settlements. The earliest periods of building a colony are always the most precarious ones. There are no base defenses and few resources and facilities on hand to defend it against attacks. This is where mercenaries come in. It is usually worth it to employ a mercenary outfit that can add hundreds if not thousands of additional mechs to the defense force. General Verl frowned. That is indeed true, but the mercenaries must choose their clients carefully. Some are more reckless than others and attract greater enemies. If the colony is ever attacked by an overwhelming threat, our lack of carrier vessels will mean that most of the mechs we have stationed at the colony will have to be abandoned. At most, our personnel will be able to evacuate on a lone passenger ship, but without any substantial mech escorts, the vessel will be extremely vulnerable to raids. The leader of Larkinson army raised these points not because he objected to Ves's plan, but because he wanted to make sure that the Patriarch knew what he was getting into. From the moment the clan split up its troops, everyone had to take into account that not all of the outgoing clansmen would be returning home alive. Vase frowned and thought about it. It can't be helped. The most we can do is to select our assignments carefully. We should only accept missions from reputable parties. I'm sure the Mercenary Association has already set up branches in the Red Ocean. We can also accept missions from the MTA Colonization Board. Aside from that, we need to make sure that this is a voluntary choice. No one should be forced to go on an assignment that might subject them to dangers for months if not years. This was a decent enough arrangement. General Verl relaxed. Those are good ideas, sir. If we want to ensure that there will be enough volunteers, we can promise additional rewards to them. If we do this right, we will not only be able to expand our presence in the new frontier, but also provide our mech pilots with more experiences. Right now, many of our pilots have little to no experience of fighting in a planetary environment. The two discussed and fleshed out the tentative plan further. This was a major initiative, so it could not be implemented in a day. Vase merely wanted to convey an outline to Verl so that he could flesh it out and turn it into a reality with the help of his own staff. General Verl's projection eventually stood up. We need to make a lot of changes in order to get this expedition hall up and running. We also need to produce all of the mechs that are meant to go on these smaller expedition missions. None of that can be accomplished in the short term. It will take at least half a year to get this operation off the ground. I understand. I am not in a hurry, General. Just work out the plan and make all of the necessary preparations. In a year or two, I want our expedition hall to give thousands of idle mech pilots something better to do. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Vase dreamed of erecting an expedition hall that would manage and facilitate all outgoing missions. It would operate similar to a mercenary bureau where bored clansmen could look for excitement outside of the expeditionary fleet by accepting exotic new assignments. Of course, the concept of this expedition hall made a lot more sense when the Larkinson clan had grown larger and more expansive. Right now, it sounded a bit too extravagant, but Vase still found it worthwhile to start it up early. As Vase thought about how the introduction of the expeditionary hall would change the Larkinson clan, an alert suddenly interrupted his thoughts. General Verl's projection quickly reappeared again. This time, he looked a lot more serious. What's the matter? Vase questioned as he grew vigilant. An alarm didn't activate without a good reason. Each one inevitably heralded a threat or an unforeseen situation. Our long-range sensors have just detected that numerous alien warships have entered this star system. What? Vase almost jumped out of his seat. How strong is this alien fleet? We are still determining that. The alien fleet is several light hours away from our position, so it is difficult to obtain too many details in the first minutes. For now, we can say for certain that the ships are alien in nature. No human ship conforms to what we have detected on our long-range scanners. We can also rule out the possibility that they belong to the major alien races such as the Nuncers and the Puelmers. Given the initial energy emissions and other preliminary readings that we have made, it is highly likely that the unknown alien fleet hails from one of many minor alien races that are based in this approximate region. Vase relaxed for a bit. The major alien races that had dominated the Red Ocean for so long were all the equivalent of first-raters at their best. The minor races were much less fearsome in comparison. The Big Two already encountered thousands of them, and there were undoubtedly many more that humanity had yet to encounter. Even then, the overall strength levels of these minor races was incredibly diverse. Vase did not know whether the arriving alien fleet was stronger or weaker than his own fleet. Vase grew uncertain. "What do you recommend? We should raise our alert level and deploy extra patrols," the general immediately said. "Usually, the appearance of a hostile fleet that is several light hours away should not pose an immediate threat to us, but alien superluminal travel technology works by different principles. Damn, alien warp drives aren't constrained by gravity," Vase realized. "They can close the distance to us even if they have to travel through the inner system. These alien ships may be warping to us while we are looking at outdated sensor readings." The expeditionary fleet quickly entered into a more active battle stance. A multitude of mechs poured out of the carriers while other workers prepared the various vessels for battle. Even though the chance of getting attacked in the next few minutes was extremely low, the Golden Skull Alliance still had to put up its guard. Chapter 3670 Expense of Procreation, so this is what it's like to get married. Joshua commented. MMMHMMM. Ever since Joshua and Kedis bound their lives to each other, they tried to spend more time with each other. It wasn't easy to make time for each other due to their heavy responsibilities, but the clan was quite accommodating towards its top figures. At this stage, the Larkinson clan was only a few years old. Its structure was still flexible and there weren't too many protocols. As long as Kedis worked hard and made sure to stay on schedule, it did not matter that much if she left her shift an hour early. She and her newly wedded husband had decided to take a break in the forward observation chamber on the first deck of the Spirit of Bentime. The expansive garden and observatory compartment had not changed much since it initially came into existence. Over the years, the caretakers planted new trees and plants and also introduced a few new interesting species. However, the place remained a favorite gathering spot for pets of all kinds. Cat meows could be heard from every direction as hundreds of cats gathered into different cliques. Whenever their human companions left their cabins in order to go to school or perform their work duties, the cats did not stay behind and stare at bulkheads all day. They roamed the ship and regularly gathered in places like these. The other animals weren't left behind either. Dogs ran around while chasing each other's tails and birds soared through the air before landing on various tree branches. The presence of all of these pets caused the forward observation chamber to become a favored paradise for busy officers looking to enjoy a moment of peace. As Kedis and Joshua cuddled against each other against a tree trunk, they quietly gazed at the animals enjoying their moments. A few pets even took the initiative to approach the couple. A pair of black-furred cats who were obviously related to each other jumped on Joshua's lap and began to purr. The expert pilot cracked a smile and gently stroked the felines by the ears. "Meow, PRR. Kedis watched on with evident mirth on her expression. "I think we should get a pet," she stated. Joshua frowned. "Are you sure? We talked about this. Both of us are so busy most of the time that we don't have much time to spare for any pets. I can bring my pet to work. Vase and Gloriana bring along Lucky and Clixie all the time. Why shouldn't we be able to do the same? Besides, I think it would be nice if our children can grow up alongside a pet. Just look at how Aurelia and Clixie have become so close to each other. I want our child to develop a similar bond with a pet." Venerable Joshua became a lot more receptive to the idea after that. He also began to entertain unusual thoughts when his wife mentioned the issue of children. He placed his hand on her athletic, muscled stomach. "About our first child, I want to have one soon," Kedis said. "I don't want to wait too long. I don't like Gloriana, but whenever I see her glowing when she is carrying her daughter, I feel like I'm missing out. If not now, then when? Our clan is currently in a rather precarious state, dear." That hasn't stopped Vase and Gloriana from proceeding with raising their first child. "I heard that they are already thinking about conceiving their second child. If we conceive ours at the same time, the two can grow up alongside each other. Doesn't that sound great?" Though Joshua initially felt overrun after Kedis brought up such an important topic without warning, he quickly adjusted his mentality. One of the reasons why he married Kedis was to advance their relationship to the next stage. Having children was definitely in his plans. He just had to accept that Kedis would be bearing and raising their first child when the expeditionary fleet was heading into dangerous territory. Though Joshua wasn't privy to all of the detailed plans of the Patriarch, he knew that the Larkinson clan would be spending a lot of time in true frontier space. They could come across any possible threat while exploring the Red Ocean. The thought of their son or daughter becoming a victim of an incident made Joshua incredibly concerned about this course of action. However, Joshua also became more determined than ever to do his best to defend the clan. Out of every Larkinson, he was one of the expert pilots of the clan. That meant something here. With the support of the Everchanger, he possessed an unprecedented degree of agency on the battlefield. If any hostile human or alien fleet threatened to harm even a single hair of his child with Kedis, he would definitely squeeze the limits of his potential to prevent that from happening. His protective impulse caused his force of will to quicken. His desire to protect his wife and children had grown so strong that it had honed his willpower to a new height. Joshua wasn't the only protector of their family, though. A sharp burst of will pressed against his own. Kutiz's attitude grew sharp as she grasped her sheathed greatsword. She pulled out Bloodsinger from its scabbard just enough to expose its hungry blade. My sword hasn't tasted for many months. I don't mind staining it with alien blood if any get past your guard. This future mother isn't a harmless little damsel. Since that day, the two held a few more talks before they settled on their choice. Natural conception was out of the question since Kedis underwent way too many gene treatments. She was in a similar state to Vase in that regard. The couple made an appointment with director Rania Woden and shuttled over the Dragon's Den at the first possible opportunity. The head of the Larkinson Biotech Institute received the golden couple of the Larkinson clan with a smile. I was wondering when the two of you would visit my ship. We've welcomed many couples as of late. It was only a matter of time before you got your turn. Please, take a seat. Once the guests made themselves comfortable, the green-haired woman activated a projection and called up a few files. Let me begin by stating that it will take a lot of effort to design a baby that can safely grow inside your body, Kedis. The biotech expert and director stated. The augmentations that you have received in the past are not only extensive, but also extreme. What's worse is that they're mostly geared towards increasing your physical strength and combat capabilities. Your blood and tissue has substances that can seriously threaten the health of a fetus. Both Joshua and Kedis grew concerned. Does that mean we have to resort to an artificial womb? It's the most convenient choice. Rania admitted. Artificial womb technology is highly mature. The chances of complications are minimal because the gestation environment is completely controlled. The lifer geneticists and other specialists under our command are highly proficient in operating them, and we recently purchased a batch of modern Heartland-grade models. If you want to bring a child into this reality in the safest possible circumstances, an artificial womb is the best choice. Neither Joshua nor Kedis were enthused about the idea. Joshua found the idea of raising their child in a glorified test tube was too clinical and impersonal. It did not conform to his own values and he felt he would do his child a disservice if he agreed with this plan. His wife also wasn't enthused about the idea. That's not an option unless we truly have no other choice. There is something special about bearing a child yourself. I've seen it from Gloriana. She stated. Rania, is there a viable way I can still undergo pregnancy? The doctor responded with a reassuring smile. There is always a solution. It's just going to cost you. We have an existing relationship with wuxia and xianxia on account of being one of the famed genetics company's customers. When I transferred your genetic and other physiological data to its biotech experts, they told me that it is possible for them to solve your problems as long as they put effort into developing a new designer baby. You will have to pay a hefty amount of money to get that level of service from this company, though. Joshua had never cared about money since he entered the clan. Everyone else made arrangements on his behalf. Kedis handled money more often due to her work, but she too did not pay too much attention to it despite receiving a share of revenue of the LMC. How much money do we have to spend at minimum to get wuxia and xianxia's help? She asked. At least 1,000 MTA credits if you want a guaranteed outcome. Rania directly replied, you can spend less, but then the company won't try as hard. I cannot recommend going cheaper because the loss you will experience if anything goes wrong is not worth the potential savings. The couple winced. Though it was not unaffordable to the Larkinson clan, the problem was that Joshua and Kedis were only two individual clansmen. They did not have the right to arbitrarily pull out so much money from the clan's treasury. How much did it cost to develop Aurelia? 4,000 MTA credits. It's a lot of money for a single child. If Vase isn't the leader of our clan and the source of most of our revenue, there is no way to justify this expenditure. Designer babies were expensive. While there were even more expensive and extravagant options, they were mostly subject to diminishing returns. Joshua and Kedis saw no need to spend more money than the miracle couple. "What do you think, Kedis?" Joshua asked. As the mech designer and someone who performed a lot of calculations at work, Kedis was pretty much in charge of all of their finances when they came together. "I can get us 4,000 MTA credits," she claimed. "Whoa, are you sure?" Joshua questioned. "I'm not accustomed to thinking in MTA credits yet, but even I know that 4,000 MTA credits is a great sum." Kedis still looked confident, though. "I've almost completed my Monster Slayer project. Once I hand over my design to the Wild Fighters, they will soon produce and sell my new mech throughout the zones where they are active. As long as my new landbound swordsman mech gains popularity, the Wild Fighter Association will definitely funnel a lot of money to our clan. Once that happens, I can go up to Vase and ask him to earn my share of the earnings for the next few years in advance. He won't make life difficult for us, especially if he hears what it is for. Allowing us to raise a strong and healthy designer baby will benefit him as well." "Does that matter?" Both Kedis and Rania snorted. "Of course it does, Joshua. Vase is always more amenable to ideas if there are profits or benefits attached to them. If he sees the 4,000 MTA credits as an investment instead of a money sink, he'll pass on the money in an instant." Though the expert pilot wasn't sure whether this would happen, he was willing to give his wife the benefit of the doubt. She interacted and worked alongside Vase much more often than him. She knew the patriarch a lot better. After making a tentative decision to commission wuxia and xianxia to develop a fairly high-quality designer baby, Rania soon guided the couple through the basic decisions that they needed to make at the start in order to determine the overall direction of their possible child. Designer babies are configured with specialized genes, substances and follow-up treatments that define what they will be good at in the future. The two of you need to make a choice on what your baby should excel at. Do you want to raise your child as a mech pilot, a leader, a swordsman or a mech designer? It's your choice. Just keep in mind that genetics will never determine everything about someone's life. At best, they can nudge the specialty of your designer baby in specific directions. Chapter 3671 Repeat Customer. The money problem was a big issue. Joshua and Kedis also didn't have to spend such an extravagant sum of money in order to conceive a baby. Many couples managed to do fine by spending far less. However, the two Larkinsons weren't ordinary anymore. Their positions in the clan essentially catapulted them into the upper echelons of their society. They had the opportunity and the means to aim for better. While it may not be justifiable for them to spend 4,000 MTA credits to commission a designer baby, scrounging up a more modest sum like 1,000 MTA credits was a lot more doable. While Kedis promised to come up with the financing, the married pair also had to make a few important decisions. "Girl or boy?" "Boy," Kedis said. "Girl," Joshua said. Rania crossed her arms. "You didn't talk about this before you arrived here. You can take your time to decide, but it's best to notify us as soon as possible. The preparation to develop a new designer baby will go a lot smoother if we know which one you desire." The swordmaster furrowed her brows. "Why do you want a girl, Joshua?" "I'm an only child. I never grew up with a sister, so I think it would be nice to raise a girl first." "What about you, Kedis?" "A boy would be a pleasant change for me," she answered. "I don't have anything against women, but I grew up in a woman's world among the sword maidens. I don't want to get too close to the hexers, so I think it would be great to focus on boys for a change. Besides, there's another good reason to aim for a boy this time." "And what is that?" Kedis turned to Rania. "Vase and Gloriana are planning to conceive a girl for their second child, right?" "That's private information. Hey, it's not much of a secret considering how much Gloriana brags about her present and future children. I think there's a lot of promise if we manage to raise a boy around the same time. If our two kids get along." The implications were obvious. They were also disturbing to Joshua. "That sounds way too meddlesome, dear," Joshua replied. "If we raise a boy, I don't want his life to revolve around becoming the consort of one of the patriarch's children. Besides, the age differences do not matter as much. With how long all of our children get to live, it doesn't matter if one half of a pair is 10 or even 20 years younger. Why must we insist on going through with this arranged marriage stuff? We don't live in a royal palace. The opportunity is there, Joshua. Why not take it? I will admit that it isn't likely that our two kids will get together, but it will be nice if it happens." They both decided to get a boy at first. Kedis deeply wanted one and Joshua didn't have much of an objection to the choice. He could just wait a few years before he could spoil a baby daughter. Very well, then, a boy it is, Director Rania confirmed as she made an internal note. Do you have a plan for his future? As I've mentioned earlier, genetics do not determine everything, but they can provide extremely helpful boosts when they complement whatever your child wants to do when he matures. It can mean the difference between becoming an average professional and becoming a leading figure. Just look at how Gloriana turned out. My former dynasty poured a lot of money into her development and the results have already exceeded expectations. I wouldn't call Gloriana a smashing success considering how much of it was only possible through the man she managed to capture, Kedis said. You get the point. You may think of her what you will, but you should realize that out of every Gloriana, there are tens of thousands more female mech designers who have failed to advance to journeyman. Her augmentations played a large role in that, though her strict upbringing also had a lot to do with it. There are many people who possess a lot of augmentations but have never accomplished anything in their lives. Child rearing is a comprehensive system that encompasses a lot of factors. Designer babies of different tiers need to be raised according to different strategies in order to achieve the best results. All of this sounded like a maze to Venerable Joshua. He never thought that an ordinary process such as raising children could be so deliberate and complicated. He grew up in vastly simpler circumstances, so he didn't have a good impression of what it would be like to raise his son in this fashion. Kedis was able to understand Rania a bit better. As a mech designer, she worked with complicated, interconnected systems every day. I think it would be best if our son can become a mech pilot or a swordmaster. Kedis said, I don't mind it if he wants to become a mech designer either. It would be ideal if he chooses a profession in which we can train him and advise him on. What do you think, Joshua? Joshua looked more doubtful. I haven't thought that far. Isn't there a more general enhancement package that doesn't push our child too closely into becoming a warrior or something? There are certainly options, but they are always less efficient and effective than a more specialized approach. Director Rania smoothly answered, it's the same way with your mechs. Those machines that try to do everything are relatively mediocre at those jobs, while a more specialized mech can perform a lot better when it does the job it is supposed to do. While one approach is not necessarily better than the other, I can tell you that parents that have chosen the general package usually regret it later on. If they were more decisive, they could have given their children a greater boost. This was a difficult matter to decide. Joshua was much more reluctant to budge from his stance, but his wife made a persuasive case. Think of who we are. She told him, we are not average people anymore. Your humble, down-to-earth impression is cute and all, but let's face it. With our status, capabilities and contributions, we are the new aristocrats of the Larkinson clan. There is no reason why we should raise our children as if we are part of the rank and file. It's extremely likely that our son will follow after us, and since we are both warriors in a sense, we should go for a genetic package that is geared for combat. Joshua sighed, fine, let's do it your way then. To be honest, I hope our son will become a mech pilot. I can personally tutor him on piloting mechs. And I can teach him how to wield a sword as well. Kedis grinned in an anticipatory manner. No matter what, our proud boy should be able to handle himself in a fight. Neither parents recoiled at the thought of allowing their child to fight on the battlefield. Warfare was an intrinsic part of humanity, and its culture as a whole revered the warriors who fought on behalf of others. The Larkinson clan also developed a warrior culture where its defenders, who played important roles, were always revered. Fighting for the clan was both an expectation and a duty. Now that the couple decided to clear the way for their first child to become a warrior, Rania accessed a database and picked out suitable choices. The most premier package that you can buy at roughly 4,000 MTA credits is wuxia and Uneka's new Formula K220505TIL. She informed the couple, there are many variations and other related formulas that slightly emphasize certain strengths over others, but this one fits the situation extremely well as long as you can afford the service. What makes this formula better than the other ones? Joshua asked. In short, it is a comprehensive designer baby plan that seeks to raise powerful melee mech pilots. Whether they can become an expert pilot or not, any baby grown according to this formula will enjoy significant advantages of those of modest birth like yourself, Venerable Joshua. The man in question did not think much of it. We all become more than human once we advance to expert pilot. The differences between augmentations become a lot less important by then. Besides, we can always catch up on the implants and gene treatments that we previously lacked. That's true, but the cost and effectiveness of those later augmentations are severely reduced compared to when you can get them at birth or as part of a predetermined plan. Rania replied, if you want your son to become an expert pilot one day, then you should embrace this formula. Not only will it make him better in the period before he becomes a demigod, but he will gain numerous small but helpful advantages over other expert pilot once he has reached this level. What advantages can we expect? Think of heightened reaction times, reinforced body structure, accelerated recovery, high metabolism, highly reinforced brain and nerves, slightly higher chance of obtaining the right genetic aptitude, faster thinking speed. In reaction speed, heightened concentration and improved memory. Both Joshua and Kedis looked impressed. As soldiers and warriors themselves, they could envision a lot of advantages for their son if he chose to follow in their footsteps. You've mentioned both body and mind-related improvements. Will our child be strong in both aspects? That's not possible unless your budget is a lot higher. Director Rania shook her head. You should take into account that Formula K220505TIL mostly emphasizes physical improvements over cognitive improvements. The only reason to make the mech pilot smarter is to help him learn all of the theoretical knowledge required to pilot first-class mechs. What truly matters is that the body is capable of keeping up with the speed and stresses of battle. Kedis placed her hand on Joshua's arm. I think this is a good package. It sounds helpful even if our son doesn't end up having the right aptitude. I can still do my best to train him into a swordmaster. I'm curious about the other variants. What other options do we have, Director? Rania Woden briefly outlined the other formulas. There were ones that sought to boost the sociability and the intellect of the mech pilot so that the designer baby could become a highly capable mech officer one day. There were also ones that sought to pave the way to excel in different specializations. For example, an augmentation package that was geared towards raising rifleman mech pilots would boost attributes related to precision, visual analysis, pattern recognition and consistency. The formula that Rania had selected was already oriented towards melee specializations. In these situations, the non-physical improvements were more aggressive in nature. After considering the alternatives, the prospective parents settled on Formula K220505TIL as their goal. It was truly a good enhancement package and aligns best with their own wishes. As Rania posed other questions to the pair, their exploratory session suddenly paused when the dragon's den sounded an alarm. Joshua quickly sprung up to his feet. We've moved up to Orange Alert. Orange Alert sat between Yellow Alert and Red Alert. It essentially signaled to the Larkinsons that while their fleet wasn't under attack, there were enough indications that battle may be imminent. It was always better to be safe than sorry in these circumstances. His wife also developed a sharper demeanor as she acknowledged the danger that they might be in. Let's continue this discussion later, Rania. We may have a battle to fight. Yes, of course. The biotech expert and leader nodded. I should go as well. My researchers will worry themselves to death if someone doesn't hold their hands at this time. 1,000 additional mechs had already deployed by the time that Joshua and Kedis boarded a shuttle back to the Spirit of Bentime. More were clearly on the way as the Larkinson clan did not want to get caught with its pants down. Chapter 3672 The Pokladan race. The Golden Skull Alliance became engulfed in an uproar when its people heard that they bumped into real aliens this time. It was only a matter of time before the expeditionary fleet came across genuine aliens. The Red Ocean was filled with them. Even if the Big Two eradicated a lot of vermin, a few mice always managed to squeeze through the cracks. Everyone who could help tried their best to identify the race of the arriving aliens and estimate the approximate combat strength of the alien starships. Larkinsons, Crossers and Glory Seekers worked together to share their collected data and contact any external helpers that could provide them with expert opinions. The Black Cats played the most prominent role at this time. While their contributions in actual battles was much more limited, they were always invaluable when the Larkinsons urgently needed to collect more intelligence. The Blinding Banshee deployed her powerful sensor arrays and channeled lots of power to them. As a dedicated spying vessel, the observation readings she was able to gather were much more detailed and reliable than the readings made by other ships such as the various fleet carriers. Her passive sensors played a particularly important role at this time. She was able to resolve a lot more visual details of the distant alien fleet despite the relatively distant range from the orange dwarf star that the star system centered around. Even though the alien fleet was several light hours away, the human defenders had to assume the worst and take into account that the alien threat might drop in the neighborhood at any moment. This was because the alien warp drives were simply too effective at enabling sudden assaults. They allowed for starships to literally outspeed light when traversing through real space. The biggest implication of this was that ships could arrive faster to a destination than the light of their passage. Any fleet equipped with warp drives therefore possessed a lot more tactical flexibility in battle. As long as the drives could activate, the ships could sneak up to an unsuspecting fleet and drop out of warp travel only to open fire in an instant. As warp drives were the most predominant method of superluminal travel in the Red Ocean, many intelligent alien races had adapted their warfare to the possibilities and constraints of this key tech. Various strategists and officers came together in order to discuss countermeasures. Plans had been made in advance, but no one truly knew whether their measures could keep their fleet safe. The key problem was that the expeditionary fleet had been lingering in the star system called Orange Tulip for a while now. The light of its presence must have definitely reached the position of the alien fleet before the newcomers entered themselves. In short, the aliens had advance warning that there was a large human pioneering fleet in the outer system. This was a devastating difference and could easily provide the aliens with a great advantage as long as they struck while the expeditionary fleet was in the dark. Though the aliens apparently hadn't struck during this critical window of time, no one knew whether the unknowns were already on their way. This was why it was important to deploy the mechs in space in advance. It would have been too late to launch them afterwards if the alien fleet dropped on top of the Golden Skull Alliance. Fortunately, the threat wasn't too acute. The expeditionary fleet came equipped with dimensional smoothers and other high-tech modules that created numerous highly abstruse effects which generally solidified the material dimensions when simplified to the extreme. Since warp drives worked by distorting the space surrounding the starships, plunging into solidified space made it a lot harder for them to work. Unless the power and tech disparity was too large, a typical warp drive would no longer be able to function properly when crossing a zone that was under a dimensional smoother field. The expeditionary fleet was already spreading out its vessels in order to expand the envelope of this field and make it more difficult for ambushers to take them out all at once. The Alliance partners also did more than that. They deployed thousands of small, disposable observation drones that were meant to keep an eye on the outer perimeter. With the help of larger drones that were equipped with quantum entanglement nodes, the fleet could effectively get a brief advance warning on the approach of any hostile fleet traveling through warp. This advance warning might only give the Larkinsons and their allies 30 seconds to get ready for imminent battle, but that was better than nothing. As Vase headed into the conference room, a cloud of concern and even fear hung over the gathered leaders and commanders. Once the last attendees arrived via projection, the virtual meeting commenced. Director Calabast, tell us what the Black Cats found. Vase instructed. The former Hexer did not smirk or waste any time. She called up a number of projected images that showed fairly detailed images of the distant alien fleet that had clearly been processed. We have detected around 30 clearly alien hulls at this time. We cannot rule out the possibility that the aliens have more vessels than that, either hiding behind their larger vessels or deployed elsewhere in the Orange Tulip system. If the aliens have done the latter, then we have not detected any of them as of yet. Our scanners are still combing through the star system as we speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in order to make sure we have not missed any that are relatively close to our position. 30 hulls. Each of them looked fairly large as well, though there were still variations in length and outward appearances. They all looked vaguely triangular in appearance, with some of them looking fatter while others looked sharper. After consulting with both external experts and the MTA database, we have managed to identify the alien race that operates these vessels. Calabast continued. With all of the data we collected and analyzed, we can say with certainty that the fleet belongs to the Pocladan race. Pocladan race. Who is naming these alien races anyway? That's not important at this moment. Calabast knew that no one knew much if anything about this minor indigenous alien species, so she prepared a brief presentation. Another projection appeared that displayed large, intelligent birds that operated advanced equipment with their articulating claws. The Pocladan race consists of large avians that are 66% taller than the typical human on average. They originally evolved on a planet with a gravity of 0.76 grams. One of the implications of that is that their bodies are relatively soft. They are not dependent on exotics for their growth, so they are not constrained by them either. What are they like compared to humans? Vase asked. What can you tell me about their culture? The Pocladans may look fearsome, but they tend to be non-aggressive in nature. They are highly communal and care a lot about their fellow Pocladans. Their unity is high and they are usually led by the oldest Pakladan that is also respected. We do not have any information on how the Pakladan leaders are elevated to office, but we do know that the Pakladans will always obey the commands of their superiors. I see. What of their territory? They managed to build up a decent empire for themselves in the Red Ocean that was located in the Torald Middle Zone, which is closer to the center of this galaxy. The Torald Middle Zone, Calabast nodded. Correct. The Big Two have recently swept through this zone, so all of the wounds are still fresh. The Pakladans have essentially lost all of their territory as recently as a year ago, so you can imagine the state this fleet is in. After we have distinguished that 21 of their ships are civilian in nature, we believe we are looking at a refugee fleet at the moment. It may have been on the run for a year as the state of many of its alien ships are not optimal. A lot of tension drained out of the virtual meeting chamber as Calabast announced her conclusions. Though her analysis could be wrong, there was a large chance that the threat wasn't as imminent as they thought. Wait, this doesn't quite make sense. Commander Melkor stated, if the Pakladans are refugees that are trying to survive, why would they flee from the Torald Middle Zone to the Krakatoa Middle Zone? They are heading deeper into human-occupied space. Calabast acknowledged this observation. You are correct in pointing that out, Commander. Most Pakladan fleets have indeed fled away from newly conquered human space, but there are always exceptions, not just for this race, but others as well. They either fled too late, did not want to get anywhere near the front lines, are led by irrational leaders, are on a holy mission or are seeking sanctuary in places of extreme danger. Any of these reasons and more can explain why this particular Pakladan refugee fleet is traveling in what we consider the wrong direction. It was impossible to ascertain the motives behind the alien refugee fleet's decision to head this way, so the Larkinson clan's director of intelligence quickly moved on with her presentation. Let me briefly explain what we know of their combat capabilities. First, like nearly every other civilized race in the Red Ocean, the Pakladans mainly rely on warships and orbital defense platforms for space warfare. We don't have to worry about the latter, so let us concentrate on the former. She activated a projection that displayed clips and still footage of many of the Pakladan starships that humanity had encountered in previous contact incidents. Understandably, much of the archival footage and images came directly from the Big Two. The alien vessels rarely met a good end as they quickly got skewered by human warships or mechs, but they provided everyone with a decent impression of how the Pakladans built their ships. General, would you do the honors? Calabast nodded towards their highest military official. Certainly, General Verl said as he began his own presentation. I've studied the material on how the aliens fight their battles, and I can say that the Pakladan combat doctrine is fairly simple. He summoned a projection that showed a number of Pakladan warships in combat. They utilized their powerful thrusters and relatively light frames to gain superior positioning and choose their fights carefully. What impressed Vase a lot about the triangular bird-shaped warships was that they mounted a lot of laser weapons. As you can see, the Pakladans make almost no use of projectile or missile armaments. Instead, they have specialized in developing and utilizing laser weapons. Though their weapons are worse than that of any of the major alien races, the Pakladans still enjoy substantial advantages compared to their regional alien peers. How good are these laser weapons against our own fleet? We cannot say for certain, but the alien warships pose a definite threat to any of our starships if they are fully operational. General Verl replied, make no mistake, confronting even a single alien warship will lead to painful losses because the Pakladans always arm their combat-oriented vessels with a full array of primary laser cannons. Unlike our race who favors the use of turrets, the Pakladans have mounted all of their main cannons in forward-facing positions. This means that if these ships ever orient in our direction, they can unleash their full power towards any targets in front. The firepower that even a single alien warship could unleash in front was devastating to say the least. The primary laser cannons were so powerful that they could probably skewer through the hulls of large civilian vessels in relatively quick order. Even heavy armored vessels such as the Graveyard and the Gorgonean would not last long if the alien warships were able to concentrate their fire. And this Pakladan fleet has 9 of these warships. Not exactly. Chapter 3673. Lion Pride. What do you mean by that remark, Calabast? Vase asked as he turned his attention to the Spymaster's projection. Look at these images and data sets, she said as she projected them all. I am aware that this is technical for all of you, so I will direct your attention to a couple of key observations. First, look at these energy readings. The emissions of all of the Pokladan starships are lower than was recorded in the MTA database. Unless the aliens are trying to feign weakness, this is a prime indicator that the condition of their vessels are not in good shape. Commander Kasela Ingvar agreed with this assessment. No refugee fleet can possibly remain fresh after being on the run on a continuous basis for a year. It must have fought against numerous hostile fleets during its flight and may have even lost a lot of ships during each encounter. What we may be looking at is the remnants of a much larger fleet. Professor Benedict Cortez of the Cross Clan spoke for the first time. That's not enough. There is still a chance this could be a ruse. What other clues have you gathered that can support your conclusion? The alien fleet is likely performing extensive repairs on its starships. Calabast answered as she brought up a few sensor readings. According to our analysts, this data tracks the changes to the various parameters of the different starships. Their mass, dimensions, material composition and so on are varying slightly over time. This is a typical sign that the aliens are performing emergency repairs on their hulls. These jobs are substantial as we have detected numerous signs of heavy battle damage and missing parts. There was so much data that pointed in this direction that the Pokladan fleet was undoubtedly vulnerable. If they're performing active repairs at the time, then they should not be in a good shape to launch an imminent attack on our fleet. Patriarch Reginald Cross stated the obvious. This made everyone relax even further. Though the chance that they could get jumped by a surprise alien fleet was always present, at the very least the Pokladans should be more concerned with rescuing their own vessels rather than taking any offensive actions. Of course, that was assuming they were rational and were mainly concerned with trying to survive. If any of these assumptions weren't true, then the Golden Skull Alliance may have a difficult fight on its hands. Vase knocked his fist against the table. Don't underestimate the Pokladans even if their ships are in poor shape. I've been in situations where the fleet I was traveling with has suffered great losses, but could still defeat opponents that thought they could take advantage of easy prey. Those warships with all of those warship-grade laser cannons look incredibly scary. The alien warships are not completely unmanageable. Patriarch Reginald Cross judged. The power of their larger warships is indeed formidable, but the ones that are a part of this fleet are smaller ship classes that are more suited for patrol and escort duty rather than participating in major battles. How big are they? Around 300 to 850 meters in length. The tech level of the Pokladan race is not exceptional and is roughly on par with that of a second-rate state. We only truly need to worry about their laser weapons. Even if their vessels are sub-capital ships by our standards, the firepower they possess can still destroy our capital ships if we attempt to approach their position. Vase frowned. Can we even approach their position? What do you mean by that, sir? Calabast asked. We don't have warp drives. He stated. The alien fleet is also located in the inner system, so we can rule out the use of RFTL drives to approach the Pokladans. The only way for us to proceed is to rely on our sub-light propulsion system, which is not fast to say the least. With heavy capital ships like the Graveyard in our fleet, the speed of our advance will be so slow that the aliens will have plenty of time to form their welcome party. Wait, are we actually thinking about attacking this alien fleet? Melkor asked with considerable consternation. Just look at the size of those laser cannons. Commander Melkor is right. We should decide whether we want to attack or evade the Pokladan fleet first before considering what we do next. Commander Kasela said. Vase turned to Marshal Ariadne Woden of the Glory Seekers. You women haven't said anything so far. What do you think? The older woman was not ready to form a proper answer. This is a difficult question given that we are working on too many assumptions and hazy long-range observation readings. The risks are too great. Even if we can overwhelm this alien fleet, as long as the Pokladans have enough cannons operational, we can actually lose 3 to 5 capital ships, which would more than invalidate any possible gains we can make. Vase still saw numerous reasons why they should take advantage of this rare opportunity to confront a damaged alien fleet. If we can succeed, we can obtain either intact alien ships or salvage enough valuable debris to do a lot of interesting stuff with them. The Pokladans don't use materials as haphazardly as the Titania. We have safer ways of earning money. Commander Melkor argued. It's not worth it to exchange lives, mechs and ships for alien salvage. These Pokladans aren't even a big deal in the Red Ocean, so how valuable could their tech and materials truly be? We should fight for a more worthy cause. Vase disagreed. I think the risks aren't as great as they appear. If their ships work similar to human ships, then this degree of battle damage and attrition is absolutely serious. General Verl, Given what you know so far and assuming the Pakladin fleet isn't in a state to attack us, how would you go about attacking it without suffering significant losses? General Verl thought for a moment while studying the intelligence on the target. I have a hunch that the Pakladin fleet is in such poor shape that at least one or more of their alien starships are not fit to engage warp travel. If we have enough supporting data to back up this assumption, we can try to prey on their weakest elements while chasing away their stronger ones. Commander Sendra grinned, like a lion pride stalking a large herd of herbivores. Verl nodded. Correct. It does not matter that we do not possess warp capabilities of our own. We should just proceed with initiating a normal advance towards the Pakladin fleet. If the aliens are paying attention to their surroundings, then they will definitely notice our approach. It is not as if we can hide our movements anyway. Then, we will be slow marching towards the alien fleet. In open sight, yes. This will only work if the Pakladin refugee fleet is not able to regain its strength quickly and if no additional vessels arrive. If that is the case, then our advance will mostly proceed without a problem until we reach a certain range. General Verl tapped towards the projection of a Pakladin warship. These ships are designed and built for long-ranged combat. Laser weapons are the most accurate weapons to use at longer ranges since the beams they fire travel at the speed of light. Theoretically, they can hit predictable targets that are light minutes or light hours away. In practice, diffusion and other effects can quickly dissipate the power of these weapons. You should be able to tell us more about that, Patriarch. With the way that laser weapons are built, a bit of skewing and scattering of firepower is always inevitable. Vase said, at relatively shorter ranges, this divergence is practically unnoticeable. Laser weapons can reliably hit targets that are hundreds of kilometers away without any significant loss in power. However, when you start firing at ranges that are 100,000 kilometers away, you get confronted by a bunch of problems. The divergence of a laser beam becomes extremely severe at that point. In addition, slight deviations in alignment can make a beam go wide from its target by many kilometers. How would you judge the long-range striking capability of this damaged fleet, sir? We would need more detailed observation data to be sure, but with all of the knocks these alien warships have endured, it is practically untenable for their laser weapons to be in perfect alignment and condition. Vase said, unless their alien technology is freakier than I thought, the constant fleeing and frequent fighting must have induced a lot of wear and tear on the ship systems. Not just the laser weapon systems, but also the sensors and power transmission systems should be compromised to different degrees. Oh, I'm sure they can still be deadly at shorter ranges, but they should be a lot less reliable at more extreme ranges. We can also hit them back as well. Commander Town Melon of the Eye of Ilvain spoke. The guns of our transcendent punishers and other mechs aren't nearly as impressive as that of the alien warships, but we have quantity on our side. With the Prophet's blessing, our artillery mechs may be able to pick off their exposed laser cannons before the enemy warships can get much use out of their working weapons. This was a good idea, though Vase wasn't sure it would work as well. The Transcendent Punishers were not fantastic at long-range precision because they not only had to account for the inherent variables of their mech frame, but also take the movement of the ship they were stationed on into account. Still, the plan may still work if a large quantity of ranged mechs fired their weapons at the Pakladin refugee fleet. Even if 99.99% of shots missed their mark, that 0.01% of attacks that managed to strike a warship would still amount to a lot of damage. Over time, no Pakladin starship could bear that amount of damage. General Verl made another important observation. The Pakladin race mostly build their starships light and fast. Their naval doctrine does not place a heavy emphasis on defensive combat. If their ships are truly in a poor condition, then their mobility must also be affected. This will not only make it easier for our mechs to land hits on their starships, but also pressure them to make a painful decision. And that is, the aliens can either stand their ground and attempt to defend their entire fleet, or they can cut their losses and run with the starships that are functional enough to warp out of the battlefield. It was the same concept as lions or wolves preying after herd animals. Whenever the predators chased after their prey, the old and weak usually fell behind. Their only fate in this circumstance was to end up in the bellies of the successful hunters. This was part of the cycle of nature on many different life-bearing planets. It was so ubiquitous because it was a successful formula. Vase and the others could easily envision this formula working in this circumstance as well. All of this sounds good, but we need to ensure the alien fleet will truly leave with the majority of its ships. Melkor stated, to do that, we need to pose enough of a threat. Do we have enough firepower to make these aliens back off, or will they choose to gamble on a last stand? No one could give a definite answer. Not only did they lack a lot of information about the strength and condition of the alien warships, they also couldn't predict the reaction of the Pakladans themselves. General Verl gave everyone a reminder. Don't forget that we are dealing with real sentient aliens this time. We cannot blindly apply our understanding of how humans will react to certain events in this case. What if the aliens are compelled to answer to any challenge? What if the idea of abandoning a heavily damaged starship is intolerable to them? What if they have reached their breaking point and seek a fight to the death in order to honor whatever alien gods they worship? Let us try and figure that out first before we commit to a fight. Chapter 3674 Limited Usefulness. After an important conference call, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance came to a surprising decision that caught many people off guard. Instead of remaining on guard against a maybe imminent alien assault or trying to get away from the Orange Tulip system as fast as possible, the expeditionary fleet actually chose to launch an attack on the Pakladan fleet. What? Why would they do that? The aliens have warships. According to what I've heard from above, those warships aren't as scary as they look. The Pakladans are not a strong race to begin with, and their ships must have gone through a lot of hardships after fleeing from their collapsed empire non-stop. Even if they're down, they're definitely not out. They have genuine warships, you know. Even damaged ones can still burn our mechs into ash. I've heard that those big laser guns must be worn out or damaged by now. With our fresh and well-functioning mechs, we can definitely overwhelm the Pakladan ships at range. Have you lost your mind? These are warships you're talking about. Our mechs can't fight against them on even ground. All of those virtual training sessions where we're pitted against different alien warships always end up badly for us. If any of their combat systems are still reasonably intact, they can still chew through hundreds of mechs before we can finally defeat one of their warships. The brass will think about that problem, not us. We just do what we're told. Opinions on the fleet's apparent course of action were decidedly mixed to say the least. Just the thought about going out of their way to provoke a fight against an alien fleet with 9 formidable warships was enough to make a lot of Larkinsons shake in their boots. Ha ha ha, a veteran Avatar mech pilot slapped the back of a younger colleague. What are you fellows scared about? This isn't the first time we Larkinsons faced warships head-on. Have I ever told you about the battle against the Abyss? Who hasn't? That battle is legendary. It also caused a lot of clansmen to fall in battle. Many mech pilots in the Larkinson clan had no real experience fighting against any warships. As a consequence, many of them became unstable in the following hours as their nerves and all of the negative propaganda against warships sapped their confidence. It took a lot of effort to get these mech pilots back on track. A lot of mech pilots were kept busy by putting them through meetings, quick simulation training and frequent patrols. As everyone geared up for battle, Venerable Janzi sought out Commander Melkor. What's going on? Janzi questioned as she pinned her cousin with a glare. Why exactly are we choosing to provoke an unnecessary complication? The alien refugee fleet clearly isn't interested in attacking us, so we are not under threat. That will definitely change once we enter into battle with them. Is Vase so determined to repeat the debacle of the battle against the Abyss? Hey, to be fair, our situation is much better than before. He told her. Our alliance can field more than 12,000 second-class mechs, many of which are armed with ranged weapons or can wield a spare rifle. The power disparity between our forces is much more tilted in our favor. The alien starships are riddled with damage and I bet they are also low on supplies. The morale of these Pakladan aliens must be low as well due to traveling deeper into human-occupied space with no safe harbor for them to find shelter. Janzi didn't look assured at all. I'm only hearing guesses and assumptions from you. That's always the problem with Vase. He's way too overconfident and always thinks the enemy will fit his preconceived notions. Then he gets all surprised when the enemy does something that falls outside of his expectations. Look, I'll be happy if this Pakladan fleet doesn't end up as bad as I think, but what if my fears are closer to the truth? The Avatar commander carefully approached and put his arms on the female expert pilot's shoulders. We aren't going in blind. We all thought about the concerns you've mentioned. Before we get anywhere close to maximum engagement range, we will keep collecting as much information on the Pakladan ships as possible. The closer we get, the more our sensors can resolve the true state of the enemy fleet. We're also consulting with lots of outside experts and consultants that know more about the Pakladan race and their combat capabilities. If we ever find out that a battle will lead to severe losses, we'll turn around without hesitation. That is what we all agreed upon during the meeting. Though Venerable Janzi didn't feel reassured by this, her momentum subsided a bit. She lifted her steely arms and held onto Melkor's outstretched limbs. I hope you are right, but I will stay on guard as long as possible. Take care and don't let you or your men die just because Vase is greedy to conquer another warship. She pushed aside his hands from her shoulders and marched away. She had a bad feeling about this attack. She could feel it in her bones that Larkinsons would die today. Those alien warships all looked formidable and their primary weapons could easily breach the hulls of the Larkinson fleet's combat carriers if they were accurate and functional enough. Her thoughts lingered on one key question at this moment. Can my shield of Samar and I block a warship attack? Elsewhere, a trio of other expert pilots came together in one of the pilot-ready rooms of the Wild Torch to share their thoughts on the upcoming battle. As the latest capital ship to join the Larkinson fleet, the Wild Torch distinguished herself from the Gorgonean by hosting a lot of wilder, rougher and more aggressive soldiers. The concentration of flagrant vandals, Heavenswarders, sword maidens and penitent sisters aboard the vessel also led to a noticeable increase in female mech pilots aboard the fleet carrier. As the expert pilots suited up, two of them did not look excited about the upcoming action. Venerable Orphan let out a frustrated grunt. We won't be playing much of a role in this next battle. Everyone is saying that this battle will be decided at ludicrous ranges. Even if our expert mechs are powerful enough to chew through hundreds of opposing mechs, my spear isn't long enough to cross a distance of thousands of kilometers. My decapitator will fare no better either. Venerable Dice said in a resigned tone. My sword will stay sheathed in this battle, I think. Both of us will have to make do with the Luminaire crystal rifles the clan will hand out to our mechs. These stupid aliens, all of them are using warships as if they are the best ways to kill their enemies. Why have none of them converted to fielding mechs? I would imagine that they don't have the time to make the conversion. Their territories have already been raised by the Big Two. Dice dryly responded. The spearman mech specialist turned to the only ranged mech specialist in the ready room. Stark, you'll probably have a really great time soon. Out of all of our expert mechs, yours is the most useful by far. That Amaranto of yours is the closest thing to a warship-grade cannon that we possess. The only way we can output higher damage than your expert rifleman mech is if we employ a battle formation. Dice shook her head. It won't work. Battle formations can be powerful, but their effective range is too short. Those powerful energy attacks rapidly lose cohesion the longer they are active. We need to get into spitting distance of the alien warships in order to hit them. That is also the range where they are most effective. The reason for that was because nearly every warship was armed with secondary weapons. Their calibers were substantially smaller than the main guns, but that also made them a lot more suitable to intercept lots of smaller targets such as missiles and warships. If a fully functional warship was able to unleash the firepower of all of her secondary guns, then the vessel could easily output as much damage as hundreds of Transcendent Punishers if not more. This was the main reason why the Golden Skull Alliance did not count on its melee mechs to fight this time. The chances were too high that hundreds if not thousands of mechs would collapse without even being able to sink their weapons into the hulls of the enemy vessels. Don't expect too much from me either. Venerable Stark spoke up. It's true that my Amaranto's firepower is greater than anyone else's, but don't count on me to disable the enemy warships by myself. It takes a great amount of effort, concentration and energy to fire continuous powerful resonance-empowered energy beams. The most I can do is exploit any weak points generated by the attacks of other mechs and hasten the elimination of our priority targets. The avatars, sentinels and our allies will all have to do the heavy lifting for this battle. The Amaranto was only one machine and Venerable Stark was only one expert pilot. Even though she was arguably the strongest among her peers in the Larkinson clan, a stronger ant was still an ant in the face of a human. The only way for the ants to topple the giant human was to dispatch the entire swarm to overwhelm the massive entity. This was essentially what the Golden Skull Alliance was hoping to accomplish. Every mech pilot knew that mechs were ultimately fragile and vulnerable before warships. Unless mech technology improved to a point where their offensive or defensive capabilities experienced a transformational leap, this condition was unlikely to change. Elsewhere aboard the Wild Torch, a pair of expert candidates held a similar conversation. Damn, why did my mech come with so many physical guns? My B-man won't hit anything in the ranges that people say will decide the battle. At least your mechs are still tuned to fight with ranged weapons. Imon Ingvar said, My Blade Chaser's debut battle won't see me doing anything of importance. My new custom mech can only wield a spare rifle like the other useless melee mechs. You never know, buddy. These aliens are all unique. Minor races like the Pakladans have to depend on something in order to survive in a galaxy dominated by the 13 major races. This fleet has been on the run for a year according to what I've heard. If that is so, how come it still exists? Imon shrugged. Alien warp drives are more convenient when it comes to hiding in deep space. Any ship or fleet can warp travel to the void between star systems and stop at a random coordinate. Unless we possess extremely advanced and powerful long-range sensors, it's too hard to detect any ships at these ranges. I've heard, the aliens have even built entire secret bases at these void hideouts. Aren't the Big Two supposed to track down and demolish these places? Maybe that is where this refugee fleet came from, though it may very well come from their original territory. Imon reminded Vincent, don't forget that these alien warp drives are much slower compared to FTL drives when it comes to traversing a lot of distance. A journey that takes a few months for us can easily take more than a year for these aliens. Wow, you sound smart. Did you learn all of that by yourself? No, my sister explained it to me when I called her earlier. Oh, a brief moment of silence ensued before Imon spoke up again. Do you think we're doing the right thing? What do you mean? I mean, we're actively attacking a fleet of refugees that were driven out of their homelands. They are hardly an honorable target. Vincent threw his friend a serious look. We're talking about a fleet of hostile alien remnants. Sure, they may look weak and pathetic right now, but the Pakladans would not hesitate to do the same thing to us if our positions were reversed. It's kill or be killed in this dwarf galaxy. If we let these aliens go, they'll eventually bump into other humans and get wiped out anyway. The only variable is how much damage they could do. Since we are big enough to pick a fight with the Pakladans, we might as well do our part and make the Red Ocean safer. Chapter 3675 Carnation Heavy Rifle. As the expeditionary fleet closed in on the apparently vulnerable Pakladan refugee fleet, the Larkinsons weren't the only ones gearing up for a hard fight. The Cross Clan and the Glory Seekers also made their own preparations. Though all of the attention in the expeditionary fleet went to the Larkinson clan these days, that didn't mean the other alliance partners had been sitting on their thumbs. As the heir of an ace pilot and the former ruler of a territory, Patriarch Reginald Cross still possessed a modest degree of clout in certain circles. He worked hard to get his clan established in the Red Ocean and attract the specialists the Crossers needed in order to develop a more rounded organization. Professor Benedict provided even more assistance to the Cross clan. After joining the Cross clan's new kinship network, he had increased his commitment and used his status and capabilities as a senior to the limit in order to make life better for the Crossers. From hiring a batch of journeymen willing to work under him to completing projects that injected both money and MTA merits to the Cross clan, he did more to support the clan than anyone else. Not even the Cross Patriarch was able to do so much to pay the bills and keep every ship and mech unit supplied. Of course, the man who used to be known by a more notorious name understood that he could not gain ownership of the Cross clan through these efforts. So long as a strong and heroic expert pilot who rightfully inherited the Cross clan from his mythical father occupied the Patriarch position, the senior stood little chance of gaining the upper hand. Unlike the Larkinson clan where mech designers distinctly enjoyed a higher status than its warriors, high-ranking mech pilots definitely had more say in the Cross clan. If Patriarch Reginald wasn't around, then Professor Benedict would most definitely try to contest for leadership, but so long as the powerful expert pilot was alive, it was pointless to make the attempt. Though both leaders implicitly understood that they were in a competitive relationship with each other, they still respected each other as men who wanted the best for themselves and the Cross clan. As the powerful expert pilot approached the side of the senior mech designer, they looked down over the catwalk to observe the preparations in the hangar bay of the flagship of the Cross clan. The men below briefly paused their work and cheered as they spotted the presence of their leader and idol. In response to their adulation, Patriarch Reginald Cross grasped the ancestral heirloom that hung on his neck and raised it in the air. The cross shall rise again. Victory for the Cross clan. Just a single cry was enough to skyrocket everyone's morale. This was the power of a leader who everyone admired. The Cross clan's mech pilots did not understand anything about mech design and would never be able to comprehend the full magnificence of Professor Benedict's work. Patriarch Reginald did not suffer from that problem. Mech pilots understood each other the best, so the rank-and-file soldiers all idolized the expert pilot because he was their goal. After he finished inspiring his own troops, the Cross Patriarch lowered the Cross of Rebirth. He gazed at it with mixed feelings. Vase had made the object to house the nexus of the kinship network. Salvaged metal from the Ace Mech of St. Hemington Cross had been used to make the relic. Each time Reginald carried it on his person, he felt as if he was truly carrying on his father's legacy. The Cross clan must prosper under his leadership, and the upcoming battle was a test to see whether it had made any progress. "How fare our mechs?" he asked. "We are still working with the original rim-level mechs that we've brought from the Red Ocean, but that should not play a significant factor in this battle," Professor Benedict answered. "The condition of our mechs are close to optimal. We have maintained them well and they have yet to be subjected to any significant ordeals. They will serve their pilots well." The Cross Patriarch grunted and nodded. "What of our new solution against warship-level threats? With the help of the cyclical engine, we have managed to fabricate enough Carnation Heartland-level heavy-energy mech rifles to equip all of our dedicated ranged mechs with them. This also frees up thousands of ordinary mech rifles that we can pass on to our melee mechs. The accuracy and firepower of the latter will not be impressive, but at least they will be able to contribute to the battle at an early stage." The Carnation rifle was one of the latest homegrown products of the Cross Development Center, the new mech parts company founded by Professor Benedict. The company had been in operation for a while now and developed numerous different projects, many of which wouldn't be unveiled for many months. However, the senior rushed the development of the Carnation rifle model because the expeditionary fleet needed an urgent boost in heavy firepower. Though the weapon was not large and powerful enough to be classified as a cannon in mech terms, the Carnation model was the answer to the Larkinson clan's exclusive Luminaire crystal rifles. "Will the Carnations do our clan justice in this coming battle?" Reginald asked his mech designer. "Oh, I have no doubt about that." Professor Benedict grinned. "While I admit that the Larkinson clan's alien-derived Luminaire crystal weapons are truly powerful, the Carnation model does not fall behind. The main way we have been able to increase its performance is to scale it up to a heavy rifle. It is thicker, longer and heavier than more average weapons, which allows us to integrate larger and more powerful sub-components." Both of them looked down the hangar bay where a number of ranged mechs grasped their new heavy rifles before flying through the main exit hatch. Anyone looking at the heavy rifles would know that they packed a powerful punch. With two different attack modes, the dual-type rifles could fire a laser beam, which was more accurate and sustainable, or a positron beam, which possessed greater damage potential and penetration power. Though Patriarch Reginald respected the firepower of the new guns, he did not entirely approve of them. These heavy rifles will fare better in battles against warships than against mechs. Their size and mass makes them too slow and unwieldy. The mechs that wield them will have trouble fending off enemies at shorter ranges. That is true, but remember who we are fighting against, sir. The Pakladans have no history of employing either mechs or starfighters. We do not expect our mechs to dogfight the alien units. At longer ranges, the advantages of the Carnation model heavily outweighs the disadvantages. The additional firepower, the higher precision and the excellent efficiency of my work will result in a weapon that can keep bombarding larger targets from a distance without interruption. They are also relatively affordable and not that difficult to produce in large numbers. The entire reason why the Carnation heavy rifle was able to compete with the Larkinson clan's Luminaire crystal rifle was because the former was bigger in every way. Another way to look at it was to regard Luminaire crystal rifles as weapons with miniaturized components. The Luminaire crystals used to make them provided much better performance at smaller sizes. This was why scaling up was the easiest way to catch up to the power of Luminaire crystal weapons. Though Professor Benedict would have preferred the more elegant solution of relying on superior tech to outfit the Crossers with more potent guns, the requirements were too high at the moment. The Cross clan needed to obtain a lot more funding and expertise as well as a supply of higher quality exotic materials. Both men knew that it would take time to fulfill these conditions. Until then, coming up with stopgap solutions like the new Carnation heavy rifle served as adequate substitutes. After discussing the readiness of the Cross clan's mechs, the Cross Patriarch addressed another topic. "The Minerva project you have been working on with those Larkinson brats is nearly complete, right?" The senior nodded. "Yes, it's a fine project, and one that has turned out better than I initially expected. It is a pity that we chose to take our time on optimizing it. If we decided to finalize its design sooner, then we could have fabricated it already and have it ready to debut in the upcoming battle. It is primarily a command mech, correct?" I do not foresee a situation where Commander Casella Ingvar is required to lead her men in battle. If this fight turns into a long-ranged artillery duel, then the most she can do is raise everyone's morale and use her rifle to disable the enemy warships a little faster. Professor Benedict crossed his arms. The Minerva project is not what you think. After working on it alongside someone as unorthodox as Patriarch Vase Larkinson, I am already certain that it is far more than a simple machine. I have truly seen firsthand how this remarkable journeyman has steadily turned this expert command mech design alive. While I have already witnessed this in his other work, seeing it happen step by step in real time is much more admirable. I have learned plenty of insights from him, which is impressive considering he is still a journeyman. His perspective on mechs is radically different from that of his colleagues. Your praise of this design makes me more eager to see it in action. It is indeed a shame that we cannot see it in action this time. The Cross Patriarch said, once this project is over, I expect the Larkinson brats and you to work on designing my long-awaited successor of my Balvo's Rage. How ready do you think they are for this project? Don't forget that my future and the future of my clan is at stake. You have made that abundantly clear, Reginald. I am mildly optimistic about the Larkinsons. Patriarch Vase and Madame Gloriana are both excellent for their ages. Vase is absurdly passionate, and while his excitement occasionally encourages him to make extreme design choices, I can temper his excesses. Gloriana is highly detail-oriented, which is good in many cases but can also lead to tunnel visioning. I can tell she has made efforts to constrain this trait, but she will still need guidance to remain on the right track. That is good to hear. What of their other journeymen? The remaining 6 journeyman mech designers are not as good. Benedict plainly replied. Kedis Larkinson excels in designing swordsman mechs and may be able to design an excellent mech sword for your next machine if you are willing to switch from using an axe as your preferred melee option. The Cross Patriarch shook his head. No, I can see the attraction and I am confident that Swordmaster Kedis will be able to forge even sharper swords in the future, but I have dedicated all of my melee training towards mastering the axe. I have fought too long with axes and destroyed many of my most memorable opponents with their help. I do not have a heart for swords. I will note that down. If this is the case, we will likely proceed with designing your new high-tier expert mech with the same design team of the Minerva project. Now that we have worked together for several months, we have learned much about each other. Our cooperation has reached a higher level and we will retain much of our advantages once we begin to work on the new project. The only substantial difference is that I shall be leading the project instead of the Larkinsons. I prefer to handle my mech design projects differently, so the Larkinsons must adjust to my regime. Patriarch Reginald looked nonchalant. I don't care how you manage your work. I only pay attention to the results. Give me a high-tier masterwork expert mech and I shall lead the Golden Skull Alliance to greatness. The Larkinson clan may have the limelight at the moment, but once he advanced to ace pilot, the dynamic of their alliance would definitely change for the better as far as he was concerned. Chapter 3676. Our cause. Our sisters in the field are as well equipped as they can be. Galina Rovin Harchel explained to Marshal Ariadne Woden. The new model Luminaire crystal rifles equipped by the Valkyrie Redeemers and other mechs are not optimized to fight against warships, but they are better than ordinary weapons. They will be decently effective as long as they can concentrate their fire on the damaged sections of the alien warships. As the new head designer of the Glory Seekers, Galina's trajectory was anything but normal. She was not a hexer by birth and was initially reluctant to embrace the ideas of what was clearly a fringe culture in human space. Then she began to live and work alongside the hexers. Slowly but surely, she began to accept or at least tolerate the many beliefs and idiosyncrasies of this expeditionary force. She looked up at the Valkyrie Interceptor that the Glory Seekers preferred. Compared to the base model, this variant performed significantly better in space at the cost of worse performance in planetary environments. Although the designs of the Valkyrie mech line were already several years old, they were still impressive in their own right. As a proud and independent journeyman, Galina Rovin Harchel did not easily look up to the work of her peers, but the Valkyrie mechs did not give her any other choice. The living mechs were completely fascinating. Their additional properties were amazing and their ability to allow their mech pilots to form so-called battle formations was practically a game changer if it was allowed to spread. What truly turned her to the Hexer cause was her frequent exposure to the glows of the Valkyrie mechs. This was strange. Galina grew up in a secularist state and never took religion all that seriously. She never imagined that she could believe in a deity, but with every other hexer alongside her professing their undying faith to the superior mother, she began to change her stance. She always felt more confident and assured when she experienced this mysterious phenomenon. After learning more about the superior mother, she developed a greater understanding and connection with the glow. The transition did not happen in an instant. She gradually came to believe in the superior mother's existence and power over many days. Rewatching the archival footage where the penitent sisters and the glory seekers utilized their battle formations numerous times convinced her that the superior mother was not a figment of anyone's imagination. Seeing both Mech units employ the power of the superior mother against the Titania completed her conversion. She had become a worshipper of the superior mother. The hexers were glad to see her embrace the supreme in her life. She became a part of their sisterhood and found true belonging in them. This was much different from her past circumstances. There was a reason why she was so eager to leave for the Red Ocean. As her worship of the superior mother deepened, Galena inevitably grew more curious about her supposed son. His ability to tie the Supreme to his mechs was proof of his special connection to her. His other feats and accomplishments earned her a growing amount of respect. On some days, she quietly cursed Gloriana Woden Larkinson. If Galena came across Patriarch Vase a few years earlier, perhaps she would have become the mother of his children. It did not matter that she was more than a decade older than the man she was fascinated with. In fact, it might even be an advantage considering what people say about him and older women. The greatest factor that will limit our effectiveness against the alien warships is our lack of numbers. Galena continued to explain to Marshal Ariadne. We are only able to field half as many mechs as the Cross clan at the moment, which means our weight of fire will be substantially constrained. In addition, we do not have many mech pilots that excel in long-range marksmanship in our mech force. They will struggle to target the weak points of the enemy vessels as long as the range remains extreme. Marshal Ariadne Woden was well aware of this shortcoming. We must rectify this in the future. This will not be the last time we encounter alien warships. The Red Ocean is filled with them, so we must be better prepared to fight against threats of this nature. Hey, I can try my best to solve this issue, but I cannot do much without obtaining the necessary support from your parent organization. The recently joined journeyman asserted. The last time we received a major supply drop from the Hexers in the New Frontier was back in the Vullet Central Star node. It's been months since then and all we have received are small batches of containers. This was one of the biggest factors that determined the state of the Glory Seekers. The expeditionary force was not self-sufficient and still derived all of its funding and support from the Woden dynasty and other friendly Hexer organizations. Marshal Ariadne knew exactly why the additional aid she applied for hadn't arrived as of yet. I am sorry to say that we must learn to subside by ourselves for a time longer, Galena. More and more Hexer pioneers have fled the Komodo Star sector and come to the Red Ocean, but they are mostly preoccupied with building their own colonies. Their demand for resources and funding is immense, and they are not that eager to contribute to our common cause. Galena did not look surprised at all. She found the Hexers to be a lot less united once they left their big state and started anew in the New Frontier. Each of them still showed interest in banding together, but they also recognized that they could have a greater say in a possible new successor state if they built up their strength during this critical early period. Well, good luck getting any support from these Hexers. They will have their reckoning sooner or later. The Marshal said. The matriarchal dynasties that wish to keep the Hexers in the Red Ocean are already starting to make adjustments. They have promised to provide us with much more substantial support in the coming months and years once their own colony settlements have attained a limited degree of self-sufficiency. Do you believe them? Galena asked with obvious skepticism in her tone. They will if they want to stay in the good graces of the superior mother. Her son is a part of this fleet, so the stronger we become, the more we are able to protect him. Aside from that, it is also imperative that Patriarch Vase Larkinson continues to appreciate our presence. We cannot fall behind while the Larkinson clan keeps building up its numbers. Every Hexer on this side of the Beander Gate will have to depend on his work to fight for a place in the Red Ocean. Founding a state was not a trivial matter. The Hexers not only had to found numerous colonies in the same zone, but they also had to tie them together into a cohesive collective that was able to lay claim to all of the star systems within their stated borders with no exceptions. Numerous struggles would definitely ensue. As Ariadne continued to enlighten Galena of the challenges the Hexers face in founding a new state in the Red Ocean, they stopped in front of the only expert mech in the Glory Seeker mech lineup. The Star Dancer Mark II was a magnificent expert mech. Designed by a Hexer master mech designer, the fast and agile rifleman mech had not yet been tested in the situations it was designed to excel in. No one thought it was weak, though. Venerable Brutus Woden instantly came to attention as the pair of women approached. Marshal, head designer, are you ready for battle, Brutus? I am always ready to fight our enemies, ma'am. You do not sound that eager. Speak, please. Like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel freely, boy. Brutus grimaced. Though I will not object to this action, I can still think. I question the necessity of attacking an alien fleet that still retains a degree of battle effectiveness. We should save our strength for more worthy battles, in my opinion. Many soldiers share your sentiment. Ariadne said. That does not change our decision. You have seen how our mech pilots are reacting to the prospect of fighting against warships, correct? Your fellow sisters are intimidated by the prospect of confronting them. They are more scared of fighting against heavily damaged warships than entire Fredaman mech divisions. This has to change, and the best way to do that is to get it over with under controllable circumstances. I see. As an expert pilot himself, he understood what the Marshal was getting at. As long as the Glory Seekers successfully got past this hurdle, they would no longer exhibit an excessive degree of fear when confronting other warships in subsequent battles. The presence and absence of this fear could have a large influence on the overall battle effectiveness of the Glory Seekers. As long as the Golden Skull Alliance made the right bet, they could come away from this incident without suffering too many losses. Will your mech be able to play a major role in the coming battle? Venerable Brutus shook his head. No, do not expect too much from me. My mech excels at dueling other expert mechs. Against larger threats, my Star Dancer Mark II lacks the caliber and staying power to repeatedly burn through the thick hulls of those alien warships. We will make sure your mech can keep fighting while in the field. Galena told him. I have already arranged a squad of mechs to carry extra energy cells and assist with any demands you might have. That will be helpful, Galena. Thank you for arranging that. It will not turn my Star Dancer Mark II into an artillery mech, sadly. We need more expert pilots and expert mechs. Venerable Brutus stated the obvious. That will be difficult to arrange. Marshal Ariadne replied. Unlike the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan, we do not have many expert candidates on our pilot roster at the moment. We cannot easily ask for high-ranking pilots from the other Hexer pioneers in the Red Ocean either because they need them more. Besides, their expert pilots are highly loyal to them instead of us. The only real solution to this problem is to nurture expert pilots from within our ranks. Brutus, give us your opinion. How likely do you think our mech pilots can break through in the near future? The expert pilot frowned and thought. I cannot say. Our mech pilots are well trained and eager for new challenges. What I am not as certain about is their reasons for fighting. What do you mean by that, Brutus? Look at us. Brutus swept his hand all around. Nominally, we are part of the Woden dynasty. Our initial mission was to accompany and protect my sister Gloriana. Over time, our objectives have changed, and as we have traveled further and further away from the state we came from, it is clear we have become more than just a bodyguard unit. What are we fighting for? Who are we fighting for? What is our place in the Red Ocean and who do we pledge our allegiances to? Will the other Hexers in the Red Ocean truly follow through with their commitments or will they join their other rivals in withholding support? Marshal Ariadne Woden narrowed her eyes. Careful, Brutus. This is dangerous talk. We are and will always be an arm of the Woden dynasty. Your mother and your siblings are relying on us to maintain close ties to Patriarch Vase. We have a special relationship with him and his mother and we cannot afford to drift away from the Larkinson clan. Ultimately, we are all fighting for the Hexer cause. You are wrong, ma'am. Brutus shook his head. We aren't fighting for the Hexers anymore. We are fighting for ourselves. There's a difference. Chapter 3677 Conqueror's Heart. Chapter 3677 Conqueror's Heart. The expeditionary fleet steadily advanced in the direction of the orange dwarf that gave this unremarkable star system its iconic name. So far, the Pokladan fleet had yet to move from its position. Unless the alien sensor systems were truly wrecked, the aliens should have noticed the human fleet coming closer. The blinding Banshee continued to operate at high power as her sensor arrays kept observing more details on the alien targets. The Black Cats along with other analysts slowly came up with well-reasoned estimates on which Pokladan starships were in worse shape than others. They also consulted with ship officers and ship designers to come up with detailed strategies on where to focus their firepower. With the help of the public MTA database, the planners were able to obtain detailed blueprints of many different Pakladin ships that the Big Two had managed to capture in the past. They also learned how the large bird aliens ran and operated their starships. All of this helpful information allowed the humans to craft a detailed set of plans on how to dismantle their targets. The goal was to achieve the most lopsided possible victory while suffering the least amount of losses. Thousands of mech pilots grew more nervous than ever. Each of them had received enough rest and attended enough briefings to enter this battle with sufficient preparations. Through the efforts of General Verl and other leaders, the morale of many of the soldiers improved in the final hours, but there were still a lot of people who questioned the necessity of going on the attack. Vase wasn't satisfied with this. After all of the battles the Larkinsons had fought, his mech pilots ought to be more fearless in the face of adversity. This was why he decided to hold another speech. As he stood in the center of the Bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, he went over the speech he prepared in his mind while his wife and daughter tried to keep him company. Goo-ah! Aurelia wore a different outfit than usual this time. Instead of wearing a onesie or other form of baby clothing, Gloriana had outfitted her daughter with a pink, custom-built protective suit. She took great care to achieve a good balance between defense, comfort and bulk. Currently, her daughter became engrossed by the wonder of flight. The small anti-grav modules built into her protective suit allowed her to float while exerting extremely limited control of her flight with her arm motions. So far, Aurelia had yet to discover the correlation between the two, so she was uncontrollably floating towards the ceiling of the massive bridge. Meow tilde. Lucky swiftly flew upwards and prevented Aurelia from colliding against the surface. Though Aurelia's suit would have brought her downwards anyway, the cat still felt it was his duty to correct her flight. Hee. While Aurelia was having the time of her life in the air, her parents were holding a worrisome discussion. I still can't believe you're still insistent on going through with this plan. This attack makes little sense. Don't you realize that you're putting our daughter at risk? She walked up to her husband who was currently wearing his unending regalia. Vase pushed away her suited form from his body. I've already heard your arguments. I still think it is worth it to proceed. The Red Ocean is a shark tank, Gloriana. It's kill or be killed. The aliens are our enemy and it is our duty as humans to eradicate them so that we can claim this dwarf galaxy for ourselves. Don't mess around with me, Vase. The real reason why you are so eager to attack the Packletons is because you want to earn more glory and prestige. You want to add another accomplishment to your record that states that you confronted real warships in battle and gained the upper hand. Isn't once already enough? Hey, I thought you would be more supportive of this considering you pay so much importance to reputation. One of the problems we're suffering from ever since we entered the Red Ocean is that no one takes us seriously enough. What we have recently managed to do will help with that. But the best way to stand out among the other pioneers is to show we have what it takes to survive in the new frontier. Confronting and besting one of the most concerning threats in occupied space is a great way to show that we aren't weaklings who will fall over after suffering a single blow. Gloriana rolled her eyes. Men, that's not all there is to it, am I correct? There has to be more behind this attack. What are you after, really? Wait, those Pakladin starships all utilize warp drives to travel through the stars. Are you going after their phase water reserves? Maybe. You know that won't work, right? As soon as they decide to get out of here, they will transfer their personnel and phase water to one of their more functional starships. Even if these aliens have completely different thought processes than us, the Pakladins should still be rational enough to know how important it is to retain as much phase water as possible. They wouldn't have been able to flee for so long without this critical substance. We have plans for that, Gloriana. They might not work, but they're worth a try. It would be great for us to get our hands on phase water this early. We can perform a lot of research on it and see how this material can help our own endeavors. I already have numerous ideas that I want to try out with it. I always had the feeling that it is a lot more versatile than we think. Since it is similar to water, it can probably produce all kinds of new effects when blended with other substances. His wife could complain all she wanted, but if she could get her way with buying a Honbach handbag for 120 MTA credits, then he should be able to get away with his intention to attack a vulnerable alien refugee fleet. Sir, we are ready to broadcast your speech. Understood. We'll start in 30 seconds. Vase said. He quickly brushed aside his irate wife and quickly checked his appearance before the recorders broadcasted his speech in front of over 200,000 clansmen. My fellow Larkinsons, each of you are aware that we are likely about to enter into battle against a fleet that belongs to a race called the Pakladins. He waved his arm, causing a projection that displayed archival footage of the large avian aliens. The birds managed to look both savage and sophisticated at the same time. Now, we have all heard your questions and doubts. Why are we going on the offensive? Why have we decided to pick a battle that isn't forced upon us? Is there any honor in assaulting a fleet that clearly contains refugees who have lost their homes, their loved ones and their entire empire? These doubts indeed haunted many clansmen since the initial announcement of their attack. Know that we have good reasons to launch an attack on these aliens. I won't mention them all because that would be too exhaustive. What I truly want to address to you today is our place in this dwarf galaxy. Since you have joined our clan, you have all learned what it means to be a Larkinson, but we are more than that. Have you forgotten the roots that each of us have in common? Vase glanced at the projections showing images of the Pakladin race. What separates us from the Pakladins and the other races in the Red Ocean is that we are human. We are invading the territories of aliens that don't pose a threat to us, yes. We have destroyed their homes, yes. We are essentially committing genocide on the original occupants of this galaxy on a wide scale, yes. What I am about to tell you should not be a surprise. Everything humanity is doing towards the aliens is, okay. He gave his audience a gentle smile. None of us are used to doing this, but what we are doing is not only what our predecessors have been doing for millennia, but is also the best way for our children and grandchildren to live in a galaxy without fearing total annihilation from alien threats. Though we have learned throughout our history that our fellow humans can also be dreadful towards each other, we are ultimately brothers and sisters to each other. We will always show a measure of restraint and tolerance for each other. The same cannot be said when different species consider us to be their archenemies. It has often been the pattern in both the old galaxy and the new galaxy that each race and civilization will try to wipe each other out if they are able to gain the upper hand. Vase changed the projection to show footage of alien-on-alien violence. The major and minor alien races of the Red Ocean had already waged countless wars against each other before humans arrived to scene. What we are about to do to the Pakladins is nothing different from what the natives have been doing to each other for eons. As I've said, war and extermination are universal patterns that are not absent in any galaxy or society. As members of the human race, we have an obligation to perpetuate, no, exemplify the values that have made us great. He adopted an understanding expression. I know it is difficult for you to get past this hurdle. Each of us are children of the age of Mechs, which has produced 4 centuries of relative peace where we have never been threatened by hostile alien races. Yet just because none of the aliens have launched a serious attack on human space doesn't mean they have reconciled their differences. Far from it, each alien race can turn into our enemies one day. There is no middle ground in the cosmos. His words were having an effect. The clansmen on the bridge began to look at themselves from a different perspective. They weren't just Larkinsons anymore. They were also humans. Each of them recalled that they were members of a larger and immensely powerful civilization. For better or worse, each of us needs to awaken the conqueror's heart that every human possesses. Vase said as he thumped his armored fist against his chest plate. We can revive the glory of the age of conquest without repeating the mistakes we have made. We can become a part of the second wave of conquerors and victors who will help pave the way for humanity's dominance. Under my leadership, I will not allow the Larkinson clan to miss this wave. We are not civilians who need to be shielded from the ravages of war. We are warriors who embrace it because we are strong enough to take on greater responsibilities. He instilled the idea that the Larkinsons were more than selfish warriors. They were humans who were ready to step up and contribute to the advancement of the human race. Let me hear it, Larkinsons. Are you ready to defend your fellow humans? We are. Are you ready to defeat humanity's enemies? We are. Have you woken up your conqueror's heart? We have. Then do your best to slaughter the aliens. For the clan. For the clan. Mechs deployed by the thousands. Many of them had gone on patrol earlier, so they each had returned in order to replenish their supplies and make sure they were in excellent fighting condition. As the different mech units began to form together and huddle behind the hulls of the fleet's armored vessels, the Golden Skull Alliance was ready to commence the fight. Vase looked at the local plot of the battlefield and noted that there was still a huge distance between the two fleets. This is going to be a challenging firefight. Chapter 3678 Opening Strike Chapter 3678 Opening Strike The Larkinsons were ready to wage war on the remnants of the Pakleton race. Though the two fleets were still awfully far away from each other, they had just gotten close enough to have a realistic chance of hitting each other with their attacks. While all of the mechs held fire for the moment, the Amaranto carefully anchored its frame against the hull of the graveyard. The masterwork expert Mech raised its impressive luminaire crystal rifle and aimed at a speck that was practically invisible to the naked eye. The Mech leveraged its advanced stabilization systems to keep the machine as steady as possible. Not only did they compensate for any wobbling produced by the Mech, they also compensated for the vibrations and shifts in movement of the capital ship underneath. The rifle glowed as Venerable Stark charged the weapon up. After the light grew intense enough to illuminate the entire fleet, the rifle fired, causing a white-hot beam to lance through thousands of kilometers before striking a distant alien warship in the far distance. We have struck a successful blow. The Amaranto proved that the Larkinsons possessed the ability to threaten the distant enemy ships at this range. Of course, not every Mech or Mech pilot was able to replicate this feat. After the expert rifleman Mech paved the way, other Mech units tested their mettle. The Bright Warriors, the Transcendent Punishers, the Valkyrie Redeemers as well as the ranged Mechs hailing from the other Alliance partners all fired a single salvo at the distant targets. The vast majority of the Mechs missed their shots. Even if they tried their best to control all of the different variables that could cause them to deviate in their aim, the tolerances at this range were far too brutal. If the machines weren't as well designed, well constructed and well maintained as the Amaranto, then it was nearly impossible to achieve a successful hit at this distance. It was like asking someone to throw a basketball through a hoop that was situated on the other side of a large stadium. Assuming that the ball thrower possessed the strength to throw the ball across such a great distance, the odds of tossing the basketball through the hoop were still minuscule. The expeditionary forces did not intend to bombard the alien fleet in earnest. Not yet, at least. The point of this action was to set a baseline of the accuracy and hit rate of the different Mech units. How precise were they? Did the Mech units achieve more hits or less hits than estimated? How far did their shots deviate from the target? How much distance did the expeditionary fleet need to traverse in order to raise the hit rate to an acceptable level? As the number crunchers performed all of the calculations needed to answer these questions, Vase had made his own conclusion after seeing the initial results. Well, we suck at long-range combat. Meow. Lucky nodded his head as he sat on top of the unending regalia's helmet. The results did not come as a surprise to Vase. As a Mech designer, he knew exactly what it took for laser weapons to get everything just right to achieve reliable hits at these extreme ranges. Just a minuscule deviation in the firing angle was enough to make a shot go wide by several kilometers. The Amaranto achieved the best results, but that was to be expected. No other Mech in the Larkinson army was designed solely for the purpose of long-range sniping. The Transcendent Punishers aren't faring any better, I see. Vase paid special attention to the Eye of Ilvain. He especially instructed the Ilvainan Mech pilots to activate the guided aim ability in order to obtain additional support for their actions. It turned out that even if Ilvain was able to nudge the aim of the devout Ilvainan Mech pilots, minor errors in execution along with interference from all kinds of other variables such as the vibrations and minor course changes of the ship they were on all scrambling the aim of the heavy artillery mechs to the point where they missed anyway. Not even design spirits could help the Mech pilots increase their hit rate. Not at such an extreme range. The only positive note was that the Luminaire crystal rifles were so cohesive and well constructed that their laser beams remained straight and true at satisfactory ranges. Their divergence was fairly minimal, and while Vase detected hundreds of bad batches, these flaws would grow much less severe once the expeditionary fleet closed the distance to an extent. All of this meant that the Mechs of Larkinson clan could deal effective, if sporadic damage at this ultra-extreme range. Please report the actions of the Pakladin fleet. How have the aliens reacted to our initial volley? We aren't detecting any major movements as of yet. They are still maintaining a ballistic course without any attempts to accelerate in any direction or rearrange their formation. Strange. Vase frowned. Are the Pakladins asleep or something? Not even aliens should remain silent when under direct attack. Sir, we have detected elevated energy readings from the Pakladin warships. They are beginning to move and change their orientations. They are turning their bows in our direction. Here it comes. Brace yourselves. Laser weapons didn't actually inflict any kinetic damage. Ships rarely shook as if they had gotten struck by a giant hammer when hit by laser beams. That didn't mean that well-aimed laser attacks could hit a critical or volatile ship component that could trigger secondary explosions. Detecting rising energy spikes, the enemy warships are discharging their primary cannons. The space between the two sides lit up as over 100 thick and bright violet laser beams lanced towards the human fleet. The power and energy of the laser beams fired by the large, warship-grade laser cannons vastly exceeded what mechs like the Transcendent Punisher and even the Amaranto could output at full power. Yet as the avian alien race demonstrated their determination to defend their ships, the results were not as overwhelming as the Larkinsons feared. Only one of those large laser beams managed to strike the bow of the Indigo Tremor. Though the Glory Seeker fleet carrier sustained considerable damage from that single strike, the Indigo Tremor was built to withstand attacks from thousands of mechs for a decent amount of time. The fleet carrier hadn't sustained any damage despite getting hit. One of her energy shields managed to intercept the heavy laser attack, though not without ease. What mattered was that energy shields could soon regain cohesion if they didn't do any damage in quick succession. This would essentially allow the Indigo Tremor to withstand way more damage than her bow plating could endure. "That's it," someone bewilderingly whispered. "Stay sharp. This is just their first salvo. It will get much worse as we get closer." As the fleet's various sensor systems gathered more data on the state and the behavior of the alien ships, it became increasingly more clear that they were unable to perform as well as the ships recorded in the MTA database. It took over half a minute for the warships to fire another powerful shot. This time, the aliens had better luck. The Gorgonean has been struck once and the Hemington Cross has been struck twice. What's the damage? Both ships have not sustained any surface damage as of yet. Their directional energy shields are still holding. The Pakladin warships varied in size, so their main cannons differed by size and power as well. The weapons that managed to inflict the successful hits dealt far more damage than any mech, but was unable to overwhelm the energy shields sustained by capital ship-grade power reactors with single hits. The same could not be said for the other vessels, so the Golden Skull Alliance made sure to make their formation as narrow and long as possible. The more vulnerable ships such as the non-combat capital ships were positioned behind the heavier and better armored vessels. Highly strategic vessels such as the Andrenity and the Diligent Ovenbird would fare much worse if they got struck by any of the heavy lasers. The combat carriers were put in the rear as well since their hull plating was much thinner. A few hits from a warship-grade weapon could easily burn through every layer and demolish several compartments if the aliens were lucky. For now, the Pakladin warships were only able to target the fleet carriers and other heavily protected vessels at the front. It helped a lot that their warships were clustered closely around their civilian ships. This prevented them from employing raking fire against the human ships. One of the logical courses of action that the Pakladin leaders could take was to split their warships up in order to gain more favorable angles against their adversaries. Yet as time went by, the alien ships didn't move at all. The lack of acceleration of any kind bewildered the Larkinsons, and the analysts worked hard in order to figure out why this was the case. Soon enough, detailed observation on the Pakladin vessels while they were operating their weapons and responding to the aggression from the humans yielded a fruitful result. "Sir, we have developed a theory why the Pakladin ships are unwilling to move. At least a third of their vessels exhibit significant damage to their sub-light propulsion systems. They're stranded while they effect repairs on their damaged systems. There is also something else going on with the enemy vessels, sir." Another bridge officer spoke up. Under ordinary circumstances, any repair work performed on starships should improve their structural integrity. However, according to our observations, their structural integrity keeps rising and falling at inconsistent times. The Pakladins are having trouble keeping their ships in one piece. Certain vessels are much shakier than others. All of this was welcome news to Vase and the Larkinsons. Though they didn't know what was going on with the alien fleet, anything that suggested that they had their hands full with problems was an excellent development to the attackers. Vase grinned. "Proceed with our advance. Please prioritize the analysis of the reason why these alien ships are in poor condition. Have they just fled from a battle against another hostile fleet? If so, we need to take into account that a third, potentially hostile fleet might emerge. We have already deployed an expansive sensor net that can give us advance warning of any incoming warping ships." Good. Vase focused on the increasing amount of technical data gathered by the fleet's many sensors. None of the 9 alien warships were in prime condition. Some were in an even worse state than they initially thought. More than half of their fearsome main cannons hadn't fired as of yet, while the remaining ones were so inconsistent that they missed by surprisingly wide margins. For a moment, Vase was tempted to order his fleet to slow down its advance so they could prolong this extreme range duel, but he thought better of it a few seconds later. All of the expeditionary fleet's mechs were exceptionally inefficient in long-range combat. Their staying power wasn't anything to boast about either. Once they reached their limits, they wouldn't be able to fire their weapons as often as before. In contrast, the alien warships should be a bit more robust on account of the advantages inherent in vessels of this scale. They could probably fire their weapons for many hours if not days if they were well designed. It was best to keep closing the distance so that all of the mechs would become drastically more accurate and effective at dealing damage. As the minutes went by, the differences didn't seem obvious at first, but Vase knew he had to be patient. The Pakladin warships weren't giving up, though. Even if their main cannons were in poor shape, they still fired at the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance as if they were hoping to achieve a lucky hit that could cripple a hull. No luck so far. The forward ships were all protected by shield generators that could take quite a beating. The biggest problem was that the Pakladin warships weren't accurate enough to concentrate their attacks on any of their targets. At this range, the aliens would be lucky to achieve more than 6 hits with a single volley. How long will this last, though? Chapter 3679 Without Honor. Chapter 3679 Without Honor. What were they doing? Melkor had been asking this question ever since he deployed in battle with his fellow avatars. Certainly, he was glad to be fighting alongside his men and women. Their bright warriors gleamed bright and gold as their surfaces had been polished up to an exquisite shine. The mech technicians responsible for caring for them had little else to spend their time on due to the lack of battles as of late. The new model Luminaire crystal rifles silently barked laser beams into the distance. Since the Pakladin fleet was so distant, the attacks all seemed to converge in a single point. In truth, much of the extreme-ranged attacks missed their mark by hundreds of meters or numerous kilometers. It was just too difficult to land consistent hits when the margin of error was so minuscule. The Avatar commander wasn't bothered by that. The marksmanship of his ranged specialists were satisfactory and he could hardly ask more of them. They actually outperformed every other mech legion in the Larkinson clan. Not even the famed transcendent punishers of the Eye of Ilvain fared any better in this regard. Their mechs were predominantly designed to output massed firepower at medium to long ranges and were not built with too many supporting systems that could help them achieve pinpoint accuracy. Sure, they had the help of their big guy Ilvain, but from what he could see, the Ilvainans already fell back to relying on themselves after seeing that the extreme range effectively rendered the Prophet's guidance useless. What Melkor actually found disturbing was the nature of their target. Since when has the Larkinson clan stooped so low that it considers a refugee fleet to be a legitimate target? There was no denying that the alien fleet not only carried a lot of civilians, but had also suffered from a lot of deprivations over the course of its flight from its original home in the region that humanity designated as the Torald Middle Zone. While there were many alien races where the concept of a civilian population didn't exist, from what Melkor had researched on the galactic net, the Pakladin race had a lot in common with the human race. Just like humans, the Pakladins cared for their young, expressed a lot of love towards each other, cared for their fellow avian beings, experienced sadness when their relatives died and possessed a strong sense of duty towards the defense of their weak and vulnerable. The Pakladin refugee fleet exemplified that latter principle when the Larkinsons finally detected movement. "Sir, the warships are moving. They have engaged whatever sub-light propulsion systems that are still operational. What are their headings and what are they doing?" The warships are moving in front of their civilian ships. They are using their bulk to cut off our line of sight from their more vulnerable vessels. Melkor would have admired this decision if the adversaries were humans. Since they were aliens, he felt a lot more mixed about this. It was weird to associate honor and duty to aliens. Just like any human, Melkor had been inundated with lessons on how the aliens were evil and wished nothing more than to wipe out all of humanity. That may be true in an abstract sense, but he could hardly imagine how this sad and ragged-looking alien fleet could pose a threat to anyone. Even if the fleet successfully made it away, the surviving Pakladins could not possibly make a comeback. The Red Ocean would fall into the hands of humanity sooner or later. Was it really vital for the new owners of the dwarf galaxy to wipe out the natives to the last alien? Surely human civilization should be powerful enough to grant mercy to these helpless refugees. The Red Ocean may be smaller than the Milky Way, but it was filled with star systems, many of them barren and not worth the effort to colonize. It wouldn't take much effort to allow the alien remnants to settle on these worthless territories. As long as the Big Two maintained an outpost in these places, they could make sure that the colonies built by the Pakladins and other conquered aliens remained isolated. So long as the aliens were not allowed to arm themselves again, their threat to human society would be nil. Melkor, Janzi and the other clansmen he had spoken with considered this the most realistic compromise they could make under the circumstances. Humanity would grasp the Red Ocean with or without their support. This was an inevitable trend that no one could stop due to the huge level of commitment to the invasion and the enormous amount of interest groups that profited from the conquest. No one could stop an avalanche once it started. However, as the stronger party in this conflict, the human race could still hold true to its noble values and ideals even as it expanded its territory. Yet instead of trying to coax the fleeing Pakladans into surrendering, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance only had destruction in mind. Melkor had attended the top-level meetings and tried to steer the leadership in this direction. His suggestions never found purchase. They might as well be rocks sinking into an ocean. What disturbed him the most was that he heard no inkling of doubt or guilt from Vase. Though Melkor always knew that the Patriarch had always been more of a realist than other Larkinsons, Vase did not even pretend to pay lip service to honor this time. Was Vase even a Larkinson? Maybe I am being foolish, he muttered. Vase and many other clever-sounding leaders rationalized their actions as contributing to humanity. The Avatar commander recognized that wiping any stray alien survivors was in the best interests of humanity. None of the fleeing aliens would forget about the race that had driven them from their homelands and slaughtered their fellow kin. If they ever regained their power, humanity would definitely bear their wrath. It makes sense to eliminate the hidden threats. If Melkor was a bot, he could easily accept this argument without hesitation. He was not, though. He was a human. He possessed emotions and had been raised as a soldier by the older generation of Larkinsons. Times were simpler back then, but Melkor still cherished them all the same. Aliens, warships, the Red Ocean and all of the other headaches he contended with these days were of no one's concern in the past. He did not yearn to go back to those days, though. The Larkinson clan had stepped up and became exposed to the wider reality and all of the messiness associated with it. He would rather be a part of this initiative than force others to bear this burden. It's hard, though. There is no satisfaction in victory this time. The dying Pakladans wouldn't be the only ones to mourn this course of events. A lot of Larkinsons would need to reconcile their ideals with whatever might ensue over the course of this battle. Are we truly doing the right thing? He asked for the umpteenth time. His new mech wasn't able to provide him with an answer. That was another issue that made him feel more lost than usual. It had only been a short time since he received his long-awaited custom command mech from Gloriana. The gold beacon certainly diverged from the bright warriors he had previously piloted. Though its capabilities, features and overall feel fit him a lot closer, the mech was not as alive as other living mechs. Having piloted Ves's work for years, Melkor had developed a certain amount of understanding and expectations for them. They were like children that started off weak and innocent but slowly developed stronger personalities as their mech pilots educated them with each piloting session. Melkor had to start all over with the gold beacon, which meant this battle came at an awkward timing. He still needed to wear in his resplendent command mech in order to truly be able to pilot it like it was his second skin. That's also something that is different. Now that he was able to make comparisons, Melkor was able to distinguish the works of Vase and Gloriana more clearly. Gloriana's vision of mechs was a lot less chaotic and more neat. She designed the gold beacon more as an extension of Melkor rather than a more independent partner. The gold beacon's sense of personality and self was much weaker, which meant that he could not interact with it the way he did with his previous mech. Although it was not a necessity for mech pilots to have access to back-talking mechs, Melkor only began to miss what he once had access to now that he had transitioned to a different mech. Well, I shouldn't complain. My new gold beacon is much more powerful in its own right. He loved its new rifle which Vase had custom designed for his mech. It was more powerful and tailored to his preferred marksmanship style. As he kept firing shots at the distant alien warships, his hit rate was noticeably higher than average. His shots also dealt a bit more damage, though that wasn't always noticeable considering that the enemy warships were so large and covered with thick hull plating. Control your firing rate, he reminded his troops as he noticed that they became increasingly more obsessed with raising their precision. This battle can take hours. Don't wear out your systems and build up your heat levels so quickly. We need to wait until we get closer before we go hard. Until then, show restraint. This pattern dragged on for many minutes. After the initial excitement had died down, the battle turned into a routine where every mech pilot numbly pulled the trigger after minutely adjusting their aim. Even the contests that the mech pilots held to attain the highest hit rate was no longer enough to make them more enthusiastic about this engagement. The only variable that could truly cause a ripple in their numbers was whenever the enemy warships managed to inflict real damage with their powerful but inaccurate primary laser cannons. Dozens of heavy laser beams lanced in the direction of the expeditionary fleet. Many of them went so wide that no one even paid attention to them, but 4 of the violet beams managed to strike different targets. 2 of them happened to burn through the bow of the Gorgonean. After suffering repeated hits, the fleet carrier's forward shield generators had reached their limits and needed to cool down and receive emergency repairs before they could be put to use again. Fortunately, the Gorgonean was designed to absorb a lot of blows with her impressive hull armor. Her bow was like a solid nose of metal that could endure sustained bombardment without damaging anything of importance. Another beam glanced aside of the Spirit of Bentime, which wasn't a big deal either due to the factory ship's adequate protection. What truly triggered a reaction out of Melkor was that an avatar mech happened to stand in the way of a large laser beam that missed its intended target. Instead of damaging a ship, the powerful warship-grade attack engulfed an entire bright warrior mech. By the time the beam faded away, only charred and half-vaporized remnants of the machine remained. The cockpit hadn't been able to endure this immense energy onslaught and turned into a molten mess. Melkor didn't even want to imagine what the mech pilot went through during this brief interval of time. These cannons are only going to get deadlier. The Pakladans had 9 warships. While they weren't as tough as the ships of other races, they were still able to withstand a lot of damage before succumbing. How many Larkinsons must die before they neutralized the main threat? Melkor feared that the aliens would show much more tenacity than before. If the Pakladans intended to fight to the death, Melkor was sure his clan would pay dearly. Chapter 3680 Good and Evil. As time went by, the expeditionary fleet flew closer to the Pakladan refugee fleet. The latter still hadn't made any attempts to accelerate away from its attackers. Neither did the Pakladans choose to accelerate towards the humans in order to make their guns more effective. Both sides experienced an increase in the rate of hits after a while. Not only were the marginally shorter distances making life easier for everyone, they also became more proficient in landing their shots under difficult circumstances. The alien warships incurred more scars, especially the ones that the higher-ups designated as priority targets. However, despite their poor conditions, the Pakladan bird-shaped vessels were showing a lot of resilience. Vase and many other people knew that this was largely because their firepower was being scattered across a larger surface area. A mech would already be lucky enough to avoid another miss. It was a luxury to try and make the laser beams converge on specific weak points. As a result, while the alien warships undoubtedly endured a lot of shots, the damage inflicted by thousands of mechs did not actually amount to anything substantial at this time. Sure, their systems were deteriorating and the aliens were having greater trouble maintaining their earlier level of performance, but their powerful laser cannons still kept firing. The alien attacks were slowly having an effect. Unlike the weaker and much more scattered firepower from the human mechs, the Pakladan warships did not experience as many challenges in concentrating their firepower. As long as one heavy laser beam struck a human warship, the attack would certainly burn through a couple of armor layers if the shield generators had succumbed. The consequence of this was that the bow sections of all of the human vessels in front were blackened and seriously compromised. While ships like the Graveyard, Gorgonean and Spirit of Bentime still had plenty of matter for the aliens to burn through, their buffer was shrinking by the minute. Repairing all of this will be expensive. Vase idly complained. He did not begrudge all of the damage. He would rather end up with a more expensive repair bill than see more lives being lost. Besides, with the diligent Ovenbird in the fleet did not have to detour to another pit stop in order to effect the necessary repairs. As long as the Larkinsons weren't too picky about the materials, they could slowly restore the surface damage of the affected starships. Vase feared that the damage wouldn't be constrained to this level. Once the alien warships began to pierce through the final forward defensive layers, a lot of compartments, ship components and lives would get lost soon. There was little he could do, though. Under ordinary circumstances, the Larkinsons could deploy their Space Knights in front of their more vulnerable vessels, yet that was not a realistic option. Some of the laser beams were so large that they engulfed mechs entirely. The Larkinson defensive mechs either melted into slag or deteriorated to such an awful condition that the mech pilot had no choice but to eject the cockpit. As a result, a lot of defensive mech pilots felt useless at the moment. Aside from firing potshots at the Pakladan fleet with their spare rifles, they could not perform their traditional role of defending their more vulnerable comrades. Not even the new rigid wall mechs, of which only a handful of copies existed in the fleet, dared to stand in the way of those warship-grade attacks. The new defensive mech of the living sentinels might provide a lot more value in battles against other human forces, but it had not been designed to take part in this kind of battle. As Vase observed all of this happening from the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, he began to regret some of the choices he had made before the start of the current design round. Back when the expeditionary fleet was parked in Vullet, he became so excited by the successful recruitment of 4 relatively young and capable journeyman mech designers that he did not put as much thought into the kind of enemies he would face. It couldn't be helped. He along with many other Larkinsons fought against hostile human forces for so long that they all defaulted to preparing for the next fight against a human opponent. Though Vase was certain that the Golden Skull Alliance would exchange blows with other human forces sooner or later, right now alien fleets posed a greater threat to his fleet due to special circumstances. What he should have done was to prioritize projects that were much more effective against large and individually powerful threats such as warships as opposed to smaller swarming threats such as mechs. We could really use more mechs with bigger guns. Vase wanted to palm his face. The Larkinson army didn't field a lot of Transcendent Punishers and Eternal Redemptions either. Both mech models might not be entirely up to date for the Red Ocean, but they still inflicted a lot more damage on average than other comparable ranged mechs due to the greater calibers of their weapons. Yet because they only amounted to a couple of hundred machines, their collective weight of fire wasn't overwhelming enough. There were too many mechs in the Larkinson army that would do fine in a fight against other mech forces but were relegated to sidekicks in this battle against alien warships. Suddenly, one of his projected control panels flashed. What has happened? An enemy attack has managed to land on a heavily damaged section of our hull and trigger a minor power surge. The efficiency of our remaining forward shield generators has dropped by 19% and will remain so until our damage control parties have remedied the faults. Vase grew a bit more uncomfortable when he heard that. The Spirit of Bentheim was part of the vanguard of the fleet because she was substantially more armored than the other non-combat vessels of the Larkinson clan. Though he could have instructed his people to put the Spirit of Bentheim in the back, that was a cowardly and slightly illogical move. He commissioned the factory ship so he knew how much damage she could take. If he insisted on removing her from the vanguard, then another and likely more vulnerable ship would incur damage instead. As a result, Vase acquiesced to the decision to have the Spirit of Bentheim function as a shield even though he and many of the people he cared about were aboard. He hadn't even ordered his wife and child to move to another ship. Part of that was because he wanted to keep them close to him. If the Spirit of Bentheim ever became separated from the rest of the fleet for some reason, then at Vase he still had his immediate family by his side. Another part of it was there was no clear alternative that was better. He would never put his daughter on a vulnerable civilian vessel such as the Vivacious Wall or the Dragon's Den. Their hulls may be relatively thick compared to sub-capital ships but in relative terms they were the equivalent of giant tin cans. If the alien warships were able to focus their firepower on any of them, then the ship in question would not fare well from the bombardment. The more defensive vessels such as the Graveyard and the Gorgonean were much more resistant towards damage, but they went out of their way to attract more firepower in order to fulfill their roles. Vase felt it was just fine to leave Aurelia aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. He even wished he could hug her at this moment, but that would only distract him from the developing situation. After a few minutes, he received a new hail. He accepted the call, causing Calabast's projection to appear by his side. Just like every other Larkinson, she was wearing protection that could keep her alive in the event of vacuum exposure. She donned a familiar heavy infiltrator suit that was covered with modular equipment. Vase. She nodded towards him. As you know, our blinding Banshee has been scanning the enemy ships non-stop. It was only until recently that our more powerful active scans have started to provide us with more detailed observation data. Look at these results. She called up another projected screen that showed vague snapshots of the alien starships. Different from last time, their resolution was higher and the images were also projected with maps that measured heat, mass and other indicators. What stood out from Vase was that certain weird bits were moving in and around the hull of the Pokladan ships. In the visual images, they looked like tiny black blobs. What am I looking at, Calabast? Vorabugs. What? Vase leaned closer in order to study the latest readings in greater detail. Now that she had pointed it out to him, he quickly found that her conclusions were quite plausible. Practically all of the alien vessels showed strange activity that fit the patterned space bugs eating through their hulls. The infection on some vessels was greater than others, hence the reason why the ships didn't dare to come too close to each other. It also explained why the Pokladan fleet hadn't attempted to accelerate in any direction. The ships that were most badly affected by the Red Ocean's native menace were so riddled with metal-eating space insects that their sub-light propulsion systems no longer worked. What Vase found peculiar about the Pokladans was that they sought to defend their entire fleet rather than leave the crippled ones to their fate. This was not the most rational decision to make, and that made him feel uncomfortable. Calabast noticed his discomfort and smirked. Bad guys are not supposed to feel guilty about their actions, you know. I am not feeling guilty. Vase quickly shot back. I just find it distasteful to clean up the leftovers of the Big Two. They could have been more thorough in wiping out the aliens. Then why did you choose to proceed with this attack? You know very well why we are doing this. Aside from all of the rewards we can gain from defeating this fleet, we also need to harden and shape the mentalities of our clansmen. They don't live in a fantasy galaxy here. It's better if I expose the cruel reality of our invasion of the Red Ocean now than under more uncontrollable circumstances. You know this will make a lot of Larkinsons doubtful about themselves if they survive engagement. Calabast stated as she crossed her arms. Since the start, you propagated a culture in the clan that is based around honor, compassion, integrity and all of those other nice buzzwords. Our days were much simpler back when we fought back against clear aggressors that we could paint as evil. It's a lot harder for us to maintain the high ground now that you are forcing them to commit an act that everyone regards as dishonorable. It has to be done, Calabast. Besides, we stand to gain tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of merits if we destroy these alien vessels. That is not as much as I'd like, but still, worth the effort if we can minimize our losses. The woman gazed deeply at him. You don't care about the merits. Not really. You're enjoying this. You enjoy putting others into uncomfortable situations. Perhaps you don't go out of your way to mentally torment your own clansmen, but you don't mind taking advantage of this opportunity to throw them off balance. I am not enjoying this. He insisted. I am doing what I think is necessary to mature my soldiers and make them ready for the struggles to come. Everything I do is logical. Our clan will grow stronger once we pass this hurdle, even if it comes at the risk of painting us as the bad guys. There is no good or bad in the Red Ocean. There's only the strong and the weak, and I would rather fall in the camp of the former than the latter. Vase answered. Chapter 3681 Last Flight of the Shortwings. Once, the Pokladan race prospered. Of course, the bird-like aliens did not call themselves Packletons. This was a human word that an exobiologist had ascribed to the large, intelligent avian aliens that used to occupy a corner of the Torald Middle Zone. In the language of the Pokladans, the large avians generally referred to themselves as shortwingers. Back in their ancestral home planet of Trace, the Packletons possessed shorter wings than comparable bird species. As they evolved, the shortwingers preferred to live in forested environments where they found shelter and protection from the many predators of their home planet. Even after they grew smart enough to develop a civilization and tame their own planet, the shortwingers still preferred to live in traditional nests that were based in tall and thick trees. Our homeworld was beautiful, once. An older shortwinger explained to the gaggle of chicks in the sonorous, chirpy language of the shortwingers. I did not have the honor of owning a nest in Trace, but I visited our grand home planet often enough. Now, it only exists in our memories. The old bird's feathers and wings drooped. She had lived the equivalent of around 210 years and experienced much in her life. The Red Star Hive, which was the home of the shortwing race, had experienced little changes during most of her life. Sure, the neighboring alien species stirred up trouble every so often and the more powerful species played their games with each other. On the whole, the shortwing civilization was in a good spot. It might not be large, but its territory was not attractive enough for other species to fight over. All of that changed when the pink hides attacked. These small, bipedal aliens who lost their fur and only retained patches of them on their heads had not risen from the Red Star Hive where every other species the shortwingers knew of called their home. The humans, instead, came from another, much larger star hive that had long been the subject of folklore, myth and speculation. The light from the Great Star Hive took hundreds of thousands of light years to reach the smaller Red Star Hive. Whatever the shortwingers and the other alien races were able to observe from the Great Star Hive was not much and horribly outdated. If the Red Hivers knew that the Great Star Hive harbored such a large and powerful scourge, the pink hides probably wouldn't have been able to make so many gains since they started their invasion. With the help of immensely advanced warships and small but incredibly powerful war machines that were largely made in the likeness of their makers, the pink hides toppled one alien nation after another, often within weeks rather than years. All opposition was met with overwhelming destruction. From what the elderly female shortwinger learned, the red hivers opposing the pink hides comprehended the true nature of the threat too late. Not only that, but the pink hides must have apparently infiltrated all of the alien nations in advance, because a large quantity of assassinations and sabotage attacks occurred just before the main wave of pink hide fleets descended upon the affected star nations. The shortwing star nation fell in an identical fashion to the other ones. Even though their race received advance warning of what might happen, no amount of precautions prevented the pink hides from assassinating their leaders and disabling the planetary defenses and infrastructure needed to repel an invasion. In fact, even if the shortwingers were in their best state, they still couldn't have put up a decent fight against the overwhelming power of the pink hides. What the old shortwinger lamented was the fact that her fellow avians hadn't received more time to evacuate their people from their doomed star nation. The female bird shed a feather at the thought of all of the family and friends she had left behind. "Great Mother," one of the younglings chirped. Will we be able to live on a planet like Trace again?" The larger avian nodded and swept her articulated wings to the young bird. "Oh yes, my dear. Though our flight has been long, we are moving closer to our goal. The entrance to the ancient refuge is close. The pink hides will never be able to reach us once we pass through the legendary Gate of Death. We managed to bring enough god blood from our homes, so we have enough to pay the toll." The younger shortwingers all looked fascinated when the myth of the ancient refuge was brought up. Though it had been relegated to a children's tale in the current eon, the doom that had befallen the red hivers had caused many aliens to put renewed attention on this pan-species tale. Some of the aliens native to the Red Star Hive considered the ancient refuge to be their heaven and afterlife. Other aliens regarded it as an ancient base built by an ancient race that led to a different dimension or star hive. Then there were those who thought it was imaginary. Those voices existed among the shortwing refugees as well. They criticized Sasorach, the broodfather of the remnant fleet, of giving false hope to the survivors of their fallen star nation. Personally, the old woman deeply clung to this faint hope. There was nothing else for them to live for. Though she knew that there were many other shortwing fleets that had fled away from the pink hides, it would only be a matter of time before the invaders grasped the entirety of the Red Star Hive. Where could the shortwing refugees flee to next? Flying straight into the enormous dark that separated the galaxies was not realistic at all. A journey would take so many years that the ships would either fall apart or freeze as their power reserves slowly dwindled to nothing. No, broodfather Sasorach was right. The best way to flee from the scourge of the pink hivers once and for all was to find the Gate of Death and pass through it, thereby moving far out of the reach of these soft but incredibly powerful mammalian aliens. The playground compartment they were in suddenly shook. The trees planted by the short wings shed a number of their leaves while the young chicks huddled against each other until their wings blended into a single whole. "Hush now, my little birds. It will be okay. The pink skins will not be able to destroy our ships. The ones attacking us are not their premier troops. Instead, we are just being harried by their scavengers and vultures with their weak and tiny metal hides. Great Mother, watch out, I think a devourer is coming." The old bird turned around and saw that a section of the metal bulkhead began to part. The female shortwinger froze, but only for an instant. Predatory and protective instincts welled up inside of her. Despite her age, she was still a member of a race that originally hunted their own prey with the power of their claws and beaks. A glint shone in the old bird's eyes as the matronly figure spread her wings and launched into the air. As soon as a black, insectal creature dug its way through the bulkhead, the old bird cawed before swooping down to attack with her claws. The equipment she wore came to life as a metal sheath covered the lower limbs. Then, the protected limbs glowed as a sharp energy field covered their surface. In an instant, those sharp claws tore through the shell of the devourer, spilling alien blood while completely beheading the four invaders. Through her predatory senses, the old bird sensed that more devourer bugs were approaching the cavity. "Go," she called towards the small chicks. "Fly along the evacuation route. Don't stay." The frightened chicks did not argue and flapped away with their short and stubby wings. While the young birds weren't ready enough to fly on their own, it was enough to give them a burst of speed while they waddled towards an exit. In the meantime, the old shortwinger deployed her old war gear. Metal covered her entire body as she turned into a fearsome avian soldier. Her wings were no exception. They were too vulnerable if they were left out in the open, so the protective armor covered them as well. Though this prevented the armored bird from being able to fly under her own power, her armor activated a setting that levitated her body. "You will not devour our chicks, you insects." The female bird uttered another loud caw as the ballistic weapons mounted under the armored wings began to blast the emerging space bugs to pieces. Under ordinary circumstances, the shortwingers preferred to make use of laser weapons, but the devourers resisted them too well. She was not the only shortwinger to repel the intruding devourer insects. The shortwingers stationed in many other sections of the civilian vessels also fought against the devourers that had made themselves home. Devourer insect after devourer insect died, but there were always more. An infestation was hard to stop once it got going, but the shortwingers were not about to let the menace threaten their chicks. Elsewhere, aboard one of the triangular warships of the shortwing race, the leader of this infested and beleaguered fleet perched atop a metal branch. Broodfather Xianxia observed the dense collection of screens as they conveyed all kinds of data. The condition of the ships under his command as well as the known properties of the pink hide ships and mechs came under his purview. His predatory eyes darted back and forth as he had to make a lot of hard decisions. He cawed, drawing the attention of his council. "We cannot go on like this much longer. The pink hides are too numerous. We cannot defend against both their mechs and the devourers that are constantly trying to eat our ships from the inside. In order to give the eggs of our race a chance to hatch in the Great Refuge, we must change our strategy." The other elderly shortwingers shook their bodies and shed a couple of their feathers. "Broodfather, if we do this," Xianxia straightened his body and spread his majestic wings. Decorative, synthetic feathers were laced with his natural ones, causing his wingspread to be wider and more majestic than that of others. "Listen to me, we are the only hope of the shortwing race left in the Red Star Hive. Our chicks and the eggs that have yet to be born must make it through. We have carried them this far, but the future of our race must make it to the gate of death by themselves. Transfer everything of importance to the 3 ships that are least affected by the devourer insects and can still take flight through the stars. They must leave, regardless of who can follow." One of the elderly avians flapped his wings in panic. "Broodfather, isn't that too dangerous? If we do that, those of us who must fight the pink hides," Xianxia closed his eyes and drew back his wings. "It will be our last flight." Silence fell upon the chamber as the leaders of the refugee fleet took in the implications of this course of action. Then, each and every bird raised their wings in unison. "So be it," the broodfather chirped. "We shall take flight for the last time so that our chicks may flap their wings for the first time in the Great Refuge. Let us show these greedy and murderous great hivers that we shortwingers will do what is right and protect the innocent against their foul and corrupting touch. As long as we have a single feather in our wing, we shall not fall. The righteous shall cleanse the Red Star Hive. May our race fly for eternity." Xianxia swept his wings in a grandiose fashion even as his eyes shook with uncertainty. Would it work? Would their chicks be able to find the refuge that he had promised for his followers? Or would the merciless, genocidal pink skins crush their eggs to the last shell in this battle? Chapter 3682 Instrument of Vengeance. The fight gradually entered a heated stage. The 2 fleets started to get close enough to enable a measure of precision and focus from both sides. The damage continued to pile up until the ships in question started to suffer more serious damage. In order to prevent the incoming attacks from concentrating the damage on weak points, the vessels continually changed their orientation. This made it considerably more difficult to launch successive attacks on vulnerable sections. However, the Pakladin ships were less capable of employing this tactic due to the damage they had already sustained. The wounds sustained in previous battles along with the incredibly persistent infestation of vorbugs severely affected their mobility. The most immediate consequence of that was that they were considerably easier to damage. After piling up damage on 2 of the 9 alien warships, the alien fleet finally displayed true vulnerability. Warship Gamma's armor integrity has dropped across the board. The alien vessel's weak points have also expanded. If we can land one or more numerous powerful attacks on this section to the upper side of her hull, then there is a chance we can detonate the nearby electrical systems and weaken the structural supports over there, thereby inflicting major internal damage to the forward section of the warship. Venerable Stark, do your best to target this weak point. With pleasure. The expert pilot grinned. Throughout this battle, Venerable Davia Stark had been holding back for a long time. Unlike the soft-minded Larkinsons who were acting squeamish about targeting an alien refugee fleet that was on the ropes, Stark only saw an enemy that needed to be eliminated at all costs. After witnessing her entire state and almost all of its population being scoured by the Sandmen, she had developed a lifelong vendetta against aliens of all kinds. Though the Big Two belatedly wiped out the Sandman race from existence, it wasn't enough for Stark. She realized that humanity would always be vulnerable against the predations of other jealous, cruel and callous species. There was no justice in the galaxies. Therefore, she had made it her mission to enact retribution to any race that could one day rob human children of their parents. No one deserved to endure the unimaginable scale of loss that took place in the Sand War. Even though the Pakladans were by all accounts weak and relatively unimportant by human standards, Venerable Stark did not look down on these supposedly weak aliens. After all, wasn't that what people said about the Sandmen as well? While the Big Two could easily roll over the Sandmen whenever they wished, they instead allowed the vermin to prosper and accumulate strength. When the rats flooded out of their nests, their aggression quickly overwhelmed the third-rate states in their way. Though Venerable Stark was a second-rater now, she could never forget her roots as a humble third-rater. At that level, the enemies that the MTA and CFA considered to be too trivial to clean up had killed trillions of hapless human victims before they finally got the end they deserved. Just thinking about those dark days that had almost broken her to pieces caused the dark flame of retribution in Venerable Stark's heart to burn hotter. Her eyes sparked with the spark of vengeance as she condemned the remnants of the Pakladan race to death. The aliens must die so humanity can live in peace. She did not concern herself with the fact that humanity invaded the Red Ocean first. She also did not care that this initiative was led by the Big Two to whom she harbored deep grudges. In any situation where humans were under threat or potential threat by an alien race, her answer to the problem was simple: death. As her powerful emotions surged, the Amaranto surged in turn. The masterwork expert Mech that she had partnered with for many months had not only fed off her strength, but also took in her hatred of the alien and developed the same drive to rid the cosmos of inhuman threats. Mech and Mech pilot fell in sync as their stimulating emotions brought their cooperation to a new level. Stark's elevated force of will produced so much resonance with the Amaranto that the two actually broke a new record for themselves. The expert pilot did not pay attention to that, though. Her entire mind and will was focused on her immediate task. Thousands of energy beams lanced from the expeditionary fleet to the distant Pakladan refugee fleet. Occasionally, the slower-firing laser cannons of the alien warships lanced back towards the expeditionary fleet. With each devastating salvo, 4 to 10 of the laser beams struck the vanguard of the human fleet, burning off more armor plating while dealing peripheral damage to their systems. All of the energies being traded back and forth produced different levels of interference that made it a bit harder for the Amaranto to land a blow at the precise weak point designed by the Larkinson army. Venerable Stark had to fall back to her experience and intuition. She narrowed her eyes as she delved deeper into the man-machine connection. At the same time, she resonated with the Amaranto's powerful Luminaire crystal rifle. Though she did not find it necessary to activate the beam-bending resonance ability, she still resonated with it in a more general sense in order to empower its impending attack with a touch of her own will and hatred. Infusing her Luminaire crystal rifle with the latter caused it to glow hotter and redder than before. In fact, the entire Amaranto turned into an ominous specter that looked as if it had become the embodiment of hellfire. As her hatred and animosity towards aliens reached a peak, Venerable Stark finally sensed that the right moment had come. Taste my retribution. The Amaranto exploded in red as its rifle fired a powerful, high-powered resonance-enhanced laser beam that soared towards the Pakladan fleet at the speed of light. Though the beam only flashed up the space it passed through for an instant, its effect was much greater than any other attack unleashed by the humans. Though the fiery red laser beam was not as exaggeratingly wide and filled with energy as the attacks unleashed by the alien warship-grade weapons, the beam unleashed by the Amaranto was much more concentrated. In order to exploit a weak point, applying brute force power was not necessary. Stabbing it with a single scalpel was enough to achieve the desired effect, and the Amaranto's vengeance-fueled laser beam happened to play this role to near perfection. Though the beam deviated from its intended target by dozens of meters, the hot and destructive energies released upon impact completely blasted the affected compartments to pieces. The overflow of destruction from the resonance-enhanced laser beam dealt far more localized damage than any other weapon employed in this fight. Due to the structural damage this high-powered shot inflicted, the Pakladin's warship was unable to supply power to 3 of her powerful primary laser cannons. Not only that, but the alien crew members and the various ship parts located in the bow section all became impaired in different ways, thereby lowering the combat effectiveness of the ship in question. Nonetheless, a warship was not a pushover. The Pakladins did not excel at building warships, but the ones the Golden Skull Alliance confronted today displayed a remarkable degree of resilience despite all of the hardships they endured since the start of their long flight. Venerable Stark cared nothing for that. She instead grew irked because the attack she invested much of her power in failed to cripple the enemy warship to the degree she hoped. It would have been great if targeting the weak point resulted in the ship blowing herself apart or knocking out all of the primary laser cannons instead of a couple of them. There were still 8 more warships that also needed to be subdued, and she didn't have the reserves to knock them all out in this fashion. She contemplated whether she should fire a subsequent high-powered attack but figured that the hole she had blown open with her earlier attack would suffice. Other mechs could easily take advantage of the opening to deal even further internal damage. "I'll leave the rest to you," she told the Larkinson army before she set her sights on another warship. At this time, the Pakladin fleet finally exhibited a substantial change. On the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, someone dutifully reported the latest changes. "Sir, we are detecting a high number of shuttle transfers between the Pakladin starships." Vase quickly swept his gaze to the projections that displayed an increasingly more detailed image of the distant alien fleet. "What are the Pakladins doing?" "We believe they are preparing to evacuate a part of their fleet, sir. The shuttle traffic from all of their vessels are mostly converging onto 5 of the civilian ships that are in the best shape at the moment. The remaining enemy ships are also moving to prevent our firing lines from attacking the vessels that are likely being prepared for evacuation." "I see," Vase said. He and the strategists had been waiting for this to happen. Though the Pakladin fleet still possessed a high degree of threat, Vase judged that the aliens were not that enthused about fighting a battle where they could only attain a Pyrrhic victory at best. "Wait a minute." His train of thought suddenly froze as he looked closer at the activity taking place in the distant fleet. "There are way more transfers than we expected. They're not evacuating their weakest vessels. They're also pulling out their people from their more intact vessels, including their warships." Many others had noticed this taking place as well. It became increasingly clear that the aliens did not intend to evacuate most of their fleet this time. This was quite a reckless move. If none of their warships joined the evacuation attempt, then how would the Pakladins possibly be able to defend their surviving civilian vessels? What the hell are these aliens thinking? There's no way their paltry number of civilian vessels can make it further across the Krakatoa middle zone on their own. It was too bad that none of the Larkinsons had access to the alien fleet's internal deliberations. They could only guess at the motives of the alien leaders. Vase grew ugly. He wanted to drive away the majority of enemy warships in order to spare his own forces a hard fight. Had the Golden Skull Alliance pressed the aliens too hard? Should he have ordered his troops to take it easy? Are there any warships showing signs of being readied for evacuation? No, sir. Our long-range scanners have even detected the transfer of significant quantities of phase water out of the warships. If our comprehension of their situation is right, then we believe the Pakladins are completely giving up on evacuating the majority of their fleet in order to maximize the chances of success of their remaining 5 civilian ships. If their warp drives are injected with additional phase water, then that will directly improve their ability to traverse greater distances. Damn it, he wanted that phase water. He could not stand the thought of all of those valuables slipping away from him due to the actions of the aliens. For a moment, he was tempted to order his fleet to focus on targeting these evacuation ships, but that would probably inflame the aliens even further. Besides, the alien fleet was putting a lot of hulls in the way, so attacking the key vessels was far from simple. Keep focusing on the warships, he eventually instructed. Quelling their ability to resist is our highest priority. Once we have neutralized their ability to threaten our forces, we can do whatever we want. The fight continued as the exchange of weapons fire continued to heat up. As the mechs and warships began to see further improvements in their hit rates, the casualty figures continued to grow higher. Chapter 3683 Unfolding Strengths. Commander Kusela Ingvar suffered a profound stroke of bad luck this time. The Golden Skull Alliance chose to initiate a fight against an alien fleet just before the Minerva project was scheduled to be completed. If the expeditionary forces decided to wait 3 or so weeks before starting a battle, the Larkinson clan's latest expert pilot would have been able to debut on the battlefield with a fantastic new expert mech. Unfortunately, That wasn't the case, and she was stuck piloting the bright warrior that had been temporarily assigned to her. Though there was nothing wrong with the mech, her newfound expert pilot capabilities were so constrained by it that she constantly had to hold herself back from pushing the machine past its limits. If she issued a request to allow her to pilot the Quint for this battle, General Verl would probably approve of her request. The masterwork mech had undergone enough upgrades for her to exert a considerably greater influence on the battle. She did not opt to do so, though. It would deprive Isabel Coden a chance to accrue valuable battle experience for this battle. If the third user of the Quint was able to break through in the near future, then the Larkinson clan would gain another powerful expert pilot who happened to excel in ranged combat. She directed the sensors of her bright warrior towards the masterwork mech that had facilitated her breakthrough. The Quint was performing decently enough in its rifleman mech configuration. Its custom-built luminaire rifle fired bright golden beams towards the distant opponent at a steady rate. Using the command privileges that had been handed over to her mech, she traced the shots fired by Isabel and found that the women had already integrated so well with the Quint that her hit rate was close to 80%, which was pretty impressive at this stage of the battle, as there were other mech pilots that could only deal damage 20% of the time. As for herself, Casella wasn't able to contribute much in battle so far. This was far from the pitched battles that she had trained and studied for. The Gienna League that she participated in back in Chance Bay was much more to her liking, as there was an endless amount of decisions she could make that could affect the outcome of the battle. Here, the living sentinels only needed to take cover behind one of the armored vessels of the Larkinson clan and try their best to use their luminaire crystal rifles to hit the designated priority targets. There was hardly any other complexity that needed her personal attention. The mech captains and support staff took care of all of the less important issues. The only way she could provide meaningful help to her men was to speak please, like, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with them in order to keep up their morale and ensure they stayed focused. Increase your firing rate, she instructed as she did so herself. Our fleets have drawn close enough that our hit rate has increased. Less of our shots are going wide now. We need to disable these warships faster. They are already dealing substantially more damage to us than we wish. The horror of the enemy warships became more apparent as they were moving closer to real engagement range. The problems related to minor faults in alignment and divergence of energy propagation no longer skewed the attacks quite severely anymore. The ships from both sides began to incur increasingly more serious damage. The Graveyard, the Gorgonean, the Hemington Cross and the Indigo Tremor bore the brunt of the damage. Each of them were large and prominent fleet carriers, so they shouldered the greatest burden in protecting the train of ships sheltering behind their wake. Though the aliens had shown some cleverness by focusing their fire on the largest and lightest armored among the aforementioned capital ships, namely the Hemington Cross, the Golden Skull Alliance coordinated its fleet movements so that even the Cross clan's flagship enjoyed a reprieve by moving behind another vessel. Through these series of maneuvers, the expeditionary forces ensured that the damage would be spread out as much as possible, with the Graveyard actually bearing a greater share of the burden. The Graveyard could take it, though, all of the junk and battle debris that had been melted down and processed into improvised hull plating made the vessel particularly economical to use as a damage sponge. Even if lots of hull plating eventually got ruined beyond the point of recovery, the salvage vessel could easily use other materials to fill in the gap. The Pokladan warships, on the other hand, did not enjoy this particular luxury. They were built for mobility rather than enduring bombardment, but because of the necessity to protect the evacuation ships from enemy attacks, the aliens were put in a difficult spot. The infestation of the Vorabugs also didn't help. They chewed through so many systems that the mobility of several warships were severely compromised. They could only rely on weak positional thrusters to slightly change their orientations, and even those systems were under attack by the voracious bugs. As a result, despite being built for combat against other powerful threats, the Pokladan warships were continually accumulating more damage. Soon enough, the two vessels that had attracted the brunt of the firepower unleashed by the human mechs finally succumbed in quick succession. Warship Gamma has lost power throughout all of her hull. At least one of her power reactors is still online, but it cannot transfer energy to any other part of the vessel. Warship Epsilon is breaking into half. She has incurred major structural damage and her keel has blown open after one of her internal fuel tanks exploded. Warship Alpha has lost 40% of her power, though her exterior armor is mostly intact. We believe the Vorabugs have inflicted major damage to her energy transmission systems. Lower the priority on Warship Alpha, General Verl ordered. Her relatively intact hull plating will take time to drill through, but with her loss of power, her laser cannons are not as threatening. We should direct our fire on the greatest offensive threats. As the crippled and disabled Pokladan warships slowly drifted away, the mechs directed their firepower towards another pair of alien vessels. The Pokladans weren't helpless, though. Even though less and less of their laser cannons were still operational, the damage they inflicted on the hulls of the human vessels had slowly built up to a point where even the graveyard was beginning to feel distressed. There was a limit to how much the human vessels could spread out the incoming damage across their hulls. Compartments breached and numerous ship systems situated in the forward sections malfunctioned. Even crew members began to die as those who couldn't afford to draw back from their vital functions became affected by the attacks. The time, effort and resources needed to fix all of this damage became increasingly more costly. These Pokladans are too stubborn and tenacious. Vase deeply frowned. The decision to make a last stand fell outside of his expectations. He and his fellow leaders had miscalculated. Rather than fleeing with most of their fleet, the aliens looked as if they insisted on fighting to the death. However, even if the aliens put up a better fight than usual, the combat power of the Pokladan warships were still within a tolerable range. We're not pushovers either. Now that we have drawn a bit closer, our mechs are more effective as well. Not only were the alien ships being struck by an increasingly more ferocious rain of small laser beams, other mechs showed their capabilities as well. The expeditionary fleet shifted its formation and put the Spirit of Bentheim in front. The ship, though not the biggest and most resilient capital ship in the fleet, was particularly tough to take down from the front. With the giant head of the Golden Cat adorning her entire bow, it took a lot of frontal attacks to melt through all of the briar alloy and other relatively strong materials. Though previous attacks had caused the head of the Golden Cat to look scorched and disfigured, the factory ship could resist considerable damage as long as the attacks came from the front. The point of putting the Spirit of Bentheim in such a prominent position wasn't to rely on her to soak all of the remaining damage, though. Resilient or not, the firepower of 7 alien warships was no joke. Its venerable Janzi Larkinson, the Shield of Samar, is moving into action. After a long time of sitting on the side, the only true defensive expert mech of the Larkinson clan finally received orders to exert its power. Though the Shield of Samar in its current incarnation had already fought in prior battles, it had never found the opportunity to showcase its majestic capabilities in a true sense. This time was different. After launching so many powerful laser beams, the Pokladan warships had worn down the defenses of the expeditionary fleet to the point where subsequent damage could inflict real losses. This was intolerable to venerable Janzi. More lives being lost due to greed. She gritted her teeth. She has strong opinions about the purpose and motivations of this aggressive action, but she knew that this was not the time to complain. Her main priority at this time was to limit the damage and save as many lives as possible. It also did not escape her attention that this was a good time for her to showcase her capabilities. As of late, her prestige as an expert pilot had dropped. Few clansmen had truly seen her contribute meaningfully to a battle and therefore had a mistaken impression that she wasn't as indispensable as the likes of Venerable Stark or Venerable Joshua. Samar, she called to her mech. Let these ignorant watchers see how strong our shield has become. Gladly. As she resonated with her expert mech, she also called out her other battle partner. Xianxia, lend me a hand. Our shield needs to endure as long as possible. An inaudible roar rang in her ears, signaling to Janzi that the big lizard agreed. After accumulating her power, focus and will to her shield, Janzi and the Shield of Samar exploded into action. Primal Aegis. The expert mech projected a massive resonance barrier that covered a radius of several hundred meters, thereby protecting much of the battered bow of the Spirit of Bentheim. Not only that, but a vague energy manifestation of an enormous lizard appeared on top of the resonance barrier. The illusionary lizard roared, causing the barrier to receive additional power from another source. As numerous laser beams raked the resonance barrier, it managed to hold true. Both the aliens and the humans themselves were astounded by how resilient this resonance barrier turned out to be. Not only did it cover a huge area, it also resisted a lot of energy attacks without showing any sign of reaching its limit for the moment. This was the perverse nature of an expert pilot at work. Their willpower was literally capable of distorting reality. When it was amplified with the help of an expert mech, the effects could be applied on a grander scale. Though Venerable Janzi quickly suffered from additional strain with every heavy laser attack that had been stopped, she steeled her will and became determined to endure torture as much as possible. The longer I hold out, the more lives I can save. By temporarily blocking much of the alien attacks, the expeditionary forces gained a major advantage. 2 more alien warships were taken out of action. This time, the Amaranto did not inflict the crucial blows alone. Instead, the Star Dancer Mark II and the Everchanger both managed to acquit themselves well this time. The 2 expert mechs might be proficient in ranged combat, but they never excelled that much in long-range precision. It was only when the battle progressed up to this stage that they were truly able to demonstrate their respective strengths. Chapter 3684 Fleeing Hope. Comparisons between expert mechs were never simple. Though the Amaranto, the Everchanger and the Star Dancer Mark II were all able to function as expert rifleman mechs, their strengths and specialties leaned in considerably different directions. The Amaranto was the most useful of the 3 in relatively static long-ranged firefights. Even though it was an awful duelist and dogfighter, these weaknesses were not relevant so long as the enemy did not deploy any close-ranged threats. Venerable Stark and her expert mech had already contributed significantly so far. The Amaranto's focused firepower had accelerated the takedowns of numerous Pokladan warships by inflicting damage at just the right places. The Star Dancer Mark II was not as precise at long ranges, but once the distance between the 2 fleets grew less exaggerated, Venerable Brutus was finally able to showcase his abilities as well. Even if the attacks of the agile expert mech were not precise enough to target specific modules, they still inflicted heavy damage to the hull integrity of the enemy vessels. The same applied to the Everchanger. The biggest difference between the expert hero mech and the expert rifleman mech was that Venerable Joshua's machine was a bit less powerful. After all, the Everchanger also had to allocate enough capacity to make it competent in melee combat. It was already good enough if it was able to exhibit 80% of the power of a proper ranged mech. In any case, now that the Star Dancer Mark II and the Everchanger were both able to contribute earnestly in this battle, the condition of the enemy warships deteriorated at a faster rate than ever. When Warship Ada received the combined attacks of all 3 ranged expert mechs, the vessel was quickly speared through by a combination of cleverly aimed resonance-empowered attacks. The combination of precision and power crippled numerous important ship systems, causing Warship Ada to lose power to over half of her functions. Aside from the power of 3 expert mechs, the other ranged mechs of the expeditionary fleet already began to showcase their power. The Transcendent Punishers were finally able to exhibit their full strength. They had always been firing their positron cannons up until this point. Now, they began to fire their Gauss cannons as well, thereby slinging hundreds of projectiles towards the damaged Pokladan warships. Though the hit rate of Gauss cannons was not fantastic, each time they struck a ship, they inflicted significant damage. Part of this was due to all of the energy attacks the enemy warships had endured. Their frontal hull plating had grown hotter and weaker. Though it still took a lot of energy to melt or vaporize them entirely, a single hard knock could easily shatter the weakened plating. Warship Beta quickly became overwhelmed by this torrent of Gauss cannons as well as other energy weapons fire. After knocking out 4 out of 9 warships and partially crippling the combat capabilities of the remaining vessels, the Pokladan refugee fleet had lost over 60% of its firepower. The pressure on the expeditionary fleet grew much less. Even though the surviving warships still retained enough operational laser weapons to inflict severe material damage to their targets, the intervention of the Shield of Samar played an extremely crucial role in preventing greater losses. Even now, the Shield of Samar bravely flew in front of the Spirit of Bentime while projecting an amazing resonance barrier that glowed with a bright blue corona. The energy manifestation of xianxia had grown weaker after a few minutes, but the former sacred god still made her presence felt by reinforcing the resonance barrier with additional defensive power. It was amazing how many attacks the Shield of Samar had managed to withstand so far. Even though Venerable Janzi's force of will quickly depleted in strength due to all of the strain, she and her battle partner had already demonstrated way more defensive capabilities than other expert mechs and expert pilots. Out of everyone in the expeditionary fleet, no one knew how remarkable this display was than another defensive expert pilot. Venerable Linda Cross was highly confident in her own strength, but right now her confidence in her own expert mech was shaken. How is this possible? Is this the power of a masterwork expert mech? That can't be right. There has to be more to the Shield of Samar. There truly was no comparison between Venerable Linda's Amphies and the Venerable Janzi's amazing Shield of Samar. Though the Amphies was a proper expert medium space knight with balanced attributes and serviceable dueling capabilities, it was pretty much a standard mid-tier expert mech designed in the standard Garliner style without too many special traits. Even at its former height, the Cross clan hadn't invested as much funding, effort and resources into its design, and it showed. The Larkinson clan, though a lot smaller and weaker in the past, still invested a lot more attention and resources into the development of the latest revision of the Shield of Samar. Chief among them was the assistance provided by Master Moira Willix. Even if she held back a lot, her touch in the Shield of Samar was undeniable given her solid performance and excellent integration of resonating exotics. Though Linda Cross knew that her Amphis was a much more capable dueler that could take part in offensive operations, right now she felt her machine had become completely outdated. Even if she was able to contribute in future battles, at most her poor Amphis would be relegated to the background while the Larkinson clan's proudest machines would play the starring roles. How is this fair? She whined. She had little faith that Professor Benedict and his gaggle of mediocre journeymen could develop a new expert mech that was just as impressive. Personally, she also knew that it would be difficult for the Cross clan to invest as much resources in a new machine for herself. Patriarch Reginald Cross had already reserved a generous amount of funding and resources for the development of his next high-tier expert mech. Maybe I can request my own new expert mech after Reginald has received his machine. The battle continued at a more frenetic pace. After withstanding a lot of attacks, Venerable Janzi and the Shield of Samar finally reached their limits and were forced to withdraw their imposing resonance barrier. They had done their jobs for the most part. Though Venerable Janzi was still able to fight in other ways, it was impossible for her to exert her ragged mind and will to perform another powerful move. It's up to the rest of you now, Venerable Janzi said as she tried to recover from her heavy mental exertion. It was at this time that the Pakladins finally displayed a different reaction. After sending all of its shuttle-like vehicles back and forth between the different ships, the Pakladins apparently completed all of the transfers that they had planned. The 5 relatively intact vessels all engaged their sub-light propulsion systems, causing them to turn and move in the direction of a distant star system. At the same time, they also engaged their warp drives, not hesitating to inject additional phase water into them in order to supercharge their warp departure. As the energy levels and other signs of activity from those key ships began to spike, General Verl issued a key order to Venerable Stark. We can't let the Pakladins flee with all of their phase water and other valuables. Take the shot. I have been waiting for this. Venerable Stark grinned. Though her fiery vengeance had cooled over the course of the lengthy firefight, she still retained enough energy to unleash a few more powerful attacks. The Amaranto glowed a bit brighter as the expert pilot began to prepare for another powerful attack. The changes did escape the notice of the Pakladins, however. The alien vessels all tightened their formation so that the Amaranto did not possess any straight shot towards any of the alien evacuation ships. Even if the Amaranto's next attack was able to punch through the hull of an alien vessel, there would be another in the way to exhaust the remainder of the destructive energies. It was too bad that the Pakladins didn't possess enough intelligence about the Amaranto and the Larkinson clan. These ragged aliens could hardly be expected to access humanity's galactic net and read up on all of the public deeds and capabilities of their current opponents. As a result, when the Amaranto finally released its charged attack, the aliens bracing to block this next attack became utterly shocked when it went wide. No, the human war machine didn't miss. Its energy beam bent. Though it only happened for an instant, the powerful beam leveraged one of the Amaranto's special resonance abilities and actually managed to bend around the tough formation of alien starships. Without encountering the hindrance that it should have met, the special energy beam struck the side of one of the evacuation ships that was almost ready to activate her warp drive. Many avian individuals cried out in panic as they saw the beam strike the side of the evacuation ship. Surprisingly enough, the Amaranto's special attack did not inflict that much material damage. Though it had cleverly entered one of the open gaps produced by the gnawing vorabugs, the released energies did not blast entire compartments apart or anything. Instead, Venerable Stark's strike was more insidious. She had switched the attack phase of her Luminaire crystal rifle from a laser beam crystal to a disruptor beam crystal. This massively reduced the direct damage her weapon was able to inflict, but allowed the Amaranto to achieve a different effect. After the disruptor beam struck the exposed interior of the civilian vessel that was attempting to make an escape, her relatively weak and less sturdy internal systems could not withstand the resonance-enhanced power of the disruption generated by this single strike. Though it would be far too exaggerated for a single mech to knock out all of the power of a large starship, the crucially timed disruptor beam attack nonetheless managed to create enough chaos to prevent the vessel from completing its warping procedure. The civilian ship hitched as its warp drive experienced enough shocks to make its operation unstable. Automatic safeties kicked in and forcibly aborted the alien ship's attempt to enter into warp. The unlucky vessel had stalled while the other 4 evacuation ships successfully managed to slip away. The 4 Pakladin vessels in question appeared to elongate in an unusual fashion even as they rapidly moved away from the battlefield at a pace that was unattainable if they relied on their ordinary means of propulsion. This was the best result the Golden Skull Alliance was able to achieve in this situation. As for the Pakladins, this was one of the outcomes they had feared. A lot of their children and other valuables had been loaded onto the vessel. An awful fate awaited those aboard the stranded evacuation ship if the humans got close. Fortunately, the disruption caused by the Amaranto only lasted for a relatively short amount of time. The evacuation ship was still mostly intact and her engineers already reported that her warp drive could be brought back operational again once the damage generated from the disruption was repaired. All of that took time, however. The Pakladins had to do their best to stall the humans long enough to give the remaining evacuation ship enough time to restart her warp drive. The humans knew what they had to do as well. If they wanted to capture the bounty that was certainly stored aboard this valuable vessel, they needed to advance quickly enough to disable the ship permanently and prevent her crew from destroying any phase water samples and other treasures stored inside her cargo hold. Speed up our advance. Their warships are largely spent and crippled. Focus on disabling the remaining ones and smash aside any hulls in the way. That remaining evacuation ship must be ours. Chapter 3685 Incredible Resilience. The Pakladin refugee fleet managed to evacuate most of the ships that carried their most valuable offspring, resources and heritage. Though the civilian ships that successfully managed to enter warp travel were still in the Orange Tulip system, they had already traversed a distance that was far beyond the reach of the human attackers. Soon enough, the fleeing vessels would continue to build up their speed and leave this star system without anyone able to stop their flight. However, the sudden intervention of the Amaranto's disruptor beam partially spoiled the plan hatched by the aliens. The last-second intervention from the Amaranto temporarily stranded one of their key ships. Up to this point, the human mech forces only exhibited the capability to fire direct weapons that traversed in a straight line. Whether it was laser beams of Gauss projectiles, both types of weapons only soared straight forward under the absence of any significant gravity wells or other powerful influences in the vicinity. Even if the humans fired any missiles, the warships could intercept them out easily enough with their secondary guns which they had yet to employ. Yet how could the avian soldiers ever imagine that one of the powerful human expert mechs could fire an energy beam that could actually circle around their wall of ships? Even though the formation of ships had also attempted to block attacks coming in at slight angles, the coverage wasn't complete enough. If the Pakladins were able to anticipate such a weird attack, they could have put up a more comprehensive barrier. Though the destructiveness of a disruptor beam could not be compared to that of a laser beam or positron beam, their effects against energy shields and electrical systems were vastly more impressive. Now, the alien crew members on the final remaining evacuation ship tried their best to get the stalled warp drive to work again. Hundreds of crew members ran around to repair all of the blown and fried components. Many other helpers who had escaped from their previous ships spontaneously joined the damage control parties as well. Even so, repairing all of the damage under battlefield conditions was extremely difficult. In addition, the vessel was also infected by Vorabugs, who saw a greater opportunity to pounce now that numerous different security systems had failed. No one knew how much time it took to repair all of the damage, but the Pakladins stationed aboard the other ships were determined to do whatever it took to protect the final ship. The last flight must soar. Protect our remaining younglings. The alien fleet altered their approach. 6 civilian vessels that had incurred the most damage tried their best to cover the remaining evacuation ship. Meanwhile, the 4 surviving warships along with the remaining 10 civilian vessels began to accelerate forward. Their damaged and faltering sub-light propulsion systems made that a harder task than normal, and a few vessels barely managed to push forward. These were the vessels that were already unable to flee even if they tried their best. The Vorabugs also managed to eat and disable most of their systems, especially after much of their crew had already evacuated from the doomed vessels. The skeleton crews that remained behind in order to give the rest a chance to flee were not numerous enough to suppress the Vorabugs that kept eating and multiplying aboard the Pakladin vessels. When the members of the Golden Skull Alliance observed the latest moves of the alien fleet, they momentarily grew puzzled. What are the Pakladins doing? They're trying to give their final treasure ship a chance to escape. Why don't they stay put, then? Wouldn't it make more sense to stay put and shield their remaining evacuation ship? When General Verl observed the latest developments, he slowly began to frown. The Pakladans are trying to inflict as much damage to us as possible. He concluded, focus your fire on the remaining warships. If my guess is correct, their secondary guns will open fire soon. The smaller laser cannon batteries that covered the exterior of the Pakladan warships were no joke. Their lethality against starships might not be stellar, but their effectiveness against mechs was much greater, especially at closer ranges. Indeed, his worst fears came true. At a certain point, the warships opened fire with whatever secondary batteries they could bring to bear. Not all of them were operational due to all of the damage they incurred, but each of them were able to fire dozens of laser beams in rapid succession. Since the secondary laser batteries were not limited by the constraints of a mech, they were able to fire faster without worrying too much about overheating or draining too much energy reserves. The mechs that were exposed began to encounter a hail of laser beams. Even though a single small laser beam was unable to inflict fatal damage on most mechs, the volume of fire was too great. No machine was able to remain operational after getting struck by 20 or 40 laser beams in rapid succession. All of the mechs had little choice but to take cover behind the starships of the Larkinson clan, but that presented the fleet with a different problem. Much of the vanguard of the expeditionary fleet had already incurred a lot of damage to their forward hull plating. Even if the secondary laser batteries were not weak enough to punch through compartments all at once, their volume of fire was surprisingly high. In fact, the warships could have fired even more lasers if their conditions hadn't deteriorated so much. Focus fire on the remaining functional weapon batteries of the enemy warships. General Verl instructed his troops before he opened up a private communication feed. Commander Town Melon, I am counting your troops this time. Your artillery mechs must demolish their secondary weapon batteries as quickly as possible. They shall not escape their fate, sir. The Eye of Ilvain commander acknowledged. The expert candidate was much more confident now. The range between the two fleets had decreased to a point where his transcendent punishers were much more accurate than before. Though it was still a bit challenging for his mech pilots to snipe the exposed enemy weapon batteries under the current circumstances, they were never alone. The great profit is by our side. From the moment the Ilvain mech pilots drew upon Ilvain's might once again, the cannons of their bunker mechs became a lot more effective. Now that the margin for error was a lot more generous, the small faults and other variables that previously interfered with their accuracy no longer spoiled their shots as much. The transcendent punishers soon began to bombard the secondary laser battles that were actively firing towards the expeditionary fleet. Though the avians had reinforced these weapon emplacements to an extent, they were still unable to withstand the attacks of dozens of artillery mechs. In addition, the other mechs had been focusing their fire on the much larger and more exposed primary laser cannon emplacements. While they were a lot tougher and better protected, when so many attacks struck the targets and the sections around them, the remaining warships slowly lost their fangs. Soon enough, the Pakladans had lost much of their ability to retaliate from a distance. The humans didn't feel at ease, though. The enemy vessels that still retained enough mobility tried their best to close in on the expeditionary fleet. What are they doing? Are they attempting to ram us? They'll never succeed. The Larkinson clan and its allies possessed enough firepower to disable most of the incoming vessels. The various human starships also began to split up at this point. Now that the warships had lost their teeth, they could no longer threaten the more vulnerable starships of the expeditionary fleet. The various mech forces also began to spread out in order to pincer the remaining alien ships. All of the mechs became a lot less constrained now that they didn't have to worry about exposing themselves to warship-grade weapons. Ship after ship incurred a lot of damage. Their systems failed and more of them were taken out of the fight. Though the warships were tougher, the civilian ships were much easier to disable. They had never been built to military standards. It did not take as much effort for a multitude of mech attacks to cripple their vital systems. The humans weren't reassured, though. The situation became more and more concerning as the Pakladans kept trying to approach no matter the cost. Sir, numerous swarms of Vorabugs are approaching our position. They have all emerged from the alien starships that we have destroyed. What? The Vorabugs no longer seemed content to chew on the Pakladan ships. When the expeditionary fleet employed their sensors and scanners to investigate the situation, the operators found out that the problem had grown quite serious. The more mature and older Vorabugs chose to leave the Pokladan ships on their own accord. It appeared that they sensed more attractive prey. Although people like Vase did not think the Vorabugs could destroy his ships, they were still incredibly difficult to get rid of once they took root on any ship. He did not dare to rely solely on all of the anti-Vorabug measures that he bought back in Bullet. The Vorabugs weren't considered one of the 13 major races of the Red Ocean for nothing. Their resilience, adaptation and reproductive capabilities were high. Spread out and intercept the Vorabugs. Do not let them get close. If you are infected, maintain your distance from others and wait until we can sterilize your mechs. The mech forces adjusted their target priorities and began to intercept the bugs in space as best as possible. This was not as easy as it sounded. These organic creatures were weak but extremely numerous. Precise laser beams could only eliminate a handful of them at most, as much of the expeditionary forces lacked explosive warheads or other area weapons that could eliminate a lot of weaker enemies at once. In addition, the Vorabugs trying to hop from the Pokladan ships to the human ships had all gorged themselves on plenty of food. Each of them had grown and evolved to an elder stage. Their sizes not only became greater, but they also gained a lot of new capabilities. The most important ones was the ability to traverse through space, but their defenses had also grown significantly more formidable. The Vorabugs were particularly resistant against energy weapons, which was bad news because the expeditionary fleet relied heavily on them. The Luminaire crystal rifles that the Larkinsons employed in abundance did not possess a strong advantage against their latest opponents. Their energy beams did not deal as much damage as they should against these inexplicable insects. Though the elder bugs could be overwhelmed as long as they got hit by enough laser beams, they were still relatively small and agile. They were almost as hard to strike as light mechs in this regard. As Vase observed the approaching swarms, he noted that the number of elder Vorabugs was not overwhelming. However, they were still numerous enough to form different swarms that chased after different human ships. He feared that his mechs weren't up to the task of shooting them all down. As for melee mechs, they could strike the elder Vorabugs easily enough, but what about the smaller bugs they carried in their shells? If any of the juvenile and mature Vorabugs succeeded in slipping onto the mechs, then the machines in question would definitely be compromised. If only we had a striker mech or an explosive artillery mech. Striker mechs armed with shotguns would be particularly helpful in this situation, though the range of their weapons wasn't particularly impressive. It appeared he needed to think about the mechs of the next design round even further. The Larkinson army still possessed way too many holes. Just as Vase thought his clan needed to bring out the pesticides, the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers began to perform a familiar move again. Their mechs gathered together and advanced towards the enemy so that they could get as close as possible. Ves's eyes lit up. Of course, under the lead of the Everchanger and the Star Dancer Mark II, the battle formations evoked the Superior Mother and began to unleash death towards the incoming swarm. Chapter 3686 Tenacious Bugs. The Vorabugs sounded simple at first. The tough little exospecies was a race of vermin that weren't intelligent but could be as challenging to fight as any other major race in the Red Ocean. The reason for that was their high adaptability. They were pests that liked to eat organic and inorganic matter. They were also able to tolerate different environments and reproduced quickly. When all of these traits and more combined in a single species, the result was a pest that could gnaw entire starships if given time to proliferate. Though they could multiply to vast numbers if they found enough sustenance, they had not taken over the Red Ocean due to numerous limitations. First, they were unable to traverse the stars. Their ability to move in space notwithstanding, no amount of mutation or morphing could allow them to replicate the insanely complicated functions of a warp drive. The local aliens therefore considered the Vorabugs to be parasitic in that the insects had to resort to hitchhiking on other ships to move around. Second, the Vorabugs were not invincible. The other alien races had long developed solutions against them, and many native exo-beasts were also capable of crushing their shells. Even if they did not encounter any significant resistance, the Vorabugs possessed such endless appetites that they eventually ran out of food to eat. At that point, they could only feed on each other, which often produced a lot of chaotic outcomes. Third, the Vorabugs were not intelligent. As far as everyone knew, the Vorabugs had not evolved to the point where their intelligence grew on par with that of the sentient alien races. The oldest Vorabugs encountered by different civilizations may have grown smart enough to lead other Vorabugs, but they were still incapable of moving beyond the instincts of their race. That said, if the aliens weren't careful enough, the Vorabugs could still cause the collapse of many starships, space stations and planets. There had been instances in the past where entire alien species went extinct because they failed to repel the vorabugs that had managed to land on their planets. The native alien civilizations of the Red Ocean had to come to an accord to wipe them all out, which didn't happen all that often. Now, this voracious threat was advancing straight towards the expeditionary fleet in large and deadly swarms. Yet before they could reach any of the ships and mechs of the Larkinson clan, two energy silhouettes briefly came into existence. The bugs all shuddered as two identical battle formations unleashed their waves of death. One of them managed to blast through a single swarm that consisted of thousands of elder vorabugs. As soon as the death wave passed through their bodies, the elder vorabugs along with all of the smaller bugs sheltering inside their bodies turned comatose. Though their bodies were still functional, their minds had been snuffed out by the superior mother's merciless energies. The vorabugs would have been able to resist the effect if their minds were stronger, but they were ultimately insects. All of their tenacity and resilience was based around their bodies. While the death wave unleashed by the Glory Seekers only destroyed a single swarm, the one released by the Penitent Sisters was much more effective. With Venerable Joshua controlling the battle formation, the death wave partially fell under his control. With great effort, he was able to take advantage of the fact that he bestowed life to the extraordinary attack to steer it around and wipe out a few other nearby swarms. Once the Penitent Sisters were no longer able to support the battle formation, over a third of the insect swarms fell apart. There's still more. The remaining vorabugs still posed a substantial threat. They had dispersed too much to get caught by a single area attack. They needed to be eliminated the old-fashioned way. Ranged mechs, shoot them down. Melee mechs, get ready to put away your rifles. We need to cut the vorabugs down if they get close. The expeditionary forces didn't expect that their melee mechs would play a role this time. However, it was better to block the advancing vorabugs with a mech rather than a starship. Any mech that confronted one of the insects in battle could easily be cleansed once the battle was over. More and more bugs fell as they got struck by weapons fire. The desperate Pokladan ships also faltered as they lost their various systems to targeted fire. Vase and the others remained on guard for any further surprises. The Larkinsons and their allies no longer perceived the Pokladan ships as a threat. Their warships were all neutralized by now and their civilian ships were too fragile in front of massed firepower. What truly concerned Vase and the others was the vorabugs. There weren't enough mechs to intercept the approaching bugs at range. Though this was bad news for most people, the melee mech pilots reacted differently towards this threat. Many of them were grinning at the moment. The mechs either holstered or tossed aside their spare energy rifles and drew their swords and other melee weapons. All of this shooting business was not their cup of tea. Even if they possessed adequate marksmanship training, their mechs weren't suitable for this mode of combat. What they really wanted was to chop the bugs in pieces. Our time has come. Chop these bugs apart. Don't let any of the vorabugs proceed any further. Soon, the first wave of vorabugs crashed against the hastily prepared formation of melee mechs. Sword maidens, glory seekers and crossers dueled and danced against the tide of vorabugs that mainly sought to reach the many ships of the expeditionary fleet. The battle quickly grew intense. Though the melee mechs were able to chop or stab the vorabugs easily enough, the problem was that there were still thousands more that were able to pass without being impeded. The Valkyrie mechs of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers tried their best to catch up to these vorabugs, but their pilots were no longer in their best condition. The battle formations they employed had already drained most of their mental energies. Not even Venerable Brutus and Venerable Joshua were able to function as sharp and energetic as before. This was the price they paid to channel the superior mother's might. Fortunately, there was an even faster group of mechs that were able to catch up to the bugs that slipped past the initial lines. Vase watched closely as the ferocious piranhas of the battle criers quickly closed in on the insects. From the moment the light skirmishers got close, the relentless elder vorabugs suddenly jerked and went out of control. Their flight trajectories became completely disordered. It was as if the insects became drunk all of a sudden. Wait, is that how they respond to glows? Vase had already surmised that while the vorabugs possessed impressive biological attributes, their mental and spiritual development was nothing to be impressed about. Now, the ferocious piranha happened to be one of the few mechs that could exploit this weakness. The others caught onto this fact as well. General Verl immediately issued another order. Commander Firelight, disperse your ferocious piranhas. Their glows must cover as much space as possible. Understood, sir. The flagrant vandals quickly adjusted. They no longer flew in whole squads and companies as was standard. Instead, they all split up into individual units and formed a wide net that extended their disorientation glows across a much wider area. A large amount of Vorabugs that managed to bypass the avatars, sword maidens and other mech legions instantly got caught in the net cast by the ferocious piranhas. Although the affected Vorabugs still drifted forward due to inertia, they were quickly focused down by either ranged attacks or melee attacks. With all of these measures, the Larkinson clan did not have to resort to any further tricks. The elder Vorabugs that sought to inhabit the expeditionary fleet eventually died before they reached their destination. The only concern was that the expeditionary fleet was still at risk of getting infected. The elder Vorabugs all carried a multitude of smaller bugs, some of which may have slipped out and drifted off into space. Since the younger Vorabugs were all small and weak, they were quite hard to detect in space. Therefore, every ship and mech needed to be checked in order to guarantee that the Vorabugs didn't become the latest passengers of the expeditionary fleet. Still, with the elder Vorabugs taken care of, the threat of this major race had passed. Even if a few younger insects managed to slip onto the exterior of the Spirit of Bentime, it was easy enough to detect them early enough with all of the tools the fleet acquired. As long as the Larkinsons squashed these bugs early, they would have no time to multiply and expand to breathtaking numbers. Now that this threat is taken care of, there is only one task left. The Larkinsons did not ignore the remaining evacuation ship. Even if most of their mechs became preoccupied with squashing bugs, a handful of units managed to circle around until they came close to the evacuation ship. At this point, the distraction created by the Pakladans succeeded in buying a lot of time for the temporarily stranded ship. Not only did the Pakladan crew members manage to repair her critical systems in time, her warp drive also became active again. Just as this highly complicated ship system was about to bring the final batch of Pakladan survivors out of the battlefield, a single expert mech rapidly approached and entered one of the open gaps of the damaged vessel. The Dark Zephyr squeezed through until there was no more space. Though it could employ its weapon to carve out a path towards the alien vessel's engineering bay, it wasn't necessary to go any deeper. Venerable Tusa's connection with his expert mech allowed him to see an annotated overlay that displayed a portion of the critical parts and systems that kept the evacuation ship running. The Black Cats had compiled all of the data gathered from the MTA database and their own scans in order to produce a detailed blueprint of the enemy vessel. If Tusa did not possess this data, then he wouldn't be able to figure out what he needed to wreck in order to prevent the final evacuation ship from warping away. He smirked. The Larkinsons send their regards. The Dark Zephyr did not wield any daggers at this time. Instead, it held a pair of bombs. The expert mech tossed them out in different directions. Each of them landed close to a couple of critical systems and exploded shortly after. The evacuation ship shuddered for a moment. Then, a quarter of the ship lost power. The disruption was so severe that the alien vessel's warp drive shut down yet again. The power-hungry component was quite delicate while it was starting up and could not properly warp while there were so many disturbances taking place. The surviving Pakladans despaired when they observed what had happened. When the Dark Zephyr drew out its daggers and began to dismantle even more critical systems from the inside, the evacuation ship had lost any chance of getting away. The humans had won. As the Pakladans were overtaken by despair, the Golden Skull Alliance moved quickly. Mechs surged forward in order to disable the remaining civilian ships surrounding the key objective. More importantly, scores of armored shuttles flew forward in order to land bots and infantry troops onto the alien ship. Although mechs such as the Dark Zephyr could tear the evacuation ship apart from the inside, Vase and the others did not wish to inflict too much damage to the interior. They were afraid that the alien vessel's warp drive and any phase water stored inside would get lost in the ensuing destruction spree. This was why it was important to secure the ship with the help of smaller troops. Chapter 3687 Slaughter. The Battle of Orange Tulip had been decided. All of the Pakladan ships had either blown up or became crippled to the point where they could not even move. Their surviving crews could do little else but fight back against the Vorabug invasion to delay their possible demise. Vase actually grew a bit interested in the relatively intact vessels. Even if they were built by aliens, they still contained plenty of tech and materials of interest to the Larkinson clan. Even if the Vorabug infestation ate up too much junk, the Larkinsons could still recover enough valuable materials by killing the insects and salvaging the most valuable exotics from their carcasses. These weren't the real prizes, though. Compared to sifting through the wrecks of these relatively low-tech alien starships, he would much rather see his men take control of the sole remaining evacuation ship. Vase relaxed as the data screens provided him with enough confirmation that the vessel was stranded. She almost got away, but luckily Tusa managed to reach her in time. Though the expert pilot once told Vase that he resented being used as a bomb delivery system, there was no better use for the Dark Zephyr at the moment. The expert light skirmisher was by far the fastest mech in the Larkinson army. It also happened to possess the least attack power out of all of the other expert mech. How else could the Larkinson clan make use of the Dark Zephyr in a battle against warships? In fact, even if the clan directed the Dark Zephyr to eliminate all of the Vorabugs that emerged later, its killing efficiency was simply too low. The Vorabugs weren't individually strong and it was overkill to make use of a mech designed to outduel other expert mechs to squash their shells. Tusa has a point, though. Vase didn't take him seriously before, but perhaps that was misjudgment. Numerous mech units turned out to be irrelevant or only marginally useful this time. The Sword Maidens, who had often played a prominent role in many battles, were rendered irrelevant in the first half of the battle. The same went for all of the other melee mechs. They had been forced to wield energy rifles in order to keep their hands busy. Though Vase was happy that the melee mechs still brought their primary weapons when the Vorabug swarms descended upon the expeditionary fleet, not every alien force carried hitchhikers. If we fight against a Nunzer fleet next time, then our melee mechs will get blasted to pieces before they can get close. The power disparity was too large. Second-class mechs were too fragile in the face of warship-grade weapons. Vase understood that he needed to rethink the Larkinson army's approach against alien battle fleets. While he was sure that General Verl and his staff had already made plans for them, there was no denying that his mech legions lacked the mechs to fight effectively against warships. Even the Pakladan refugee fleet could have destroyed a few human vessels if they were in better shape. Well, I can consider all of that later. First, we need to make sure we secure our main prize. The Golden Skull Alliance all realized the importance of the final evacuation ship. While it was good that the key alien vessel was no longer able to warp away, there was still a chance that the Pakladans could initiate a final act of spite and blow up the vessel. They don't even have to blow up the entire ship. They can already ruin my day if they destroy all of their phase water reserves. Although phase water was an extremely valuable substance, it was not indestructible. As long as the aliens set out to ruin it, they could employ various different means to render it useless. Therefore, the main priority of the expeditionary forces was to make sure that the Pakladans aboard the vessel did not have a chance of completing any of these actions. The first shuttles that approached the evacuation ship landed inside holes that were situated close to the engineering bay and other sensitive areas. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan all dispatched light assault troops that were fairly light and mobile. Speed was of the essence this time as every second counted. The light assault troops dispatched by the Glory Seekers and the Crossers possessed fairly standard loadouts. They all wore suits of light to medium combat armor that were equipped with special compact boosters that enabled them to speed up their advance. Their mobility systems also came in handy whenever the troops needed to fly up to a higher floor. The Pakladans were avian in nature, so they rarely relied on stairs or elevators to ascend the decks. What was a little more unusual about the initial boarding troops was that the ones hailing from the Larkinson clan were armed with additional weapons. Aside from carrying infantry-grade Luminaire crystal rifles, they also came armed with swords. The Sword Maiden and Heavenswarder contingents had both volunteered for this duty. They did not fear death and relished the chance to make themselves useful for the clan. It was fortunate that a Pakladan body was considerably larger than a human body. The hallways and compartments of the alien ship were spacious enough for the Sword Maidens to swing their large blades without too many issues. Ha ha ha, this way, sisters. One of the backup power generators is beyond this corridor. A Sword Maiden officer called as she held her greatsword close. Get ready for battle. Our scans have detected the presence of 24 aliens. Chop them all up before they can overload the power generator or something. Although a closed hatch barred their way forward, how could the enthusiastic soldiers be stopped? The ship they were on was originally built for civilian purposes. The Pakladans had not bothered to reinforce her interior in any significant fashion. One of the Heavenswarders pulled out a small launcher and fired a warhead that quickly breached a wide hole in the hatch. When the sword wielders plunged through, they soon spotted the tall avian aliens that were wearing odd metal suits that covered their entire bodies. Although the Pakladans weren't strong compared to the other races in the Red Ocean, they were still predators at heart. The large bird-like aliens uttered loud caws as they attacked the human infantry soldiers. Both sides fired energy beams at each other. At the same time, they also closed in so that they could use their claws and swords to tear each other asunder. Pakladins fell from the air while humans collapsed as a short but brutal fight ensued. Claws that were strengthened by energy fields tore through the relatively thin armor of the Larkinson troops. Swords hacked through the armored wings of the Pakladins. The two sides also employed other weapons such as explosives in order to gain the upper hand. However, compared to a race that had risen up through conquest and once waged war against every other race in their home galaxy, the Pakladins were still too underdeveloped in this aspect. What was worse was that the Pakladins were too overtaken by grief and rage to fight in a more methodical fashion. They almost grew feral as they relied on ferocity rather than sound tactics in order to defeat the human murderers. These birds have gone mad. Isn't that great? Wild chicken always tastes better. Wait a minute, you're not thinking about roasting them, are you? They're intelligent. So what? A bird is a bird. Besides, these Pakladins are so stupid now that they're no different from exo-beasts. Stop talking about dinner and focus on finishing off these birds. The Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders both gained the upper hand in this short but brutal struggle. After gaining the measure of their opponents, they deftly cooperated with each other to eliminate the overwhelmed Pakladins. In the end, the defenders succumbed. Their frozen expressions were locked in hatred as they swore curses upon the killers of their race. The surviving Larkinson troops didn't care, though. They checked on their dead and wounded while also securing the alien power reactor. They had no idea how it worked, of course. Even the Soulsword Maiden with engineering training had no clue how to operate this alien contraption. Fortunately, her job didn't entail taking control of the device. She merely had to find a way to take it offline while at the same time unplugging it from the ship's power network. She referenced a few schematics before she pointed at a spot on the deck. Pry off that deck plate and plant a directional bomb facing downwards under there. One small explosion later, the nearby compartments all lost power. Emergency lighting soon came online, but they all ran on internal batteries. Most of the more power-hungry systems were unable to function anymore, thereby further taking away control from the Pakladins. More incidents like this took place throughout the ship. The human infantry soldiers smashed through every barrier and overran any defenders. If this was a military ship, then the human invaders would have shown a lot more respect. A proper vessel that was designed to resist boarding could employ all kinds of different ways to prevent intruders from going deeper. From crushing the compartment and anyone inside into pancakes to mustering up heavily armored troops, in many cases the costs associated with boarding actions were too high to bother with them. It was better to rely on mechs to smash all of the dangerous elements from a distance. The Pakladins hadn't been able to prepare any significant defensive measures, and that suited the humans fine. Back on the Spirit of Bentime, the teams of mech designers quietly observed the direct helmet feeds of the Larkinson soldiers as they brutally spilled alien blood. Many of them grew queasy at the sight of all of the blood. Even among the journeymen, people like Janice Apelier and Tiffy Kozlone looked as if they wanted to empty their stomachs. How barbaric. Did they really have to insist on using swords? I can't imagine how these sword maidens can kill so many aliens without slowing down. While the mech designers observed the action, Aurelia happily floated in the air as she somehow learned how to direct her flight by moving her arms in different ways. Hee. Meow meow tilde, do the Larkinsons do this often? Sarah Voikin asked with a distasteful expression. Gloriana huffed. Not really. We usually stick to killing our enemies with our mechs. You better get used to this, though. This won't be the last time our soldiers will kill our opponents up close. Sometimes, it takes a slaughter to get our point across. Her daughter, who had been floating in the vicinity, grew more enthused all of a sudden. Her face scrunched up as her lips began to release a new sound. Swata. Gloriana instantly turned her attention towards her baby daughter. What did you say? S's. The mother stretched out her arm, causing Aurelia's pink suit to automatically come back. Once the baby fell into her arms, Gloriana activated the command that retracted the pink suit's transparent faceplate. You said, Mama, right. Say it again. Aurelia squirmed her body as she looked up at her mother's face with youthful curiosity. Say Mama. Mama, you said it. Gloriana burst with happiness. You said Mama. Ha ha ha, you're so brilliant. I won. Take that, vase. Aurelia grew happy when she saw that her mother was happy. Mama. Yes, Mama, you are a genius, Aurelia. Gloriana hugged her baby and showered her cute little face with kisses. What about phase water? What about alien tech? What about valuable resources? Nothing could make her happier than hearing her daughter say, "Mama," as her first word. Gloriana grinned so much that she quickly called up her husband. "What is it, Gloriana? I'm kind of busy now. The battle isn't even over yet, you know. We still have a ship to pacify." "Guess what, Vase?" "What?" Aurelia said. "Mama, first." Chapter 3688 Bug Extermination. The main battle had been won. The Pakladin refugee fleet posed no significant threat to the expeditionary fleet anymore. All of the warships had been trashed and the remaining vessels did not contain any notable weapons to begin with. As long as the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance kept their distance, the chances were low that the aliens could damage a human mech or ship. The Vorabugs weren't in a better shape either. While the insects still ate away the guts of the Pakladin ships, pretty much all of their elder Vorabugs had died when they attempted to jump onto the much larger human fleet. The juvenile and adult Vorabugs may be incredibly difficult to get rid of entirely once they took root inside a starship, but they were too small and weak to traverse through space and navigate towards another vessel. Right now, the main priorities of the Golden Skull Alliance were twofold. First, they had to make sure to neutralize any active opposition inside the alien ships. Neither the Pakladins nor the Vorabugs must be allowed to ruin anything of value inside the hulls. Second, the humans had to secure any high-priority treasures that the evacuation ship and the other disabled ships were carrying at the moment. This included phase water and other high-grade exotics. It was for this reason that the Golden Skull Alliance deployed a lot of assault shuttles carrying lots of different infantry units. Although the Golden Skull Alliance mostly depended on its mechs to fight its battles, infantry soldiers were also indispensable. Whether they were utilized as guards or employed as marines that specialized in performing boarding action, the Larkinson clan had not neglected the necessity of raising and training thousands troops. Of course, most of the time they melted into the background. They were the faceless troops that manned the checkpoints, inspected incoming and outgoing shuttles and escorted VIPs such as Vase and the other leaders. It was quite rare for them to play an active role in a battle. Although mechs could easily penetrate through the hulls of the crippled starships and annihilate any alien holdouts stirring up trouble inside, the damage the mechs would inflict in the process was way too high. Any samples of phase water or delicate pieces of valuable alien technology could easily get crushed by the sheer amount of collateral damage that mechs unavoidably inflicted. This was why the infantry forces came out in full force. They all suited and boarded the shuttles in batches in order to head to different crippled alien vessels. Most of them proceeded towards the evacuation ship, but the expeditionary forces made sure to dispatch enough units to secure the most critical compartments of other vessels. The takeover did not go smoothly in many cases. Over 20 different birds in armor flew above the heads of the Glory Seeker soldiers that had just entered and launched attacks by dropping bombs and firing their wing-mounted laser cannons. Such an assault would have taken a light assault squad by surprise, but the squad that had entered was much more resistant against damage. The Glory Seeker troops were taken aback at the ferocity of the attack, but they happened to carry a shield generator that blocked much of the initial strikes. Even if the attacks went through, the heavy combat armor worn by the female soldiers were not for decoration. Their heavily armor plating could take quite a beating before they succumbed. Several of them raised their positron rifles and tried their best to aim at the armored wings of the Pakladin troops. These strikes dealt substantial damage as the Pakladins rarely employed heavy armor as far as the humans were aware of. As a race evolved from alien birds, the Pakladins favored flight and mobility in all of their combat approaches. While the Pakladin race once raised heavily armored units, these elite soldiers had long been crushed under the heel of the Big Two's boots. The alien troopers that accompanied the Pakladin refugee fleet were merely grunts that were lucky enough to enter an evacuation ship in time. Even if they honed and polished their combat skills against the Vorabugs for several weeks, human troops were much more versatile than mindless insects. Bring these birds down onto the deck. A couple of heavily armored soldiers brought their fluid projectors to bear and began to fire concentrated streams of slime that rapidly dried and solidified upon contact. Often used for riot control, the slime was designed to trap, immobilize and incapacitate anyone and anything engulfed in the substance. The slime formula used by the Glory Seekers was much more effective than the ones used by states such as the Bright Republic. The slime not only stuck more effectively onto surfaces, but also reached an impressive degree of hardness within a minute. Even if the slime did not have time to dry out, their inherent viscosity and thick consistency already glued up the movements and surface modules of the Pakladin soldiers in the air. Soon enough, They fell helplessly onto the deck as they were unable to maintain flight with all of the hardening glue-like substances engulfing their armored forms. At this point, killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Perhaps a more elite or well-funded unit would have been able to prevent or mitigate these actions, but the human attackers were considerably better in this regard. "Hey, stupid birds," a female soldier contemptuously stomped the beak of a dying Pakladin soldier. "The chickens just don't learn. Instead of hiding behind cover and relying on the defensive advantages of fighting on home ground, they would much rather fly out in the open inside a cramped starship. It's as if they never got rid of their primal way of fighting." "Shut up, Costella. I am glad these Pakladins employ the same tactic over and over again. Now let's secure the bridge or whatever they call it. Why must they build so high?" The bridge of the alien vessels was built like a forest or a giant nest. Though the heavily armored troops were able to levitate, their bulk made it difficult to move quickly. Fortunately, none of them had to know how all of the alien devices worked. Their tech specialist just pulled out a special data container and pressed it onto an alien console. Soon enough, the various control panels switched off, signifying that much of the ship was locked down. Elsewhere, another squad of heavy assault troops dispatched by the Cross clan advanced towards a dangerous vorabug nest where a lot of new insects were being hatched. An elder vorabug had stayed behind in order to protect the nest. When the insect learned that human invaders were on the way, the creature let out an invisible noise that caused many vorabugs in the vicinity to stop their previous actions and converge upon the nest. HSSSSSSs. Shaw, the flood of vorabugs that descended upon the approaching crosser troopers was great. If a dozen of the small hand-sized insects were able to jump onto the armor of the human troops, they could use their metal-tearing limbs and maws to drill inside and mutilate the vulnerable bodies within. However, the crossers did not allow the bugs to get close in the first place. The troops all raised their heavy shotguns and poured out small but extremely numerous pellets in different directions. Whenever a swarm of bugs became too much, one of the small shoulder-mounted launchers automatically fired impact grenades that produced strong shockwaves that pushed the vorabugs aside. If any of the insects managed to get past all of those defenses, then the shield generator carried by the troops forcibly stopped them from getting any further. Hundreds of deathly insects fell in quick succession. While the elder vorabugs were quite threatening to individual soldiers, these ordinary bugs were trivial to kill as long as the defenders were prepared. The only troublesome factor was that repelling all of the bugs consumed a lot of energy and ammunition. If the soldiers weren't accompanied by carrier bots that contained additional supplies, they wouldn't have been so wasteful in how they fought. The only troublesome part about the vorabugs was that they could come in each direction. The ones tunneling below the decks were particularly difficult to deal with because the soldiers preferred to keep the surface they were standing on intact. These bugs are endless. No wonder the Pakladins never managed to eradicate them for so long. Slowly but surely, the crosser assault troops managed to reach the entrance to the compartment that held one of the hives of the vorabugs. They briefly stopped as they beheld the space. Every surface was covered in gunk, causing the entire space to look dark and foreboding. Even the light fixtures had been partially covered by the excretions and other biological waste matter of the insects. A single elder vorabug stood in front of a large nest of tiny eggs. It was many times larger than an adult and its exoskeleton was laced by the alloys that it had originally eaten from the ship. The creature gazed at the human intruders with opaque black eyes. None of the crossers could determine how much intelligence they conveyed, but none of them enjoyed being stared at by an exo-insect. HHSSSSSSSSSS, the sound issued by the elder vorabug echoed through the chamber and discomfited the humans. The cry served as both a warning and a declaration of strength to the creature. If that wasn't enough, strange half-metal wings unfolded from behind the vorabug. They flapped at a rapid pace, causing the heavy creature to rise up in the air despite its considerable mass. Given the size and the material composition of the elder vorabug, it would take quite a lot of effort for soldiers on foot to kill this powerful insect. This was a vorabug that could pose a threat to mechs. The crossers didn't come in blind, though. Even though the Golden Skull Alliance only learned relatively recently that the Pakladin ships were infested by vorabugs, it did not take a lot of time for them to pull out the gear and plans they prepared in the event they encountered a vorabug infestation. "Take out the cannon, slowly. Let's not startle this bug, shall we?" One of the heavy weapon specialists slowly withdrew the cannon parts mounted on one of the floating carrier bots and slowly locked them into an operational weapon. The vorabug seemed content to buzz around while making intimidating noises. The creature's greatest priority was to safeguard the eggs of its species, so it did not dare to act rashly. However, as the heavy weapons specialist slowly brought the large and formidable-looking cannon, the elder Vorabug finally recognized that it would not be able to protect eggs if the intruders got their way. HHHHHHSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS soldiers went wild as they detected a lot of incoming enemies. The bugs are coming. Hold out until we can fire our cannon. Swarms of Vorabugs emerged out of lots of tiny holes and descended upon the Crosser infantry squad. While they were being halted by the same means they employed before, the difference was that they were also facing an elder Vorabug this time. Just as the troopers thought they could complete their mission without any complications, a large and heavy insect slammed against the energy shield. The barrier exploded in light as the shield generator could not withstand the force of the impact. Without the protection of this shield, the smaller insects were quickly able to swarm towards the vulnerable troopers. Flamethrowers. Although the flames unleashed by the soldiers managed to fry many insects, the Vorabugs were quite resistant against heat damage, so plenty of them managed to get through. One insect drilled through the faceplate of a soldier. The man screamed as his entire face was being eaten by a Vorabug. However, even as all of this was taking place, the heavy weapon specialist successfully fired his cannon. A powerful Gauss shell surged forth and slammed against the elder Vorabug that managed to get in the way in time. Though its large body cracked and almost shattered from the blow, the creature managed to remain alive with the help of its incredibly tenacious biology. It was a pity that the creature was not able to negate physics. The surprisingly powerful Gauss cannon attack propelled the body of the elder Vorabug backwards until it slammed through thousands of tiny, milk-like eggs. As the Vorabug came to its senses, it observed the eggs that had been crushed under its heavy shell. For a moment, the Vorabug swarms paused and fell silent. Then, they all hissed louder than ever. HSSSSSSSSSSS. 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 The surviving Crosser troopers all shook in their armors. We should have brought more men. Chapter 3689 The Melee Mech Problem. The pacification of the alien starships did not fully go according to plan. The Pakladin infantry soldiers did not put up a lot of resistance. The losses they suffered before this battle along with the depletion of their supplies left them in a pretty bad shape. When their broken and tormented mentalities came into play, the Pakladin soldiers completely degenerated into suicidal animals that only sought to kill at least one filthy human before they died. In contrast to the Pakladin resistance, the Vorabugs were much more difficult to defeat than everyone thought. With the manpower, training and equipment of the Golden Skull Alliance, the various boarding teams were experiencing considerable difficulties in securing the vessels. Even if they killed millions of bugs and wiped a couple of nests, there were still a lot more Vorabugs scurrying around that had drilled into areas that were incredibly difficult to access by humans. The only way to reach these isolated areas quickly was to employ a mech to dig into these sections, but that would be ruinous to the alien ship in question. There was no good solution at the moment aside from steadily grinding down the Vorabug numbers to a more manageable level. Casualties had fallen among the soldiers sent to secure the alien ships. The constant engagements against the swarms of Vorabugs and especially the elder Vorabugs that remained behind took their toll against the enthusiastic but inadequately equipped troopers. Morale among the men remained high, though. The soldiers of the Golden Skull Alliance were not meek, and everyone was aware of the realities of combat. This was what they had trained for. If they could not show their value in this instance, how could their organizations possibly increase their investment in them? Demonstrating their willingness to fight was the best way to show that the expeditionary forces consisted of more than mechs. The constant fighting gradually achieved results. Look, the Vorabugs aren't attacking us anymore. We're making progress. The human forces discovered that as long as they reduced the population of the Vorabugs below a point, the insects became a lot less active. They needed time to breed and replenish their numbers before they resumed their offensive. Back on the Spirit of Bentime, Vase did not pay any mind to the ongoing fights anymore. Boarding actions and infantry-level battles were not his specialty, and there were lots of other officers that could direct the cleanup operation. He left the bridge and quickly headed down to the main design lab. He quickly spotted his wife along with a number of other journeymen and approached the group. Gloriana grinned at her daughter as she held the baby high in her grasp. "Say it again, Aurelia. Say, Mama, ... Mama, Good girl. Gloriana leaned in and kissed Aurelia's cute face. What do you say to me when you see me again? Mama, what a clever girl. Gloriana smooched her daughter for the umpteenth time. When your father and I come up to you at the same time, who do you run up to first? Mama, you're so cute. As Vase observed this spectacle, he looked anything but happy. Aurelia barely learned how to say her first word and already Gloriana was indoctrinating her daughter with all of this, mama, nonsense. Ahem, oh, the loser has arrived. Look, Aurelia, he's your father. What do you call your father? The baby girl grew confused as she wondered why Gloriana wasn't showering her with love this time. Goo, swata, he. Just call mama, dear. Mama. Vase grew so annoyed at this stupid display that he stepped forward and tried his best to wrench his daughter's pink-suited form out of Gloriana's grasp. Hey, what are you doing, Vase? You don't get to hold her right now. I won this contest. Our daughter isn't a vehicle for you to compete. She is the product of our love. Vase hissed at Gloriana before he tried to direct a gentle expression towards his baby. Don't listen so much to your mother. I'm much saner than her. Call me Papa. Boo. No. Not Boo. Papa. Papa. Can you say it, honey? Aurelia didn't seem to understand what he was trying to convey. She looked around as a line of drool leaked from the corner of her mouth. Her face, which was moist with all of the kisses she received, began to look increasingly more droopy. No, don't go to sleep yet. Say Papa, please. Papa. Mama. Aurelia dozed off and took another nap. An awkward silence fell the area as the other mech designers pretended that they did not hear anything. Let me tuck her in. Gloriana triumphantly said as she took Aurelia back and carefully put her tiny body onto the floating crib. There you go. Have a good rest, my sweetie pumpkin. She activated the setting that formed a shield and sound isolating barrier around the crib before turning back to Vase. She couldn't help but smirk while placing her hands on her hips. You lose. Vase frowned. Can you stop that? I know you're smug and all, but Aurelia just happened to spend more time with you, that's all. I'll make sure to do better next time. You're welcome to try. Gloriana confidently smirked. In her opinion, it was impossible for Vase to gain the upper hand in the parenting contest. She was the best mother in the Larkinson clan while Vase was just an overgrown kid. How could they possibly compare? The superior Hexer teaching principles she learned in her home state was the best way to raise a child. Once they moved past this matter, Vase and the journeyman turned their attention back to the main projections. The live helmet feeds along with the overviews showing the progress the soldiers had made in capturing the alien ships all showed how far the expeditionary forces had come in securing their gains. Vase briefly glanced at his new batch of lead designers. He didn't need to look at the earlier batch of journeymen to know that they were unaffected by the violence. None of them were like Janzi, so he didn't have to worry about getting scolded. Janessa Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone were both disciples of a master mech designer. Vase had looked into their background and he figured that they were quite sheltered. This wasn't unusual for mech designers as many of them were happy to work in a quiet design lab for years on end. Even if they traveled around, they never went off the beaten path or braved any dangers. The faces of the two female journeymen looked a bit pale. Neither of the two were able to endure all of the bloodshed and violence of the boarding actions. Tiffy turned towards Vase. Is this necessary, sir? Why are you asking a question that you already know the answer to? Vase turned her question around. We did not come here to hold tea parties with the aliens. We came here to grow stronger. The aliens aboard those vessels need to be cleaned up one way or another. Dispatching our infantry troops is best way to do so without ruining everything else that remains on those vessels. Sir, did you object as much to the sight of mechs fighting alien warships? No, this is the same thing. Vase waved his arm at one of the helmet feeds that showed a squad of battle criers gunning down a group of hysterical Pokladan refugees. Red Ocean belongs to humanity, and any alien that stands in our way must be removed. This is the imperative of all pioneers. Must we do this job ourselves? Tiffy questioned. Each of us must do our duty. If we want to do well in the Red Ocean, we can't sit back and shy away from dirty jobs. Anyway, there's no point discussing this any further. We have come this far, so we should look forward instead of backwards. I don't agree, Gloriana said as she grew serious again. We should reflect on our performance in this battle. I do not think that I am the only one here who has seen the flaws in the performance of our mech forces. Everyone's expressions grew ugly. Our melee mechs, are not effective against warships in their current forms. Dulo Voikin said, this was a hard admission to make for someone who specialized in designing spearman mechs. If battles against warships became more prevalent, then the demand for ranged mechs would rise while the demand for melee mechs would drop. How could people like Dulo Voikin find any meaning in their existence if that was the case? You don't need to worry too much, Dulo. Vase tried to console the man. There are lots of mech designers who are in the same straits as you. Will all of them lie down and let themselves become irrelevant? I don't think so. Someone will come up with adaptations that can infuse new lives into melee mechs. One of the ideas that we can apply is to find a way to increase our defenses against warship-grade weapons. Sarah Voikin became more enthused at this moment. There's been movement in my field of specialty. There are many defensive specialists who are much more competent than myself that are quickly developing stopgap solutions in this regard. From creating an ultra-powerful shield generator to creating a giant, armored sled, for mechs, there are still many ways for us to allow our melee mechs to close in on powerful warships. I even heard that the polymath herself is contributing to these efforts. Everyone gasped or looked up at the mention of this title. The polymath. Vase directed an odd expression to Sarah. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. The MTA isn't keeping it a secret. The mechers are all aware that solving this problem is extremely vital to preserve the strength of the mech industry. The polymath might not be a defensive specialist, but she is an excellent innovator and knows theories that other defensive specialists have never come in touch with. She is not only one of the main mech designers who decide what innovations will be included in the next mech generation, she is also responsible for developing many of them. The rate of technological progression after the polymath came into power is at least 20% higher than before. This was a scary number. It spoke much about the polymath's ability to contribute to humanity when just herself could accelerate the development of mechs to this degree. The rest of the innovations were painstakingly invented by the rest of humanity. 100 star designers, many more masters and countless other researchers worked their utmost in order to push mechs to the next level, but their individual contributions were merely a fraction of that of the smartest mech designer. Having met the legendary woman herself, if only in secret, Vase knew that the polymath was highly concerned about the survivalist cause and the MTA as a whole. She would definitely find a way to make melee mechs more relevant in battles against warships. Vase could practically guarantee that the MTA would unveil a new surprise soon. The latest mech generation had already rolled in a few years ago. It was too early to announce a new wave of innovations and updated technological standards, but this problem was so acute that he bet that the polymath wouldn't wait. You hear that, Dulo and Kedis? The two of you don't have to. Vase trailed off as he noticed that he overlooked the fact that there were only 7 of them here. Wait, where is Kedis? Juliet silently pointed at one of the projected helmet feeds. The source of the feed held a blood-stained greatsword of excellent quality at the moment. A swarm of vorabugs attempted to engulf the person, but all met their deaths when the sword wielder released an energy wave with just a single swing of her blade. Vase looked aghast at the display. What the hell is she doing? On the evacuation ship, Chapter 3690 Shaken Hand. There were plenty of risks involved with boarding ships. This was especially the case when everyone aboard them was hostile towards the visitors and wanted to do everything they could to prevent their vessels from falling into other people's hands. In human combat, boarding actions were precarious when there was no guarantee that the losers would receive proper treatment. If it became clear that the occupants would die anyway, then there was always a chance that an engineer would rig a power reactor to blow. Even without this final measure, there were plenty of other ways to frustrate intruders. Many military ships contained to so many anti-boarding measures that it was practically suicide for any unwelcome guests to step inside. This was because it was too common for corridors and compartments to turn into killboxes at the press of a button. In order to capture a ship properly, the attackers had to be smart about their moves. Ironically, pirates were some of the most skilled people in taking over starships. From planting their own people aboard the ships to employing psychological pressure to induce the occupants into keeping the ships intact, pirates were professionals when it came to capturing ships when they still held value. The Larkinsons weren't pirates, and the alien ships were different from what they were accustomed to. Even if all of the data suggested that the Pokladan vessels wouldn't blow up anytime soon, there was always a chance that something might go wrong. This was why the Larkinsons kept their ships at a healthy distance from the disabled alien ships. This was also why the Larkinsons did not dare to dispatch any important personnel aboard the partially secured vessels. The soldiers who volunteered to board the Pakladan ships were all disposable foot soldiers from the perspective of the clan. Recruiting, training and outfitting these troops was a lot cheaper than doing the equivalent with mech pilots. The soldiers also took up relatively little space aboard a ship and did not need much investment to keep them happy. All in all, Vase almost never paid attention to them and wouldn't shed a tear if any of them died. The steady trickle of soldiers dying among the Larkinson boarding parties did not bother him at all. They had chosen this vocation and knew that they could die for any reason at any place and any time. While he could accept the deaths of trivial soldiers, the demise of Kedis was another matter. Kedis, Vase roared as he opened a direct channel to his former student's combat armor. "What are you doing over there?" "I'm doing my job," she said as she led a contingent of elite Sword Maiden troops to the heart of the evacuation ship. "I can't easily turn my back on a good fight. If you want a good fight, why don't you wait until we return to Davut? There are plenty of arenas over there where swords women like you can fight to your heart's content." Kedis contemptuously snorted as her greatsword hacked through a bulkhead without encountering any resistance. "Those aren't real battles. If I want to remember this feeling and find the true meaning of swordsmanship, I need to challenge myself at the junction between life and death. I am already getting inspiration from the fighting so far. I can't obtain any of this progress if I stay on the spirit of Bentime." Vase wanted to tear his hair out. Though he understood her desire to seek out battle, she was no longer an ordinary swordswoman. "You can pick your battles more carefully, you know. Think of who you are and how much you matter to us all. You're one of the key journeymen of our clan and you're also Venerable Joshua's wife. Your death will affect more than just yourself. You don't need to remind me of that, Vase. It is exactly because so much is at stake that I need to find my strength in battle. These Pakladans and Vorabugs are weak compared to the greater threats we may face in the future. If I don't take this opportunity to improve myself, it will be too late in the future." She no longer listened to her words and completely focused her attention on the battle at hand. Right now, she and her team of Sword Maidens made a lot of progress inside the evacuation ship. They encountered a lot of Vorabugs so far, but none of them lasted long against the might of a swordmaster and the firepower of heavily armed troopers. With Kedis and Sharpie working together, not a single enemy succeeded in killing a human. "Watch out," she said as she halted before a hatch that the Pakladans had recently reinforced. "There are lots of Pakladan life signs in the next compartment. If the aliens have prepared an ambush, then be prepared to fall back." Her bloodsinger hummed with the anticipation of tasting alien blood. It also spilled plenty of them, but it would never say no to more. With a single, powerful chop, the hatch blasted open from the middle. The thick layers of metal that should never be cut so easily with just a sword had completely made way for Katiza's unyielding will. She and her fellow Sword Maidens stepped inside without taking too many precautions. They had taken the measure of their alien opponents and did not fear their means. Yet just as they swept their gazes, their swords and rifles faltered. A gaggle of Pakladan guards glared angrily as they stood in front of over 100 younglings. The small and immature chicks were larger than human children, but that did not take away the fact that they were civilians who didn't even have the strength to harm a human soldier. Caw, caw, cow, cow. The Pakladan children exhibited a mix of emotions. Many of them exhibited fright. They were so afraid of the human boogeymen that they flapped their featherless wings in panic. Other children exhibited pure and utter hatred towards the foreign invaders that had wiped out their star nation and most of their fellow Pakladans. Even though aliens usually thought and acted a lot differently from humans, Kedis had little doubt that the most resentful among the alien kids would definitely try to take revenge if they managed to survive this encounter. However, that was only one of many possible outcomes. For now, alien children, but young and innocent nonetheless. The Pakladan guards that had been guarding these children against intruding Vorabugs tensed up for a fight they knew they could not win. They stood their ground anyway because they were all prepared to fight to the death in order to give the children of their race a chance to slip away. Nobody started any attacks for the moment, but the tension in the hall made it difficult to maintain this state. Kedis could feel the desire to strike the aliens down from her fellow Sword Maidens. She could also feel the alien but also very familiar determination from the Pakladan soldiers. She slowly let out a deep breath. "Lower your weapons, slowly." "Wait, what? Are you sure, Kedis? The aliens don't pose a threat to us and killing them won't provide any significant gains." The Sword Maidens did not take well to this message. The older veterans especially couldn't agree with her decision. With great respect, Keddies, but these aliens are our enemies. Back in the Ferris Star region, we either kept our blades sheathed or we stained them completely with blood. You know what half measures can produce. The longer they stay alive, the more we have to worry about what they can do to us. We cannot afford to keep so many uncertain elements alive. Keddies shook her head even as she let go of her bloodsinger. Her weapon floated in the air and was still close at hand, but the symbolism of this move was undeniable to the tense and jumpy Pakladan soldiers. Ka! The avian juveniles all quieted down even as their protectors slowly lowered the muzzles of their rifles. Times have changed, sisters. She stated even as her force of will remained sharp. We are no longer as weak and vulnerable as before. We have grown stronger, and that puts us in a different position. That doesn't take away from the fact that the aliens are our enemies. Someone insisted. We are sword maidens. We never show mercy on the battlefield. The comrades of these aliens have tried their best to kill us. Other human troops have already died from the attacks of these crazy birds. Let us act according to our training and rid ourselves of this threat. You will do no such thing, sister. We are sword maidens, but we are also Larkinsons. We must uphold the honor in our hearts and pay closer attention to our actions. Forget about any orders that you might have. I want you to disarm and incapacitate all of the armed Pakladans in this chamber. Do it gently and do not make any aggressive moves. Do the same for the alien children, but try not to get overboard. They just need to stay in place before others take them away. The sword maidens remained silent as they mulled over her incomprehensible order. Do it, Keddies barked. The sword maidens were conflicted. They wanted to obey Keddies, but her authority was a bit nebulous at the moment. It didn't help that she boarded an assault shuttle without warning. Vase, who had been watching her actions from his factory ship, decided to intervene at this time. You can go ahead and take the aliens prisoner. He instructed. Don't take any risks and don't let yourselves get fooled. You can capture any other Pakladans if they don't show any resistance. I'll pass this order to the rest of our boarding troops. He initially wanted to get rid of these potential threats. After all, keeping them alive and watching over them took up manpower that could have been used to secure the ship faster. However, he just recalled the worth of living prisoners rather than dead corpses. The former was much more valuable to him than the latter. As Vase thought about what he might be able to do with his next batch of test subjects, the sword maidens no longer hesitated. They followed their new instructions and tried to coax the aliens into allowing themselves to get bound. Unfortunately, the alien soldiers were unwilling to let themselves be disarmed. What is the problem? I think the Pakladans are worried that they'll get eaten by vorobugs if we leave them defenseless. Oh, then just promise to them that we will keep watch over them. We will repel any vorobugs that attempt to eat their kids. It took a while, but the Pakladans eventually lowered their guard. They reluctantly surrendered their weapons and allowed the humans to take custody over their group. Even if a handful of Pakladan children attempted to resist, the human soldiers easily pinned them in place. If necessary, Keddies employed her force of will to force the recalcitrant alien chicks to submit. Once the prisoners were secured, Keddies left half of her squad behind to guard their charges against vorobugs. Before she moved on, she took one last look at the sad and subdued Pakladans. It looked as if the humans had enslaved the avian individuals. A part of her even thought that it would have been a mercy if she commanded her troops to cut them down on the spot. Had she grown too soft? Was she letting her emotions get in the way of becoming a better swordswoman? She gazed down at her armored hand. The limb actually shook a bit as she became engulfed in doubts. Was it possible for a swordmaster to wield a sword of mercy, or were they only ever allowed to hold a blade that was stained with blood? The old Keddies would have never hesitated to act as her fellow sisters suggested. The current one was different. Though she had grown a lot stronger, she was also planning to be a mother. Had her desire to bear a child made it less bearable for her to kill kids? There is no honor in slaying children. Since when did she care about honor, though? Her mood and will grew turbulent as she struggled to make sense of herself. She found that she did not know herself as well as she initially thought. Now I know how Joshua felt. Chapter 3691 Question of morality. With hundreds of troopers stepping aboard the evacuation ship, the Pakladan and vorobugs were unable to pose any significant threats. The humans quickly moved to secure the power reactors, the warp drive and any volatile substances stored inside the relatively fragile vessel. Due to their speed and decisiveness, the panicked and despairing Pakladans did not have time to perform any major sabotage actions. While there were still crazed Pakladins that sought to ruin numerous important ship components, their efforts were too rudimentary to compromise the entire hull. The only annoying part was that the various boarding parties always had to maintain their guard in case the Vorabugs made an appearance. The aggressive, voracious insects seemed to possess a special hunger towards living creatures and always launched attacks when their numbers grew large enough. Every infantry soldier aboard the alien vessels learned firsthand why all of the other intelligent races in the Red Ocean hated the Vorabugs. There were just too many of them and they never stopped coming. I can't imagine what will happen once the Vorabugs spread to the Milky Way, a crosser soldier remarked. The Big Two would never allow that to happen. They maintain tight control over the Greater Beander Gate. Hey, do you think that will be enough? Let me tell you that as long as someone records the genetics of these aliens, they can breed them from scratch in an artificial lab. Sooner or later, someone crazy enough will unleash them onto the Milky Way. This was quite a scary prospect. While the residents of the Red Ocean had spent eons getting accustomed to living with these space pests, the occupants of the Milky Way were largely unprepared. While it was not that difficult for first-raters and second-raters to keep the Vorabugs at bay, a lot of third-raters would definitely suffer because their means were much poorer. If we can think about it, so can the MTA and CFA. A Mech officer stated, "Leave this problem to the big guys. Focus on our mission. Our only job is to sweep this ship of any threats." As the humans made more progress in taking control over the alien evacuation ship, the progress of Kedis and her band of elite Sword Maiden soldiers had slowed. It couldn't be helped. Ever since she and Vase agreed on subduing the aliens whenever possible, it took a lot of time for the human invaders to persuade the panicking and hysterical Pakladins to drop their resistance. The inability to communicate with the cawing bird-like aliens led to a lot of frustration and misunderstanding. While the other infantry squads had little choice but to resort to lethal violence in order to clean up the resisting Pakladins, Kedis had another option. A swordmaster's combat prowess was unimaginably greater than the typical foot soldier. Through repeated encounters, she fully showcased her transcendent skills, her incredible might and her amazing control. Whenever armed Pakladin soldiers in their light alloy armored suits attempted to attack the Sword Maiden soldiers, Kedis stabbed her Bloodsinger out in a precise fashion, causing her weapon to release sharp energy darts that disabled all of the integrated weapon mounts while also demolishing their flight modules and possibly their power systems. The affected Pakladin soldiers all crashed onto the deck as their combat armor turned into coffins. It was easy enough to pacify the crippled and disoriented alien soldiers after that. The Pakladin soldiers clearly never fought against an existence akin to a swordmaster. To be fair, most human soldiers had never encountered a transcendent warrior either. They wouldn't fare much better if they collided against Kedis on the battlefield. While Kedis was content that she was able to leverage her strength to prevent avoidable deaths, her heart and mind came under an increasing amount of turmoil. Having witnessed Joshua procrastinate over his moral dilemma, Kedis was not unaware of what she was going through. Every expert pilot faced a test at some point in their careers. Resolving it would release a part of their mental shackles and allow them to condense their will further. Failure could cause the expert pilots to stagnate as their will and convictions were no longer as firm as before. Kedis never imagined that she would face her own test so soon. Although these dilemmas sounded rather trivial from the outside, they were still incredibly difficult to solve by the affected individuals themselves. This was because they could not blindly rely on other people's advice to clear the fog in their minds. The answers to their dilemmas had to come from themselves. The solutions needed to conform completely to their personalities, their life choices, their reasons to fight and most importantly their principles. Every expert pilot was different, so each of them needed to come up with their own answers. No single response could resolve everyone's doubts. The same applied to Kedis. As a swordmaster, she was driven by her need to excel as a mech designer. She sought greater power not just to protect herself, but also gain deeper insights into the truths and mysteries behind swordsmanship. As long as she mastered the sword, she could transfer her gains to her mechs, allowing her products to surpass those of other swordsman mech designers. This was a fine motivation and one that carried her quite far. Kedis and Sharpie steadily grew stronger over time due to this influence and it appeared that they would not slow down anytime soon. However, that was before Kedis decided to take part in this battle. It was easy enough for her to go along with the flow when she was observing the attack on the Pakladin refugee fleet from afar. Even when thousands of Pakladins died as a result of the damage inflicted by the Larkinson clan's mechs, Kedis never felt any remorse. The aliens of the Red Ocean were doomed since humanity entered the scene. Now that she faced the Pakladans up close, it was no longer possible for her to maintain her ruthless stance. The bird-like aliens might not be human, but they were not that different from people like her fellow Larkinsons. They exhibited love, duty, fear and despair. They created a society that resembled human society. They weren't guilty of any heinous deeds that could justify the extinction of their entire race. The aliens here weren't pirates. The majority of Pakladans on the ship were clearly civilians and many of them juvenile at that. These innocent avians who hadn't even grown feathers yet did not pose a threat to anyone in their current state. She couldn't bring herself to slaughter the Pakladans in an unscrupulous manner. Of course, she wasn't silly enough to extend the same courtesy to the Vorabugs. She hacked her sword and cut the persistent insects in half. She swept her bloodsinger again in order to release an energy wave that wiped out all of the Vorabugs approaching from the front. Although the Vorabugs were unworthy opponents to her, killing them provided her with an anchor for her will. There were still aliens in existence that did not deserve to live. The Vorabugs were space vermin that made everyone's lives difficult. They only left destruction in their wake and possessed no redeeming qualities. The turbulence in her heart calmed down as she immersed herself in cutting down these mindless bugs. Why am I struggling? She asked herself. What is making my sword hand so shaky all of a sudden? Once she arranged her thoughts and reflected on her recent thoughts, she understood that the problem didn't lie with her ambitions. She was still as firm as ever when it came to fulfilling her dream of becoming the best swordsman mech designer in existence. With the Monster Slayer project and the second sword project nearing completion, she looked forward to how many mech pilots she could delight with her new products. The Monster Slayer would be her first commercial mech design. Once the landbound swordsman mech entered the market, Kedis would finally be able to feel what it was like to compete against other market players. The second sword on the other hand would be her first real contribution to the Swordmaiden Mech Legion. Once the Swordmaidens piloted the new swordsman mech she designed exclusively for her fellow sisters, she could finally take over the mantle that once belonged to Myra. With all of these developments taking place in the near future, Kedis did not wish to become engulfed by her own problems. She needed to overcome this hurdle in order to smooth out her progression. After a bit of thinking, she understood what she had been neglecting up until this point. The ambition she was working towards was personal in nature. Though she possessed other goals such as helping the Swordmaidens prosper and doing her best to keep the Larkinson clan alive, none of them were as important as designing the best swordsman mechs. While she was incredibly clear what she wanted to accomplish, she never made any concrete decisions on how she wanted to attain her ultimate goal. The journey is just as important as the destination, she whispered. Right now, this battle put her journey squarely into focus. There were many different ways she could choose from in order to realize her design philosophy, but the key variable that distinguished her choices was morality. Let's take a short break, she commanded her troops as she stopped advancing forward. As her fellow Swordmaidens took the time to check their equipment and survey the path forward, Kedis stood in a corner and looked at her armored sword hand. The fact that it was shaking was incredibly absurd. Swordmasters were never supposed to waver when they wielded their weapons. The reason why Kedis was afflicted by this condition was because she had become confused about her own morality. She never really spent much thought about this topic in the past. It didn't seem necessary or relevant at the time. I was too weak back then. What do good and evil matter when I constantly have to struggle to survive? She was also a follower back then who embraced the ideals of the Swordmaidens and the Larkinson clan without much resistance. It was only when she became an influential journeyman and swordmaster that she was able to rise from the masses. She was no longer an ordinary person and her decisions could affect the lives of a lot of people. With her growing responsibilities, it became increasingly more important for her to determine her own morality. What kind of sword should I wield? She asked herself. She thought back on all of the pirates and soldiers she killed with her greatsword over the years. She reveled in the slaughter and found a lot of inspiration in using the sword for its fundamental purpose. Swords are made for killing. As a swordmaster and swordsman mech designer, how could she possibly deny this truth? However, she also thought back on her motivation to protect her fellow sisters and Larkinsons. She not only fought to preserve her life, but also the lives of others such as Joshua, Vase, Dice and more. Swords can be used to protect. Killing without reason was stupid and self-destructive. A swordmaster like Kedis should aspire to fight for a cause that was greater and more righteous than satisfying her bloodlust. Kedis believed in both stances, but the problem right now was that they didn't always get along. Getting confronted by aliens that didn't necessarily deserve to get cut by her bloodsinger had brought this conflict forward in an ugly fashion. She realized that the time had come for her to make a decision. Was she more inclined to fight without getting entangled by distracting thoughts like justification, or was she a swordmaster who fought with honor? Choosing the former would allow her to fight with fewer constraints. Choosing the latter would give her a greater sense of purpose. Both of them had their own pros and cons. Kedis was certain that she would experience drastic changes once she settled on her choice. Chapter 3692 Clear Egg. After they finished their brief break, the Sword Maidens advanced closer to the center. After batting aside numerous Vorabug attacks and forcing the surrender of dozens more Pakladins, they arrived in front of a massive closed gate. It was large enough to allow for the entry of mechs. Kedis briefly frowned as she studied the scans of the gate. The barrier was thick enough to withstand serious firepower. Her squad of elite Sword Maidens didn't bring enough firepower to open up a breach. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait and call for a demolitionist to blast the gates open. Her sword arm became firm again as she and Sharpie embodied the Annihilator's sword style. Under the impressed gazes of her fellow Sword Maidens, Kedis strode forward and used her sword to slice through the material of the gate with ease. She would have exerted herself a lot more if she threw to cut through so much resilient material in the past, but the consumption was much more manageable to her this time. Soon enough, she succeeded in cutting open a rectangular cavity that was large enough for her group to pass through. They entered a massive hall with a high ceiling and contained lots of different metal trees. The Larkinsons had already learned that the Pakladins were fond of recreating their traditional living environment. All of the important stuff is above, Kedis said as she swept the area with her senses. We should head closer to the center. Pay attention to ambushes. Kedis and the Sword Maidens activated their boosters and their anti-grav modules to rise from the deck. Most of them wore medium armor, which provided them with a balanced mix of armor and maneuverability. Their flight speeds weren't low. With the local gravity set at 0.76 grams, the Sword Maidens were actually faster than usual. Once they flew close to the top, they noticed that much of the central hall was devoid of Pakladins. Where are the Vorabugs? I can see plenty of chew marks, but it is odd we haven't been attacked by them for a while. Dead. Look down. The deck is littered with insect corpses. Don't forget that we have exterminated a lot of Vorabugs since we entered. Kedis pointed out. They should be a lot less active at this time. The chance of getting assaulted by a huge Vorabug swarm was low as long as there weren't any elder Vorabugs in the vicinity. After a short flight, they neared the center of the massive chamber. The Sword Maidens spotted a large platform that contained numerous strange and colorful statues and structures. Kedis was no stranger to this sight. Her eyes twitched as she figured out the significance of this place. Careful, this is a ceremonial or religious site. The Pakladins must value it a lot. This might even be their command center. The Sword Maidens slowed down and readied their weapons. As long as the Pakladins launched a single attack, the soldiers would be ready to fight back as hard as possible. The expected attack did not arrive, though. The human soldiers smoothly landed on the high platform and looked around with a mix of vigilance and curiosity. The avians possessed a simple aesthetic style. Much of the civilian ship's architecture looked cheap and utilitarian. The aliens clearly did not value her before humans began to invade the Red Ocean. Even so, they invested a lot of effort into turning this platform into some sort of shrine or ceremonial site. The murals depicted alien letters that the Sword Maiden didn't even attempt to read. Dozens of statues of noble-looking Pakladins were placed in a circle around the middle. Nobody knew whether they were gods or historical figures, but none of them cared about that detail at the moment. Contact. They spotted a single Pakladin at the very center of the platform. The alien was clearly older than any of the other avians the Sword Maidens had encountered. Ka. The alien calmly gestured towards the approaching humans. The Pakladin on the platform possessed a different demeanor that Kedis instantly recognized from those who wielded authority. This was a leader. Perhaps they might have encountered the alien individual in charge of the entire refugee fleet. Compared to the other Pakladins they encountered, the leader bird's feathers were faded and drooping. A beautiful headdress made out of metal and the feathers of other avian species adorned the alien's head. As Kedis stepped forward and stood in front of the larger and taller alien, she gazed into the Pakladin leader's eyes. Despite their inability to interpret each other's words, they were able to read each other's gazes. The alien's eyes were deep and conveyed a lot of sadness. The tragedy that had befallen his race and the people he was charged with protecting had left an enormous burden on his mind. This was an alien who cared for his fellow Pakladans. Kedis could respect that sentiment. "I'm sorry that it has come to this," she told the alien with her own words. "I am not comfortable with what has happened, but humanity will not stop until they conquer the Red Ocean." The large alien looked down at the human soldiers that had conquered the evacuation ship and thumped the surface of the platform with his clawed foot. "Ka ka ka ka," Kedis frowned. If Vase was here, he could probably figure out what this alien figure was saying. It was too bad that she excelled in wielding swords. She could cut down this Pakladan leader easily enough, but what would that accomplish? The figure had already taken the initiative to show that he didn't carry any weapons or suspicious equipment. The alien anticipated that the humans would reach this key location and did not prepare an ambush. Although Kedis appreciated the willingness of the alien leader to greet her without pointing any laser guns at her, their inability to talk with each other made her feel lost. Fortunately, the Pakladan leader did not insist on his attempt to talk with Kedis. The large sentient bird slowly turned around and reached out towards a cylindrical pillar with one of his limbs. A small circular port opened up to reveal a transparent container that was shaped like an egg. The alien carefully grasped the egg with his articulating wing arm and slowly drew it out before displaying it to his human guests. A sword maiden that was performing scans gasped when she learned what the transparent egg-like container held. Face water. The egg is a container for phase water. Everyone else grew a lot more excited all of a sudden. Seeking out phase water was one of their main purposes for boarding the evacuation ship. However, the Pakladans were just as aware of the importance of this critical substance. They had already transferred all of the phase water in their fleet to the original 5 evacuation ships. Though it was a pity that 4 of them had already warped away, this final ship should definitely hold an unknown quantity of phase water. A part of the phase water must undoubtedly be used to make the warp drive functional, but the aliens aboard the ship must definitely be holding onto a surplus. Right now, Kedis suspected that the surplus was contained in the basketball-sized egg. The container was made out of an odd material that completely isolated the spatial disturbances generated by this powerful exotic. Not only that, it also contained alien technological components whose functions were unknown. Kedis guessed that they helped with stabilizing the phase water, but could easily ruin it if someone tampered with the container. She didn't need to translate the alien leader's speech in order to figure out that he could erase the phase water if this meeting did not go to his liking. "How much phase water have you detected?" she asked. "According to our scans, that container must be holding around 2.375 kilograms of phase water." Over 2 kilograms of phase water. From what Kedis had heard, 50 grams of phase water was enough to form a mini drive. Larger quantities were needed to form a starship-grade warp drive or superdrive, though she wasn't sure about the exact numbers. Different designs and specifications required different amounts of phase water in order to work. First-class drives were especially hungry in this regard. Even so, 2 kilograms of phase water ought to be enough to provide basic warp capabilities to numerous modest-sized capital ships. If the Larkinsons utilized all of the phase water obtained from this evacuation ship to build warp drives or superdrives, then ships like the Spirit of Bentime could become safer and more mobile. These were just the most obvious uses for phase water. Humanity had already come up with other applications and the substance could certainly be used for more purposes. For a moment, Kutiz's mech designer side welled up. She became incredibly interested in experimenting on phase water. Though she had no clue how she could apply this strange material to her mechs, her intuition told her that such a versatile material could definitely be used to develop a stronger swordsman mech. "Ka," she forcibly calmed down her excitement and returned her attention to the large alien bird. She slowly pointed her armored finger towards the transparent egg. "Are you willing to surrender your phase water?" "Ka." From the moment Kedis conveyed her intentions, the old alien leader became agitated. The Pakladan's grip on the egg grew tighter. This action caused the egg's internal components to flash in a concerning manner. "Careful, Kedis. Our scans have detected rising activity from the egg. It might blow if this continues." Kedis saw fatalistic determination in the eyes of the old alien. She thought quickly. How could she guarantee that the aliens would hand over the phase water intact? Cut the avian leader down with her sword. She could have done that from the beginning, but she didn't because she became more reluctant to kill without reason. She also figured that the alien leader had made precautions and rigged the egg container to blow if anything happened. If she wanted to resolve this incident, She needed to employ other means. Kedis slowly let go of her bloodsinger, causing her sword to fly in midair. She subsequently activated her suit projector and displayed footage of the last few encounters she had with the Pakladans. Each of them clearly showed that Kedis had tried her best to subdue the Pakladans without killing them. There was no point where she and her sword maidens attacked any Pakladan that did not resist. "We do not intend to wipe out your race." She held her armored hand against her chestplate and slightly opened up her will to the alien leader. "You have my promise that I shall do my best to keep them alive." Her force of will, which was ordinary sharp, had grown a lot more restrained as she conveyed her words. The alien was able to sense the sincerity in her words. An individual who managed to grow accumulated a lot of wisdom, so the Pakladan leader easily figured out the gist of her meaning. After a dozen seconds had passed, the alien made a judgment about Kedis. "Ka." The alien leader slowly loosened his grip on the egg container. When Kedis reached out to grasp the object, the intelligent bird did not exhibit any negative reactions this time. Once she firmly took hold of the container that stored 2.375 kilograms of pure phase water, she felt a lot more vindicated. She would have never been able to negotiate such an easy handover if she hadn't been able to show the footage of her treating the Pakladans with mercy. Just as she was about to convey her gratitude, the Pakladan leader abruptly spread his wings and uttered a loud and majestic bird cry. Ka-wwwww. All of the alien's feathers spontaneously burst into flames. "Fall back." The sword maidens hastily boosted backwards. The soldiers even took the initiative to surround Kedis. She had become a lot more important now that she had gotten her hands on a phase water container. Chapter 3693 Salvage Handling. After a long day, the Battle of Orange Tulip had fully come to an end at this point. Under the rays of the orange dwarf star, the surviving alien vessels no longer posed a significant threat to the human attackers. All forms of Pakladan opposition had been neutralized one way or another. The Vorabugs were all suppressed to a tolerable level and any explosive risk factors had fallen firmly under the control of the human boarding parties. Different from last battles, the cleanup operation was a lot more complicated this time. A lot of ships of the expeditionary fleet incurred serious hull damage to their bow sections. While the space-worthiness of the capital ships was still intact, the vessels still needed a lot of repair work in order to prevent subsequent enemies from exploiting the loopholes in their defensive coverage. Another complication that the Golden Skull Alliance had to deal with was how to take advantage of the spoils they gained. The Pakladan ships were not particularly high-end. They were built with serviceable bulk materials and did not contain anything special aside from their warp drives and various goods that they managed to take in when they started their flight. We managed to free up a lot of cargo space when we made a pit stop at Davut, but we'll fill all of our cargo holds if we attempt to stuff all of the valuable materials that we can salvage from the alien wrecks. Gavin's projection reported to Vase. Even then, we'll be leaving a lot more materials behind. We'd be throwing away thousands of MTA credits worth of salvage. Vase recalled the mountain of debt hanging over the Larkinson clan. Even if he had to split the salvage with his alliance partners, he still didn't want to let go of a potential opportunity to earn a lot of money. "I don't want to return to Davut right away after filling up our cargo holds. It seems wasteful to go back just a short time after we started a journey to the deep frontier. I don't want other scavengers to get their hands on all of this salvage for cheap. Do you have any suggestions on what we should do, Benny?" "I was waiting for you to ask that question." The personal assistant smirked. "Compared to before, our situation has changed. Our circle of friends is no longer limited to the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan. We have vastly expanded our business network after forming the Open Consortium. There are numerous consortium partners that we can call upon to dispatch a fleet to this star system and bring all of our plunder back to Davut." Vess's eyes lit up. Gavin was right. If the Larkinsons could entrust anyone, they would have little choice but to salvage the most valuable materials themselves while leaving much of the bulkier materials behind. At best, they might contact a third party to sell the salvage at a steep discount, thereby missing out on a huge amount of profits. However, if they could sell or entrust the salvage from the Pakladan refugee fleet to a consortium partner or two, they could form a win-win arrangement where the Golden Skull Alliance could earn a lot more money without doing anything by themselves. Contact Chairwoman Calci of the Open Consortium. Work out a deal where our clan can maximize our profits. How much money do you think we can earn from this arrangement? I can't say yet, boss. It depends on how many valuable exotics we choose to add to our reserves and how much the alien ships are actually worth. We haven't completed our surveys on them, so we don't know what materials they contain and what other valuables they might have, such as artworks, databases and so on. Furthermore, ships that are more intact and functional are substantially more valuable than broken pieces of wreckage. Can you give me an estimate? Just give me an idea. I estimate that our share of the profits should range from 6,000 to 14,000 MTA credits. That much? Gavin smiled. The Pakladan race might not be that impressive to us, but their refugee fleet is still formidable. Few other pioneering organizations would have been able to fight it head-on and take it down without suffering too many losses. Don't forget that we beat Pakladans a lot easier than usual due to their Vorabug infestation. The damage they inflicted onto the alien ships has substantially reduced their value. The fact that they are still gnawing the ships from the inside will impose a lot of burdens on whoever takes over prizes, so we have to lower their value even further. The maximum possible value of the alien refugee fleet would have been a lot higher if it was completely intact, but Vase did not mind that. The poor conditions of the Pakladan ships had made it much easier to defeat them all. The Vorabugs had truly helped the Golden Skull Alliance out this time. Once they finished their discussion on how to handle the salvage, Gavin brought up a more delicate topic. You told our boarding troops to take prisoners whenever possible. They weren't always able to do that, but they managed to capture a lot of Pakladan prisoners, mostly civilians aboard the evacuation ship. How do you wish to handle them, boss? That was a good question. Though Vase did not wish to perpetrate a senseless slaughter, he could not easily dump a lot of Pakladan prisoners on a random ship and call it a day. How many did we capture? Currently, our forces have captured a total of 43,643 juvenile and adult Pakladans. We also found egg chambers where the Pakladans have stored 112,340 of their eggs. Another set of massive numbers. This time, the figures were far more serious. Vase could not easily dispose of these prisoners after he had ordered his men to take them prisoner. Eggs, Benny. Apparently, the eggs are stored in a way that stretches out their incubation time to an extreme degree, which effectively prolongs the hatching by many years. Chicks won't come out of the eggs unless we want to, so we don't have to worry about feeding an extra 100,000 mouths. Are they edible? Vase casually asked. Gavin violently coughed. The Pakladans are sentient aliens. They are not chickens, and their eggs are not like the ones you eat for breakfast. Eating them is almost like cannibalism. Whoa there, geez, if I knew you would react so strongly to it, I wouldn't have asked this question. Never mind, then. Vase wasn't really being serious anyway. There was no logical reason for him to eat Pakladans when ordinary poultry could also do the job. The other Larkinsons might not agree, though. He was not blind to the fact that the Sword Maidens and many other clansmen did not view eating sentient alien flesh as taboo. Put the aliens aside for now. Vase dismissively waved his hand. I'm not sure the blinding banshee is large enough to hold them all, and I'm sure we need to make a lot of special accommodations to hold them for more than a week. We also need to figure out what to do with them after this. We can't just give them back their freedom nor execute them out of hand. Kedis had made the issue of dealing with the survivors a lot more complicated than normal. He already foresaw plenty of future headaches. His talk with Gavin ended shortly afterwards. The situation was still changing and the Golden Skull Alliance still needed to tally all of the loot. Everyone would have a much better idea on what to do with their spoils once they knew exactly what they got out of this battle. The Larkinson clan and the Open Consortium worked quickly. Kelsey had gotten in touch with a couple of consortium partners and eventually helped with forming a salvage agreement with two different companies. Murphy and Sons expressed a lot of interest in getting its hands on the more intact and working alien starships. As a shipbuilding company, its shipwrights were constantly on the lookout for alien ships. Even if alien shipbuilding standards were more superior, the alien ships were much more refined in their use of warp drives. The vessels were also native to the Red Ocean, which meant they made good use of materials that were abundant in the Red Ocean. The Murphys could derive a lot of insight and inspiration from studying the alien vessels. They might even choose to renovate them into more human starships. However, Murphy and Sons wasn't capable of bringing home the salvage by itself. In order to perform the bulk of the salvage and transportation work, a rather boring-sounding company known as the RTG Group offered its assistance. The RTG Group was a company that specialized in various spaceborne activities. It not only specialized in salvaging, but also achieved success in space construction. According to Cal C, Murphy and Sons and RTG Group had already grown close to each other. The latter group had offered its services to help the shipbuilding company restore its damaged shipyard. In the future, once Murphy and Sons decided to build a second shipyard, RTG Group would readily be available to take on this heavy responsibility. This was just one of the many bonds of cooperation that had emerged since the Open Consortium came into existence. Vase no longer paid attention to this, though. He had grown tense and excited when he heard that Kedis and her group of Sword Maiden soldiers returned from the alien evacuation ship. The Swordmaster couldn't return to the spirit of Bentime willy-nilly this time. The risk of bringing tiny Vorabugs was not great, but it only took a single moment of carelessness to turn the factory ship into a new nest for the space bugs. The Larkinsons employed a lot of detection and sterilization procedures before they were certain that Kedis was clean. Only then was she allowed to step aboard the spirit of Bentime again. She did not linger in the hangar bay but moved all the way to Design Lab where a lot of mech designers awaited her return. "Welcome back, ma'am." The hundreds of assistant mech designers all crowded closer in order to observe the clear egg that was in the Swordmaster's armored grasp. Once Kedis stopped in front of Vase, she raised the egg-shaped container and presented it to the Patriarch. "Is this what you wanted, Vase?" "Yes." "Was it worth it?" Kedis asked. "You know my answer," he replied as he looked at her with a knowing expression. "I am aware that not everyone in the clan agrees with me. I think you should figure out your own answer to your question." Vase reached out and tried to take the container that stored over 2 kilograms of phase water from her armored grasp. She didn't let go, though. "Promise me, Vase," she said. "Promise what?" "Promise me that you will sincerely uphold the promise that I have given to the aliens. I don't want to see your prisoners disappearing yet again. Not with these Pakladans." Vase began to frown. "Do you know what you're asking? You're contravening the policies of the Big Two. Look, I don't mind keeping some of them alive, but you're just asking for trouble if you want to preserve such a massive alien population. Then we'll deal with it. Just do it, Vase. Don't make me break my promise." "Fine, I'll figure something out," he grumbled. She finally let go of the egg container, allowing Vase to take possession of this valuable bounty. Meow. Lucky had already floated close to it. The cat looked confused as he sniffed the clear container. Whatever it was made from suppressed all of the instability associated with pure phase water to an impressive degree. "Are you thirsty, Lucky?" "Meow. What do you mean, you don't know?" Lucky looked a bit frightened. His body drew back from the egg container. Meow meow, the cat wasn't sure he could even ingest phase water. Chapter 3694 Source of Strength and exhausted Joshua embraced his wife as she returned to their grand stateroom. "I was worried about you," he said as he kissed her cheek. "Anything could have happened on that alien ship. What if those crazy Pakladans blew up their power reactors and propellants all at once? Swordmaster or not, there is no way you can survive an attack that can engulf an entire vessel." Kedis huffed. "Don't underestimate me. My intuition is just as sharp as yours. Before heading off to battle, I made sure to study the scans and blueprint of the evacuation ship closely. The Pakladan civilian-grade power reactors aren't that volatile. Just like human power reactors, they are built with many safeguards. A single engineer can't just blow them up by introducing a few faults. You need to deactivate a lot of safeties and deliberately create cascading faults. It takes a lot of time and effort to perform this kind of work." Her words did not reassure Joshua that much. "What if you're wrong, honey? Hey, I never complain when you are racing off to battle. Have you ever imagined what I am feeling whenever I see you fight a tough opponent?" The expert pilot caressed her powerful arm. I do think about what you must be going through. I am much more confident about my ability to get back home, though. Unlike you, my mech is my armor. Not only that, it is also an expert mech, which can amplify all of my strengths. As long as I am piloting the Everchanger, I am confident that I can resist a warship strike. The same doesn't apply to you. Your combat armor is tough, but it can still be broken with enough brute force." Kedis sighed and withdrew from her embrace. "The same applies to you if you face a battleship one day. Not even first-class ace mechs can survive a direct impact from such an immensely destructive vessel, you know. We all have our weaknesses. That shouldn't prevent us from turning away from our vocations. You are an expert pilot and I am a swordmaster. Both of our strengths are far above the norm. Our responsibilities to the Larkinson clan are also heavier as a consequence. They had talked about this topic a lot of times, so they did not linger over it for too long. Both of them were strong-willed individuals, so it wasn't easy for either of them to budge from their stances. "You're different now," Joshua said as both of them headed to the bedroom in order to get ready for bed. Both of them needed the rest after exerting themselves so much. "Your will, it's different." Though Ketty's normally restrained her force of will by storing Sharpie in her bloodsinger, her mood and demeanor were still different from usual. Normally, she was overflowing with confidence and faced the future with an optimistic mindset. It was as if she thought that she could easily smash aside any obstacle that barred her way into becoming the ultimate swordsman mech designer. Compared to her previous self, the Kettys that returned from the evacuation ship was like a soldier who returned home from a battle that did not end in a clear victory. As the pair changed into their pajamas and slipped into their luxurious queen-sized bed, Joshua turned towards his wedded partner. "I can guess what you must be going through right now. Would you like to talk about it?" he softly asked. You must be laughing at me right now," Ketty turbulently said as she closed her eyes. "Before, I ridiculed you for having a soft heart, but now I find myself in the same circumstance." Her husband slid closer and carefully embraced her firm waist. "I would never do such a thing. I care about you, Ketty. It's exactly because I have gone through this phase myself that I am aware how badly you are affected." Ketty sighed again. Her husband was too good at reading her mood. "You're right, I am entertaining similar doubts as yours." She briefly explained her moral dilemma and how she was wavering between wielding a merciful sword or a merciless sword. "I can understand your desire to be merciful, but why would you want to go for the other option?" Joshua asked in confusion. "Don't take the meaning of the words too literally. They're just a way for me to contextualize my choices. To answer your question, the merciless sword is what best describes my old self. 10 years ago, I was a typical sword maiden, you know. We killed people whether they were innocent or not and did stuff that I am not proud of if I look back on those days. Joining the Larkinson clan has changed that. Although I often feel that all of this emphasis on honor and rules is constricting, I can't help but embrace these new ideals. My life is much better than before. I don't want to go back to watching my back all the time." Joshua leaned in and pressed his face in her hair. "Isn't your choice simple, then? It sounds to me like you enjoy being a Larkinson. I would love it if you embrace our clan's ideals even more. I think you would be a lot more pleasant to be around if you don't think about killing all the time." "You're not thinking deep enough." Ketty frowned. "I wouldn't be in a dilemma if there was an obvious choice. To me, a merciless sword might not sound as noble as the other one, but it is one that has always kept me alive whenever I need it the most. What about honor? What about principles? Just look at Vase. He can be a bastard at times, but I don't deny his ability to survive in situations where he should be dead. This is one of the reasons he keeps getting away with risks that keep putting him in danger to begin with. He cheats whenever possible." Venerable Joshua scrunched his face. "So let me get this straight. You are undecided whether you want to become more like Xianxia or more like Vase, right?" "I wouldn't exactly put it that way, you dummy. Those are extreme examples and I am trying to be neither of them. I am merely thinking whether I should fight with or without scruples." "I see. I faced a similar choice as yours. Even now, I am still a bit ambivalent towards killing aliens. They're not human, but they are still alive. I prefer not to kill them all. I'm glad you insisted on taking the Pakladins prisoner. I can breathe a bit easier knowing that we haven't tarnished our honor." Ketty softly chuckled. "There are those who do not see humanity's actions in the Red Ocean as dishonorable. Aliens are the enemy, you see. If they aren't threats today, they will be in the future. The only way for us to ensure they will never rise up and overthrow our civilization is to crush them while we still have the upper hand. Have you truly reconciled yourself with the status quo?" The expert pilot's force of will fluctuated as she asked that question. It was evident that he was still conflicted to an extent. "To be honest, I am not reconciled," he whispered in her ear. "I think we have gone way too far in killing every alien we come across because of perceived threats. However, a single expert pilot like me cannot do anything about this. I'm too small in the face of the MTA and CFA. I can only choose to compromise and accept our current reality. I won't stop other humans from doing what they want to the aliens, but I will not condone their actions either." That doesn't sound like a strong conviction. It doesn't have to be. I'm aware it sounds like an excuse to you, but as long as it works, I shouldn't be picky. I am only qualified to pursue change when I have grown. I shouldn't overestimate my capabilities and try to impose my will on everyone while I am just an expert pilot. His stance sounded highly realistic and betrayed a sense of helplessness on his part. There was no way he could possibly impose his will on the entirety of human civilization. He would have to advance to God Pilot at the very least in order to have his voice heard. Kedis understood his stance and frowned because of that. She did not wish to judge him, but she felt that he had taken a less optimal solution because his more ideal ones were not practical. As a mech designer, Kedis was not a stranger to this approach. She had to balance out her dreams with lots of compromises and less than desirable solutions due to the constraints of physics, resource availability, production capabilities and budget. While this was a normal condition in mech design, she instinctively resisted the need to make the same sort of compromises when it came to her will and conviction. She thought back on what she knew about transcendent warriors. According to Vase, the basis of a swordmaster and an expert pilot was to use their unnaturally high willpower to distort the rules that governed reality. In other words, it did not matter whether something was physically impossible. As long as she believed in something hard enough, she could grow to a point where reality bent to her will instead of the other way around. Of course, she was different from others. She was a mech designer who studied the rules of reality. When she advanced to journeyman, she could begin to infiltrate and subvert the physical laws, but only on a smaller scale. The outcome was similar, but the methods were radically different. A mech designer respected the laws of reality. An expert pilot smashed them apart if they got in the way. It was this duality that gave Kedis a much more profound insight into the two approaches. She knew that if she was by herself, she could not possibly develop a will that was strong enough to bend reality by force. She was only able to become a swordmaster due to the existence of Sharpie. Her living sword intent was a bug-like existence that was both a part of herself but also possessed an ego of its own. Kedis stiffened a bit. She fell into a mental trap. While her current problems appeared to be related to her own conflicting morality, she recalled that her swordmaster powers actually came from Sharpie. Any problems related to her swordmaster progression had to involve Sharpie as well. Ever since Vase brought life to her sword intent, Kedis never paid too much attention to Sharpie's own will and desires. It was an extension of herself after all. She always assumed that Sharpie's desires were actually a reflection of her own desires. What if this assumption wasn't true? What if Sharpie possessed aspirations that weren't necessarily identical to her own? It sounded disturbing, but Kedis didn't think her guess was wrong. That was because she was a mech designer while Sharpie was the true swordmaster. Do you feel better now? Joshua asked as he sensed that she had grown calmer. I do. I have an idea on how to resolve my problem. She replied, no matter what sword I will end up wielding, I will try my best to stay true to myself. Both myselves. This was the first time she thought about Sharpie as more than just a limited part of herself that had coincidentally been empowered with an ego of its own. What if it could be more than just an assistant in her mind? All kinds of ideas swirled in her mind as she faded into slumber. She needed to delve deeper into all her facets. She needed to know more about herself before she could make a proper choice on the direction of her swordsmanship. She did not want to regret her decision. Chapter 3695 New Relevance. The Golden Skull Alliance struggled to secure their spoils. Even after they had taken control over all of the important systems of the captured Pokladan ships, the vessels continued to deteriorate as the Vorabugs kept gnawing on everything. The soldiers tried their best to detect and exterminate any concentration of Vorabugs, but there were way too many juvenile bugs that slipped away. There were also cases where one or two Vorabugs remained undetected because they lingered around ship components that produced a lot of activity. The relatively weak life signs of an immature Vorabug would get drowned out by more powerful energy emissions of important systems. Even if the Larkinsons shut down all of the systems, all of the residual heat and energy inside the alien vessels wouldn't dissipate immediately. The damn Vorabugs seemed to possess a vague instinct that encountered them to find the most annoying hiding spots on a starship. We can't go on like this. General Verl's projection reported to Vase. The infestation levels on the captured alien starships are too high. The internal damage generated by the Vorabugs along with the external damage that our mechs have inflicted on the hulls has made it much easier for the Vorabugs to hide and move around. Vase paused his examination of the Pokladan egg-shaped phase water container. He frowned as he digested what he heard. I thought we stood a better chance of cleansing the starships. We're stronger and more advanced than the Pokladans. Our sensors are better and we aren't burdened by the necessity of keeping the ships operational. Have you tried taking advantage of our glows? I noticed from the recent battle that our ferocious piranhas are surprisingly effective in messing with the bugs. That was indeed a welcome discovery. Before this point, Vase had always treated his glows as a means to affect humans. Whether they were targeted towards friendlies or enemies, he never really thought about their effects on non-human entities. In fact, the non-human opponents he fought against in the past were so big and powerful that he never really thought that his suppressive glows could make any difference. The dark gods were so spiritually powerful that they possessed glows of their own. The Uranus was so massive and powerful that glows could not have impacted his crazed bestial mentality in the slightest. The Titania was so big and massive that Mech needed to breach its thick exterior at first in order to get to its control organs. However, what if he employed his glows against smaller and weaker opponents? While Vase figured that not every kind of glow worked against the Vorabugs, the recent battle had definitely concluded that the disorientation effect produced by the ferocious piranhas were highly effective. Unlike human mech pilots, the Vorabugs were too young and mentally underdeveloped to resist this effect. Even the so-called elder Vorabugs were just insects that lived long enough to eat enough food to grow to their size and strength. They were a lot more powerful in a physical and biological sense, but it appeared their mental development hadn't caught up to that of a highly trained mech pilot. Witnessing how his living mechs messed up the Vorabugs opened up a new door for Vase. His mechs provided a lot more utility than he initially thought. Suppressive glows might not always work well against human opponents, but there were lots of alien races whose minds and will were significantly worse. Their mentalities were weaker, which meant they became a lot more susceptible to the presence of strong spiritual entities. This was a fundamental difference in life phases. This was especially the case in the Red Ocean, where lots of humans came in contact with different alien races. Back in the Milky Way, humans did not need to think about fighting against alien forces. Vase was the same. He had spent way too much time on visualizing his products in fights against the opponents he had fought against in the past. That was fine if he stayed in the old galaxy, but he needed to revise his mental models now that he had moved to the new frontier. Now that he had begun to think in this new direction, he understood that he could offer a lot more to his customers than he thought. The natives of the Red Ocean probably never encountered anything like his glows. If they did, then someone would have pointed out the similarities between his solutions and an exotic application of alien technology. This meant that the aliens probably lacked countermeasures against his solution. Unless an alien race managed to dig up B-stone or develop a new innovation that blocked glow effects, they would remain vulnerable to his problems depending on their racial mental strength. The only surefire way for Vorabugs and other susceptible alien races to prevent glows from screwing them over was to keep their distance from living mechs. Vase calmed down a bit. A small and ridiculous-looking race like Nuncers might be susceptible, but they were practically impossible to affect because many of them utilized warships that were much more powerful than the half-crippled vessels of the Pokladan refugee fleet. His mechs would get blasted before they could even get close enough. "Sir," General Verl's projection asked. He was a busy man who did not have much time to spare. "Ah." Vase returned his mind to the immediate situation. "What did you just say?" "I replied to you that we have attempted to make use of our ferocious piranhas. While the mechs have been effective at driving away the Vorabugs from the exterior of the starships, their glows cannot reach the whole interior of the ships. The only result we have achieved is to compress the living space of the Vorabugs. It was like flooding the outer circle of an island. The insects could still make do with half as much dry land." "That does sound like a problem." Vase frowned. "It looks like you have an alternative in mind." "We do. We just came up with the idea of employing the Penitent Sister battle formation to exterminate all of the bugs at once. We have already seen how effective it can be against the Elder Vorabugs. We will probably need Venerable Joshua's help to direct the energy attack and make sure it comprehensively sweeps through every corner of the infected alien starships." "You're asking me if you can use a battle formation, a trump card designed to change the outcome of major battles, to delouse our prizes?" General Verl apologetically shrugged. "It is the most convenient and effective solution that we can think of. The sooner we can pull this off, the less we have to worry about the ships falling apart. We have been informed that it will take a couple of weeks for a professional salvage fleet to arrive in Orange Tulip. The Vorabugs will remain idle during this time." Though his words made sense, Vase did not like the idea in the slightest. "I don't like to lose money either, but this is going way overboard. It's like using a nuclear warhead to bake a cake. It sounds wrong to employ the superior mother for something as banal as pest control. The Vorabugs are more than simple pests, sir. They are a scourge that can destroy entire ships and planets if they grow out of control. Killing them by any means is a worthy cause. Vase sighed. You're right, but that doesn't necessarily mean we should grab the biggest hammer in our toolbox. The solution that you've mentioned is way too crude. There's trees, wildlife, bioponics, organic products and other stuff inside. All of them will be affected in unknown ways if they get swept by the same indiscriminate attack. Then what do you have in mind, sir? Vase thought for a moment. Start by making use of the Everchanger. It can imitate the glow of all of my other living mechs. It can also amplify the range of its glow across a large distance. Try taking advantage of these properties and see how that works out. If you position all of the alien ships around the expert mech, Joshua will only need to do this once to affect all of the Vorabugs. Glows won't kill them, though. Verl retorted. The insects will only go crazy for as long as Venerable Joshua can maintain this effect. Once he stops, the Vorabugs will probably go back to eating up our prize ships. Try and experiment with different glows. This is a good opportunity to see how Vorabugs and more generally non-humans can be affected by them. Maybe I can develop a specialized anti-Vorabug solution from what we are able to learn from these experiments. Vase and General Verl continued to discuss the potential applications of glows towards aliens. Once General Verl ended the call so that he could arrange the experiments, Vase finally turned his attention back to the phase water egg container. For safety's sake, Vase did not dare to get close to it. Even though the container was highly effective in isolating the dimensional disturbances produced by gathering so much pure phase water together, he had no idea how solid it was and whether it was up to the task. A quantity of over 2 kilograms of phase water was no joke. In fact, the expeditionary fleet managed to capture even more phase water. The Pakladans had stuffed a lot of extra phase water inside the evacuation ship's warp drive. Retrieving all of that phase water was a delicate operation, so Vase wouldn't know until a few days later how much of the substance could be recovered. Even if the phase water would have to be split between every alliance partner, the Larkinsons would still come away with a generous bounty. As Vase resumed his examination on the egg container, his cat acted a bit oddly ever since Keddy's handed it over. Meow. Lucky did not dare to get close to the object. The contents of the container exerted a huge amount of threat towards him. He did not even dare to employ his phasing abilities at this distance. Meow meow, you're right, I need to do something about this bomb. This container is designed to do more than isolate all of that phase water. Vase had studied it for a while now. He not only gained more confidence in the storage properties of the container, but also confirmed that it could do more than store this dangerous substance. The alien circuitry and components apparently helped with regulating temperature, pressure, radiation and other factors that could affect the stability of the phase water. Just like regular water, phase water could come in different states of matter. It could be frozen like an icicle and it could be warmed up until it turned into steam. The only difference was that its freezing point was way lower and its boiling point was way higher. This was also why most natural deposits of phase water were all liquid. In any case, the egg container did not have to work that hard in order to keep the phase water inside in a stable form of liquid. What Vase was actually concerned about was how this alien tech could also be used to make phase water less stable. When the phase water inside the container boiled into a gas, it would expand in an explosive manner, thereby turning the egg container into a bomb that could deal great damage to its surroundings. If that wasn't bad enough, phase water in gaseous form was a lot more active, producing stronger dimensional disturbances that could destroy entire ships if the quantities of phase water were great enough. I need to get this phase water out of this alien container. He had to figure out a way to extract the phase water from this device without triggering anything dangerous. He also had to find an alternative way to store this volatile substance. Vase turned to Lucky. Hey, would you like to take a sip of phase water? Meow. The cat jumped back as if he was scalded by hot water. Chapter 3696 Vase the Exterminator. The suggestion to utilize the Everchanger to expose the Vorabugs to different glows led to a ridiculous spectacle. The Larkinsons carefully towed the crippled alien vessels in a spherical formation. The Everchanger then proceeded to enter the sphere in preparation for the experiment. In order to make sure that the expert mech did not do any further harm than necessary, the Larkinsons had to relocate all of the Pakladan prisoners and unhatched eggs from the ships. For now, the Larkinsons decided to confine the prisoners to a couple of the larger biomes inside the dragon's den. The bioresearch vessel was not meant to function as a prison, but she was designed to carry a myriad of alien exo-beasts. These creatures may be large and dangerous, so the biomes had to be sturdy enough to prevent them from breaking out and wreaking havoc inside the rest of the dragon's den like an overdone space horror drama. It was easy enough for the researchers to free up the necessary biomes and adjust their environmental conditions to make them livable for the Pakladin race. The exobiologists tuned the air, temperature, humidity, radiation and other variables to keep the avian aliens comfortable. The Larkinson Biotech Institute even dug out the plants and other flora inside the alien vessels and proceeded to transplant them into the specific biomes. The goal was to give the Pakladins the illusion that they were residing on a location on their home planet. The only fault was that they were prisoners rather than guests. The Larkinsons could not possibly hand them back their freedom and tech. The most difficult part of this logistical operation was to transport tens of thousands of Pakladin prisoners to the dragon's den without bringing in a single vorabug. This caused the operation to become a lot more laborious than normal, but once the subdued occupants of the alien vessels relocated to their temporary new accommodation, the Everchanger could finally begin. "Good morning, Joshua," Vase said as he monitored the situation from the spirit of Bentime. "Today, we are attempting to study the effects of glows on the vorabugs. To do this, we will be using your expert Mech to cycle through all of the design spirits on the list." "Do you understand?" The expert pilot nodded. "I do. I hope we find a glow that can work. You don't have to amplify your glows just yet. Start by flying to the coordinates I'm giving you. There's a cluster of vorabugs that is fairly close to the exterior that we can easily monitor." When the Everchanger was in position, Vase instructed Joshua to alternate the design spirit of his expert Mech. He also issued an extra instruction. "I think you have noticed that all of the design spirits on the top are supportive. We're not interested in making friends with the vorabugs, so make sure you consider them hostile. Our goal here today is to find an effective countermeasure against this species. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir. Don't worry, I have already briefed the design spirits. They all know what we are asking of them. Your Everchanger should be able to call upon them easily enough." The session began at this point. The Everchanger did not possess a native design spirit on its own, so the expert Mech could channel all of them with decent compatibility. Vase found it fascinating to observe how switching the design spirits changed his overall impression of the Everchanger. The physical Mech remained the same, but its aura and demeanor fluctuated with every switch. In one moment, it inspired duty and loyalty from any friendlies affected by the glow. In the next moment, it exuded a sense of bravado and manliness that Vase did not traditionally fit with the masterwork Mech. Witnessing how effortlessly the Everchanger adjusted from design spirit to design spirit made Vase proud of his work. This living Mech was truly the champion of his design philosophy. No other machine was as versatile and all-encompassing as the machine he specially designed for Joshua. It was too bad that much of the results were relatively boring so far. The glows exuded from relatively harmless design spirits such as the Solemn Guardian and the Golden Cat did not affect the vorabugs in any noticeable fashion. The stupid insects still multiplied and fed on the Pakladin starship as usual. Their reaction is no different from that of other hostile humans. Vase noted, "So far, the results haven't defied my expectations. That could be both good and bad depending on the circumstances. To be honest, experiments where everything happened completely according to expectations were boring to him. He enjoyed a bit of excitement and wanted to elicit new and different reactions from the vorabugs." The experimental session finally started to get interesting once the Everchanger channeled the more interesting design spirits. Vase leaned closer as he paid greater attention to a projected feed that displayed a cluster of vorabugs. The insects behaved a little more agitated than usual as they came under the influence of different glows. Even though the effects so far weren't all that great, the vorabugs didn't appreciate getting messed around so many times. Switch to the Superior Mother in her death aspect. The Superior Mother was a special design spirit. Having designed with the 6 phases of existence in mind, she essentially came in 6 different flavors. Of them all, other phases didn't do so much against the creatures. Sure, her life and godhood aspect made the vorabugs a little more vigorous, but the other ones did not produce any significant changes. It was impossible for the Superior Mother's death aspect to kill others when she was merely channeling her presence through the medium of a Mech. A glow was a passive power phenomenon while the attack launched by a battle formation was an active power phenomenon. The latter could produce much more drastic effects, but the cost and effort required to make it possible was also greater. As a result, when the Everchanger adopted this specific glow, the Vorabugs only became a bit more lethargic. They slowed down their actions by up to 10%, which was hardly meaningful. I see, Vase hummed. He already formed a preliminary conclusion on the effects of different glows towards the Vorabugs. Compared to humans, they were a lot more simple-minded and driven by their instincts. More erudite design spirits such as Ilvain and the Illustrious One were not able to affect the Vorabugs in a significant fashion. The creatures were just too bestial for subtlety to work. If that was the case, then more drastic glows should produce stronger results. Try out Lufa's glow, he instructed Venerable Joshua. He looked forward to this part of the session. When the Everchanger began to adopt a pure and tranquil glow, the Vorabugs finally exhibited a greater difference. They slowed down a lot this time. The Vorabugs did not possess a lot of thoughts in whatever passed for their minds, but trying to blank them out successfully reduced their activity levels. The Vorabugs are resisting the glow. The creatures were sensitive towards danger. Once the Vorabugs realized they were subjected to an undesirable effect, they tried to move away from the Everchanger. Still, Vase was happy enough with these results. He learned that he could leverage his angelic design spirit as a pest control solution. I think I can earn a lot of money if I design a mech that specializes in repelling Vorabugs. Seeing how much damage a Vorabug infestation could do to a starship caused him to recognize the importance of such a solution. Even a single copy of this hypothetical mech could make a difference. As long as it was stationed close to critical sections such as engineering, the Vorabugs would not want to go to that place. Though Vase theorized that the Vorabugs might be able to resist Lufa's glow and push through anyway, the insects normally wouldn't choose to do so unless they already hollowed out the rest of a starship. It's like the difference between staying in a comfy home and going outside to brave a freezing storm. He quickly came up with a preliminary mech design concept that could provide the greatest value for the least amount of cost. The mech doesn't have to be too big or expensive. While normal mechs were susceptible to getting swarmed by Vorabugs, his anti-bug model did not have to worry about this problem as much. A glow like the one that the Everchanger was exuding was the best form of defense against these insects. In case any Vorabugs are desperate enough to attack it anyway, this mech should possess enough firepower to defend itself. A light shotgun should do the trick. The weapon didn't need to be large because most Vorabugs weren't all that tough. In fact, most mech weapons were actually overkill against these vermin. A lighter weapon was not only more efficient against this kind of opponent, it also allowed his mech to carry more shotgun rounds. Vase could go a step further and make the mech as small and light as possible. By making it smaller, Vase could not only save on a lot of costly materials, but also enable the machine to squeeze into smaller spaces. This was especially relevant for starships and space stations where the interior was always cramped. A light mech? No, that might be too big. How about an ultralight mech? Mechs varied considerably in size. Light mechs were generally the smallest ones to enter a typical battlefield, but there were even smaller machines than that. Mech designers could be highly creative when they needed to shrink their products to an even greater extent. Still, at that point, mechs became so small that they lost far too many scale advantages. They could only function as cannon fodder if they ever dared to take part in a mech battle. An ultralight mech should still be fine if it is solely used to deal with Vorabug infestations. If Vase designed this mech, he could change the way that humanity dealt with Vorabugs and other comparable pests. While he was sure that humanity had already developed a lot more effective detection, repelling and killing solutions, the key to his own mech design was that it could be a lot cheaper and more economical. I don't necessarily have to make it a second-class mech. A third-class mech will do, just like my Sanctuary Treatment Edition models. Vase was a bit reluctant to go that cheap, though. The Vorabugs may be weak, but the power of a third-class mech might not be enough to guarantee the safety of the mech. He resolved to think about that later. The current session hadn't ended. After he was finished with observing the effect of Lufa's base glow, Vase instructed Joshua to mimic the glows of the aspect of healing and the aspect of rationality. As expected, the glow from the aspect of healing didn't debilitate the Vorabugs in any fashion. What Vase didn't expect was that the glow from the aspect of rationality did not produce any noticeable differences from Lufa's base glow. Other than slowing down and repelling the Vorabug, the rationality-oriented glow did not appear to make them smarter. I see. Vase skipped the glow of the aspect of transcendence. He did not dare to unveil it in such an open place, let alone subject lots of Vorabugs to this dangerous glow, This was the only glow that Vase had invented that could actually kill people. He didn't think it would work against the Vorabugs due to their simplistic thought processes. What if he was wrong, though? What if he could not only make a lot of Vorabugs explode, but also cause a tiny proportion of them to evolve? Is this how dark gods are made? He fearfully speculated. Vase did not want to see what would happen. I should stick to my original objective. I just need to find a way to make it easier to eliminate all of the Vorabugs. Chapter 3697. Toying with insects. The final glow the Everchanger imitated was that of the ferocious piranha. The ferocious piranha's glow was quite complex because it consisted of a compound between the glows of Zega, Lufa and xianxia. While Vase was easily able to engineer a stable balance when he designed the original ferocious piranha model, it was a bit more challenging for the Everchanger to replicate this scheme. Still, this wasn't the first time the Everchanger replicated the glow of the ferocious piranha. Venerable Joshua and his expert Mech had utilized it before in previous live practice sessions. Once it learned the knack to balancing the glows of 3 design spirits at once, it only needed a few seconds to formulate the compound glow. Everyone who had been paying attention to this experiment looked closely in order to see how the Everchanger was able to affect the Vorabugs this time. By now, the insects were incredibly annoyed at being subjected to all of these inexplicable mental influences. They had attempted to move away multiple times. If the Larkinsons hadn't reinforced the bulkheads and stationed foot soldiers to prevent the bugs from slipping out of their cages, the alien creatures would have bugged out by this time. The Vorabugs are behaving in a nearly identical fashion to the glow of the ferocious piranha. They are showing signs of debilitation. I can see that, Vase said as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. The point of this particular exercise is not to see whether the Everchanger can do a better job than the ferocious piranha. This time, we need to engulf all of the alien ships with this glow. Let's disorient them all at once so we can quickly sweep them with ease. The Everchanger repositioned to the center of the ship formation. After a moment of preparation, Venerable Joshua resonated with the iridescent mercury integrated in his expert Mech. The resonating exotic reacted to his force of will and quickly caused the Everchanger's glow field to balloon by many times. Many Larkinsons gasped and gazed in wonder as the glowing expert Mech managed to affect an enormous volume with its glow. By being able to stretch across kilometers in each direction, the glow field centered around the Everchanger was comfortably able to affect all of the alien starships without omission. Just as expected, the insects soon reacted similar to how they were affected by the ferocious piranha. The individual glows themselves did not affect them too strongly, but the constant switch from calm to aggression and back again produced a lot of upheaval that the Vorabugs weren't able to cope against. A lot of insects twitched and stopped in place. Many of them uttered pained hisses as they drunkenly moved around without direction. A few of the older and more savage Vorabugs were able to maintain a bit of their wits. While they couldn't shrug off the disorientation effect entirely, they could still attempt to run away from the source. A dozen small drunken-like Vorabugs crawled towards an exit, only for it to open up and reveal a bunch of Crosser heavy assault troops. Each of the soldiers were armed with heavy shotguns and other equipment that were useful against Vorabugs. Fire! The fleeing Vorabugs stood no chance and got shot to pieces. Damn, the noise has startled some of the other bugs. They're starting to regain control of themselves. They're still too slow. Sweep them all before they can run. The cluster of Vorabugs stood no chance. While the threat of death shocked the older and stronger Vorabugs into action, they still weren't able to fight as well as before due to the constant mental interference they were suffering from. It was as if they were sitting in the middle of a staring match between an angel and a devil. As Vase and the others observed the efficiency of the extermination operation, they were satisfied with what they observed. The Vorabugs became a lot easier to kill. The younger ones were too underdeveloped to maintain their wits and became lambs to the slaughter. The older ones were barely any better. They were able to run away, but their lack of numbers along with the need to resist the Everchanger's glow caused them to be trivially easy to defeat. We've detected hundreds of hidden Vorabugs. Kill them as quickly as possible. Since the Everchanger's glow affected such a large area, not a single corner of the alien ship was left out. The small Vorabugs that instinctively tried to hide themselves by lowering their activity levels and trying to use other powerful energy emissions as camouflage suddenly stood out now that they couldn't concentrate on hiding themselves anymore. By the time Venerable Joshua became too worn out to sustain the enlarged glow field, the alien vessels had grown a lot calmer. The results were pretty clear to Vase. Without reviewing the data, He estimated that over 80% of the vorabugs on the ships had been dealt with in quick succession. The lack of resistance and the inability for most of them to run away meant that it took much less manpower to wipe out an insect cluster. Though there were still a fair amount of bugs that had managed to avoid the major sweep, the steep drop in numbers meant that the foot soldiers could hunt them down a lot more effectively than before. The duration is too short, Kedis concluded as she studied the data. My husband isn't strong enough to resonate for so long. In the future, he'll be able to maintain this field a lot longer than before. Vase did not look too disappointed. I am aware of that. This is just a trial. The Everchanger's performance today has provided me with plenty of insights and also helped me confirm a few theories. From what I have observed, I think there is great commercial potential in fabricating an anti-vorabug mech in the future. A mech like that can do more than incapacitate vorabugs. They can mess up other weak creatures as well. That can be both good and bad. Ah, she was right. Vase recalled that the MTA had announced a directive about how his products shouldn't be used to terrorize ordinary people. Even though he was back in the Milky Way at the time, he did not think it was invalid in the Red Ocean. He made a decision. An anti-vorabug mech is way too valuable if its glow can affect all life forms. Since I plan to sell it at a low price, I should make sure that it doesn't replace my ferocious piranhas and my other products. I think I can tweak its glow so that it only affects vorabugs. Vase would have to study a vorabug up close in order to make that possible. He instructed his men to keep exterminating the vorabugs but at the same time preserve a few samples. They needed to secure at least one elder vorabug as well so that he could study what made them different from their younger kind. After he and his staff wrapped up the experimental session, Kedis walked up to him and caught his attention. Vase, yes, I have a request. Can I access those organic statues of yours? This was not a regular request. Vase paused what he was doing and turned around to study his former student. Ever since she had returned from the evacuation ship, she had behaved a bit more subdued than before. The battle and the act of killing all of those aliens had undoubtedly left a mark on her. Was this why she wanted to borrow his aspects of Lufa? If it's about your condition, maybe you should try to figure out your doubts on your own. Kedis shook her head. That's stupid. I'm not like Venerable Joshua and those other expert pilots. I'm not as stubborn as them. As a mech designer, I have always learned that I should achieve the greatest results for the least amount of effort. Instead of procrastinating and groping around, I can quickly get my answers by using the right glows of your statue. This is the most efficient solution that I can come up with at the moment. Quote. Why did he feel as if she was breaking the script? Compared to her husband Joshua, Kedis was actually being smart. Expert pilots and swordmasters typically didn't exhibit that much wisdom. Well, if you are sure about it, then go ahead. I won't allow you to access the aspect of transcendence, though. That thing is way too dangerous and I haven't performed enough studies to figure out how to use it in a responsible manner. Once Kedis received permission, she quickly finished her own tasks before leaving the observation room. Vase watched her go with a bit of concern. He actually wished he could help her more directly, but strong-willed people needed to develop their own ideas. Even if their notions and principles turn out to be wrong, inaccurate or hopelessly stupid, as long as they continued to believe in themselves, they might one day be able to turn their delusions into reality. He wondered how Kedis would be able to resolve her current problems given her special nature. Even he didn't know how she could keep progressing when mech designers and swordsmen needed to adopt vastly different attitudes to get any further. I hope it will work out. He planned to study the footage of whatever Kedis was about to do later. If she actually succeeded in leveraging the aspects of Lufa to resolve her current doubts, then he might be able to recognize another potential application for these creations. Later on, Vase sought out Venerable Joshua who had just freshened up and changed his clothes. The expert pilot looked a bit exhausted due to his prior exertion, but he also looked intrigued as he thought about his earlier experiences. Sir Joshua, I have a few questions for you. How has the Everchanger been faring for you? Have you grown closer? Joshua smiled. That's a given. I haven't made as much progress as in the beginning, but I am still finding new ways to strengthen my cooperation with my expert mech. You just cycled through a lot of glows. Did anything stand out to you while you tried them all out during the previous session? Well, the new ones are noticeably weaker. A few of them are also a bit weird to me. I had trouble understanding them. Kalo doesn't have a strong presence and comes across as invisible sometimes. The Titania on the other hand, She's taken from an astral beast that is over 6 millennia old. Vase stated, "You can't treat her like an ordinary design spirit. With all of her age and wisdom, I'm afraid that she might get up to something. Have you noticed anything odd when you channeled her? Did you ever get the feeling you were able to take control over the Vorabugs with her help?" The existence of design spirits was still vague to most Larkinsons, but Joshua knew better. Vase did not have any reservations bringing them up with his favorite expert pilot. Letting him know more about them, no, absolutely not. The Titania even expressed disgust at them. "I think she had an encounter with them before and suffered from it. She can't do much to them in her current state." Well, that made sense. Any resident in the Red Ocean would bump into the Vorabugs eventually. The longer they lived, the greater the likelihood of encountering the space pests. Though Vase had faint hopes that the Titania would be able to influence the Vorabugs considering she excelled at controlling her offspring, he had been too optimistic. The two belonged to vastly different species and didn't even get along with each other. It was ridiculous for him to think that the Titania could actually control the Vorabugs as if she was their queen. The Vorabugs didn't even have queens as far as he knew. He froze. A strange idea suddenly popped into his mind. What if he could create his own Vorabug queen? Chapter 3698 Dark Plan. Vase had just come up with the most brilliant or the stupidest idea ever since he entered the Red Ocean. Just the thought about creating a Vorabug queen that could potentially take control of other Vorabug was an insane proposition. If other people heard what he wanted to do, they would either kill him or ridicule him. Hardly anyone would ever consider it to be a good idea to create a Vorabug sovereign that could organize the feral insects. After he finished getting answers out of Joshua, Vase quickly moved back to his office and read up on the Vorabugs. The MTA database surprisingly contained less information on the space insects than he wished. He had the feeling that the Mechers were hiding substantial amounts of crucial intelligence on the space pests. Why, though, are there more to the Vorabugs than I thought? That might be plausible given how the Vorabugs attracted so much attention despite being a relatively weak race. Sure, they could become devastating when their reproduction got out of hand, but most humans and aliens in the Red Ocean were able to handle the insects for the most part. Vase tried to search for specific mentions of Vorabugs that were smarter and more evolved than the elders of their kind. Rumors, rumors, rumors. There were way too many rumors about Vorabugs. People invented all kinds of fantasies about the ubiquitous insects and also made wild claims of encountering special Vorabugs. The stories became even more ridiculous when humanity began to obtain and translate alien anecdotes about the Vorabugs. The insects had been around for a long time and impacted pretty much every space-faring species. There were wild tales about huge Vorabug leaders that were able to command entire swarms of Vorabugs across multiple star systems. No one ever brought solid proof, though. The humans and aliens only ever encountered the Vorabugs in their juvenile, adult and elder forms. Plenty of them had studied the Vorabug genome and did not find proof of larger and more advanced forms. That hadn't stopped people from trying to bring a Vorabug queen into reality. Suffice to say, such an act was taboo in both human and alien societies. The power to influence a lot of Vorabugs and turning them into weapons against opponents was just too dangerous. It was fortunate that the Vorabugs possessed a number of odd quirks. The first was that they were quite sensitive towards artificially altered Vorabugs. They could sniff out the ones that were genetically modified or carrying any secret implants in a short amount of time. The second was that it was impossible for them to accept a leader bug. If Vase put aside the fact that the Vorabugs mercilessly kill any brothers they perceived to be abnormal, they never submitted to any Vorabug that tried to take control over their species. Maybe that's solely because of the first reason. Vase surmised. It was a fundamental problem with no solution. The Vorabugs were so repellent against those that were different from the norm that they had defeated plenty of modified Vorabug species that were implanted with bioprogramming that subverted their loyalties. This also made it difficult for mutated Vorabugs that potentially developed spiritual powers and become more intelligent from staying alive. Their lesser brethren simply couldn't accept their existence. This is also the reason why the Vorabugs have stagnated for so long. However, Vase might have a way of circumventing this defense mechanism. What if he created a Vorabug queen that wasn't tangible? As far as he was aware, the Vorabugs were entirely physical creatures that did not possess the means of harming spiritual entities. If that was the case, could Vase get away with creating an artificial leader figure that could assume control of the Vorabugs without eliciting their hostility? This idea had a lot of promise. Theoretically, it should work as long as the Vorabugs possessed genes that respected authority. Vase was sure that this existed as the elder Vorabugs had been known to take command of the younger and smaller of their kind. If the elder Vorabugs also retained this instinct, then his theoretical intangible Vorabug queen entity might actually be able to command this alien species. This was such an immense advantage that Vase had to proceed exceedingly carefully if he wished to pursue this idea. At the very least, he could never get away with it if others found out about his intentions. He didn't even dare to proceed with it as long as the Simile Halifax accompanied his fleet. Even if he found a way to isolate a space where he could proceed with his attempt without anyone finding out, it would still be difficult to hide his involvement. After all, Vase already created or befriended over a dozen different design spirits. If he created another spiritual entity that just happens to resemble them greatly, then the polymath didn't even need to waste much of her prodigious brainpower to connect the dots. The Vorabugs were already bad enough when they were lacking a race leader. Their lack of strategic direction and higher thoughts were the main reasons why the Vorabugs hadn't conquered the Red Ocean. If a Vorabug queen truly came into being, the threat level of this major race would definitely skyrocket. Vase even started to question whether it was even a good idea to make such a crazy spiritual product. What would be the point? How could he possibly employ a Vorabug queen to his advantage? Could he even maintain control of such a potentially destructive entity? The main reasons why he wanted to proceed was to challenge himself and fulfill his desire for innovation by creating a creature that no one else had succeeded in making. There were also more practical reasons why he would want a Vorabug queen in his pocket. Vorabugs may be hated by pretty much every human and alien in the Red Ocean, but they were unquestionably powerful in their own ways. If he could cultivate a non-human species into his secret vassals, he could sneakily use them as his thugs. For example, he might be able to direct Vorabugs to descend upon the colonies of his enemies to destroy them or at least set back their development. This was a fantastic way for him to take revenge on the Fredaman. He already learned about some of the colonies that the coalition partners had set up in the Red Ocean. If he could wipe out just one or two of their key settlements, that would be enough for the Friday Coalition's colonies to become vulnerable prey in the eyes of other rival pioneers. There were other ways he could take advantage of gaining control of the Vorabugs. He could use the Vorabugs to turn a valuable planet into a no-man's land to anyone except himself. He could even affect the course of entire wars. No matter which parties participated in a fight, the Vorabugs were always participants due to how they tended to appear on battlefields devastated by war. Once infrastructure broke down to an extent, the occupants would have other priorities and were not able to stamp out any Vorabug infestations when they began. The Vorabugs might even become the final winners of a major engagement. All of these stories emphasize the power of the Vorabug race. If Vase could harness even a part of their group for his own ends, wouldn't he be able to wield influence comparable to a star designer in advance? He could even turn himself into a secret masterwork that decided the life and deaths of trillions of people in the Red Ocean. What the hell am I thinking? He vigorously shook his head. It was too premature for him to consider making a Vorabug queen. He at least needed to wait until the MTA protection period was over before he could proceed. Until then, it was folly to entertain these delusions. He put these ideas aside and focused on his more modest goals instead. Once the Larkinsons had captured and isolated the Vorabugs that Vase had asked for, he traveled to a small transport that had been set aside for this specific purpose. It was still too dangerous to bring any live Vorabugs to a ship like the Dragon's Den. Even now, the Larkinsons were still afraid that they might inadvertently miss a couple of insects that could subsequently multiply into an entire new horde. To ensure the Vorabugs wouldn't be able to slip away, a squad of ferocious piranhas surrounded the transport at all times. No Vorabug could remain hidden when subjected to their glows. Vase was glad to see the Larkinsons already incorporating the lessons they learned. The next time the expeditionary fleet encountered the Vorabugs, his forces would immediately know what to do in order to minimize the damage. So these are the Vorabugs, he said. He had seen plenty of them in battle footage but never encountered one in the flesh. The juvenile, adult and elder Vorabugs had all been isolated into transparent cages. The insects were not reconciled with their captivity and tried to burrow their way out. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't even dig or gnaw through their cages. This was because they were all suspended in midair by manipulating the gravity inside. Only the elder Vorabug was able to move under these conditions, but the captors had locked its body into place with metal rods to prevent the large insect from moving. When Vase inspected the juvenile and adult Vorabugs, he didn't look impressed. Aside from their cockroach-like tenacity and their ability to eat a wide variety of foods, the insects were quite weak. It was only when he studied the elder Vorabug that he recognized that it was special. The creature didn't possess any significant spirituality, but Vase could sense more complex emotions and desires from this bug. Its cognition was on a whole other level. While Vase did not get the feeling that it was sentient, its intelligence was impressive compared to other insects. The elder Vorabug was able to look outward, so it could see Vase on the other side of the transparent cage. Vase was fully suited up at the moment. His double shield generators along with his unending regalia gave him enough confidence to confront this elder Vorabug. The creature's mind and emotions were not that difficult for Vase to interpret. The elder Vorabug was an exo-insect that was driven by the usual biological drivers of needing to feed, protect its fellow kind and to brood offspring. What was different was that the elder Vorabug seemed to possess a much more refined sense on how to team up and cooperate with its fellow Vorabugs. There were also other alien elements that caused these elder Vorabugs to possess a more unique vibe. There's something funny about these elder Vorabugs. Vase wasn't an exobiologist, though. It would take much more competent specialists to figure out how this primal insect race managed to dominate the Red Ocean for so long. Out of curiosity, he tried to communicate with the insect. "Hello there. How are you doing today? HSSSSSSSS." The elder Vorabug instantly grew berserk and tried its best to break the metal shackles holding it in place. Furious hisses escaped from its maw as its blackened eyes glared at Vase as if he was an affront to Vorabugs. "Well, I can see why no one has managed to tame you guys." The Vorabugs were too xenophobic. They hated life forms other than themselves. Their need to devour any creature that didn't conform to their exact appearance was far too strong. For a moment, Vase wanted to perform experiments on this fascinating creature. What if he could make it smarter? What if it could become more open to communication? What if he was able to unlock the hidden potential of Vorabugs? His desire to utilize the Vorabugs as his test subjects became so strong that it pained him to issue his next command. "I've seen enough. Dispose of them, please." The captive Vorabugs soon became riddled with projectiles. There was no more point in keeping them alive. Though he still felt the urge to experiment, he knew there was a better way for him to sat this desire. "I should learn more about phase water. If I recall, Professor Benedict invited me to study it together. That should be interesting." A senior mech designer had access to much more knowledge and resources than a journeyman. Vase would definitely be able to gain insights if he studied phase water alongside Professor Benedict. Chapter 3699 Novel Therapy Session, Meow. "I'm glad you're accompanying me, Lucky. I may need your help later." "Meow, you'll see." Keddies cradled Lucky in her arms as she went through the security checks that preceded her entry into Ves's personal workshop. She was quite familiar with the place as she had frequently assisted Vase in fabricating their first production copies. With the Monster Slayer project and the Second Sword project just weeks away from completion, she even planned to borrow this workshop to fabricate her first true solo mechs in the near term. That said, the workshop undeniably belonged to Vase. Their current settings all conformed to his preferences, which were quirky to say the least. Nonetheless, Vase took good care of his equipment and treated them almost just as well as his living mechs. He was not the sort of mech designer to cheap out or try to compromise on quality in order to save on costs. He made no secret that he desired to acquire a superfab. The ones he worked with back when he participated in various tournaments in the Vullet Central Star node had left a profound impression on him. They provided the ideal balance between control, efficiency and production speed. Unfortunately, even the cheaper second-hand superfabs sold for at least 10,000 MTA credits. The Larkinson clan couldn't justify the purchase of one as they couldn't make full use of such an amazing device. The spirit of Bentime's ordinary production lines were already sufficient for most production tasks. She didn't come here to fabricate any mechs today. No, what she actually wanted to do would help her get into a better mindset before she embarked on this important endeavor. Keddies did not want to get stuck in confusion when she finally fulfilled one of her dreams. The fabrication of a fully functional and competitive mech of her own design was a major achievement for any young mech designer. Sure, she participated in the development of incredible mechs like the Dark Zephyr and the Everchanger, but they were far from solo projects. Even the first sword, where she practically led the entire design project, was not truly a work she could call her own. The assistance of Vase, Gloriana and so on were crucial in making it so powerful. She could not justifiably claim sole credit for its design. The monster slayer which she planned to design first would be her first true introduction to the mech market. She initially came up with the concept after winning a duel against the weird priest in the Nixian Gap. She still recalled her mentality and the rush of excitement of slaying the monster that the cultist had become. Her intuition told him that if she wanted to do the monster slayer justice, she would have to put herself in that mindset again. If her mood was good enough, she might be able to recreate the circumstances where she had fabricated her best works, all without relying on Vase and Gloriana's help. Her eyes grew sharper as she gazed upon the dormant production equipment. Stay safe. I will make use of you soon enough. She turned away from the production area and moved to the side where Vase had stashed 3 organic statues. Kedis heard that Vase had actually made 4 of them back during their visit to the Life Research Association, but the last one was too dangerous. The 3 in the open were fairly safe as long as people didn't get lost in them. Kedis had observed them before, and even tried out the glows of 2 of them. Her experiences back then prompted her to think about the statues when she attempted to find a solution to her current problem. Let's start with you, she muttered as she gazed at the aspect of tranquility. The large statue was disturbingly human in its appearance. The biotechnicians that Vase had cooperated with had done a decent job in shaping cloned human tissue into a towering angel-like form. The aspect of tranquility distinguished itself from the other ones by possessing a calm expression and raising a single palm in peace. You should keep your distance, Lucky. There is no need for you to come close. Meow. The gem cat nodded. Lucky had no desire to blank out his emotions. He was a cat. Once Kedis made sure the pet remained at a safe distance, she grabbed her floating sword and pulled it from its scabbard. The bloodsinger thrummed with power. Sharpie had inhabited it for so long that Kedis had the illusion that the sword had molded itself to the companion spirit. Are you ready, Sharpie? Swish swish. Okay, then, let's start. Kedis resolutely stepped into the range of the aspect of tranquility's glow. The closer she got to the large angel-like statue, the more she felt the profoundness of its presence. She didn't blank oath, though. Compared to other humans, she wasn't affected by the glow. Her thoughts and emotions remained as active as ever while her willpower was robust enough to resist external influences. Vase had explained to her that glows were actually a phenomenon where lower-level life forms recognize the superiority of higher-level life forms. In that sense, my life state is much closer to that of Lufa. The more she gazed at the aspect of tranquility, the more she could sense the entity it was connected to. Lufa did not pay attention to Kedis at all despite her formidable strength. This made sense as the design spirit did not possess an active personality. I'll be borrowing your help, Lufa, she said as she bowed in front of the organic statue. Once she showed her courtesy to Lufa, she carefully knelt down into a meditative position and closed her eyes. She placed her unsheathed bloodsinger on her lap. This allowed her to retain a close connection to her personal weapon. Once she was ready, she slowly lowered her mental defenses and opened herself up to Lufa's glow. This was a difficult procedure for Kedis. She was a warrior who always kept her guard up. Lowering it on her own initiative went against her instincts. The more she created an opening in her defenses, the more she felt vulnerable. Fortunately, Lufa's presence was very reassuring. His glow was so tranquil that Kedis could not perceive any threat from it at all. It became easier and easier for her to relax and allow the tranquil glow to calm her down. The effect was better than any meditation she attempted herself. Even with her heightened control over her own mind, she could not beat the power of a spiritual entity that was literally designed to calm people down. In a matter of minutes, she had reached a state that certain sword-style manuals spoke about. Clearing one's mind completely of every thought and emotion was impossible. Humans simply weren't made to accomplish this feat. However, Lufa was able to induce humans under its influence to a state of mind that was very close to total tranquility. As Kedis temporarily let go of her concerns, her burdens, her ambitions and her desires, she felt unprecedented calm and at peace. Not just herself, but Sharpie had also quieted down to a large extent. Of course, as a spiritual entity that was the carrier of her extraordinary will, Sharpie's conviction could never be extinguished. Lufa was only able to exert a limited effect on the living sword intent, but the session was still helpful. As Sharpie and Kedis enjoyed this moment of calm, they naturally resonated with each other. The bloodsinger passively radiated more power as it reflected Kedis's remarkable state of mind. If she wanted to, She could even work out a brand new sword style from her current state. There was no need for her to do so, though. She already mastered multiple sword styles which provided plenty of solutions against different types of opponents. A peaceful blade also didn't suit her inclinations. She was a swordswoman who liked to be active and embraced excitement. She wouldn't have chosen to fight on the evacuation ship if she wanted to be steady. With the awareness she had left, she slowly inspected her current state. She felt a lot more comfortable than before. Though Lufa's influence also muted her positive emotions, the fact that she still experienced them meant that she truly gained a lot of relief through this therapy. Maybe I should return here more often. Once she thought she could not obtain more gains from meditating here, she slowly raised her mental defenses, allowing her to return to a semblance of her former state. When she stepped out of the range of the aspect of tranquility, she noted with considerable pleasure that her mood was a lot better than before. The concerns and mental burdens that reasserted themselves no longer weighed as heavily on her as before. The temporary separation from her more active thoughts and emotions allowed her to sort herself out and remember what it was like to face reality with a simpler attitude. Even the turmoil she experienced from struggling with her dilemma had subsided to an extent. With her calmer and more unburdened mindset, she was able to evaluate her choices with much greater clarity. "You've also benefited," she said as she raised her greatsword. Though Sharpie hadn't been as affected by Lufa as herself, the companion spirit still benefited to an extent. It had rid itself of various distractions and became a bit more focused. Let's move on to the next one. Kedis approached the aspect of healing and did not hesitate to enter the range of its glow. She repeated her earlier moves and bent down to meditate under the current effect. Different from the aspect of tranquility, the aspect of healing did not suppress positive emotions all that much. It was therefore an excellent tool to soothe people who suffered trauma. When Kedis opened herself up to this modified glow, she felt her worries and burdens going away yet again. However, she was able to retain all of the good stuff in her mind. She embraced this moment. Different from before, she actively allowed her imagination to go wild. She thought about her design projects that she was just about to complete. She thought of her proudest accomplishments. She thought about the future projects that she had yet to start. She thought of how she wanted to advance her swordsmanship. She smiled as she enjoyed this moment. Though she was aware that reality was a lot harsher than she currently thought, it was great for her to liberate her mind in this instance. Sharpie also embraced this moment. The companion spirit was much less resistant towards this particular glow because it liked the current effect. Even a sword intent possessed ambitions. The two of them remained in place for 15 whole minutes. Nothing could last forever, though. Once she felt she had indulged in her fantasies long enough, she forcibly resisted the aspect of healing's glow and pulled herself away. Though her mood dropped as soon as reality fully reasserted itself to her, she was still a lot more content than before. What she had done before gave her a much greater understanding of what she and Sharpie truly yearned for. Without the noise of her limitations and negative influences, she was able to recognize her own ideals to a much greater degree than before. She already gained an inkling on how she would be able to solve her moral dilemma to her satisfaction. All it took was spending half an hour with these two statues. She grinned. At this point, she achieved her main objective. She not only purged her mind of unnecessary negative thoughts, but also gained a huge amount of clarity about herself. Not just her, but also Sharpie benefited from this brief therapy session. She would probably be able to get back to her peak once she returned to her grand stateroom and leisurely solved her dilemma. "I'm not done yet here. It would be a waste to go back." She planned to borrow the services of another organic statue. She moved over to the side and studied the aspect of rationality. She could feel how this totem emphasized logic over emotion. "You're not the statue that I'm looking for," she apologetically said. No, she had a different target in mind. Kedis turned away from the aspect of rationality and approached a gate which was locked. Even though the metal bulkheads blocked her from seeing what was inside, her sharp senses already sensed something powerful residing inside this enclosure. "It's you I want." Chapter 3700 Self-Improvement. Chapter 3700 Self-Improvement. Vase never spoke about the fourth statue. He even commanded the black cats to delete all of the footage and reports about it in the internal database. He wasn't able to delete the records on the fourth statue of the lifers themselves, though. It was a lot harder to keep his creation a secret when he made it in a busy place. Vase had created his 4 statues during a crisis when he was stuck in a metropolis on a highly populated planet. He probably didn't have the luxury to ensure that he was able to maintain total secrecy. Though most people still didn't know what this supposed fourth statue was capable of, Ketty's was different. She was not an ordinary journeyman but also a swordmaster. That boosted her awareness and sensitivity towards the sort of creations that Vase had made to a greater level. It also helped that she frequently collaborated with Vase on a number of mech design projects. Whenever Blinky or Alexandria connected their minds to their design networks, she was able to gain a more direct glimpse of what went on in his overactive mind. Though this glimpse was not as comprehensive as she wished, she was still able to catch stray thoughts from him that somehow got past the various filters. She learned that Vase considered the statue behind this gate to be his most powerful yet also his most dangerous creation. He feared its glow even as he yearned to unlock its secrets. It was so dangerous that he did not even dare to let any Larkinson get close to it. The fourth aspect's lethality was no joke and he did not want any of his clansmen to die due to negligence. Due to these concerns, Vase had always locked it away. If he did anything with it, he made sure to be alone. That's not entirely true, she corrected herself. You know what's inside, right? The cat that she had called back to her arms looked around for a moment. I'm talking to you, Lucky. You've been with Vase when he has been experimenting with this statue, right? Meow meow, I'm aware of the risks. Don't worry, I'm different from other people. Do you doubt my strength? Meow, thought so. Can you help me get inside? Vase hasn't given me permission to proceed further. While I am sure I can break this gate through different means, I don't want to leave a mess behind. I need your help in order to unlock it. Can you do that? Lucky looked quite uncertain about this. Meow, don't worry, you don't have to do anything by yourself. I've already studied the locking mechanism. I will transfer instructions to you that will tell you what to do. If you do everything right, the gate will unlock without breaking or setting off any alarms. As a mech designer, she possessed more than enough engineering knowledge to know how to disarm the lock. It was trivial for her to come up with solutions. The real problem was trying to get past this barrier without setting off any alarms. The security systems in the workshop were not totally worthless in that regard. Come on, Lucky, aren't we comrades in arms? Back me up again this time. After Ketty's persuaded Lucky a bit more, she finally got the cat to fulfill her request. The reluctant gem cat phased through the gate and fiddled inside according to her instructions. This was not a complicated job for a cat that had been trained in sabotage. Soon enough, a beep rang through the workshop and the gate slowly slid open without any further commotion. The alarms that Ketty's feared didn't ring this time. Though she didn't expect a bunch of guards to show up, she did not want to deal with Vase at this time. She vaguely knew what to expect and she had made her own considerations. Lucky was still a worrywart though. As soon as he completed his job, he flew back to Ketty's and made strange motions with his paws. He exaggeratingly patted his own head before spreading his limbs outwards. Meow meow meow, meow meow. It was too bad that Ketty's did not understand cat speech. She grinned and rubbed her head. I already said it's going to be fine. I don't intend to push my limits. I just want to borrow a bit of help, that's all. You can stay close and be ready to pull me out if I ever fall in distress. Is that okay? Meow. Lucky nodded with relief. Good kitty. Ketty's caressed the gem cat a few more times before she turned to face the aspect of transcendence that was stored inside. Since the lighting inside this enclosure was off, the organic statue looked a lot more ominous than it should. The aspect of transcendence's expression was the most active one of all. Whereas the other ones looked peaceful or calm, the fourth statue's face looked excited as it also raised its arms in the air. It looked as if the aspect of transcendence was about to receive the grace of a god. Of course, the aspect of transcendence's appearance was not as important as its glow. Ketty's could more clearly feel the hint of madness and brilliance that the aspect of transcendence was promising. She briefly paused when she sensed an air of bloodiness and heartlessness that she associated with killing. Though she was familiar with this air herself, it was highly disturbing to sense it from an organic statue. The other three aspects of Lufa did not possess this trait at all. This meant that the aspect of transcendence was truly an oddity. I'm not here to judge. I'm here to find enlightenment. She did not let her discomfort stop her from fulfilling her second objective. She carefully stepped forward and made sure to maintain her mental defenses at this time. Swish swish, her bloodsinger flew in front of her body and attempted to communicate with her while barring her way forward. It's fine, I can handle myself. I think it is best if you stay outside my mind. Swish, you're another part of myself, so you should know that what I am attempting to do will only be good for you. Don't worry, it will be fine. She held her bloodsinger by the hilt and steadily strode forward. When she entered the range of the aspect of transcendence, she already felt a somewhat familiar pressure exerting on her mind. It was not that different from the glows of the previous two aspects. In fact, she was even able to discern that the aspect of transcendence was a mutation of the aspect of healing. While the latter merely removed negative thoughts and emotions, the former went a step further and removed a lot of positive elements as well. What was left were her strongest desires. They became even more prominent due to the sudden isolation in her mind. Though she hadn't lowered her defenses yet, she could already sense a hint of mania and fanaticism from herself. Interesting. From a professional standpoint, she found it amazing that Vase was able to create a condition where people could not only find out their heart's true desires, but also amplify their strength so that they could help with achieving breakthroughs. Kedis quickly sat down in the same meditative position. She held her bloodsinger on her lap and quickly lowered the defenses of her mind. The aspect of transcendence affected her to a greater degree, though not to the same extent as someone weaker. As she let the danger affect her mentality, she felt as if someone poured a lot of fuel onto the fire in her heart. It was as if a normal campfire was growing into a wildfire. She breathed faster as she began to identify and embrace the parts of herself that truly mattered to herself. Her earlier introspection already gave her a lot of lessons about herself. She had a clear impression of her ambitions, motivations and desires. Now, the strongest of them stood out and tried to imprint on herself to a greater degree. She had a hunch that if she was able to merge with them, she could reach a higher state, though she wasn't sure in what way. I'm not ready for that. She shook her head. The activity taking place in her mind and spirit required a lot of support in order to work properly. She was still too young and needed a lot more growth before her mental strength was high enough to take a step forward. She was not here to seek a breakthrough for herself. Instead, it's about you. Kedis smiled as she caressed the blade of her bloodsinger. Sharpie was both a part of herself and a separate entity on its own. Kedis didn't fully know what that meant, but from what she experienced and what she figured out by herself, that meant that their advancements were completely separate from each other. If Kedis wasn't able to improve, that didn't necessarily mean that Sharpie was unable to improve either. This is your moment, Sharpie. Use the aspect of transcendence to find out what kind of sword you are. Will you choose a merciful blade or a killing blade? Do you prefer to embody another blade instead? No matter what, the choice is yours. Sharpie fully understood what Kedis had in mind and tried its best to open up to the aspect of transcendence. It was much harder for it to do so this time. Unlike the other organic statues, the fourth one of the series was not only more dangerous, but was also tainted with the deaths it had induced. The angel was stained with blood. For a sword will that was sensitive towards blood and death, Sharpie could not ignore the threat and relax completely. Fortunately, it did not need to lower all of its gates entirely. Just opening a few windows was enough for the aspect of transcendence to exert an effect on Sharpie. The companion spirit grew more quiet as much of its own distractions faded away. In terms of life, Sharpie was similar to Blinky and so on. It possessed its own personality, which meant it also possessed its own wants and needs. The problem was that its age was much lower than that of Kedis. It was a child in a sense and it also behaved that way. It possessed a lot of curiosity and actually entertained numerous different distractions. It was only when the aspect of transcendence quieted all of those unnecessary elements that its true focus reasserted itself. Unyielding. Sharpie was the personification of Ketiz's unyielding spirit. As the bloodsinger began to glow and shake with power, Sharpie became more and more obsessed on Ketiz's core obsession as a swordmaster. When it came down to it, Kedis never wanted to back down no matter how strong her opponent turned out to be. She believed in the depths of her heart that as long as she was a strong enough swordswoman, she could cut through any opponent. This was her warrior's heart, and this was also the central basis of Sharpie's extraordinary existence. As Sharpie began to embody this principle to a deeper degree, Kedis and her greatsword began to glow more brightly. A gray radiance enveloped them all as their unyielding spirits continued to resonate with each other. Even though Kedis and Sharpie began to experience greater pressure on themselves, their mental fortitude allowed them to endure the strain for the moment. Keep going, Sharpie. Kedis broke the silence. Keep exploring yourself. What kind of sword are you? What kind of sword do you want to become? There are many swords in existence, but only one fits you best. Seek it out and embrace your true self. The resonance phenomenon surrounding her form grew stronger as they all united for a single purpose. Ketty sought to cut through the fog in herself and find the ideal sword for herself. Chapter 3701 Sharper Sword. Chapter 3701 Sharper Sword. As the aspect of transcendence continued to exert its effect on Ketty's and Sharpie, more than 90 seconds had already passed. If a group of ordinary people spent this much time in the organic statue's glow, the area would have been drenched with blood and bodies by now. Ketty's did not hold much concern, though. She was so strong and resilient that the aspect of transcendence could not push her to a dangerous extent. She merely allowed it to hone her mind in a way that best complemented Sharpie. By doing this, she was able to resonate with Sharpie, thereby providing it with greater support for what it was attempting to accomplish. Under all of these influences, Sharpie had become more focused and active than ever. Its will experienced subtle changes as it became more and more certain of itself. As its unyielding will grew firmer and more unshakable, Sharpie made sure to follow Katiza's instructions and search what kind of sword it wanted to be. There were so many different choices out there that it was not easy to narrow down its choices. You can do it, Sharpie. Ketty's encouraged her companion spirit. Find the truth in yourself. Cut until you don't feel like cutting any longer. Sharpie wanted nothing more than to be the best and sharpest sword at her disposal. At least that was what it always thought. Now, it discovered that it wanted more than that. As a semi-independent life form, Sharpie was able to become more than Katiza's add-on. Was it possible to separate from Ketty's entirely? Perhaps, but it did not wish to do so. Sharpie and Ketty's shared the same root. The thought of cutting their common bond was unthinkable. N0 Veluspi. C0 meters. Teaming up was always better than trying to go solo. This was also what made companion spirits so brilliant. They enabled people like Ketty's to team up with herself. It was quite typical for Vase to create such a ludicrous invention. With his trust issues, only a companion created out of his own mind deserved to hold his unreserved trust. Right now, Ketty's and Sharpie also trusted each other to a great extent. They had fought together and grown together. Ketty's also started considering Sharpie as more than just a different side of herself. What she sought to accomplish might not have been done before, but that did not stop her from making this attempt. You're on the right track, Sharpie. Keep this up. Don't mind the pressure. As Sharpie became more engrossed in this process, it unconsciously opened itself up to the angel of transcendence even further. Though its strain increased, the companion spirit benefited from the increased pressure. It was only under challenging circumstances that it improved the most. In previous instances, Ketty's and Sharpie always progressed the most when they were in battle. Now, they obtained the same benefits by remaining in the safety of the Larkinson fleet. While the lack of new stimuli meant that they did not gain as much inspiration this time, the constant pressure and inducements from the aspect of transcendence meant that the pair became a lot more effective at introspection. Right now, Sharpie delved deeper into the nature of its own self and personality. It moved beyond its initial conviction of remaining unyielding and expanded it into a wider context now that it began to see itself as a more comprehensive entity. It was as if Sharpie used to be a seed that had remained relatively static all this time. With the aspect of transcendence acting as water, the seed finally began to bud into something greater. The Bloodsinger began to glow brighter as Sharpie's unknown changes began to generate more and more energies. It was as if the greatsword was having increasingly more difficulties containing the increasingly more active companion spirit. The aura around Ketty's grew sharper and more resilient as she and Sharpie achieved greater harmony with each other. Perhaps Vase himself had never imagined that Ketty's would simultaneously attempt to make her companion spirit stand out further while at the same time resonate with it to a more intimate degree. The results were astounding. Through all of these influences combined, Sharpie finally experienced a more profound shift that caused it to explode in power. Though it was not a full breakthrough, Sharpie nonetheless experienced a flood of changes that improved its essence and personality in a way that it could never have accomplished under ordinary circumstances. Before Katiza's lap, Sharpie's intangible form burst out of the Bloodsinger and hovered in front of Ketty's like a proud warrior. Its initial shape was that of a greatsword that looked nearly identical to that of the Bloodsinger. For a long time, Sharpie did consider itself as one of Katiza's swords. It was different now. With the expansion of its other facets, Sharpie evolved into a more complex entity. The reason why it had grown more comprehensive was because it had successfully expanded its will and conviction. Ketty's opened her eyes. She looked radiant as she felt the changes that Sharpie was experiencing through their bond. As Sharpie grew stronger, so did she. They were one, but they were also separate. Kedis slowly reached out with her hand as Sharpie continued to mold itself further. It did not grow in size, but its essence was altering into a higher state. The resonance between them grew even stronger. The aura of sharpness caused the deck underneath her to incur scars. Meow. Further back, Lucky watched on with concern as the aspect of transcendence kept affecting Kedis and Sharpie in a highly abnormal fashion. The cat wondered whether he should bring Vase over. The Sword Maiden Mech designer had remained in the aspect of transcendence's influence for a much longer period of time than anyone else. Kedis did not pay attention to Lucky's concerns, though. She grew more and more excited as she felt that Sharpie had grown by leaps and bounds. At a certain point, power exploded from Sharpie as the companion spirit finally found the answer it was looking for. It had discovered what kind of sword it wanted to become. As Kedis connected to Sharpie in its new state, she learned the answer as well. The meaning of being unyielding is to stand tall in the face of adversity. She said as greater clarity entered her mind. She stood up and held her bloodsinger in a proud and rigid stance. My sword relishes in defeating the strongest and most challenging opponents. Thoughts of defeating strong duelists as well as strange beasts and monsters briefly dominated her conscience. She always felt more alive than ever during these exciting moments. My sword shall extend mercy towards the weak. Kedis thought of the recent battle where she refused to sink the razor-sharp edge of her bloodsinger into the soft and vulnerable flesh of the Pokladan chicks. I will defend myself and my comrades if necessary, but I shall never satisfy myself by cutting down the weak. She thought back on the times where she cut down hordes of pirates. Back then, she indulged too much in the bloodshed to realize that she might not want to go down this path. I am a swordswoman, not a butcher. She resolved to hold on to a code of honor. Not every target was acceptable for her kill. I am a sword maiden, but also a Larkinson. However, when it comes down to it, I am myself. She wanted to be driven by her own rules and by what she thought was right. Though she did not intend to go as far as Venerable Janzi, she still drew a couple of red lines that she would never wish to cross unless the need was too great. This is my sword, my unyielding sword that seeks to cut through everything. If we cannot cut through an obstacle, we shall hone ourselves until we become strong enough to succeed. This shall be the source of our persistence. Kedis briefly closed her eyes before opening them up again. Her fiery hot gaze pinned Sharpie's shaking intangible form as their resonance reached a peak. Sharpie. The companion spirit's form burst apart. Meow. When Lucky witnessed the intangible sword breaking into pieces, he grew alarmed. Had Sharpie succumbed? The glowing shards did not dissipate, though. The will that formed the root of Sharpie's existence was still as strong as ever. It transcended the material. It transcended the spirit. It was a stronger and more resilient existence than anything else. Sharpie had become so unyielding that shedding its old form did not damage it in the slightest. Instead, it liberated itself from the shackles of its former shape. As a sword, Sharpie was too limited in what it could do for Kedis. It could have been so much more than that, and now it finally received the opportunity to reshape itself into a more fitting form. The shards soon converged back together. Sharpie and Ketiz's will ensured that the remnants merged and conformed to a new shape that was a lot more complicated than a simple sword. Eventually, a surprising shape came into existence. Sharpie was still the size of a cat. The difference was that it was no longer a sword. She, had become a swordswoman. Sharpie's new appearance was identical to that of Kedis, but scaled down to size. The evolved companion spirit's intangible shape was completely gray and wore a traditional robe associated with swordmasters. Perhaps the most peculiar aspect about the humanized companion spirit's appearance was that Sharpie was also wielding a sword. Right now, the empowered companion spirit was maintaining an identical stance to that of Kedis. When the swordmaster raised her sword, so did Sharpie. When Kedis performed a mock attack, her small companion spirit followed suit. They were completely in sync with each other. The harmony between them grew even stronger as they appeared to mirror each other as if they were clones. This was not quite what Kedis and Sharpie wanted, though. The companion spirit twitched as her appearance morphed a bit. With Ketiz's blessing, Sharpie gained a stronger sense of self. Her personality grew a bit more defined and her face began to diverge so that it no longer looked like an exact copy of her origin. This is better. Kedis smiled. Now, the relationship between her and her companion spirit had changed into that of a big sister and little sister. Kedis was the big sister in this relationship and was in charge for the most part. Sharpie had literally and figuratively become the little sister that cheered Keddies on but also provided help whenever her talents were needed. This was the true form of Sharpie. This was the path of evolution that Sharpie had chosen for itself. This was the companion spirit that Keddies looked forward to partnering with for the rest of her life. "You are my sword. Sharp," her companion spirit vocalized in an infantile tone. "Sharp, sharp." Once Sharpie completed her journey, she quickly fell back into the Bloodsinger and took a nap. Keddies raised her mental defenses again and forcibly blocked out the aspect of Transcendence's glow. She bowed in front of the organic statue. "Thank you, Lufa. You truly gave me a lot of help. I will come see you again in the future. You're too useful to be hiding in this corner all the time." She stepped out of the enclosure and signaled to Lucky to reactivate the locking mechanism. As the gate slowly slid shut, the curious gem cat flew towards Keddies and sniffed her body from multiple angles. "Relax, Lucky. I am still the Keddies you know. I just became better. Meow." She took the cat in her arms again and began to pamper him with pets and hugs. Exhaustion finally kicked in at this point. Though she hadn't done much herself, Sharpie had expended a lot of energy in trying to evolve to her more human state. Since the companion spirit was a part of Keddies, the mech designer had also grown tired as a consequence. "I could use a good nap. Do you want to cuddle with me in bed?" Meow.